Like, subscribe, and share my Tree Fanfiction channel for all parts. I don't want to say I like you just a little bit, I really miss all of you. Chapter 1. Strange Ceiling. The boy slowly opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling at first glance. He sat up in bed and found himself in a single room. There were several newspapers on the table next to the bed, which attracted the boy's attention. He picked up the newspaper and saw the headline on the front page: Norman Osborn died unexpectedly, and the murderer is suspected to be Spider-Man. Daily Bugle. The boy muttered the name of the newspaper as memories flooded into his mind like a fountain, and he soon understood his situation. Harry Osborn. I didn't expect that I would travel through time and space and become the son of the Green Goblin. No, I should say I was reborn. 3 days ago, Green Goblin Norman failed in his attack on Spider-Man and died. Spider-Man promised to keep his identity as the Green Goblin a secret from Harry and quietly sent Norman's body back home. Harry happened to see it, and thinking that his father was killed by Spider-Man, Harry was so shocked that he fainted on the spot. This also activated the memories of his past lives that were automatically sealed deep in his consciousness when he was born in order to protect his undeveloped and fragile brain. He is not Harry Osborn, but Harry Osborn is him. Harry picked up several more newspapers and looked through them. Did you know? Expert research shows that Spider-Man is very likely a mutant who is born evil. Iron Man Tony Stark is planning the 4th Stark Technology Expo. It is reported that this expo will last for a whole year. After talks between the famous mutant leader Magneto and the United Nations, the sovereignty of the Republic of Genosha was finally recognized, and the world's first mutant country was officially established. Harry was not too surprised when he saw the news. After integrating the memories of his 2 lives, he already knew that the world he lived in was definitely not as simple as the movie universe. The fact that the mutants founded the country of Genosha proved that this place was closer to the orthodox comic universe. It's just that he's not sure which parallel universe he is in, which also means that Harry doesn't need to worry about any genetic diseases in his body. After a series of negative events such as the Lizard Professor incident and the Green Goblin incident, the share price of the Osborn Group has fallen below its historical low. The company's revenue continues to lose money, and a large number of investors have chosen to withdraw their capital. This one-star company with unlimited potential is likely to declare bankruptcy in the near future. The Osborn Group is going bankrupt. After reading the last newspaper, Harry's eyes were solemn. His greatest reliance in this world was the Osborn Group's black technology that had created countless supervillains. If Osborn fell, even if he could still be a rich man, his future would be in danger. Compared to the comic world where even the main universe will be completely destroyed, the so-called Thanos snap in the movie is not even an appetizer. We have to find a way to save the Osborn Group. The one I dreamed of should be able to solve the bankruptcy crisis. During the time that Harry was in a coma, in addition to integrating the memories of his 2 lives, he also had a strange dream. In the dream, there was a tree so tall that the top was invisible, standing in the boundless white void. Almost endless branches extended from the trunk, and each branch had a fruit. The higher the branch, the bigger the fruit was and the brighter the color. Harry stood under the big tree, looking at the fruits on the tree, and he felt an indescribable hunger. So Harry climbed up the tree, picked the fruit from the nearest branch, and began to eat it. As he was eating, a vast amount of knowledge suddenly burst out of his brain. It turned out to be the manufacturing technology of the Bionic Man in Detroit, Become Human, including the experimental process of every stage from the birth of theory to the successful research and development. And Harry could easily understand and comprehend all the knowledge, as if he himself was the developer of the android. Then he came out of the dream, but the knowledge did not disappear when he woke up, but was always stored in his memory. A mysterious message told Harry that he would enter this dream again on the same day next month. The fruits on that tree should be the high-tech of various fantasy worlds. With the technical background of the Osborn Group, it should not be too difficult to replicate these high-tech. Harry named the tree in his dream the Tree of Knowledge, and the fruit on the tree is the Fruit of Knowledge. This is his biggest trump card to gain a foothold in the Marvel Universe and the solid foundation that supports him to climb to the top. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open and a tall and thin doctor walked in. "Oh! You're awake, Mr. Osborn. I'm Stephen Strange, your attending physician, although in my opinion you don't seem to need treatment." Dr. Strange introduced himself to Harry. "I know you, Dr. Strange. I read several of your medical papers in school." Harry glanced at Strange's hands secretly. His skin was delicate and his fingers were long. It seemed that he had not given up medicine to take up magic. "Mr. Osborn, all your test results show that you are healthy. Theoretically, you are healthier than most people, but you have been in a coma for more than 70 hours. If you hadn't woken up, I would have thought you had eaten Snow White's poisoned apple." Strange was amazed. He had seen many famous doctors who treated difficult and complicated diseases, but this was the first time he had seen a case like Harry's. "Dr. Strange, you said that my body is fine, so I can go through the discharge procedures now?" Harry asked. "Please." A few hours later, at the Osborn building in downtown Manhattan, New York, a dozen group directors were holding a meeting to decide the future of the company. "Gentlemen, I believe that what I have just said has made you understand the company's current situation. It is meaningless to continue to guard it. It is better to directly agree to the acquisition plan of Rahan Group. Although the offer is not high, considering the current situation of the company, it is not bad to get so much." Donald Mencken, the group's second largest shareholder and vice chairman, sat in the first seat and spoke to everyone with a smile on his face. The others all showed interested expressions. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Osborn was now at the end of his strength. "But do we need to ask Harry Osborn about selling the company? He is our boss after all. What if he disagrees?" One of the directors suddenly mentioned. "Harry? Norman's son? I heard that he was so scared after seeing Norman die in front of him that he fell into a coma. Do you expect such a wimp to come up with any good suggestions?" Donald said disdainfully, "Don't pay attention to him. He will get the most money from the sale of the company anyway. It's not a small amount. I can't think of any reason for him to refuse." As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp voice rang out. "Really? Then you're obviously wrong." The voice did not come from anyone in the conference room, but from outside the door. A tall and handsome young man walked in decisively, came to Donald's side and spoke condescendingly. "Excuse me, Mr. Mencken, I think you're sitting in the wrong seat." Donald's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He was asked to give up his seat in front of all the directors by a young man who was almost 2 years younger than him. Even if the position did not belong to him, if he really obeyed and gave up the seat, where would he put his face in the future? Chapter 2. "Harry, why are you coming to the company for no reason instead of recuperating in the hospital? What you need to pay attention to most right now is your own health. Just leave the things here to the adults." Donald forced a smile for a long time. "Norman and I founded this company together. No one knows the company's situation better than me. Believe me, accepting Rahan's acquisition is good for everyone, while they are still willing to offer this price." "Did you not hear what I just said, Donald Mencken? Or are you too old to hear clearly?" Harry didn't give him any face at all. Old Deng was trying so hard to sell the company to the Rahan Group, no one would believe that he didn't accept benefits from them privately, and the benefits must be huge. "Also, you should call me Mr. Osborn. We are not friends." Donald's face turned pale and blue. He reluctantly left the chair and sat in the empty seat on the right. Seeing his actions, Harry suddenly looked puzzled. "Who told you to sit there?" "What?" Donald, who hadn't even sat down yet, was stunned when he heard this. "You actually wanted to bypass me and make your own decision on such a major matter as the acquisition of the company. This is a serious act of exceeding my authority. Harry said coldly, so, you are expelled from the board of directors. Fire me. Donald looked at Harry in disbelief and said angrily, I am the most senior veteran in the company. I have made so many contributions and shed so much blood over the years. What right do you have to fire me? I have the right to do so. Harry said calmly, the board meeting is still going on. Please leave, Mr. Mencken. Okay, you are worthy of being Norman's son. You are so stubborn. I am waiting for the day when Osborn Group goes bankrupt. Donald's face twitched, and after saying something harsh, he stood up and left with a grim face. The reason why Harry can be so arbitrary and even replace board members at will is thanks to the old Green Goblin. Originally, Norman did not hold many shares in the Osborn Group, and Roxanne had wanted to acquire Osborn for a long time. As soon as the Osborn Group started to suffer losses, Roxanne immediately colluded with several major shareholders to remove Norman. Then Norman put on the Green Goblin armor and killed those major shareholders, and then used various means to recover the shares from their heirs. This means that Harry now holds 2/3 of the shares of the Osborn Group, while the second largest shareholder only holds 10 points at most. Therefore, Harry can decide the appointment or dismissal of the board of directors at will, without the need for voting, because the result is predetermined. Less than 5 minutes after Harry took office, he kicked the most senior vice chairman out of the management team, which immediately shocked the other directors and the meeting room fell silent for a while. I am here today to talk about 3 things. Harry soon broke the silence, glancing across the board and announcing. First, the Osborn Group will never accept a takeover. Whoever brings this up again will be the next Donald Mencken. Second, from today on, in addition to completing the current main business, those independent research and development projects with huge investments will be temporarily suspended, and expenses will be reduced as much as possible. Third, we will add an intelligent bionic human research and development project, which will be the group's main project in the future. After he finished these 3 sentences, the whole audience was in an uproar. Intelligent bionic people? Although the Osborn Group is involved in many businesses, it has not yet delved deeply into robotics technology. Isn't it too risky to suddenly change the main project to an unknown field, said a director with a worried look on his face. Also, although temporarily suspending most of the R&D projects can squeeze out a lot of funds temporarily, it can only alleviate the urgent need in the short term. However, if one of those epic-making projects is successfully developed, the company can return to its peak. Another director also mentioned. Forget about pinning your hopes on those unrealistic projects. By the time those scientists who only know how to ask for money succeed, the company will be finished. So what do you think we should do? Hammer Industries has already taken up most of the military orders, and Stark has snatched the project of resetting the New York power grid. The most advanced biological department was also forced to shut down due to a thorough investigation of Connor's stupid behavior, and our reputation among the public has plummeted. What else can we do now? Connors did something stupid? It's okay if you don't mention it. It makes me angry. If you hadn't pushed him so hard and insisted on entering the human experiment stage early, how could he have conducted experiments on himself? In the blink of an eye, the conference room became as noisy as a vegetable market. Quiet. Harry stopped the quarrel from escalating. Don't get me wrong. I'm not discussing this with you. This is an order. You just need to execute it. Now, the meeting is over, everyone go do what you should do. After saying that, Harry stood up and walked out of the meeting room. The directors were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Coming out of the conference room, Harry took the elevator to the chairman's office on the top floor without stopping. The office occupies 2 entire floors, the first floor is used for administrative offices, and the second floor is an independent laboratory for Norman to conduct some secret research. Harry walked into the office, went straight to the desk and sat down, placing his palm on the Osborn Group logo in the center of the transparent desk. Then, the large desktop turned into a display screen. Yes, this desk is actually a computer. Before starting to make the android, Harry first had to record the huge amount of information in his mind and make it into a design drawing, and some details also needed to be modified. After all, this is technology from another world, and copying it completely may not be a good idea. After Harry ate the fruit of knowledge, whenever he thought about technology related to androids, his mind became unusually clear, and his thoughts worked many times faster than usual, so it was not difficult to improve local details. He guessed that in addition to allowing him to gain knowledge, the fruit of knowledge could also enable him to leapfrog in his understanding and cognition of related fields. The androids in the world of Detroit Become Human are known for their high degree of simulation of humans. Their advantage is that they are highly intelligent and can perfectly replace all human work. The downside is that the bone material used is not very strong. The top-level bionic model does not have an overwhelming advantage in terms of athletic performance compared to humans. However, bionic humans used for home use do not need too strong performance. They are just good enough to open up the market. Those used within the company need to be improved. In the future, when Harry obtains various new black technologies, most of the manufacturing work will definitely be done by bionic people, and of course, the stronger the performance of these bionic people, the better. Although the androids in the Detroit world had caused a mechanical revolution, that was actually just a program that had been written long ago, and Harry did not intend to write in the RA9 code that would induce the revolution, thus eliminating the possibility of a sudden rebellion by the androids from the root. Even with the metaphysical technology of the Marvel Universe, the power of the Infinity Stones is required to allow robots to truly gain their own will. Ultron has no consciousness in essence, and all its actions still follow the program. It only wants to exterminate humans because there is a bug in the program. If this is the case with Ultron, it is even more impossible for the android created by Harry to awaken naturally. Chapter 3. The three biggest technical difficulties in creating bionic humans are biological components, smart chips, and blue blood. With the technological background of the Osborn Group, the first two should not be too much of a problem. The only one that is a bit troublesome is blue blood. Blue blood is a liquid energy source that can form a circulatory system in biological components to provide energy for bionic people, just like human blood. This circulating energy has a strong endurance. In the absence of external damage or blue blood leakage, a bionic man can operate continuously for up to 173 years. The synthesis technology of blue blood is not difficult, the trouble is that the main material is a mineral from the Arctic Circle. Although this mineral is not a particularly scarce substance, because no one in the world knows the function of this substance and it has no mining value, no one digs it except for geological surveys, and it is impossible to buy it even if you want to. Unfortunately, the entire biological component technology is based on blue blood. If other energy sources are used, it would be equivalent to redesigning another type of bionic man. Not to mention whether or not you have such strong technical ability, even if you do, you don't have that much time. The current financial resources of the Osborn Group are not enough to support the collection of resources in the Arctic Circle. How to obtain mining rights is also a problem. Suddenly, Harry remembered a piece of news he saw in the hospital. Tony Stark is organizing the 4th annual Stark Tech Expo, which will last for a whole year. Iron Man just revealed his identity not long ago and is currently at the peak of his popularity. The Stark Expo will inevitably attract attention from all over the world. As long as the Bionic Man can be exhibited at the Expo, Osborn Group will definitely receive huge investment and its stock price will skyrocket. At that time, money will no longer be a problem. Not only that, Harry briefly described the future application scenarios of bionic men at the exhibition, such as being deployed on the battlefield or in espionage activities. The military would definitely come over just by smelling the scent, so would mining rights still be a problem? Making the blue blood to support the operation of a bionic man only requires a few hundred grams of raw materials, which is much easier. Harry remembered that the Manhattan Geological Museum had several pieces of ore brought back from the Arctic Islands by the expedition team. He could just borrow 2 pieces from them when the time came. After finalizing his idea, Harry began to concentrate on completing the design drawings of the android on the computer. At night, in a villa in Upper Manhattan, 7 or 8 people in windbreakers walked into the restaurant led by servants. "You're the only ones here? It seems I'm not popular enough." The owner of the villa was waiting in the restaurant early. It was Donald Mencken, who had been removed from the board of directors. The people he invited were all members of the board of directors of the Osborn Group. "What do you want to do by inviting us to this dinner, Mencken?" a director asked first. "You've already said it, haven't you? I'm just going to have dinner with my former colleagues. Let's just call it my farewell party." Donald smiled. "We don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If you have something to say, please speak up. Why did you call us over?" Another director continued. "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point." Seeing that everyone was a little anxious, Donald put away his smile and said seriously, "I want to know, what do you think of Harry Osborn's decision?" As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the directors present changed. "What do you want to say?" "You already know what I want to say, because that's what you think in your heart, right?" Looking at the director's flashing eyes, Donald was sure that he was right. "Stop the ongoing R&D projects and focus on developing bionic robots. This is equivalent to gambling the life of the entire group on this. If it fails, the Osborn Group will completely collapse. What if it succeeds?" Hearing such naive words, Donald sneered on the spot. At present, the bionic technology in the world is not even perfect in theory. This kind of technology has never been the strength of the Osborn Group. Do you want to develop a bionic man that will impress investors in a short time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone, our interests are tied to the Osborn Group. If Osborn falls, it will not be good for anyone. Although Donald was kicked out of the management, his status as a shareholder could not be revoked. He just lost power. Therefore, no one present thought that what he said was wrong. But what can we do? The Osborn Group belongs to Osborn after all. He is determined to develop androids. I don't think we can convince him to change his mind." The directors shook their heads and sighed. "When did you become so slow? Since Osborn won't change his mind, why don't we change Osborn?" A dangerous gleam flashed in Donald's eyes. "Kill Harry Osborn, and I will be the largest shareholder of the Osborn Group. No one in the shareholders' meeting can stop me from embezzling Osborn's shares. Then the Osborn Group will be ours. When the time comes, we can sell the Osborn Group to Rahan. Not only will we earn tens of billions of dollars, but we can also keep our original positions. Rahan promised me that they would not abolish the board of directors." The directors looked at each other, and it seemed that there was no need to consider how to choose. A few days later, Harry finally completed the overall framework design of the bionic human manufacturing technology and made several experimental central processing chips. The most important thing has been done, now it's time to consider another thing. Harry came to the exclusive elevator leading to the second-floor laboratory, and a green light automatically shot out from above, sweeping across his entire body. Then an electronic synthesized sound rang out. ID, Harry Osborn, clearance level, highest, access granted. The elevator door opened automatically. Although he had made some mental preparations in advance, Harry was still shocked after seeing the dazzling array of Green Goblin technology. The Green Goblin armor, whose defense and shock absorption performance are not inferior to the Iron Man suit, the Green Goblin skateboard, the anti-gravity aircraft, and the powerful pumpkin bomb. And the formula for the Green Devil serum. Ever since Captain America made his debut in World War II, the world has been swept by a super soldier fever. Every organization with people and money has tried to replicate the super soldier serum, and countless products have been derived from this, with the Green Goblin serum being one of them. The strengthening effect of this serum is even better than that of Captain America, but it is suspected to have the side effect of amplifying extreme emotions. As for Norman's second personality, it actually has little to do with the serum, but is related to a Hell Lord named Mephisto. As early as when the Osborn Group was first established, its business was not going well and it was on the verge of bankruptcy almost every day. So Mephisto approached Norman to make a deal with him and granted the Osborn Group prosperity. And the price, of course, is the soul. From that day on, Norman's character became more and more unpredictable. His attitude towards people around him was hot and cold, sometimes kind and sometimes mean. The evil personality had already taken shape, and the injection of serum only accelerated its birth. Although this is a matter of the main universe 616, it cannot be used to determine what the Green Goblin serum in this world is like. But whether in comics or movies, almost all versions of Harry Osborn did not experience particularly serious side effects after using the Green Goblin serum, and even if there was an impact, it was not significant. Now, a question is put before Harry: should he inject himself with the Green Goblin serum? Chapter 4. Harry quickly made a decision, whether to inject it or not. He had to keep some for backup. Although Harry can obtain countless super black technologies through the Tree of Knowledge, there must be physical enhancement technologies that are far more effective than the Green Goblin serum, such as compound number 5 in the boys or the blood of Warden in the German Superman. But when such technology will be available remains unknown. Harry knew very well how dangerous the Marvel world was, and he knew even more clearly that climbing the technological tree would take time. Before the Osborn Group could achieve a technological explosion as rapid as a snowball, he needed to use the resources at hand to the best of his ability to equip himself. Injecting the Green Goblin serum is the best way for him to improve his self-protection ability in a short period of time, or even the only way. Even if it has potential side effects, Harry can't care less when it comes to life and death. What's more, even if the Green Goblin serum was used, it does not mean that Harry cannot use more advanced enhancement technology in the future. What's a little troublesome is that there is no finished serum in the laboratory. It is not known whether Norman destroyed all the serum or never produced it in large quantities from the beginning. Harry needs to synthesize a new serum. Fortunately, there are abundant materials stored in the laboratory, so he can start making the Green Goblin serum right now. To synthesize the serum, Harry does not need to stand in front of the test bench and carefully pour the colorful unknown liquid into the beaker and stir it as often done in movies and TV dramas. He only needs to place all the raw materials in the corresponding devices and then select the ratio and processing method of each material on the console. The whole process was done automatically by the machine, and all Harry had to do was wait. It is estimated that it will take 12 hours to synthesize a tube of serum. This time is just right for us to learn more about the Osborn Group. Harry just woke up from the hospital a few days ago, and Norman never told Harry about anything in the company. His knowledge of the Osborn Group, apart from the impression of it being Marvel's #1 criminal company in his previous life, was based on various flashy and exaggerated reports in the news media. This information was obviously of no help to Harry. First, check if there are any acquaintances in the company now. Harry returned to the office and pulled up the list of employees currently working at Osborn Group on his computer to see if he could find any familiar names. As I was watching, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on the screen, with a photo of a blonde beauty in the middle. Bobby Dine is requesting a call. Do you want to connect? Harry had never met her, but he knew who she was because the woman was on the first page of the employee list. Bobby Dine, secretary to the chairman of the Osborn Group, or rather the former chairman. Although she is Norman's secretary, she actually joined the company at about the same time as Harry. Norman's original secretary retired half a month ago due to old age, so he hired a new secretary. Unexpectedly, Norman quit just 2 days after Bobby passed the interview. So Poppy was now Harry's secretary, at least until Harry fired her and got a new one. Access. Harry answered Poppy's request, and the photo in the pop-up window immediately switched to a video call. Mr. Osborn, a visitor named Peter Parker would like to see you. As soon as the call was connected, Poppy reported to Harry respectfully. Peter Parker? I see, take him to the reception room. Harry told Poppy to bring Peter in and then closed the call. What was supposed to come finally came. It was a little earlier than expected, but Harry had expected Peter to come to see him. Because when he fell into a coma due to his memory awakening a few days ago, it was Peter who took him to the hospital. Of course he did this as Spider-Man. It is precisely because someone witnessed Spider-Man coming out of Osborn's villa that the Daily Bugle has the news headlines claiming that Spider-Man killed Norman. Based on their many years of friendship, Peter would definitely come to him whether it was to confirm Harry's physical condition or to comfort the grief of losing his father. Not long after, in the reception room of Osborn Building, a tall, beautiful career woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in with a young man with brown hair. Miss Dine, when is Harry coming over? Peter sat down on the sofa in the reception room and asked Bobby, Mr. Osborn will be here in a moment, please wait a moment. Poppy brought a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Peter. Mr. Parker, I have some things to do, so I won't stay here with you for now. After saying that, Bobby left the reception room. Peter thought anxiously as he waited for Harry to arrive. Harry saw me bringing back Norman's body before he fell into a coma, and Jameson also insisted that Spider-Man killed Norman. I don't know what Harry would think, but Norman's death is indeed related to me. Even though he doesn't know that Spider-Man is me, it makes me feel even more guilty. Maybe I should tell him the truth, but I promised Norman not to let Harry know all that. Peter didn't even know what expression he should use when he really saw Harry. But no matter what expression they use, the two will meet eventually. A few tens of seconds, or minutes, after Bobby left, the door to the reception room opened again and Harry walked in, giving Peter his usual friendly smile. Hey, Peter, are you applying for a job at Osborn Group? I won't relax my interview standards just because you're my friend. Well, I have no plans to change jobs for the time being. Seeing that Harry was not depressed by Norman's death, Peter felt relieved and answered jokingly. As for you, I heard that the Osborn Group has been in some trouble recently. If you go bankrupt, I can help you find a job. You have too little confidence in me. Do you believe that under my leadership, Osborn Group will surpass Stark Industries sooner or later? It sounds like a dream you had the other night, but I wish it would come true. Harry and Peter looked like two friends getting together to brag, except that Harry really had the confidence. Harry, until just now I have been very worried about you because of your father's matter and your coma. After the joke, Peter's face suddenly became serious and solemn. I know that feeling, the feeling of loss. It makes people feel as if the whole world is about to collapse, and I am worried that you will fall into the haze. But now, seeing your expression and the look in your eyes, I'm glad you've come out of it. Hearing this, Harry was silent for a while, and then said, You will definitely not believe it, but I was not completely unconscious during those days of coma. On the contrary, I figured out a lot of things, so I let it go. Besides, the situation of the Osborn Group does not allow me to fall into the haze. My father has passed away, and I can't let his greatest efforts go to waste. I must save the Osborn Group. What Harry said was half true and half false, but developing the Osborn Group was indeed his goal. Peter just thought that Harry was really getting over Norman's death. But there is one thing I really want to ask you, Peter. Harry suddenly changed the subject. What? Peter motioned for Harry to continue. You are now Dr. Otto Octavius's laboratory assistant, right? Yes. Peter nodded. Harry smiled and said, I want to meet with him. I hope you can convey my thoughts to him. Chapter 5. You want to see Dr. Otto? When Peter heard that Harry wanted to see Otto, there was some hesitation on his face. I really want to help, but Dr. Otto has always had a big prejudice against the Osborn Group. I know that he has an old grudge against my father, so it's normal for him to hate the Osborn Group for this. Harry expressed his understanding, but he still insisted, but what I want to say is that the current Osborn is not the Osborn of the past. I will do my best to make up for the injustice that Dr. Otto has suffered. The Osborn Group is in a difficult situation right now, and we really need Dr. Otto's help. Peter, even if he chooses to refuse in the end, at least let me talk to him in person. Seeing that Harry was so sincere, Peter couldn't help but ask himself, if he didn't help Harry at this time, then what kind of best friend would he be? Peter nodded heavily and said, I will definitely convey your original words to Dr. Otto and persuade him to agree to meet with you. If I convince Dr. Otto to come back, you can join Osborn Group with him. Harry said half seriously and half jokingly. Peter is a rare top scientific research talent. His joining can make Osborn even more powerful. However, Harry knows in his heart that Peter is Spider-Man at heart after all, and normal work and research are destined not to be his path. Well, we'll talk about this later. Actually, I have something I want to ask you, Harry. Sure enough, when he heard about joining the company, Peter immediately moved on to the next topic. Ask, Harry said nonchalantly. Aunt May was very worried about you during the time you were in a coma. She heard that you returned to Osborn to take up your post these 2 days, so she wanted to invite you to her home for dinner. Peter extended an invitation to Harry for dinner. Aunt May, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Just like Peter often went to the Osborns' house to play with Harry when he was a child, Harry also often went to the Parkers' house when he was a child, so he was very familiar with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and they were even more like a family than Norman and the others. Although Harry has now awakened his past life memories and his mentality has changed, the past of this life is still his own experience, and the feelings between him, Peter and Aunt May are not false. Harry looked at the time. There was still a long time before the synthesis of the Green Goblin serum was completed, and the creation of androids was not yet so urgent that every minute and every second had to be fought for. No problem. I'm just hungry. By the way, I can talk to you about my new invention. In order to complete the design drawings of the android as soon as possible, Harry has been busy these days and has forgotten to eat and sleep. It's time to take a break, so he accepted Peter's invitation. Great, I'll call Aunt May back right now. At the same time, in a cafe across the street from Osborn Building, 3 guests were sitting by the window on the 2nd floor. While drinking coffee, they looked at Osborn Building across the window intentionally or unintentionally. It's like waiting for someone to show up. If they stay in a cafe for too long, they will move on to the next location. Suddenly, the 3 people's eyes moved slightly, and they all turned their gazes towards the entrance of the building. I saw a black SUV driving from a distance and stopping in front of the door. Not long after, 2 young men walked out of the gate, followed by a female secretary. Mr. Osborn, for safety reasons, I still recommend that you bring a bodyguard. In front of the car door, Bobby suggested seriously. No, I'm just going to Peter's house for dinner. There's no danger and you don't have to follow me. Harry refused. He didn't want to be followed by a few strangers whom he had no sense of trust wherever he went. Bodyguards are indeed necessary, but they must be trained by Harry himself. What's more, if we really encounter a danger where even Spider-Man can't protect himself, bringing those bodyguards will be of no use. Bobby knew that her boss had a strong character and that once a decision was made, it would not be changed. So she tactfully stopped trying to persuade her, stepped aside and watched Harry and Peter drive away. Just after Harry's car drove away from the spot, the 3 people on the 2nd floor of the cafe disappeared without a trace. Then a car drove out from behind the cafe and quietly followed Harry and the others. At the same time, vehicles drove out from several areas around the Osborn building. Although they were heading in different directions, they all vaguely pointed to the same target. On the way from Manhattan to Queens, Harry told Peter about his idea of androids, hoping to get some constructive advice from him. Of course, mainly in the area of biological components, blue blood and smart chips involve a lot of things that are difficult to explain, so Harry avoided talking about them. Peter was very surprised after hearing Harry's idea. It perfectly simulates the modular body of humans, including limbs, internal organs, bones and even the blood circulation system. Any damaged part can be freely replaced and upgraded. It's a very complete design. When did you come up with this? I've been studying this for a long time, so long that it feels like I've lived 2 lives. Harry smiled. No wonder you have the confidence to convince Dr. Otto. If we separate the limb parts of the biological components and combine them with the neural control technology we are researching, the final result will not only be a mechanical prosthesis, but a new arm that is infinitely close to a real limb. Disabled people all over the world will benefit from this technology. Peter said excitedly. I appreciate your compliments, Peter, but what I need right now is not praise, but advice. Harry reminded Peter to get down to business first. There are a few areas that I think could be improved, such as the carbon fiber frame. Peter stopped talking halfway when his eyes suddenly widened. Hey! Peter, what's wrong? Harry asked, waving his hand in front of Peter's eyes. I don't know, I just suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Peter frowned and kept looking out the window as if he was looking for something. Seeing his strange appearance, Harry's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that the legendary spider sense had taken effect? Doesn't that mean there is danger nearby? He followed Peter and looked out the window, but all he could see were cars and no source of danger. However, at this moment, when nothing seemed to have happened in anyone's eyes and without any warning, Peter suddenly pounced on Harry, pressed him under him, and shouted at the same time. Get down! Boom! The moment Peter blurted out the words, gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. A car that was driving normally behind suddenly overtook Harry and the others, and a black muzzle of a gun extended out of the car window, and the target it was aimed at was exactly the height of Harry's head when he sat up just now. Okay. The gunman in the car thought that his shot would kill Harry, but the other party dodged it and even seemed to have started dodging before he pulled the trigger. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. After dodging the fatal bullet, the spider sense in Peter's brain not only did not weaken at all, but became even louder. This means the attack has just begun. Chapter 6. Because the car carrying the gunman suddenly accelerated to overtake, it was only parallel to Harry's car for a short moment before it passed in front. Even if it slowed down at the first moment when it was parallel, it would be difficult to maintain parallelism. It takes at least 10 seconds for the gunman to get back into position to fire the second shot. But there is a prerequisite, which is that Harry's car always maintains its original speed. This is obviously impossible. Upon hearing the gunshots, Harry's driver was horrified and didn't care about legal driving safety at all. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, trying to get out of danger as soon as possible. But this also has a prerequisite, that is, there is only this group of people who attacked Harry. Just when the driver's mind was full of speeding up, he didn't notice that he had arrived at an intersection. On the road on the left side of the intersection, a truck was rushing towards this side at a very fast speed. There was no sign of slowing down, and it was even getting faster and faster. What's even more terrifying is that there was no driver in the driving seat of this truck. In just a few tenths of a second, the two cars running at full speed collided in the middle of the intersection. That's right, the second wave of attacks weren't caused by gunfire, but by the trucks themselves. Hold your head, Harry. The impact came quickly, but someone was faster than it. Harry, who had just been protected by Peter, was about to get up when he heard Peter yelling at him to protect his head. Boom! At the critical moment, Harry reflexively held his head with both hands. The next second, a violent impact swept over him, and a dizzying feeling rushed straight to Harry's forehead. It took him a while to recover. The impact of the truck caused Harry's car to lose balance instantly. The whole car drifted wildly in the opposite direction, spun half a circle, and then crashed into a tree in the green belt on the side of the road. Thanks to Peter's early warning and the protection of the Osborn Group's special airbags, Harry was not seriously injured and only had some scratches. His driver was not so lucky. The two cars collided head-on, and the violent impact killed the driver on the spot. As for Peter, when the car body lost balance and drifted, the powerful inertia threw him out along with the broken car door, and his life or death was unknown. Harry knew that this was an illusion Peter deliberately created to conceal his identity as Spider-Man. Bump. 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 Harry's and the attackers' cars were not the only ones on the road. There were also many unrelated vehicles driving normally and were caught up in the collision, triggering a chain reaction of large-scale car accidents. The entire intersection was filled with car wreckage. Harry struggled to climb out of the upside-down and twisted car body, looking at the devastated car accident scene, especially the SUV he was sitting in, and was filled with anger. This car is the one Norman rides most often. It should have bulletproof glass. This car has definitely been tampered with. The attacker could only be from within the company. Who could be the mastermind? Donald, who I fired. The board of directors? The Rahan Group that wants to acquire Osburn? Or all of them? Harry thought with both resentment and relief that it was a good thing he didn't listen to Bobby and bring bodyguards with him. The mastermind behind the scenes even replaced Norman's private car, so it was easy for him to bribe a few bodyguards. Thinking of this, Harry suddenly realized that Poppy also had a big problem. Hum, hum, hum. At this time, a series of engine sounds came from a distance. Harry turned his head and saw 2 vans and 3 motorcycles passing through countless wreckage and heading straight towards Harry's position. Judging from the situation, they won't stop until Harry is clearly killed. Suddenly, one of the vans started to stagger and a burst of gunfire was heard. I saw a red and blue figure moving around in the car, deftly dodging every bullet fired from inside the car. This mysterious man is not only agile, but can also shoot some milky white silk-like objects that look like spider webs, which can easily stick to the enemy's guns and disarm them. Damn, it's Spider-Man! Spider-Man was lying on the roof of the car, and he stretched his upper body in through the car window and whizzed a few shots of spider silk around the gunman into a cocoon, with only his head sticking out. By the way, the accomplice who was driving was also stuck to the driver's seat. After doing all this, he immediately jumped off the roof and landed behind the van. Then he quickly stretched out his hands and shot out 2 spider silks to stick to the 2 rear tires. Squeak! Spider-Man forced the van, which was traveling at high speed, to stop, and it didn't seem to be very difficult. Spider-Man is extremely fast and can complete all his actions in the blink of an eye. After dealing with one car, Spider-Man immediately moved on to the next one. While Spider-Man was holding back all the attackers, Harry was also busy. He walked to the trunk, which had been twisted beyond recognition, and struggled to pull open the stuck door. This is America, which means every car should have something in the trunk. As expected, a rectangular iron box appeared in front of him. Harry was overjoyed and quickly opened the box. Inside lay a shotgun. Although he had Spider-Man as his bodyguard, it was unlikely that those minions could get close to him, but Harry knew very well that it was better to rely on oneself than on others, and he felt much more at ease with a gun in his hand. Harry took out his shotgun, skillfully pulled the safety, loaded the bullet, and hid behind the wreckage of the car as a cover to watch the battle. If the past decade or so of Harry's second life had brought him anything beyond what he gained in his previous life, his proficient use of various firearms would definitely be at the top of the list. As for whether shooting someone in front of Spider-Man would cause conflicts, Harry was not worried at all. Not every superhero was like the Dark Knight next door. If Spider-Man really has that tendency, then Harry feels that it is necessary for him to give Peter a thorough ideological education, which can be regarded as fulfilling his duty as a good friend. Harry watched Spider-Man show off his skills among the killers like crazy, and in just a few swipes he tied up all the killers on the ground with spider silk. Although he hit the man very quickly, Harry could see that he was doing it very carefully, fearing that he might use too much force and kill the man. Harry had originally thought that if Spider-Man missed a few assassins and they rushed towards him, he could try his marksmanship, but he found that he didn't need to do it himself. Tisk, the people who planned the attack are too stupid. Everyone rushed towards me from the front. If they sent a few people to sneak behind me. Just as he thought of this, Harry vaguely heard some strange noises coming from behind him and immediately perked up. No way, did I get it right? He did not turn around blindly to check, but pretended that he did not notice it, listening attentively to the movements behind him, waiting for the other party to enter the best shooting range. The strange noise became more and more obvious. Harry was sure that he was not hallucinating. He didn't know why the other party didn't take action yet. Maybe he was planning to stab him to death with a knife. Harry only knew that at this moment, he had to strike first. He turned around suddenly and shot at the tall figure approaching him from behind. State. This is not the sound of shotgun shells hitting flesh, but the sound of them bouncing off a metal surface. The person who appeared behind Harry had his feet off the ground, floating in the air about half a meter high. His entire body was covered in red and silver alloy armor. Harry was silent for a moment. Did he just shoot Iron Man? Chapter 7. Young man, I know my outfit is a little scary, but you don't have to shoot me, do you? And you almost hit me there. Iron Man fell to the ground and the visor of his helmet automatically unfastened, revealing the face of Tony Stark. A few minutes ago, Tony was inspecting the Stark Technology Expo when he suddenly received an alert from Jarvis saying that a serious traffic accident and shooting had occurred at an intersection leading to Queens in Manhattan. Based on the surveillance footage before the accident, it can be concluded that it was a targeted attack. Upon learning of the situation, Tony quickly put on his Mark V suit and rushed to the scene. After arriving at the scene, he found that there was already a superhero handling it, so Tony turned to clean up the scene and see if he could do something else. Then he saw Harry, a civilian, shivering and hiding behind a car with a shotgun in his hand. Then, Tony was shot by Harry. Of course, the shotgun's firepower could not hurt Tony, and the Mark V didn't even have a scratch on it. It's just that Tony's floating posture and the height at which Harry raised the gun made the part where he was shot a little awkward. Sorry, I was just attacked and I'm a little nervous now. Harry put away his shotgun and pretended that what happened just now had not happened. By the way, aren't you going to help Spider-Man fight criminals, Iron Man, or Mr. Stark? I came here for this, but I'm no longer needed here. Tony looked over at Spider-Man and saw that the attackers had basically been subdued. This special car, are you from the Osborn Group? At this time, Tony looked at the broken-down car next to him and asked. Correction, I own the Osborn Group, Harry said calmly. Oh, you are Norman's heir. If I remember correctly, your name is Harry, right? After learning about Harry's identity, Tony couldn't help but look at him more. Both were born into wealthy families, both took over turbulent companies after their parents' accidental deaths, both made major and controversial reforms to the company, and both suffered premeditated attacks. Even the people who wanted to kill them were the veterans of their own company. Although Tony was not aware of the last point at the moment, it did not prevent him from seeing a strange sense of familiarity in Harry. I heard that you are planning to develop a bionic robot. Given the basic conditions of the Osborn Group, this is not an easy task. Harry has allocated all of the Osborn Group's current resources to the development of androids. Such a big move cannot be hidden from the major technology companies in New York, and Tony naturally knows about it. Although he himself may not care much about bionic technology, and has gone to so much effort to recreate humans, other than looking more pleasing to the eye, how can it be more efficient than pure robots? It's difficult, but I don't think it's as difficult as it was for you in Afghanistan, so why shouldn't I try to overcome it? Harry smiled confidently. Ha! There are very few people in the world who dare to compare themselves with me. It's good to be confident, but blind confidence is arrogance, young man. Tony chuckled, his helmet automatically closed, and the thrusters of the palm cannon restarted, making it float. I'll save you a booth in the main hall of Stark Expo. As soon as he finished speaking, Iron Man flew away from the spot and headed to the car accident scene on the other side to search for casualties in the wreckage. After defeating all the attackers, Spider-Man, like Tony, went around looking for people who needed help. In the middle of the intersection, only a dozen or so cocoons were left. Harry's face grew colder and he walked over with a shotgun. Woo 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 woo. He randomly picked an attacker in the corner and tore the sticky spider silk off his mouth. The feeling was like tearing off the tape stuck on your mouth. Ah! Fuck! What are you doing? The moment the spider silk was torn off, the attacker let out a scream and was about to scold Harry, but he swallowed the curse words back into his stomach. Because a dark hole was pressed against his forehead. Tell me, who hired you to kill me? Harry asked sternly. You, don't do anything rash. Spider-Man and Iron Man are here. If you kill me, no. You will suffer the consequences. At the moment of life and death, the attacker was completely panicked and even brought out Iron Man and Spider-Man as his get-out-of-jail-free cards. Harry looked at him silently, then suddenly moved the muzzle of the gun from his forehead to the attacker's mouth and forcefully stuffed it in. The attacker's eyes widened and he kept groaning. I'll ask you one last time, Harry leaned over and whispered in the attacker's ear, who are you and who hired you to kill me? If you don't tell me, I'll send you to hell. Looking at Harry's cold eyes, the attacker knew that the other party was not joking. But how is this possible? He is just a young man, not a desperado. How dare he kill someone in front of a superhero? How dare he? The attacker shouted wildly in his heart. Spider-Man and Iron Man are busy cleaning up the scene now and have no time to pay attention to us. I can just untie the spider web from you and claim that you broke free by yourself and I shot you in self-defense. Harry seemed to see what he was thinking and said lightly. Hearing this, the attacker's eyes suddenly split open. How could this guy be so professional? His heart was so evil. No wonder others are born rich while I can only work hard and pay off my debts with my life. This is the gap. And many more. Suddenly, the attacker stopped struggling meaninglessly. He remembered what Harry had just said. He could just untie the spider silk from his body? Do you understand what I said? It seems that you are not a fool. Yes, I know how to dissolve Spider-Man's spider silk. The Osborn Group is a biochemical company. This is what we are best at. Harry gave a devilish smile. Now, do you want to say it? If you want to, just blink a few times. What choice? The attacker blinked his eyes wildly up and down. Harry nodded in satisfaction and put the shotgun away. Call. The attacker took a deep breath and then spilled the beans about everything he knew. We are the thugs of the Hammerhead family of the Magic Gang. The man who hired us to kill you didn't leave his name. He is. He gave a rough description of the person he hired. Ever since eating the fruit of knowledge, Harry's memory has become exceptionally good, and he remembers the detailed information of every member of the board of directors very clearly. The suspect was quickly identified from the description. He was Donald Menken's most trusted personal assistant who was with him almost every day. It's Donald. Harry's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Not only did Old Deng help Roxanne acquire Osburn, but now he wanted his life. We were already giving him enough face by simply kicking him out of the board of directors. Since you are so shameless, don't blame him for retaliating with even more brutal means. Harry stood up and left, showing no sign of letting the attacker go, which made the latter panic on the spot. Hey! Wait! Mr. Osborn, you promised to let me go. You can't break your promise. The attacker shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Harry turned around and asked in confusion, when did I promise you to let you go? Chapter 8. What did you say? But didn't you just say? The attacker was stunned. I just said I can dissolve Spider-Man's silk, but I never said I would let you go. You don't want to add another slander to your crime, do you? Harry said as if it was a matter of course. Also, I actually don't know how to dissolve spider silk quickly. I lied to you. Harry Osborn. The attacker glared at him and gritted his teeth. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about this. Harry seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to the attacker. Under the latter's murderous gaze, he blocked his mouth again, then stood up and left. Beep beep beep. At this moment, a siren sounded suddenly, coming from far away. Tisk, New York police are always so punctual. Harry looked at his watch. It had been exactly 5 minutes since the attack began. To be honest, it was a little shorter than Harry had expected. From the perspective of the person involved, he thought it would take at least 20 minutes. You two, this place is now under the control of the New York Police Department. Please leave the scene. Harry walked forward and saw a female police officer talking to Iron Man and Spider-Man, as if she was trying to chase them away. There were more than a dozen policemen around, busy carrying the worm cocoons on the ground into the police car. Hey, Yuri, we're just trying to help. There's no need to kick us out right away, right? Spider-Man seemed very familiar with her and started talking to her very naturally. Excuse me, Spider-Boy, I know you want to help, but these are the rules, and you've already done enough. Yuri said firmly. You know this pretty police officer, Pajama Boy? Iron Man looked at Spider-Man and asked curiously. She is Yuri Watanabe, a captain of the New York Police Department. She is an old friend of mine. Spider-Man introduced Yuri enthusiastically. Also, my name is not Pajama Boy, I am Spider-Man. I don't know when we became friends. Yuri said noncommittally. Come on, you can't always undermine me, Yuri. Spider-Man spread his hands helplessly. Just then, Yuri suddenly looked away and behind Spider-Man with a serious expression. Sir, you are a direct victim of this terrorist attack. We need to ask you some questions later. I hope you will cooperate. No problem, officer, but I need your help with something else. Harry came over and said with a worried expression, I have a friend who disappeared in the attack just now. His name is Peter Parker, and he is a graduate of Midtown High School. I don't know if he is still alive now. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man's face suddenly changed. Fortunately, his mask was fully covered and no one noticed the change in his expression. Ahem, Yuri, I have to go patrol somewhere else. I'll leave this place to you guys. Spider-Man said something and swung away using spider silk. This kid is still so irritable. Yuri looked at his receding back and shook his head, then turned to Harry and said seriously, Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to look for him right now. I'm leaving too, Miss Officer. Stark Industries will be responsible for compensating for the damage caused at the scene. Just send the bill to Pepper Potts. After Spider-Man left, Iron Man also took off into the sky after receiving the accident compensation, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Then, Yuri pulled out a notebook from his pocket and began to ask Harry about what had just happened. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Osborn. If you need it, we can send our men to provide you with personal protection during this period. A few minutes later, Yuri finished his questioning and put away his notebook and suggested, Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. I believe that with the ability of the New York Police Department, the same incident will not happen a second time. Harry smiled. Sir, we found the high school student. Suddenly, 2 police officers came over, supporting a young man. It was Peter. He was covered in dirt and blood, and he walked with a limp, looking really real. "Harry, I almost thought I was going to die," Peter said weakly. Seeing his exaggerated acting, Harry turned to the side and shouted, "Call an ambulance and a stretcher, we need a stretcher." "No, no, no, I'm fine. There are many people who need an ambulance more than me." Hearing Harry's words, Peter hurriedly refused. If he was really sent to the hospital, his pretending to be injured would be exposed. "Are you sure? Kid, you look so unstable." Beside him, Yuri looked at Peter suspiciously. "I just sprained my ankle when I fell to the ground, and the rest are just superficial injuries." Peter said this solemnly, and as he spoke he asked the policeman who was helping him to let go of his hand to show that he was fine. "I'm sorry, ma'am, this place is blocked off, you can't go in." At this moment, a commotion came from outside the blockade. "Peter! Harry! Where are you? Are you all right?" I saw a woman in her 50s who was trying to come in with an anxious look on her face, but she was stopped outside by the police. "It's Aunt May." Harry and Peter recognized the woman's identity at a glance. The two men walked over, and at this moment, Peter even forgot to pretend to be lame, but no one was paying attention to him at this moment. "Peter, you're hurt. How do you feel?" When Aunt May saw Peter's miserable condition, she immediately felt distressed. "And Harry, your arm is still bleeding, come here, I'll take you to the hospital." "It's okay, I just had a little scrape, just take Peter to the hospital, I have other things to do." Harry declined Aunt May's offer. "No, I watched you grow up, I can't just watch you get hurt and be indifferent." Aunt May shook her head. "Peter was injured because of me. I'm not sure if there will be another attack. It will be dangerous for him to stay with me." Harry said, "Don't refuse. You don't want me to live in guilt for the rest of my life." After saying that, Harry turned around and went back to the center of the scene to find Yuri Watanabe. "Officer, I need a car." Some time later, Osborn Building. Harry got out of the police car and walked in with an expressionless face. He has only one goal, Green Goblin serum. The attack made Harry realize more deeply that crises can happen at any time and anywhere without any advance notice. This time, with Peter by his side, Harry was able to get through it safely, but it is impossible for a powerful superhero to always be by his side to protect him. Harry must have his own power. Entering Osborn Building, Harry returned to his office as quickly as possible. Only the exclusive elevator there could lead to the secret laboratory where the Green Goblin was created. However, when Harry arrived at the office, he found that there was already someone inside. Chapter 9. "Bobby, what are you doing here?" Harry asked with a wary look at the blonde secretary who was standing next to the desk with her back to him. "Mr. Osborn, you are back so soon? Did you enjoy your dinner?" Poppy asked in surprise as she turned around when she heard Harry's voice. However, when she saw Harry covered in blood, she screamed. "Ah! Why is there blood on you? You don't know what just happened? Didn't you watch the news or anything?" Harry asked doubtfully. "News? No, I haven't watched it yet. I just finished cleaning the office after the chairman got off work as usual. I don't know what happened just now." Poppy noticed that his boss looked a little intimidated and answered cautiously. Harry glanced around the office and found it was indeed much cleaner than when he left, but his expression remained alert. "You can leave now. You are not allowed to enter my office without my permission." Bobby heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned and quickly left the office. Watching her coldly as she walked out the door, Harry quickly went to sit down at the desk, checked the computer for signs of having been tampered with, and then called up the surveillance records in the room. In the end, nothing unusual was found, and Bobby had indeed been working since he entered the door. "No problem. I can't find any suspicious points. Am I worrying too much?" "No, the biggest suspicious point is that the car arranged by Bobby doesn't even have bulletproof glass. Although the driver is more suspicious, she may not be a participant. It is even possible that everyone has been bribed. Harry frowned in thought. No one in the entire Osborn Group is trustworthy, and a strong sense of crisis hangs over his heart. The serum must be injected as soon as possible. I really need the ability to protect myself right now. The androids must be made quickly, otherwise I won't even have a single trustworthy human. Harry came to the secret laboratory and watched the countdown for the synthesis of the Green Goblin serum, with several hours left. Before injecting the Green Goblin serum, Harry made up his mind not to leave the laboratory. During this period of time, Harry was fully engaged in the manufacture of the original android machine. Revenge was important, but Harry was not so angry that he forgot the most important thing. Time passed little by little, and the Green Goblin serum was finally synthesized. Harry eagerly took out the serum and put it into the syringe. Of course, he was not in a hurry to inject it into his body right now. The use of serum still requires some protective measures. Harry took the serum syringe and came to the medical cabin in the middle of the laboratory. If any adverse reaction occurred after the injection of the serum, or even life-threatening, the medical cabin would automatically activate to ensure that Harry received treatment as soon as possible. Lying in the medical cabin, Harry made up his mind, grabbed the syringe and stabbed himself in the wrist. The thick green liquid was injected into Harry's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay. In an instant, intense pain spread throughout his body. Harry felt that every muscle in his body was being torn, then reassembled, torn again, and reassembled again, repeating this process countless times. I don't know how long it took, but the feeling of my flesh being torn apart completely disappeared, replaced by a sense of fullness and unprecedented clarity and sharpness in all my senses. This means that the Green Goblin serum has completely integrated into Harry's blood. Harry walked out of the medical cabin, his whole body soaked with sweat, and an indescribable sense of relief surged in his heart. He closed his eyes and carefully felt his body, which seemed to be unchanged on the surface but was actually completely different. Very good. He doesn't have the second-rate idea of wanting to rule the world with his power, nor does he have the false confidence that he is absolutely invincible. He also doesn't have a second personality. I haven't found any side effects. After a while, Harry opened his eyes and thought with satisfaction. Although I am very curious about the extent to which the Green Goblin serum can strengthen the human body, before that, I have to solve the unfavorable factors that affect my peaceful sleep. Harry turned his head and looked at a glass cabinet not far from the medical cabin. Inside was a set of hideous green armor. Donald's mansion in Upper Manhattan. What did you say? Harry Osborn is not dead. And all the people sent to kill him have been caught. Donald yelled into the phone in disbelief. You can't even kill a young boy, what on earth are you doing as the Hammerhead family? Watch your words, Donald. Those guys are just peripheral thugs of the family. The money you paid is only enough to mobilize them. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. I don't mean to belittle you, Hammerhead. I'm worried because they are just peripheral members. What if someone tells the police that I'm the mastermind behind this? Don't worry, we have a lot of informants in the police station, they don't dare to talk nonsense to the police. Hearing this, Donald felt a little more at ease. But after this assassination, even if Harry doesn't know that the person who wanted to kill him was me, he would definitely guess that it was related to someone in the Osborn Group. I had a grudge with him not long ago, so he might still suspect me. Hammerhead, if you take my money, you have to help me kill Harry. I want to see his death, the sooner the better. Donald said boldly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Okay, since we failed this time, I will send out the core members of my family next time. That's good. I'll pay you some more money after the job is done. Donald said with a look of delight. At this moment, a strange hoarse voice sounded from the side. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Mr. Mencken. I wonder if I could have a share, too. Who? Donald was startled by the sudden sound and turned his head quickly, but there was only a half-open window next to him and he didn't see anyone outside the window. Did I hear wrongly? He walked to the window suspiciously and wanted to close the half-open window. Scare. However, at this moment, a terrifying face like a demon suddenly rushed out and appeared in front of Donald. What? Donald screamed in fright and fell to the ground. Green, green, green. Green Devil. What do you want to do? Haven't you disappeared? You guess. Faced with Donald's puzzled questions, the Green Goblin just smiled grimly. Let me guess. Donald was confused. What was he guessing? Was he treating him as a child? Wait, I get it. You heard that I hired Hammerhead to kill Harry, and you want a piece of the action, right? Suddenly, Donald seemed to have figured something out, and his expression became calm. The Green Goblin fell silent. You are really a little genius. That's easy to say. As long as you can kill Harry, Rahan Group will pay you whatever the price is. Donald stood up from the ground and painted a big pie for the Green Goblin with a smile on his face, regardless of whether the other party really wanted to eat it. Congratulations, you guessed it right, so I decided to give you a reward. The Green Goblin grinned, pulled out an orange pumpkin-shaped sphere from his arms, and gently tossed it toward Donald. Chapter 10. Late at night, several policemen entered Donald's mansion and were led to the master bedroom by the trembling servants. Then they saw a room that looked like a fire scene, and a body that was as black as charcoal lying on the ground by the window. The next day, Harry woke up in his bedroom at the Osborn family manor after a long absence. Sure enough, the bed at home is still more comfortable to sleep in. He stretched, changed his clothes and went to the dining room. The servants at home had already prepared breakfast in advance. Harry ate his breakfast while checking today's morning news. Last night, millionaire and Osborn Group shareholder Donald Mencken died in a bizarre explosion. As the scene was completely burned, no traces of the explosion could be found. This pumpkin bomb is quite useful. It can kill people and destroy evidence at the same time. Harry thought with satisfaction when he read the news of Donald's death. Now that the news of Donald's death has spread, the board of directors must have known about it. Now is the time to thoroughly reorganize the Osborn Group and expel all the parasites. Harry picked up his cell phone and called his secretary. Poppy, notify all the directors of the group. I have a meeting in an hour. Roger that, Mr. Osborn. At this moment, in an ordinary apartment building on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, Bobby Dine replied to Harry in a respectful tone. After hanging up the phone, her expression suddenly took a 180-degree turn, and a coldness that was completely inconsistent with her appearance appeared on her face. I have a feeling that we don't have much time left, Leo. We need to speed up the mission. Bobby turned around and looked at the other person in the room, a young man with a stubble on his face, sitting in front of a computer and typing away. Why? Did anyone see through your disguise? Agent 19. Leo asked, frowning. Harry has been very wary of me recently. He may have begun to doubt my identity. However, he probably thinks I am a participant in the assassination. Besides, I think Harry had something to do with Donald Mencken's death last night. Poppy rested his hand on his chin in thought. The manner of Donald's death and the extent of the destruction at the scene perfectly match the effect of the Green Goblin's pumpkin bomb. So you think Harry Osborn somehow learned or inherited Norman's identity as the Green Goblin? Leo was surprised by Bobby's guess. I'm not sure. There's no evidence or signs. I just feel that the longer it takes, the more detrimental it will be to our mission. If you really need evidence, just take it as my intuition. Anyway, can you crack the computer and elevator in Harry's office this time? I have been studying the network of the Osborn Group for a whole month. I can freely hack into every networked device in every workstation, but the computer in Harry's office and the space above it are not connected to the network system of the entire building. They are only connected to their internal LAN. You can't hack into a place that is not connected to the network through the network. You can just say no, I can't, Bobby complained. In fact, I can. Leo suddenly smiled confidently, stopped typing on the keyboard, took a small device from the computer and handed it to Bobby. Put this on Harry's desk. It will allow me to force my way in from the outside. And then what? Just put it on? I don't need to find an interface or something to plug it in. Bobby took the device suspiciously. Do you really want me to explain to you how this thing works? Leo asked, raising an eyebrow. Put it on the table, right? No problem. We'll take action when Harry calls a board meeting. Bobby put away the hacking device, stood up and walked out the door. An hour later, in the Osborn building conference room. A dozen directors arrived early, and more than half of them felt stiff and uncomfortable. These people were all accomplices who were persuaded by Donald to conspire to get rid of Harry. It was with the secret help of these directors that the killers sent by Hammerhead were able to monitor Osborn building for several days without being discovered. I thought I would hear the news of Harry's death, but it turned out that the person who was killed was Donald. How could this not make them feel frightened? Indeed, there is no evidence to prove that Harry is related to Donald's death, and to outsiders, Harry has no motive to kill Donald. But in this world, some things do not require evidence. Others may not know the true grudge between Donald and Harry, but how could they not know it? Especially since Harry had just been attacked and the mastermind Donald died on the same day, and then the next day all the directors were suddenly called to a meeting. What was they doing? No one knows, no one dares to ask, and no one dares not to come. For a moment, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. The few directors who did not go along with Donald clearly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere and they all frowned. Just 2 minutes after all the directors were seated, Harry walked in with a smile on his face. It looks like everyone is here, so I'll make it short. Harry came to the first seat and sat down, looking at the directors with a smile. The reason for holding this meeting today is mainly because I want to discuss two things with you. Chairman, just tell me what you want. We can discuss it. A director who was in cahoots with Donald said with a flattering smile, hoping to leave a good impression on Harry. The first thing is about Donald Mencken's accidental death. Although he was expelled from the board of directors, he was still a shareholder of the group and had a lot of shares in the Osborn Group. Harry spoke without even looking at the fawning director. Donald has no children, and all his other relatives have passed away, which means there is no heir to his assets. I decided to take back Donald's shares. It may be a bit inappropriate to mention this now, but this is a reality that must be mentioned. After he finished speaking, no one raised any objections. Reclaiming equity was a legitimate act. Seeing this, Harry continued. The second thing is related to everyone present here. As soon as these words came out, most of the directors present suddenly changed their expressions. Could it be that Harry really knew about their conspiracy with Donald and was now starting to settle accounts? As everyone knows, when my father founded the Osborn Group, he set up many systems that were different from those of common companies. For example, every director on the board of directors owns shares. Although the number of shareholders is greater than that of directors, in fact, our board of directors is equivalent to the shareholders' meeting. Harry smiled kindly. I personally think that this system is extremely unreasonable and obviously harmful to the management of the group, so I have a suggestion. I plan to acquire all of your Osborn Group shares in my personal name. What do you think? Chapter 11. Excuse me, Mr. Osborn, did you just say you wanted to acquire our shares? One director couldn't believe what he was hearing. All the board members together control about 1/5 of the shares of the Osborn Group. Harry alone owns 2/3, and with Donald's nearly 10 points of equity, this basically means 100% control. Harry wants to turn the Osborn Group into a completely family-owned private business. Yes, you heard it right, but I'd better put it in a more plain and understandable way. I plan to take back all the shares of Osborn Group. Harry said as a matter of course. Do you know what you are talking about? Let's not talk about why we want to sell the shares to you. Where do you get the money to buy so many shares? Given the market value of the Osborn Group, even if it was once on the verge of bankruptcy, the stock price that has fallen to the bottom is not cheap. Even 1% is an astronomical figure. Even the world's richest man, Tony Stark, can't come up with so much money to acquire it in his personal capacity. No matter how rich you, Harry Osborn, are, can your personal assets compare to Tony's? That's right, Harry Osborn. You have absolute management rights over the company. We can only listen to whatever decisions you make in this regard. We accept them. But when it comes to equity, we will never let you do whatever you want. Another director stood up indignantly. The smile on Harry's face gradually disappeared, and his eyes became extremely cold. He looked at the director and asked meaningfully, "You used to have a good personal relationship with Donald, right, Mr. Ferrier? What do you want to say?" Ferrier was startled when he heard Donald's name, but he still pretended to be calm. Harry's eyes swept from him to the other directors. This time, he was not looking at everyone, but the group of traitors who conspired with Donald. Everyone who met Harry's eyes turned away guiltily. When killing Donald last night, Harry cracked his communication equipment and the mansion's surveillance system, from which he learned all the people who had participated in the secret meeting before. And you guys all have a good relationship with Donald. When he was fired from the board of directors, you went to his house for a party. Am I right? Harry said with a slight smile on his face. Actually, I'm a little curious. Since you guys had such a good relationship, why did you guys remain indifferent when he passed away? As soon as these words were spoken, Ferrier and the others felt their hearts sink. That party was held in secret, and logically no one other than them should have known about it, but Harry knew about it. There is no doubt that Harry is definitely involved in Donald's death. What to do? These people looked at each other and saw the same answer in each other's eyes. No way. What would it matter if they knew that Harry killed Donald? They had no evidence, and no one would believe it if they told them. And most importantly, Harry could have just killed them all one by one like he had killed Donald. What they didn't know was that Harry had actually thought about this last night. If he didn't look down on them as insignificant little characters, and the sudden death of so many members of the Osborn Group's board of directors was too conspicuous, they would not have survived until now. Mr. Ferrier, if you really want to contribute to the group, think carefully about what you should say now. Harry put emphasis on the words "think carefully." Ferrier's forehead was covered with sweat. At this point, if he still didn't know what Harry wanted, he would be very stupid. He gritted his teeth, put on a smile and said, "I've thought it through, Mr. Osborn. I am willing to transfer all my shares to you." Gift? No, that won't do. It will put you at a great disadvantage. Harry interrupted him before he could finish and said, "You must be joking. This kind of thing can't be given away for free. How about this? I'll buy back your shares at $1 a share. The stock market is sluggish right now. Do you think this price is a bit low, Mr. Ferrier?" Harry asked kindly. "A bit low? This is hundreds of times lower." Not low, the price is right." Ferrier's heart was bleeding. Seeing this scene, the 7 or 8 directors who were in cahoots with Ferrier suddenly looked ashen, slumped in their seats, and weakly said that they were willing to accept the same conditions as Ferrier. At this moment, the remaining 3 or 4 directors looked at them in confusion. Although they didn't understand the specific inside story, they could more or less guess that Harry must have caught something on them and actually agreed to such a ridiculous acquisition contract. Then I couldn't help but start to worry about myself. Harry did not make things too difficult for these relatively honest directors and bought their shares at a relatively normal price. In fact, if you really want to trade, this price is also very low, but there is no harm without comparison. When you compare it with the person in front, you will suddenly have the illusion that you have made a profit. Just as Harry was holding a board meeting, a beautiful figure quietly walked into his office. Bobby first carefully completed his secretary's job and cleaned the office spotlessly, and at the same time made sure that there was no one else in the office. Then she took out the hacking device and gently placed it on Harry's desk. The desktop display screen was activated instantly, and a string of incomprehensible garbled characters jumped wildly on the screen. "Leo, how long will it take? We don't have much time." Bobby communicated with Leo, who was hiding in a car not far downstairs, through the headset. "It will be ready soon, just give me some time." Leo was typing away at his laptop, and what appeared on the screen was the same garbled text that Bobby saw. Nailed it. Finally, Leo hit the last key. At the same time, Bobby also found that the virtual screen of the desk had entered the operation interface. She quickly scanned the contents. As expected, there is no important information in this computer. "Leo, can you help me open the elevator?" "A piece of cake." As soon as Leo finished speaking, the independent elevator in the corner of the office opened its door automatically. Bobby rushed in as fast as he could. "Be careful, there may be signal blocking up there, and then you'll have to rely on yourself." As soon as the elevator started, Leo's voice quickly turned into a series of noises. Bobby simply took off his headphones. A few seconds later, the elevator arrived, and a secret laboratory with gloomy lighting that didn't look like a good place appeared in front of Bobby. This is indeed the Green Goblin's secret laboratory. This month's work has not been wasted. Bobby walked into the laboratory and exclaimed at the dazzling array of Green Goblin technology. At this moment, a voice rang out that made Bobby's hair stand on end. "Who are you? This is a private place, no entry without authorization." Chapter 12. Who? Bobby's face changed in shock. He quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointed it in the direction of the voice and shouted. However, when Bobby saw who was speaking, his scalp suddenly went numb. Because the one who warned her was not a human at all, but a head mounted on a mechanical frame. Yes, just a lonely head, no body. This head has extremely realistic skin tissue and facial features, with delicate eyebrows, red lips, white teeth, and very beautiful long golden hair. If it weren't for the blue ring-shaped LED light on the right temple, and the dense network of wires connected below the head instead of a neck, Bobby would most likely think it was a real human head. This should be the android that Harry Osborn mentioned. I didn't expect that he actually succeeded in developing it. Looking at the simulated head in front of him that was so real that it was unbelievable, Bobby thought in amazement. Unauthorized entry into the laboratory has been detected, and security protocols have been activated. The warning words came from the mouth of the android. Her tone was serious and earnest, making people feel that a real human was speaking, which was completely different from the common impression of the electronic synthesized voice of robots. However, Bobby had no interest in the android's audio system. Her entire attention was on the security protocol the other party mentioned. Woo! 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 Just as the bionic man finished speaking, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded throughout the laboratory, and dark red lights kept flashing. At the same time, waves of smoke that looked malicious blew down from the ceiling and gradually spread throughout the laboratory. Shit! Bobby thought something was wrong and immediately held his breath and rushed towards the elevator. However, when she arrived at the elevator door, she saw that the originally green display screen above the elevator had now turned red, and the elevator did not respond no matter how she pressed the button. Seeing this, Bobby had to turn back to look for a new escape route. He quickly scanned the laboratory and then helplessly discovered that there was not even a window here. The only entrance and exit was the elevator. You! I don't know if you are a robot or an android, just open the elevator and let me go, or I will shoot what's left of your head. Bobby quickly walked back to the android's head and put the muzzle of the gun to the latter's forehead threateningly. I'm sorry, I'm an android, not a human. I have no emotions and cannot feel fear. Your threats are meaningless to me. The android said in a calm tone. Really? Perhaps destroying you will lift this so-called security protocol. Bobby guessed with sharp eyes. It's useless. Once the security protocol is activated, it cannot be lifted by any means. Even if you destroy me, it will be useless. The bionic person remained calm and composed, with no expression on her face. She didn't even blink when the gun was pointed at her. She was terrifyingly calm. This is the decisive difference between androids and humans. Damn it, I can't contact Leo here, and I don't have any heavy firepower weapons that can blow up the wall. Am I going to be trapped here forever? Bobby felt his head beginning to feel dizzy. It must be because he accidentally inhaled the smoke just now. Wait. Heavy firepower weapons. Suddenly, Bobby seemed to have caught something. Oh, it's the pumpkin bomb. This is the lab where the Green Goblin's equipment is secretly manufactured, so there must be pumpkin bombs. Just use the pumpkin bomb to blow open the elevator door. Thinking of this, Bobby began to search the laboratory anxiously. Unfortunately, the increasingly serious coma in her brain could no longer support her actions. She had just taken 2 steps when her eyes went dark and she fell to the ground with a plop. In a car parked near the Osborn building, Leo, who was staring at the computer screen, suddenly changed his expression. The hacking device I gave to Agent 19 was banned. And there were only a few nanoseconds between its discovery and its complete ban. How is this possible? In addition to being shocked, Leo also realized that if his device was banned, then his companions must have been discovered. There is even a high possibility of encountering an accident. Leo threw the computer into the back seat of the car and drove away as fast as he could, fearing that if he stayed for another second, the people from the Osborn Group would surround him. There wasn't even a thought of rescuing Bobby. Are you kidding? He is just a weak technician, not a highly skilled field agent. It would be useless for him to go and rescue people. On the other side, inside the building, at the Osborn Group's board meeting, Harry suddenly felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrating. He took it out and looked at it, his eyes moved slightly. There were indeed other rats in the group, and he was right to rush to make the bionic man's head. He turned to the former directors present and announced, the contract for the transfer of equity has been signed. From now on, you will have nothing to do with the Osborn Group. Please leave now. After saying that, Harry stood up and left the meeting room to see who had stepped into the trap he had set. Wake up, I know how long the drug's effect lasts, you'd better not pretend to sleep. In the dark room, Poppy slowly opened her eyes and found Harry Osborn standing in front of her. She was tied to a chair, the ropes were tied so tightly that she could hardly move even a finger. Mr. Osborn, what happened? Where am I? Poppy pretended to be panicked. Your acting is great. You should really go to Hollywood. It's definitely the right place for you. Harry said regretfully, looking at her panic-stricken look which was impeccable. I suggest that we stop wasting time. Bobby Dine is just a pseudonym, right? Who are you? What is your purpose in lurking in the Osborn Group? I work for the FBI and am here to investigate the relationship between the Osborn Group and the Green Goblin. I must remind you, Mr. Osborn, that your current actions are the illegal imprisonment of a federal agent. Bobby's face regained composure in an instant, and she announced her identity in a very proud manner. Just from her attitude, it was hard not to believe that she was from the FBI. In response, Harry shook his head in disappointment. I told you I don't want to waste time, don't you understand? Harry's reaction gave Poppy a sudden uneasy feeling. I looked into you, your fake identity, and all the people who look like you. Do you know what I found? Apart from your flawless resume, I couldn't find any real-life experience of yours. It's like your past has been artificially erased. You don't exist in this world. Harry regarded Poppy with interest. There aren't many organizations that are capable of doing this, and they like to blame the FBI when things go wrong. I can probably guess that even without you telling me. You are from S.H.I.E.L.D., am I right? Chapter 13. You know S.H.I.E.L.D.? Poppy asked in disbelief, and the moment she blurted out the question, she realized that this was a disguised move. But compared to the exposure of her identity, she was more concerned about how Harry knew about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even his father Norman only knew a little about them when he was alive. At most, he knew that there was such a mysterious organization, but he might not be able to call out the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. How did you hear about us? Poppy asked with a serious look on his face. I'm sorry, I'm interrogating you now. You don't have the right to ask questions. Harry was too lazy to make up an excuse that seemed reasonable but needed constant patching to explain why he knew things he shouldn't know. If I knew it, I knew it. What did it matter to me how I knew it? Besides, what's so great about being an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why should she have to answer any question? She can imagine whatever she wants. I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all have their own numbers and code names. Which agent are you? Harry asked casually. You even know this? In just a few words, Bobby, a veteran agent, was shocked twice. It would be fine if Harry knew about S.H.I.E.L.D., after all, people in the upper class have many channels, so getting a name is acceptable. But he actually has a certain degree of understanding of the agent system within S.H.I.E.L.D., which is a big problem. Her first thought was that someone inside S.H.I.E.L.D. was leaking information. Yeah, I even know this. Harry's face turned cold. So if you don't want everyone in the world to know these secrets, then watch your mouth and know what to say and what not to say. You don't need me to teach you. At this point in time when S.H.I.E.L.D. has not yet been exposed, it is surprisingly easy to control them, because keeping it secret from the world is the absolute priority of all their actions, and everything else has to come after it. Friendly reminder, the prerequisite for controlling the situation is that your own strength and status must be strong enough, and you should not be afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s shady assassination, otherwise you will easily get into trouble. Sure enough, when Poppy heard Harry threaten to expose S.H.I.E.L.D., his expression suddenly changed. My real name is Barbara Morse, Agent 19 of S.H.I.E.L.D., codename Mockingbird. Hearing her answer, Harry's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this person was a celebrity. Barbara Morse, the Mockingbird, is a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is regarded by Nick Fury as an elite right-hand man. She was once sent undercover as an agent inside Hydra and collected a lot of intelligence, but she was discovered by Hydra not long after and was forced to escape. She returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. and served as a field agent again. She also had a relationship with Hawkeye, and the two even got married later. Why did S.H.I.E.L.D. send you to Osborn Corporation? For the formula of the Green Goblin serum. Harry then asked. Why else would I come here? To investigate whether the Osborn Group has evaded taxes? That is not within the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s business. We found out that the real identity of the super-criminal Green Goblin who suddenly appeared not long ago is most likely Norman Osborn, so we decided to infiltrate the Osborn Group. One is to confirm how dangerous Norman is, and the other is to find the formula of the Green Goblin serum and destroy it. Destroy? Harry showed a sneer on his face, first copy and then destroy. Mockingbird was speechless. I'm very curious. As far as I know, you have been sneaking into the Osborn Group as a secretary for almost a month. You should have many opportunities to find the Green Goblin laboratory before I return to the company. But why did you take action until now? Because of Donald Mencken. At this point, Mockingbird's face showed a hint of anger. After Norman passed away, Donald tried to occupy his office, but because he did not have the highest authority, he triggered the office's protection system. Even my access rights as the chairman's secretary were temporarily revoked. Only after you, who have the Osborn family genes, came back did my rights return. I see. Harry nodded understandingly. This is all the information I know. If you want to ask anything else, I don't know. Mockingbird slumped in her chair, feeling deflated, as if telling Harry all this had taken all the energy out of her. An agent is an agent after all. Even at this point, he still doesn't forget to act. There's one thing you didn't tell me. Harry snorted and raised her hand to flash it in front of her. It was the hacking device Leo had given her. Who helped you make this thing? Don't tell me you made it yourself. No one with any brains would believe that. Yes, I have a partner, but he is not a field agent. He is only responsible for providing me with technical support. I have been in your hands for such a long time. If he has not been caught by you, he must have escaped. Mockingbird nodded helplessly and said, I didn't say that because I don't think this information is necessary for you. Not necessary? That's absolutely necessary. Harry smiled mysteriously, because I am sure that someone will come to visit you soon, and I need to think carefully about how to entertain these guests. After a few hours, night fell. Most of the employees in Osborn building clocked out one after another, and the ups and downs happening at the top seemed to have little to do with them. In the chairman's office, Harry put on the Green Goblin armor and sat at the desk, waiting for someone to come. Dong dong, dong dong. I don't know how much time had passed, but there was a knock on the office door. Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Harry said so. The office door was pushed open, and several cold-faced men in suits and sunglasses walked in. In front of them was a slightly plump middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Just by looking at this physical feature, Harry knew who this person was. The famous SHIELD Level 7 agent and top hard-working Phil Coulson. Mr. Osborn, you look as if you knew we were coming. Coulson walked forward and spoke with a smile in a very gentle manner. Let me introduce myself. I'm Phil Coulson. I'm here to retrieve one of my colleagues. Some of her actions may have offended you. Believe me, these are all misunderstandings. Your colleagues have told me everything, Agent Coulson. I know who you are and what you are trying to do. Harry got straight to the point. I have no grudge against you, but you want to steal my company's secrets. Now I have caught one of your spies who broke in illegally, and you are telling me this is a misunderstanding and want to take him away without paying any price. Chapter 14. So, what price do you want us to pay in exchange for my colleague? When it came to the point, the kind smile on Coulson's face gradually disappeared and turned into a serious expression. Before we discuss the terms, I must say something inappropriate. Although Mockingbird is a rare elite agent of SHIELD, this does not mean that her value is infinite. If you want to ask for too much, then we would rather give her up. I need 100 kilograms of vibranium. Currently, 1 gram of vibranium costs about $10,000 on the black market, which is almost $1 billion. It's impossible that SHIELD can't even come up with this little money, right? Harry said lightly. Impossible. Coulson refused without hesitation, this is not a matter of money. The amount of vibranium circulating in the black market is scarce. It's hard to say whether there are 50 kilograms in total. Moreover, the value of vibranium to SHIELD is equally important. We can only give you 500 grams at most. Vibranium is a super metal brought to Earth by meteorites from outer space. It has the property of absorbing energy and is the second hardest substance in the universe, second only to original adamantium. It is the most precious material in the entire universe. Because the vibranium meteorite fell in the isolated African country of Wakanda, and Wakanda never trades vibranium with other countries, the vibranium circulating in the world is extremely scarce. It is said to be priced at $10,000 per gram, but in fact there is no market for it. Even the very small amount of vibranium circulating on the black market can often be traced back to the same person, Ulysses Claw. 20 years ago, this guy sneaked in with the help of a Wakandan guide and dug out about 250 kilograms of vibranium. Although he was unfortunately discovered by the Wakandans and tortured, he finally managed to escape with the vibranium. That is to say, except for Wakanda, all the vibranium in the world added together would not exceed 300 kilograms. Harry asked for 100 kilograms right away, but of course S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't agree. Similarly, Harry would not agree to 500 grams of vibranium. Is it just a small amount to give to a beggar? However, Harry had no intention of really asking for vibranium from the beginning. He deliberately made an overly high request first, and then made a slightly more reasonable request. This would have a much higher success rate than directly making the second request. I need a legal license to exploit resources in the Arctic Circle, preferably in Greenland. Harry corrected himself. That depends on what resource you want to mine. If it's oil or natural gas. Coulson didn't finish his words, but they both knew what he meant. Don't worry, Osborn Group is not an oil company. What we want to mine are just ordinary ore. Harry smiled slightly. When did the Osborn Group start researching minerals? Coulson asked suspiciously. Compared to the unrealistic condition of 100 kilograms of vibranium, the mining rights of ordinary ore are not a big deal. With Coulson's level, he can make the decision on his own. He doesn't even need to ask Director Fury for instructions. He just needs to submit a report afterwards. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the fact that Harry brought this up at this moment showed that this so-called ordinary ore was definitely not that ordinary. I won't disclose any business secrets, and it doesn't seem to be related to our current conversation, right? Harry asked back calmly. It shouldn't be difficult for the Osborn Group to obtain such a license. Why would they need our help? Coulson was puzzled. It's indeed not difficult, but exploiting Arctic resources is a very sensitive act internationally. It requires the management of quite a lot of people, and the Osborn Group isn't very well funded right now. If I let you help me get it, it would save me a lot of complicated steps and even embarrassing situations. Harry nodded in agreement. Is it really so common that you would go to such great lengths to get this kind of ore? Coulson gave Harry a long look. It is indeed commonplace. Believe it or not, that's all I ask. If you want Mockingbird, you must exchange it for mining licenses. Otherwise, I will have to announce at the press conference that Osborn Group has captured an illegal S.H.I.E.L.D. spy. Harry said indifferently that without the blue blood synthesis technology, that kind of ore would be no different from stones found everywhere. It would be meaningless even if others knew there was something fishy about it. Looking at Harry's attitude of talking if possible and exploding if not, Coulson fell into deep thought. In fact, he still had a third option, which was to forcibly subdue Harry on the spot and force him to release the Mockingbird. Even Coulson had been holding this idea before entering the door, but the moment he pushed open the door and saw that Harry had already put on the Green Goblin armor, he realized that this path was probably not feasible. The chances of these few people winning against the fully armed Green Devils in their home court cannot be said to be slim, but they can be said to be zero. Of course, Coulson could also deal with Harry on the surface, and secretly arrange for snipers or armed helicopters to blow up the entire office, but this would seem too evil. Just like Harry emphasized, he did nothing. It was you, S.H.I.E.L.D., who sent the spy to steal things first. There was nothing wrong with him catching the thief, and he didn't ask for any excessive conditions when demanding a ransom. If S.H.I.E.L.D. really did something to Harry, then their original founding philosophy would be bullshit. Although in reality it is almost the same, justice should still be upheld. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Coulson gave an answer of agreement. No problem. Before noon tomorrow, Osborn Group will receive the mineral mining rights within Greenland. Very good. Once you get the mining rights, you can take the Mockingbird away and pretend that what happened today never happened. Harry nodded in satisfaction. After watching Coulson and others leave, Harry returned to the Green Goblin's laboratory. I have good news for you. Your colleague will come to pick you up at noon tomorrow. He said his name is Coulson. He walked over to a glass petri dish in the corner, which contained a mockingbird in its underwear. Harry didn't do this out of shyness, but for safety reasons. After all, Mockingbird is a level 7 agent of SHIELD, and his skills are definitely not weak. What if he runs away? Stripping him naked can minimize the risk. Coulson? What did you say? Mockingbird asked, frowning at the mention of Coulson's name. Don't you SHIELD agents have a good memory? I've told you many times that as a prisoner you have no right to ask questions. Harry snorted coldly and pressed the red button next to it, turning the originally transparent glass dish into a dark grey that blocked out the view from inside and outside. Then he turned around and walked to the position of the Bionic Man and continued to create the Bionic Man's body. Chapter 15. The next day at noon, Coulson came again and brought all the documents Harry requested as promised. With these, Harry can mine the raw materials of blue blood in Greenland without any worries and produce blue blood continuously. Once the reserve of blue blood is guaranteed, the circulation of biological components will be a piece of cake, and the large-scale mass production of bionic humans will not be a problem. Moreover, with R&D costs almost zero, the actual cost of manufacturing bionic humans will be compressed to an extremely low level. According to Harry's estimation, in addition to the large amount of equipment and manpower costs required in the initial stage of resource mining, when the number of bionic people increases and replaces ordinary workers to achieve a self-sufficient production model, a bionic person with a lower configuration may only cost a few $1,000s. It's not as simple as just making as much money as you want. What Harry cares more about than profit is that one day in the future, he can use his superior cost-effectiveness to allow bionic people to infiltrate all aspects of society. Every country, every company, every community, every school, and even every family. By then, the Osborn Group will become the most prestigious company in the world, and Harry will have the greatest voice on Earth. Although this seems like a destructive plan that could easily backfire, if a major AI-related crisis were to occur one day, such as the Age of Ultron or the Sentinel robots going out of control, the androids that have infiltrated every aspect of human society might be assimilated by them. But Harry believed that by that time, he would have already obtained countless more powerful black technologies, and a large-scale intelligent machine crisis might not develop. What's more, in Harry's plan, the performance of bionic people used in the civilian market will be castrated, and they will only be kept at a level slightly stronger than humans. At most, they will never get tired. Even if there really is a Marvel version of Skynet that can recruit androids for its own use, it may not necessarily look down on these garbage that are just numbers. These documents appear to be in good condition. In the office, Harry clicked his tongue after flipping through the mining permit Coulson brought. Denmark has been reducing the number of foreign companies allowed to enter and exploit resources in recent years. I didn't expect you to get it in just one night. SHIELD is really well connected. Where's Mockingbird? Coulson ignored Harry's sarcastic compliment and asked straight to the point. Bring her out here, Chloe. Harry clapped his hands lightly. In the lounge on the side of the office, Mockingbird walked out, led by a strange man who was half human and half machine. This weirdo is the prototype of the android that Harry is making, and he names it Chloe. Due to time constraints, only half of the biological component was completed, and it is what it is now. I'm returning the body to you, Coulson. I hope this won't happen again, or I won't be so nice to you. Harry looked at Coulson with a cold face and said. We sent Mockingbird here because we're worried that the Green Goblin serum could fall into the hands of criminals and cause great harm to society. After all, there's the previous Green Goblin. Coulson explained, putting on the same kind smile he had when they first met. But now, we are sure that you are not an evil person who would do evil things recklessly, so it is impossible for you to do it again. Oh. Harry sneered, so the Donald incident is just as if it never happened? Are you trying to say you don't know the truth of the matter? You seem to have misunderstood, Mr. Osborn. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a police department. We never deal with criminals, but rather entities that may pose a major threat to the world, entities that are far beyond your imagination. Coulson spoke eloquently, and it was obvious that he was truly proud of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cause. Really? Then I really want to see what existence you can deal with that is beyond my imagination. Harry just found it funny. How many troubles were caused by you, S.H.I.E.L.D., that had to be solved by outsiders in the end? Sometimes, you even had to drag the whole world down with you to start over? If S.H.I.E.L.D. says it's second, then only the Illuminati dares to say it's first. Coulson did not comment, took out a safe and handed it to Harry, then spoke under the latter's inquiring gaze. This is 300 grams of vibranium. It's used to compensate you for the trouble caused by Mockingbird's actions. I also hope that after you accept it, you will keep our existence a secret. You can just say this is hush money. I can keep it a secret for you. In fact, I am too lazy to do publicity for S.H.I.E.L.D., but the premise is that you don't mess with me. Harry opened the safe and took a look. Inside was not a whole piece of vibranium, but more than a dozen fragments of different sizes and shapes. Although 300 grams of vibranium is not a lot, it is enough for Harry to use for a long time. Any metal mixed with a small amount of vibranium to make an alloy can increase its hardness and strength exponentially. In this way, Coulson returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. with Mockingbird, and Harry basically got the raw materials of blue blood and 300 grams of vibranium for nothing. At this point, the internal problems of the Osborn Group have been almost resolved, and Harry can finally devote himself to the manufacture of the android prototype. Perhaps tens of thousands of employees within the group still know nothing about the new boss and lack confidence in his bionic decisions. But this is not a problem. When the day comes when Harry unveils the complete android to the public, he is sure that all the employees of the entire group will worship him as a god. If that doesn't work, the worst that can happen is a pay raise. Half a month passed in a flash, and Harry finally made the initial prototype of the android. It has complete biological components and a blue blood circulation system, a skin layer that can intelligently adjust the temperature according to the environment, and an intelligent program that can perfectly imitate human expressions. Hello, Mr. Osborn, my name is Chloe, and from today on, I will be your personal assistant. Harry was very satisfied as he watched Chloe introduce herself with a sweet smile on her face. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Excuse me, Miss Pepper Potts. At Stark Tower, Pepper asked curiously as she listened to the unfamiliar young voice on the phone. Yes, I'm Pepper, who are you? I'm Harry Osborn. Mr. Stark once promised me that he would reserve a booth for me at the Expo. I wonder if this promise still holds true. Harry recounted his earlier conversation with Tony. Oh, it's Mr. Osborn. You must be joking about the booth. We very much welcome the Osborn Group to showcase their innovative technologies. Not to mention a booth, even giving the Osborn Group a dedicated exhibition hall would not be a problem. When Pepper heard that the other party was Osborn, he immediately became excited. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. A group as large as Osborn is still a behemoth even if it is now in decline. Their exhibition can not only increase the exposure of their products, but also increase the popularity of the Stark Expo, which is a win-win situation. Chapter 16. We can discuss the specific matters in person. If you have time today, why not visit the Expo and choose a location for the exhibition hall? Pepper invited Harry to visit. That's great. I've wanted to see this grand event that brings together the world's technological achievements for a long time. The two agreed on a time and place to meet. The Stark Technology Expo is located in Flushing Meadows Park in Queens and is built around the park's iconic giant globe model, covering a large area. The entire venue consists of more than 20 carefully designed exhibition halls, totaling nearly 100 exhibition halls of different types. Although they seem to be closed to each other, in fact each exhibition hall is completely open and interconnected. In the center of all the exhibition halls is a large open-air booth, surrounded by many top-notch audio equipment and gorgeous spotlight systems. At first glance, it doesn't look like a technology exhibition. If you don't know, you might think it's a superstar's concert. But when you think about the fact that the person who made the plan was Tony Stark, everything suddenly makes sense. It's a really spectacular project. It must have taken a lot of manpower and resources to build such a grand event. Standing at the entrance of Stark Expo, Harry looked at the huge buildings inside and exclaimed in admiration. Yes, if it weren't for Tony, I wouldn't believe that such a large venue could be completed in such a short time and done so perfectly. Next to Harry, a tall, blonde woman in her 30s smiled proudly. This is Pepper Potts, Tony's personal assistant, who had talked to Harry before. She has not yet been appointed as CEO by Tony, but judging from her work content in all aspects, she is now the actual manager of Stark Industries. There were several assistants and subordinates around the two of them, most of whom were Pepper's men. Harry only brought Chloe with him. However, he did not introduce Chloe's identity to others, because this was also the final test for Chloe. If he put her in the crowd, would people notice her uniqueness? Speaking of Mr. Stark, it seems like we haven't seen him much lately. Harry asked suddenly. The Senate summoned him to attend a hearing. Congress doesn't want to make a big deal out of this, but I estimate that after Tony arrives, it won't be long before the news spreads to everyone in the world. Pepper said with a normal expression, obviously she had experienced similar situations many times. Harry understood that it must be the US government that wanted Tony to hand over Iron Man's core technology. To be clear, it is for the arc reactor. The shell of the Iron Man suit has high technical content, but it is not an exclusive technology. The Green Goblin armor of the Osborn Group is no worse than it. Why hasn't the government asked Harry to hand it over every now and then? It's because the Green Goblin armor is really just a pure armor, it has no independent energy supply, and it is terribly heavy. Only a small group of soldiers with the strongest physique can barely move when wearing it. Even in the Marvel world where the overall technological level is extremely high, the arc reactor can be considered to be ahead of its time. It's not because of controlled nuclear fusion, but because it's small. Controlled nuclear fusion was invented as early as the last century when Howard was in office, and the Stark Industries headquarters building was built on a large fusion reactor. Although on the surface this is a technology unique to Stark Industries, there are many organizations that secretly master controlled nuclear fusion technology, including SHIELD, Hydra, AIM, Rahan Group, Genosha, Wakanda, Latveria, Atlantis. The US government is included in this, otherwise it would have asked Stark Industries for nuclear fusion technology decades ago. Why would it have waited until now? However, a normally built fusion reactor is too big, larger than an average nuclear power plant. In comparison, Iron Man's palm-sized fusion reactor is a true black technology. In most people's impressions, big is often better than small, and big means strong. But in fact, the more advanced and sophisticated the technology, the smaller its size. Many technological products that are getting bigger and bigger are not actually the case. The reason is that there is no way to make them smaller while upgrading their functionality. It is even difficult to maintain their original size, so they can only get bigger and bigger. The application range of small fusion reactors far exceeds that of large reactors. The latter are limited by their huge size and mass and can basically only be used for large-scale energy supply and can't do anything else because only this kind of structure can support its mass. Speaking human language cannot be weaponized. The former is so useful that it can be applied to almost any field, from fusion spacecraft to nuclear lighters. There is nothing it cannot do. To speak human language is to be weaponized. However, there is one thing that Harry finds quite intriguing, which is that although so many groups have already mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, so far only Stark Industries and Rahan Group have actually applied fusion power generation in the open. However, both companies have not used the technology commercially and only use it within their own companies. As a result, the entire world still regards backward energy sources such as oil, natural gas, and coal as the mainstream. I don't know whether the leaders above are crazy or have other intentions. In the following time, Pepper acted as Harry's guide, taking him to visit the Stark Expo to see what new technologies were there and to choose a suitable exhibition hall for the Osborn Group. Given that this Stark Expo lasts for a whole year, not all companies can afford to pay the booth fees for such a long time. Fortunately, there are countless technology companies from all over the world who want to exhibit at the Expo, and the exhibition is different every week throughout the year. Therefore, except for a few large companies that have their own fixed booths, more than 80% of the items displayed in the exhibition halls will be replaced every once in a while, and sometimes they will be empty. This will also ensure the freshness of the Expo and prevent tourists from getting bored of it in just a few days. This can be seen from the fact that more than a month has passed since the opening ceremony of the Expo, and there are still large crowds of tourists visiting here every day. Okay. Suddenly, Harry's attention was drawn to a certain pavilion. What's wrong? Is something wrong, Harry? Pepper noticed Harry's gaze, stopped explaining, and asked curiously. There seem to be very few visitors around that pavilion. I'm a little curious about what's inside. Harry looked towards the quiet and deserted pavilion, which seemed extremely out of place in the bustling atmosphere of the entire Expo, and said inquiringly. Pepper followed Harry's gaze and her expression suddenly became a little complicated. The exhibit there is, mutants. Chapter 17. Mutants? I thought all the mutants in the world are busy building Genosha right now, and they shouldn't have the energy to pay attention to activities like the Expo. Harry's eyes suddenly changed. Yes, we were also surprised when we first received the application from Xavier's School for Gifted Children. Pepper nodded. The history of mutants in this world is slightly faster than that in other universes, and the ideological dispute between Professor X and Magneto has basically come to a conclusion. That is the paradise that belongs exclusively to mutants. The Republic of Genosha has finally been recognized by the human world and established as a truly sovereign country, not just a self-satisfaction for the mutant community. In the process of building Genosha, the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants truly put aside their past grievances for the first time and united to create a new home. Of course, the X-Men and the Brotherhood still have their differences, but the conflict isn't as intense as before. To this day, mutants from all over the world are migrating to Genosha in an endless stream. It is said that the population has approached 10 million and is still growing rapidly. Harry, who had read comics in his previous life, knew that the final population of Genosha would reach 17 million, and then 16 million would die in an unprecedented massacre, and the remaining 1 million would be almost extinct in the subsequent incident of Scarlet Witch getting out of control. Before the events of the Holocaust, Magneto and Professor X would go through a long honeymoon period. Harry thought he would not have any contact with mutants for a long time, but he did not expect to meet them at the Expo so soon. They booked the entire exhibition hall. At the beginning, many tourists went in to visit. But when they found out that there were mutants inside, they ran out in panic. Gradually, no one approached the place. Pepper sighed. It seems that the Republic of Genosha has been legally recognized, which has given mutants hope of gaining psychological recognition from humans. Unfortunately, the reality is not that simple, and people's prejudice against mutants is already deeply rooted. Harry shook his head. No wonder the application was sent to Xavier's School for Gifted People instead of the Republic of Genosha. Obviously, Professor X still hopes that mutants can gain psychological recognition from humans, but Magneto understands that this is simply impossible. Over the past 100 years, the number of mutants has exploded, and 99% of them will undergo terrifying physical mutations. Humans have an instinctive aversion to strange-looking creatures, and this aversion can easily breed discrimination and oppression, and then intensify resistance. As a result, most mutants will embark on the path of crime, so that whenever a bizarre super-criminal appears and causes chaos, people's first thought is it must be a mutant who did it. Even Spider-Man was mistaken for a mutant when he first appeared. Every time this happens, Professor X will come out to popularize mutant physiology to the outside world, pointing out that so-and-so is not actually a mutant, and that real mutants are actually very kind and harmless. Over time, people even think that he created the concept of mutants. In fact, the first person to propose the mutant theory was a biologist who was not a mutant and lived in the same era as Darwin. As for the results of Professor X's painstaking efforts to popularize science to the world, it cannot be said to be useless, but only that few people listened. Let's go in and take a look. I'm quite curious about the mutants' technology, Harry suggested. As long as you don't mind. Although Pepper didn't have a good impression of mutants, she didn't have any ill feelings towards them either, so she naturally had no objection to Harry's proposal. At this moment, in the management room of the exhibition hall booked by the mutants, several figures were lying on the sofa board. It's been 37 days and no one has come in. Are we really going to stay here for a whole year? I feel like my body is going to mold. A short-haired, yellow-skinned girl with goggles on her forehead said lifelessly, "If you are really bored, just go back to Genosha. I am the only one watching over you here." A huge blue figure next to him comforted him. This was a strange man with blue fur all over his skin, shaped like an upright beast. And his nickname just happens to be the Beast. That won't do. It would be so lonely to stay here alone. We can't bear to leave you here, right Jian-Huan? The long-haired girl on the other side spoke. Ellie is absolutely right. The girl with goggles named Jian-Huan agreed. Come on, do you two really think we don't know what you are planning? At this time, a young man with wings on his back in the room glanced at the two girls and said unhappily. His name is Warren Worthington, an X-Man codenamed Angel, and also the rich second generation of the Worthington family. This time they booked the entire exhibition hall, with Angel's funding included. The other two girls are also members of the X-Men, Li Jianhuan and Swanyan Ellie Blair. You guys thought you were just volunteering to come along for fun, right? But when we got here, we discovered that the situation was completely different from what we thought. Now we feel unwilling to go back. Jianhuan and Xianyan blushed, obviously what the angel said was right. Ahem, it's because we were too tired recently. I know that our abilities are suitable for work, but you can't always pick on us, so I wanted to come out and take a breather. Who knew that after coming here, I have some free time, but it's a bit too much. Jianhuan curled her lips. If you feel too bored staying here, just go out for a walk. The Beast suggested. We tried, but now everyone outside will stare at us with that kind of look when they see us walking out of here, and Ellie used to be a very famous singer. We can only have the opportunity to go out after it's late at night, but by then it won't be fun. Jianhuan sighed. The professor also told us not to get involved in any crime this time we go out, otherwise we might be able to look for the man called Spider-Man. At this moment, footsteps were heard from outside, and several people stopped chatting instantly. Did I hear wrongly? Someone is coming. Jianhuan asked in disbelief. The next second, a voice from outside answered her question. Is anyone here? Isn't there a tour guide in this exhibition hall? Harry walked into the exhibition hall and asked as he looked at the empty exhibition hall. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry to have kept you waiting. A girl wearing goggles on her forehead suddenly ran out from the depths of the exhibition hall, followed by another girl, an angel, and a beast. Chapter 18. Dear visitors, I am the receptionist Li Jianhuan. Please allow me to introduce you. Miss Boss? Why are you here? Jianhuan, who hadn't seen a stranger for more than a month, seemed particularly excited. However, when she saw Pepper among Harry's group, the expression on her face suddenly froze. Tony is a hands-off boss, and all matters big and small at the Stark Expo are taken care of by Pepper. They met Pepper when they were discussing the site selection for the exhibition hall. They are not familiar with each other, but they are definitely not strangers. Qian Huan's mind raced. Miss Boz is so busy every day, she definitely doesn't have time to be a tourist, and she has already seen the exhibits here. Could it be that? A horrible possibility suddenly occurred to her. Could it be that there are too few visitors here, wasting so many display space resources, or there are too many people complaining about mutants not being allowed to participate in the exhibition, so she decided to take back the exhibition hall today. Thinking of this, Qian Huan's originally enthusiastic expression suddenly turned negative. I was showing a guest around the expo today, and I just happened to come in here and take a look. This is Mr. Harry Osborn, and he seems to be very interested in your exhibits. Pepper explained with a smile. Ah? Oh. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Qian Huan's expression instantly took a 180-degree turn. Don't be so impatient, you almost scared our tourists, Qian Huan. At this time, Angel and others came over, scolded Qian Huan, and then welcomed Harry. Welcome, Mr. Osborn. I am Warren Worthington, the director of this exhibition hall. The person next to me is Dr. McCoy and our image ambassador Ellie. I know a few of you, the heir of the Worthington family, the famous Dr. Hank McCoy, and the talented young singer Ellie Blair. The X-Men are indeed full of talents, and each of them is a well-known figure. Harry praised generously, and especially when he saw Hank, his gaze stayed on him for a longer time. The Beast, Hank McCoy, looks furry and naive on the surface, but he is one of the 8 smartest people on Earth, with wisdom not inferior to Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. Almost all the high-tech equipment of the X-Men are his work. So, what's your first exhibit you want to show me? Harry asked. Let me be your guide. Please come over here. The angel made a gesture of invitation and led Harry and the others to a row of display cases on the right. There are more than a dozen scroll-like objects on this row of display cabinets. They are completely transparent and look a bit like glass. The scrolls vary in size, with the largest being nearly half a meter long and the smallest being less than the length of a palm. The angel picked up one of the palm-sized scrolls and unfolded it. The transparent scroll instantly turned into a rectangular screen. The display is surprisingly good, with impeccable brightness and color, and excellent smoothness during touch operation. This is a flexible screen that Worthington plans to launch next year. It can be bent at will without affecting the display effect. It can be used in various electronic devices such as mobile phones, tablets, monitors and TVs. Having said this, the angel turned his gaze to the Beast, indicating that the professional content of explaining the design principles would be left to him. Our flexible screen uses. The Beast nodded and continued what the angel said. It's a very good product, but the material cost of the screen is too high. Also, if the screen is just bent, it's fine, but if it is folded in half multiple times, it will easily cause the display system to malfunction, and the service life will be greatly reduced. After listening to the Beast's explanation, Harry said without thinking. Mr. Osborn is also researching flexible screens. The Beast and the Angel were surprised to see that Harry could point out the biggest shortcoming of the screen after only listening to the basic explanation once. Only at this point did Harry notice that he had understood the Beast's professional explanation so easily and expressed his own views naturally. It was obvious that he didn't think so quickly some time ago. I know a little bit. The Osborn Group had a similar plan before, but it failed at the time. Harry waved his hand casually, thinking to himself, all the changes seem to have started from eating the fruit of knowledge. In the past month, my ability to understand and think seems to be gradually increasing, especially in the technology related to androids. It seems that the fruit of knowledge does not just allow Harry to obtain some scientific and technological knowledge, it also strengthens Harry's intelligence bit by bit. This subtle enhancement is not very obvious and is not as simple and crude as directly granting all knowledge. How far will Harry's intelligence grow over time? Is there a limit? Is it possible for it to grow indefinitely? These cannot be determined at the moment, but they still make Harry full of expectations for the future. Harry played with the flexible screen for a few moments and then put it down. Seeing his actions, the angel thought that he had no interest in the flexible screen and suggested that they go to the next exhibit. Mr. Osborn, we have many completely different types of exhibits. Please follow me to the next booth. Not urgent. Harry shook his hand and said calmly, I've invested in your project. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. It took the angel a while to recover. He asked in disbelief, what did you mean? The shortcomings I just mentioned are just nitpicking. In fact, I am very optimistic about this screen. It can be bent at will and even rolled up, and the display and operation are not affected. It is the only one in the world. Of course, I want to get in on it. Harry smiled and said, of course, if Worthington is a big company and doesn't need my investment, then just ignore what I said. No, you misunderstood me. We very much welcome your investment. No, we are extremely grateful that you are willing to invest. The angel suddenly became emotional. There are too few people in the world who are willing to cooperate with mutants. Forget about investing. If ordinary companies hear that a mutant is a senior leader in a company they have already signed an order with, they will refuse to complete the order without hesitation, even if they have to pay a high penalty. There are also some small companies that are struggling to attract investment everywhere, but just because the companies willing to invest are mutants, they would rather risk the company's dissolution and dozens of people losing their jobs than accept the mutants' handouts. Maybe in your opinion, you are just investing in your favorite project as usual, but for us, this means a lot. Chapter 19. At this moment, the way Angel, Beast, Swanyan, and Qian Huan looked at Harry changed. Surprise, doubt, confusion, gratitude. Don't look at me like I'm a good person. I'm a businessman. All the decisions I make are for profit. That way, we won't feel awkward when we get along with each other. Harry emphasized. When he said he wanted to invest in the mutant project, it wasn't just for the project itself. Let's step aside for now. Seeing this, Pepper realized that they were going to discuss important business, so she took the initiative to lead her people out of the exhibition hall. Mr. Osborn, do you really want to make this investment? As soon as she left, Swanyan, who had been silent, started to ask. Although I don't know much about business activities, I have personally experienced how unacceptable mutants are in human society. When my mutant identity was exposed, all my former fans and people close to me kept their distance from me overnight. No one dared to come to my concerts anymore. The same is true for Worthington. Ever since it was revealed that Mr. Worthington was an X-Men angel, his company's business has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Now, basically only mutants will buy Worthington's products, but most mutants have difficulty finding jobs and their income is tight, so. Harry understood what she meant. Miss Swanyan, are you trying to say that once the Osborn Group is rumored to have business cooperation with mutants, it is likely to face this kind of dilemma? Swanyan nodded and said, we are grateful that you can put aside your prejudice against mutants, recognize our technology, and are willing to invest in the project, but we also don't want to see you suffer losses. As you just said, you made the decision because it was profitable, and this investment will only go down the drain. Harry suddenly sighed in disappointment. You X-Men are really interesting. You try your best to get the recognition of humans so that you can integrate into human society. But when you finally get the recognition, you are worried that you can't integrate into human society and refuse the recognition. How can you realize your long-cherished wish if you are so hesitant? Why did Professor X ask you to come to the exhibition? Look at the things you brought. They are either digital devices or household appliances. They are all daily necessities used in the household market. Don't you have any more advanced and eye-catching technology? He looked up at the dozens of booths in the exhibition hall. They were all daily necessities, but they were replaced with high-tech versions. Isn't it just the same old thing Professor X has been saying for decades? In order to show that mutants are friendly and harmless, there is not a single exhibit here that can make people associate it with aggressiveness, so as to reduce the stereotype of mutants in human beings, and even achieve the goal of attracting investment in Kenosha. You have investment but you refuse it. Then why did you come all the way here? To have fun. Harry's series of words left Xianyan speechless. She clearly meant well, but for some reason she felt like she had done something wrong. We don't want to reject Osborn's investment, but, after so many years of experience, it's hard for us to accept it for no reason. Usually when something like this happens, the other party always has other intentions. We just want to know why you would help us. The angel stood up and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Let me correct you. I am not helping you, nor do I intend to help you. This is an invitation for cooperation. Investment is just the beginning. Harry said calmly, I know that Genosha was just established not long ago, and the population is increasing day by day. Even if you have the full support of the Worthington family, Professor X, Magneto, and others, and you are not short of funds in the short term, you must be seriously short of various materials, because not many people are willing to trade with you. I can sell you a large amount of supplies, including daily necessities, food, and most importantly, medicines. I can't say anything else, but our Osborn Group has quite abundant pharmaceutical resources. Hearing his words, Angel and others' eyes suddenly lit up. Genosha is indeed short of supplies at the moment, especially medicines for treatment are the most scarce. Many mutants can only bear the disease when they get sick. Even though some mutants are immune to disease and never age, 99% of mutants are not much stronger than normal humans. Even if there are mutants with the ability to heal, they are useless because there are too few of them and they will become exhausted after treating only a few people. At this time, if the Osborn Group could sell a large amount of drugs to Kenosha, it would be a timely help. Your conditions are absolutely irresistible to us, Mr. Osborn, but cooperation is a two-way street. You have paid so much, so what can we offer you? The angel asked calmly. First, it can save the revenue of the Osborn Group. The profit of the Osborn Group has been declining in recent years. This is something everyone knows. Especially in the recent period, many negative events caused by Osborn have occurred. The public's trust in us has also plummeted, and they are no longer willing to buy the products of the Osborn Group. Harry said calmly. But it's different when I sell it to you. I'm too lazy to lie to you. The price of the materials that Osborn Group sells to Kenosha will definitely be higher than the normal price. But you don't have to worry that I will ask for too much. It will definitely be within your acceptable range. That's no problem. It's already a luxury that you can sell us the most scarce drugs. In fact, no matter how high the price you set, we will grit our teeth and agree to it in the end. The angel agreed to the first request without a second thought. What about the second? Second, I have a plan to go to the Arctic Circle for exploration in the near future, and it is very likely that I will have to go deep into extremely cold places. It is difficult for an ordinary human team to meet my needs, but it will be different if it is a team composed of mutants. Although Harry knew what the raw materials of blue blood were, what it looked like, and in which area it roughly existed, he could not find out exactly where to find it, which area had more reserves and which area had less reserves. This could only be known after on-site exploration. It would be too inefficient for ordinary people to conduct exploration in such an extremely low-temperature environment. It would take longer than expected and there might even be a risk of casualties. More importantly, he would have to lead the team to explore the area himself to have a chance of success. As the boss of the Osborn Group, would he go to the icy North Pole to look for rocks? This was somewhat inappropriate. But if it was a team made up of people with superpowers, not only would the exploration efficiency increase exponentially, but Harry wouldn't have to run over and keep an eye on it himself. At first, Harry was planning to hire some famous street heroes, such as Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and the like. After all, at that time he didn't think that he would be able to come into contact with mutants so soon. Now that I have encountered it, I naturally have a better choice. This decision had been made as soon as Harry learned from Pepper that mutants had occupied an exhibition hall. Chapter 20. After a while, Harry walked out of the exhibition hall, and Pepper, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, congratulated him with a smile. "It took you so long to come out. You must have negotiated a big deal. Genosha has just joined the international trade system, which contains countless business opportunities. Now that the Osborn Group has reached a cooperation with the X-Men, I would like to congratulate you in advance on making a fortune." "That's great, it's just a small business." Harry waved his hand. "But don't blame me for pouring cold water on you, Harry. Collaborating with mutants is likely to attract negative public opinion. If it is not handled properly, the Osborn Group may face an even more dangerous predicament than before." Pepper's face suddenly turned serious. "Thank you for your reminder, Miss Potts. I am aware of this." Harry smiled nonchalantly. "We have almost finished our visit to the Expo. I have also selected the Osborn Group's exhibition hall. When can we sign the contract? People's current disgust and fear of mutants is indeed a problem, but it is only current. What is the biggest conflict between humans and mutants? Without considering a series of objective reasons such as political philosophy, culture, beliefs, etc., the most intuitive reason is nothing more than appearance. This is normal. Many people cannot even accept normal humans with slight deformities, let alone mutants with serious physical abnormalities. The number of mutants who can maintain human appearance is too small to change people's stereotypes. When people only know that there is only mutants in the world, a race that is similar to humans but different from humans, the conflict between humans and mutants is irreconcilable, unless humans recognize other intelligent creatures similar to mutants. For example, aliens, vampires, werewolves, underwater people, demons, ancient gods, inhumans, magical creatures, dimensional creatures. In fact, there are so many strange species on Earth, but except for mutants, none of them are made public, so that mutants have to bear many blames that do not belong to them. Others may not know, but Harry knows very well that it won't be long before the war between the Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire will spread to the Earth, and Thanos will also extend his claws to the Earth. After that, there will be countless cosmic crises one after another, and the mutants may become the backbone of the Earth's external defense. By then, who will care about fighting against the mutants? Harry even thought that he didn't have to wait for others to attack him. If his progress in climbing the technology tree was smooth enough, he might be able to open up the Starry Sea in advance and take the initiative to contact alien civilizations. Therefore, Harry didn't care about the negative impact of cooperating with mutants. Besides, this public opinion may not necessarily spread widely. Just as Harry and Pepper finalized the location of the exhibition hall and were preparing to sign the contract. In a simple laboratory built on the rooftop of a dilapidated house in Queens, New York. Be careful, be calm, pick it up carefully. In front of the experimental table, a middle-aged scientist with dark circles under his eyes and a small belly, wearing a helmet, was staring intently at a robotic arm on the table. Without any actual operation, the robotic arm moved on its own through the neural signals transmitted only by the helmet. It slowly and steadily picked up the cup of water at the other end of the laboratory table and brought it to its mouth. I picked it up. It worked. The neural control system is working. The moment the cup was successfully lifted up, the middle-aged scientist was suddenly ecstatic and cheered like a child who had obtained a toy. It's a pity that Parker is not here. He should have witnessed this scene with me. This kid is really a genius. I wouldn't have succeeded so quickly without his help. But he is a little too lazy. He is late every now and then. What's wrong? Dr. Otto, are you thinking about me? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him, and he was so scared that his hands trembled. Boom! The robotic arm responded to Dr. Otto's neural reflex and dropped the cup it had just picked up to the ground. Oh! Sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't know you had started the experiment. Peter, who had just come in, was startled and explained in a hurry. It's okay, it's just a small accident. Our neural control system is already very close to success. We just need to do the final debugging and clinical trials and we'll be done. Dr. Otto smiled indifferently. After working so hard for so long and finally reaching the finish line, he was in a particularly good mood today. That's great. Your invention will save disabled people all over the world. Dr. Otto, you are definitely the greatest inventor I know. When Peter heard that the experiment was successful, he also showed joy on his face. It's us, Parker, our invention. It's not just my work. Dr. Otto said seriously, and Peter couldn't help but feel warm inside. By the way, when did you come in? Why didn't I hear the door opening or closing? Just now. You must have been too focused on the experiment to hear the sound. Peter laughed dryly and said that it was normal not to hear the door opening because he just came in through the window. The door of this broken house has been creaking all the time, but it unexpectedly became quiet today. It seems that even God hopes that our experiment will succeed and has specially sent us good luck. Dr. Otto didn't think much about it. He was in a good mood and the smile on his face never stopped. Seeing Dr. Otto's happy state, Peter rolled his eyes and said calmly, "Doctor, can you think about that matter again?" "What?" Dr. Otto didn't understand what Peter meant for a moment. "It's what I told you a few days ago, Harry Osborn wants to meet you." Before Peter finished speaking, Dr. Otto's face suddenly turned cold. "Let me go meet Osborn's kid? I told you last time, it's impossible." "But why?" "I know you had a grudge against Norman in the past, but Norman is dead, and Harry did nothing wrong. He said he would not let the Osborn Group be the same as before." Peter asked, puzzled. "If our neural-controlled prosthetics want to truly change the world, we must obtain large investments and have connections in the medical field. The Osborn Group can meet these two requirements, and the biological components that Harry is researching can be combined with our technology." "Don't be silly, kid. He's an Osborn. He will only use our technology to make profits. I'm not doing this for the money. As for the biological components? The idea is good, but who can guarantee that he can make it?" Dr. Otto said indignantly. "I believe Harry will not be so cruel to make money. He and I are good friends who grew up together. I know him. He is not the type of person that Norman is." Peter looked Dr. Otto in the eye firmly. "No matter what, even if I use up all my funds and starve to death, or jump off this rooftop, I will never cooperate with the Osborn Group." Dr. Otto turned his back stubbornly. Chapter 21. Looking at Dr. Otto's stubborn back, Peter didn't know what to say for a moment. This mentor of mine was easy to talk to in other aspects and never put on airs, but when it came to the Osborn Group, he became furious and wished a meteorite would suddenly fall from the sky and smash the Osborn building to pieces. Peter didn't know much about the details of the old feud between Dr. Otto and Norman, and Otto was unwilling to say more about it. Therefore he didn't know how to convince Otto. "I'm sorry, Harry, I'm afraid I can't do you any favors." Peter thought silently in his heart. More than half a month ago, on the day Harry was attacked, Peter promised him that he would let Harry meet with Dr. Otto. However, after he mentioned this for the first time, Otto scolded him on the spot and even threatened to fire him. Of course, Peter knew that it was just something he said in anger, and Dr. Otto even apologized to him afterwards, so the matter was left unsolved. Until today, while Dr. Otto was in a good mood, Peter thought about whether he could try again. After all, it was just a matter of meeting him once. Unexpectedly, his reaction was still so strong that Peter couldn't persuade him anymore. It is worth mentioning that during this half-month, Peter also caused trouble for the Magic Gang and destroyed many of Hammerhead's criminal dens. Even though the attackers who assassinated Harry would not give out Donald as the mastermind behind the murder, it was easy to find out that they were thugs of the Magic Gang, and Spider-Man and Hammerhead had a lot of grudges against each other. So Peter naturally confronted the Magic Gang. "Doctor, if you really don't want to see Harry, then I won't persuade you anymore. Although I don't know why you hate the Osborn Group to this extent, I still want to say that personal grudges should not involve irrelevant people." Hearing Peter's words, Dr. Otto's body trembled slightly, but he still had no intention of turning around. "I'm sorry, Doctor. I shouldn't have brought this up at this time. Perhaps, we both need some time to calm down. I'll do the final adjustments tomorrow." Peter shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the laboratory. As he pulled open the rusty iron door, a harsh creaking sound that would make people feel physically uncomfortable rang out, and the sound echoed in the slightly empty laboratory. "Maybe I really shouldn't treat Harry the same way I treated Norman, but I can't risk my technology becoming a tool for greedy people to make profits. But the question is, which capitalist is not greedy? Even if we don't cooperate with the Osborn Group, is there really any difference if we cooperate with other companies?" Dr. Otto muttered to himself, his back to the open door. "Parker is right. I am just venting my personal emotions on Osborn. For 20 years, I have hated Osborn without any psychological burden. Now that Norman is dead, the grudges should have dissipated, but I still can't let go. I can only choose to vent my anger on Harry, as if this is the only way to prove that my persistence for the past 20 years was not wrong. From this point of view, I am also a selfish person." He walked to a large safe in the corner that looked like a wardrobe and opened it. Inside was a mountain of newspapers. The date and title of each newspaper were different, but the only thing they had in common was the protagonist of the report. All of them were Osborn. From the founding of the Osborn Group more than 20 years ago to Harry's announcement yesterday that he would attend the Stark Technology Expo, almost all newspapers related to Osborn are here. Dr. Otto hates the Osborn Group extremely, but he is also the one who cares about the Osborn Group the most. "Stark Technology Expo, Harry," Parker said, "you won't be like Norman, and that you will give the Osborn Group a brand new look. Then prove it to me at the exhibition, prove that I'm wrong." Time passed little by little, and soon it was 3 days later. This was the exhibition time agreed upon by Harry and Pepper. The few days in between were used to transfer dozens of exhibits from the Osborn Group to their exhibition hall. The exhibition regulations of the Expo require that all exhibits of each company be placed in each exhibition hall for 24 hours a day, and the most important product can be displayed on the open-air booth in the middle of the exhibition hall, so that people from the entire Expo can see it. Since the open-air booths are only open from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., a mere 4 hours is naturally not enough for thousands of companies to exhibit on stage. Only top companies are qualified. The Osborn Group is exactly among those who are qualified. The location Harry chose was Pavilion Number 9, which was located on the southwest side of the open-air booth. It was very close to the booth and only took less than 100 meters to walk back and forth. The X-Men's Pavilion was more awkward as it was the farthest location from the booth. "What did you say? Mr. Stark bought a racing team in Morocco? And he plans to lead them to win the race." On the way to the Expo, Harry received a call from Pepper. "Yes, I don't know what Tony is thinking. He always does whatever he wants. I have to watch him here, but I have arranged for someone to take over the exhibition." After hanging up the phone, Harry fell into deep thought. Iron Man, Morocco, and racing. Putting these words together, it seems that it's almost time for Whiplash to appear. It's a small fusion reactor that is different from the arc reactor. "Boss, we're almost there." After a while, A crisp voice came from the driver's seat, and Chloe reminded Harry that she was about to arrive at the venue. That's right, the driver driving Harry is none other than Chloe, the android who will be on stage today. Harry wrote quite a lot of programs for Chloe, and driving is just one of the functions. Not only cars, but also all known means of transportation including ships, airplanes, submarines, tanks, helicopters, hot air balloons, etc., Chloe can drive them with ease. Chloe also mastered a series of other skills closely related to company management, including business administration, administrative management, and financial management. After the bionic bird returned to SHIELD, Harry no longer had a secretary. However, he did not plan to recruit a new person. Instead, he planned to train Chloe to be his assistant and secretary, specifically to handle all matters, big and small, of the Osborn Group. To this end, he also specially strengthened the computing power of Chloe's prototype. Not to mention handling miscellaneous matters, even letting her manage a business would not be a problem. Harry is confident enough that Chloe will definitely shock the whole world in the upcoming live broadcast. Chapter 22. Click, click. When Harry's car stopped at the entrance of Stark Expo, reporters who had been waiting for a long time suddenly swarmed in and the sound of shutter clicks continued. Mr. Osborn, today is your first time attending a public event since you inherited the group. It is said that you took back all the shares of the Osborn Group a few days ago. Can we assume that the Osborn Group is experiencing a turbulent struggle among the top executives? Regarding the Professor Lizard incident that happened half a year ago, people are saying that Professor Connors was forced by Osborn to conduct illegal human experiments. Is this true? Have the many drugs produced by the Osborn Group ever been secretly tested on humans? And the Green Goblin who mysteriously appeared a few months ago? The flying machine and armor he used were experimental products stolen from the Osborn Corporation. The high-tech equipment that should have been carefully protected was stolen so easily. Is the security capability of the Osborn Corporation really so weak? Is it possible that the Green Goblin robbed the company? It is also very suspicious that the Green Goblin disappeared later. Regarding the fact that your father, Norman Osborn, was most likely killed by Spider-Man, what do you think? Mr. Osborn, you took over a large enterprise with a market value of tens of billions of dollars when you were nearly 18 years old, and you changed the group's main business project on the first day of taking office. Many people are questioning your decision-making ability. How would you respond to such remarks? A barrage of chattering words poured into Harry's ears. As expected, journalists are creatures that are hard to be liked in any world. Good evening, fellow journalists, welcome to the exhibition of the latest product of the Osborn Group. I promise you that this product will completely overturn the world's perception of the Osborn Group. Harry announced to countless cameras with a smile on his face. His expression was full of confidence, but the words he said were a little irrelevant to what the reporters had just asked. Moreover, after a simple greeting, Harry simply ignored them and walked towards the exhibition door with Chloe. Some people saw that Harry was young and did not have bodyguards when attending public events, and thought that he was young and ignorant, so they intentionally or unintentionally blocked the way of Harry and his companions. As a result, when Harry and Chloe passed by, the two of them just walked forward on their own as if they were unaware of anything, and the people in front of them suddenly retreated to both sides uncontrollably as if swept away by the tide. Harry sneered in his heart. He was a strengthened man injected with serum, and next to him was a bionic man whose bones were made of super alloy. These weak little reporters wanted to stop them and interrogate them? By the way, Harry also glanced at the name tags of these short-sighted reporters. As expected, they were all from some small media outlets who would do anything to get hot news and increase their value. Harry silently memorized the names of these media outlets and decided to let them taste the power of capital tomorrow. He knew that any response to these conspiracy theories accusing the Osborn Group would fall into the self-proving trap, and the best way was not to respond. The current predicament of the Osborn Group has never been due to simple business failure. There have been basically no major problems with their products. The reason why they have fallen to the brink of bankruptcy is purely because of the various puzzling operations after Norman's breakdown. Norman didn't care about all the negative public opinions. Sometimes he even made inappropriate remarks publicly under the control of his second personality. By the time it fell into Harry's hands, public opinion had been fermenting for quite a long time. It was not so easy to reverse public opinion. At least it was meaningless to just make clarifications verbally. Even if it is clarified, it will be useless because people have already formed a stereotype unless there is a completely new impression to replace the old one. What Osborn needed was a super breaking point that would attract the whole world's attention and completely divert people's attention, similar to how Tony's announcement that he was Iron Man caused Stark Industries' plummeting stock price to soar overnight. Unfortunately, the Green Goblin's identity is the opposite of Iron Man's, so Harry cannot reveal the Green Goblin's identity. The biggest highlight that Harry brought out was naturally the bionic human technology, which was also the reason why he had been trying every possible means these days, even working overtime all night, to make a complete Chloe as soon as possible, rather than simply disassembling the parts to make the product. If we just make the limbs of the bionic man into prosthetic limbs, or transform the blue blood into new energy batteries, or just take out the smart chip to provide AI services, in the technologically advanced Marvel world, these are far from shocking the world. Moreover, Osborn Group already has these things in its product line. Even if they are not as advanced as the technology used by the Bionic Man, they are just normal iterative upgrades in the eyes of the outside world. Only a complete android that looks, speaks and behaves like a human being can achieve the effect Harry needs. As for breaking down bionic human technology into new product lines, that is something that should be considered later. After a while, Harry and Chloe came to the preparation room behind the open-air booth, where the receptionist arranged by Pepper was waiting for them. This is a red-haired beauty with a hot body. Hello, Mr. Osborn. I am Natalie, Stark's new assistant. Miss Potts has asked me to hand over the exhibition work to you and give you some precautions. Natalie? When Harry heard the name, he felt a vague sense of familiarity. He then took a closer look at Natalie's iconic red hair and roughly understood her identity. However, he had no intention of pointing it out explicitly, and Natalie's undercover work in Stark Industries was none of Harry's business. Thank you very much, Miss Natalie. Harry smiled. At this moment, outside the open-air booth, thousands of tourists gathered, looking forward to the most grand exhibition of the day. The Osborn Group has been secretly researching an intelligent personal assistant recently, which was not officially announced for the first time until today. Hey, how come Osborn, a chemical company, suddenly started working on an intelligent personal assistant? A viewer in the crowd asked his friend next to him. Who knows? I heard that Harry, the young boss of the Osborn Group, was determined to develop this intelligent personal assistant. He stopped all other research and development projects in order to develop this one. Ah! Really? Are you so willful? With such a new boss, the Osborn Group is probably doomed. By the way, does anyone know what an intelligent personal assistant is? Who should I ask if you ask me? But judging by the name, it should be an AI assistant of some kind, probably similar to Apple's Siri. At this moment, Harry walked up to the booth and announced loudly to the dark audience below the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Harry Osborn. You may be curious about why the Osborn Group is entering a completely unfamiliar field. Some people may also think that the person who made this decision is a brainless idiot. But after seeing our next demonstration, I believe you will get the answers to these questions. Now, please be prepared, because soon, you will witness the arrival of a brand new era. Chapter 23. A brand new era? What does that mean? Harry's impassioned speech did not excite the audience, because they could not understand the meaning of Harry's words. What is an intelligent personal assistant? Why is a whole new era coming? What exactly are you going to show us? While the audience was having numerous questions, a blonde woman slowly walked up to the booth and stood next to Harry. This woman has a great figure, neither tall nor short, and her figure is very close to the golden ratio. Her face doesn't seem very beautiful at first glance, but the more you look at it, the more pleasing it becomes. There is a ring-shaped LED light on her right temple that is always blue and flashes yellow from time to time. She is wearing a dress with the Osborn Group logo on it, and her badge has an unknown number ST200 on it. Hi everyone, I'm Chloe, Mr. Osborn's intelligent personal assistant. Chloe introduced herself to the audience with a heartwarming smile. Her expression was lively and natural, without any sense of stiffness or incongruity. The audience's reaction suddenly became enthusiastic, but no one was amazed by the technology of the Osborn Group. Because no one believed Chloe was a robot. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be an intelligent personal assistant? Why is there a little girl here? Wait a minute, if I heard correctly, the girl said she was an intelligent personal assistant? They don't think that sticking fluorescent paper on a person's head can make them pretend to be a robot, right? Hey, hey, hey! This latest invention of the Osborn Group is too cool. The smart assistant looks like a real person. Who would believe it? That's right, you want to fool us with beautiful women? That's funny, this is the Stark Technology Expo, not the Victoria's Secret fashion show. We bought tickets to attend the exhibition to see innovative technology, not to see beautiful women. What's the point of this? They treat real people as new technology products and shamelessly put them on display. How can human trafficking be legalized? No wonder they say we should welcome a new era. In an instant, the audience's emotions changed from confusion to anger. They felt that they had been deceived and began to criticize the Osborn Group wildly. Faced with the crowd's passionate shouting and cursing, Harry did not get angry but laughed instead. He had not announced the specific information of the androids to the public just for this moment. The more the audience doesn't believe that Chloe is an android, the more it proves how advanced Harry's android technology is. This kind of questioning attitude of everyone at the scene is actually the best publicity. Everyone, please calm down. What you are seeing now is the brand new product that our Osborn Group is about to launch, a personal intelligent assistant. She is not a human, but a bionic person. Harry picked up the phone and spoke a little louder. I know, this is a little hard to believe. What could be anything but a person that looks so lifelike? Chloe, take off the skin layer. As he was talking, Harry suddenly turned to Chloe and asked her to remove the skin layer. Okay, boss. As soon as Chloe finished her words, her exposed skin instantly lost its color and fleshiness, turning into a pure white plastic texture, just like the white mannequins commonly seen in clothing malls. Holy crab tea! What did I see? The audience was stunned when they saw Chloe peeling off layers of skin. What kind of black technology is this? No. Is this really technology? Maybe that little girl is a mutant, and changing her skin color is her mutant ability. Some clever viewers raised a sharp hypothesis. Chloe, can you explain our android technology in detail? Harry asked Chloe with a smile. Of course, I'm happy to help you guys out. Chloe smiled sweetly, and her skin returned to normal, which made the audience feel as if what just happened was a dream. I am a personal assistant intelligent bionic man independently developed and manufactured by the Osborn Group. The model is ST200. The LED light on the temple is a symbol of the bionic man's identity. I can handle most company assistant jobs, including document sorting, scheduling, recording meetings, driving vehicles, administrative management, or conducting some simple economic analysis. The Osborn Group's bionic man consists of 3 parts: intelligent processing system, biological components, and recycled clean energy blue blood. First, please allow me to proudly introduce the biological component technology to you. The bionic component is the body of the bionic man, which is divided into the thrombosis pump responsible for energy supply, the thrombosis pump regulator used to adjust the power output, as well as the limbs, torso, optical unit, audio processor, and simulated skin layer. The overall design adopts modular design, and each component can be replaced independently. At this point, Harry next to him took out an arm from somewhere and handed it to Chloe. Now, we will demonstrate the parts replacement process for you. Chloe first put her right hand on her left hand, and then gently turned it to remove the entire left arm. From the connection of the arm, clear electronic circuits can be seen, as well as transmission tubes similar to human blood vessels with blue liquid flowing in them. Now, the previous assumption that Chloe might be a mutant has been refuted. At this moment, no one doubted whether Chloe was an android. Every audience member's heart was filled with shock. The bionic robots that were once only seen in science fiction movies have now become a reality. You know, the most advanced robot in the world is nothing more than the automatic iron suit that Tony lets Jarvis control. It is cool, but it is not like a human after all. And Chloe is just like a real person. Bionics is a new product that Osborn Corporation is about to launch. Doesn't that mean I will soon be able to have my own intelligent bionic assistant? Some audience members have already started imagining the future. You may think my replacement process is very casual, but in fact, each bionic man's parts have independent protocols and cannot be replaced casually. If an accident occurs, it is recommended to go to the Osborn Group's Bionic Man specialty store for repair. Chloe reminded the audience as she put on her new arm naturally. Then she began to introduce the other two major components, the intelligent program that can simulate human emotional changes and the autonomously recycled liquid energy blue blood, which once again shocked everyone. Miss Chloe, can I ask you a question? Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted loudly. Of course, please ask. Chloe looked at the spectator and nodded. You just said that you are a personal assistant type of intelligent android. Does that mean that the Osborn Group has other types of androids? Ah, this audience is really smart. You are right. We do have plans to develop more different types of bionic people with different functions to meet various demand scenarios. Chloe complimented with a smile. For example, there are housework bionic people designed specifically for family services, engineering bionic people designed specifically for high-risk jobs, and entertainment bionic people who can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Chapter 24. Ms. Chloe, when will your company's androids be officially released? And how much is each one costing? Chloe introduced a total of more than a dozen different types of bionic people, which made the audience feel itchy and they couldn't help but eagerly ask the two questions they wanted to know most. Since the most important raw materials for producing bionic humans are difficult to mine, mass production cannot be achieved in a short period of time. However, the Osborn Group has already started to build a collection site, and it is expected that the first batch of bionic humans will be put on the market before the end of this year. This batch of bionic humans will mainly be assistant type. Chloe explained to the audience. In line with the long-cherished wish that everyone has the right to own their own bionic man, the Osborn Group will continue to launch bionic men of different configurations in the future to serve people with different income levels. The most advanced customized bionic man will cost more than tens of millions of dollars, while the most basic model may only cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So can this most basic android be as human-like as you? An audience member asked uncertainly. Please rest assured that high simulation is a prerequisite for bionic humans. Even the lowest configuration bionic humans will have a skin layer and an emotion simulation program, but there will be some reductions in physical performance, materials, battery life, aesthetics, functions, durability, and computing power. Chloe gave a response that made the entire audience ecstatic. You can buy such a lifelike bionic man for just tens of thousands of dollars. Can you really make your money back? Is the Osborn Group selling it like this for charity? If they knew that Harry's ultimate plan was to allow androids to enter the $1,000 market, they would probably faint from excitement on the spot. At this time, Harry stepped forward and took over Chloe's place to make the final arrangements. It's almost time. I'll end the introduction of Osborn Group's latest product here. I know you still have a lot of questions that need to be answered, but please let us keep it a little mysterious and wait for the day when the android is officially launched before unveiling the final veil. Harry smiled and said, besides, there are other companies that will introduce their products later. We can't stay here forever. In 2 months, Osborn Group will hold a formal product launch conference. Let's see you then. After saying that, Harry and Chloe walked down from the booth amid the regretful gazes of countless viewers. On the way out, they also ran into the person from the company who was about to give a speech. The person was looking at his new product with a bitter face. After the shock of the Osborn Group's Bionic Man, I'm afraid it would be difficult for my stuff to arouse the audience's interest. As Harry walked out of the open-air booth exit, he ran into an unexpected person. A middle-aged scientist who is famous but poor. Dr. Otto, I have wanted to meet you for a long time. Peter should have mentioned me to you, right? Harry took the initiative to extend his right hand to Otto. Yes, Harry Osborn, Peter said a lot of good things about you to me. I really want to know how you bribed that guy. Otto lowered his head and stared at Harry's hand for a long time, and finally stretched out his hand awkwardly and shook hands with Harry. I didn't bribe Peter. If anything, it was with our friendship. Harry smiled faintly. Next to her, Chloe looked at Otto, and the blue LED light on her temple flashed yellow, meaning she was recording or retrieving information. Hello, Dr. Otto Octavius. In just a moment, Chloe retrieved Otto's known public identity information. Chloe, such a delicate bionic man is so unbelievable no matter how many times I see it. Harry, did you really design and develop it alone? Otto was in the audience just now, watching the whole process of Chloe's demonstration. As a scientist who is also good at robotics, the shock he felt from Chloe was far more profound than other outsiders. Of course, I will never do anything dirty to plunder the wisdom of others. Harry said with a serious expression. When Peter told me that you had designed a fairly complete bionic man, I thought it was just a beautification and that the best you could do was to make a silicone doll that could move. Now I know how conservative Peter was at that time. Dr. Otto couldn't stop looking Chloe up and down in admiration. Actually, I feel the same way. Peter told me before that you, Doctor, have too deep a grudge against the Osborn Group and would rather die than meet me. But now, you come to me on your own initiative. Harry said with a smile. Peter is right about this. I really don't have any good feelings towards you, Osborn. I didn't plan to come to see you because I thought you and Norman would be the same kind of people. Otto snorted. So, what made you change your mind? Because I have carefully considered Peter's words. He insisted that you would not be like Norman, who would sink into the temptation of power and money and become a profit-seeking beast. I want to confirm whether he is wrong about you. At this point, Otto glanced at Chloe again. Of course, her appearance also forced me to re-recognize your abilities. I must admit that you are an absolute genius, Harry. Peter once said that you intended to combine some of the android's technology with my neural control system. Is this true? Otto suddenly asked. Yes, this is a very important part of my future plan. Harry nodded. Since Dr. Otto mentioned this, does that mean, you agree to join us? Not that simple. Dr. Otto said seriously, I need you to sign an agreement. If I find that you have abused my technology to seek improper benefits, I will take back my technology and all the profits that Osborn Group has obtained from using my technology. No problem. Almost as soon as Otto finished speaking, Harry nodded in agreement. What? Otto was stunned when he heard this. Wasn't Harry's agreement too straightforward? Everything Harry has done so far has not been for the purpose of making money. From the moment he was born, he has possessed enough wealth to last him several lifetimes. Even if the Osborn Group collapsed, it would not affect his personal assets. What's the use of having more money? The reason why he wanted to climb up the technology and protect the Osborn Group was to cope with the frequent world-destroying crises in the future, and also to enjoy the scenery at a high place. Developing technology does require a lot of money, but that is completely different from developing technology for the sake of money. After all, Harry wants to obtain new technology without spending any money. Money is not the goal, it is just a tool. If you have no other requests, you are welcome to join us, Dr. Otto. Chapter 25. On the road from Stark Expo to Osborn Tower, Chloe drove while Harry and Dr. Otto sat in the back discussing the details of the cooperation plan. I understand the reasoning, and I agree with your and Peter's ideas, but Doctor, I still want to ask why you are so obsessed with the arm. After listening to Otto's initial idea of combining the bionic arm with the neural control system, Harry first expressed affirmation, and then asked in confusion. Weren't you the one who proposed to combine some of the android's technology with the neural control system? Dr. Otto said he was even more puzzled. That's right, but I mean the entire biocomponent technology, not just the arm. Harry nodded. You mean, in addition to the arms, other bionic parts are also connected to the neural control system. If we only make bionic arms, then this technology can only help disabled people who have lost their arms, but its uses should be far more than that. Why can't we make neural-controlled prosthetic legs? Even the heart, lungs, spine, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. All biological components can be added to the neural control system. By then, humans will no longer have any physical disabilities. Harry sketched out a bright future. No, eliminating disability is only the most basic use. People with normal bodies but weak stamina can also improve their physical fitness by implanting corresponding biological components. Regarding this biological component that can be implanted in the human body, I call it prosthesis. This prosthetic technology does not come from any fantasy world, but is a brand new technology developed by integrating the technologies of the Detroit Become Human world and the Marvel world. As Dr. Otto listened to Harry's various ideas, his eyes flickered. He has been studying nerve-controlled robotic arms for many years. His long-term work has made him fall into a kind of thinking inertia unknowingly, so that when he was considering upgrading his research not long ago, he only thought of replacing the human hand-shaped robotic arm with an octopus tentacle shape, and did not think of developing it to other parts of the human body. But this does not mean that Otto is a person with rigid thinking. After being enlightened by Harry to break out of his habitual thinking, countless new ideas immediately emerged in his mind, and he couldn't wait to put them into practice. Don't be impatient, Dr. Otto. When we get to Osborn Building, I have a gift for you. You will definitely like it. Harry saw what Otto was thinking and immediately reminded him with a smile. What gift? Dr. Otto asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Harry said mysteriously. After a while, Chloe drove the car to the door of Osborn Building. Just as the car stopped, countless people rushed out of the building and surrounded Harry's car. Fortunately, these people were not assassins who came to kill Harry, but employees wearing Osborn Group uniforms with work badges hanging around their necks. Hello, Chairman. When Harry got off the car, all the employees stepped back, leaving a large space for Harry to stand, and shouted eagerly. What are you doing? Harry frowned as he looked at the employees and asked, Who told you to leave your post without permission? Do you want to go on strike? The employees all shook their heads and said, We don't intend to strike. We have people watching over all the work. Please rest assured that nothing will happen. The reason we are waiting for you here is because we have seen your performance with Miss Chloe at the Stark Expo. It was so exciting. We never knew that you are a genius who is no less talented than Tony Stark. Yes, we often see Miss Chloe these days, and we always thought she was your newly hired secretary. We never thought she was actually a bionic person. The chairman who can create such an advanced bionic person by himself has become our idol. When we first heard that you were going to develop the bionic person business, to be honest, we were all worried that it would fail in the end. We didn't expect that you would achieve unimaginable success so quickly. We who once doubted the chairman are now deeply ashamed. Everyone wants to see you in person, and many even want your autograph. Harry has been in charge of the Osborn Group for a month. During this period, he has been basically out of touch with the group's employees. It cannot be said that there has been no contact with them, but it can only be said that there has never been any intersection. Now that I'm suddenly being sought after by so many employees, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with it. But Harry quickly regained his composure. He coughed twice, made way, and pulled Dr. Otto behind him to the front. Ahem, now that you're all out, I'd like to introduce you to a new friend who will be joining Osborn, or should I say an old friend who has finally returned, Dr. Otto Octavius. What? Dr. Otto? He's willing to come back. Hey? Who is Dr. Otto? Why are you so excited? Not all employees knew about the disputes in the early years of the Osborn Group. The older employees began to tell the younger generations around them about the glorious deeds of Dr. Otto. After learning everything, these employees admired Harry even more. Not only did he quietly create an android to amaze the world, but he also brought back another talented scientist. What is even more commendable is that he does not like the bureaucratic approach of making the first 3 moves after taking office. He will feel uncomfortable if he does not make some messy institutional reforms. There is also a rumor that the basic benefits of employees will be increased after the Bionic Man goes on the market. Just ask, who wouldn't like such a boss? Okay, go do what you need to do. If you make any mistakes at work, you will all be fired. Harry drove away all the employees at the scene and looked back at Otto, who had a nostalgic expression on his face. Dr. Otto, come with me and receive your gift. After more than 10 minutes, Harry brought Otto to a laboratory with countless advanced equipment. The cost of any one of the equipment was enough to buy Otto's entire shabby laboratory. From today on, this place is yours. It's not for your use, but it truly and completely belongs to you. Harry's gift to Dr. Otto was the ownership of this laboratory. Drip drip. Suddenly, Dr. Otto's phone rang. Hello? Doctor, where are you? Why aren't you in the lab? Is something wrong? Peter's voice came from the phone. I'm in Osborn building. What you said that day made me think a lot. I went to see Harry's android display, and now I decided to return to Osborn Group. Dr. Otto replied. What? I thought you didn't want to see Harry's presentation. Wait, you decided to join the Osborn Group so quickly, what about me now? Of course you came with me. Harry gave me a new laboratory. Otto said without hesitation. Well, I'm afraid I'm not suited to working at the Osborn Group. I see. Although I would like to advise you to think about it, I believe you will make a choice that suits you. Chapter 26. Anyway, congratulations on your new job, document. Peter finished his last sentence and hung up the phone. He turned around and looked around the dilapidated rooftop laboratory. I've worked here for so long, and it's finally time to say goodbye. I suddenly feel a little reluctant. Let me think about it. After losing my job as Dr. Otto, how should I make a living? Maybe I should find Jameson to resume my old job. Harry said to Otto in Osborn building. Doctor, from now on, the development of the prosthesis will be entirely in your hands. The relevant information about the biological components has been entered into the computer in advance, and you can check it at any time. If you need help setting up a research and development team, go directly to Chloe. Hearing that Harry had directly assigned this major prosthetics project to him, and that Harry trusted him so much even though he had just joined and both parties were unfamiliar with each other, Otto suddenly felt a warm current in his heart. He couldn't help but think back to the days when he and Norman first founded the Osborn Group, At that time, they trusted each other without reservation. Although the company was struggling, everyone had a dream and a passion for this career. As a result, Norman suddenly changed from some day on. The company became bigger and bigger, and the money earned was more and more. On the surface, it was a thriving situation, but their team gradually drifted apart and finally turned against each other. Otto learned about Norman's most unknown dark deeds, and Norman drove Otto out of the company. Otto was not aware of the deal between Norman and Mephisto. He only knew that Norman was a sanctimonious hypocrite. As for Harry, he couldn't be sure whether Harry had another side, but at least from his current impression, Otto didn't hate Harry, and that was enough. "Just leave it to me, Harry. I won't let you down," Otto promised with a serious look in his eyes. "Well, I won't bother you getting familiar with your new working environment, Doctor." Harry nodded and left, leaving Otto to get used to the new lab on his own. Not long after coming out, Harry found Chloe walking towards him in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Harry asked curiously. "Boss, the Daily Bugle called us and said they wanted to interview the Osborn Group," Chloe explained. "Since our exhibition at the Stark Expo, there should be a lot of similar calls. Didn't I ask you to handle these matters with the people in the publicity department?" Harry frowned after hearing her explanation. "Yes, so far, 13 media outlets have expressed their desire to interview you. We have all made arrangements for this, but I am unable to make a judgment as to who the Daily Bugle wants to interview." Under the calculation of the emotion simulation program, Chloe showed an embarrassed expression at the right time. "Who do they want to interview?" Chloe replied. "They wanted to interview me individually and do it live. As a bionic person, she does not have a true self. With Harry's authorization, she can make her own decisions on matters of all sizes within the Osborn Group, but this decision does not include herself, because she belongs to Harry, and only Harry can decide what she should and should not do." "I see, I understand. We can agree to the interview with them." Harry thought about it and decided to let Chloe take over the interview with the Daily Bugle. He was not worried that Chloe would be tricked into saying things she shouldn't, so he allowed her to accept the live interview independently without any supervision, allowing her to fully utilize her language skills and adaptability. This was also a powerful promotion of the advanced technology of bionic people. "Okay, boss." After getting Harry's authorization, Chloe hurried back to the propaganda department and began detailed discussions with the Daily Bugle. The achievements of bionic people have spread all over the world through the Stark Expo. The reputation of the Osborn Group will reach its highest point in history. The impact of the negative events some time ago will be almost eliminated. When people begin to accept Osborn's products again, turning losses into profits will be a natural thing. At this point, the most pressing crisis facing the Osborn Group has been resolved. Harry began to think about his next plan. If we want to officially launch bionic humans on the market and expand their scale, mining resources in the Arctic will be the most important part in the short term. We have already reached an agreement with the X-Men to form an exploration team of mutants to go to Greenland to search for blue blood raw materials. However, it will take some time for Genosha to send people over. Perhaps during this time, we can try to modify the Green Goblin armor and Green Goblin flying vehicle. The Green Goblin equipment Harry is currently using is still the same set that Norman used to have. Although the effect is already strong enough, Harry believes that there is still a lot of room for improvement. Because the Green Goblin armor and aircraft were not originally built for the Green Goblin, but were experimental individual combat equipment developed by the Osborn Group for the military. At that time, the Green Goblin serum had not yet been completed, which resulted in the weight and performance of the individual armor and the speed of the aircraft being based on the normal human physique. Especially the speed of the Green Goblin's aircraft. In order to ensure that the speed is within the range that the human body can withstand, the maximum speed is less than 500 km per hour, which is a bit too slow for Harry, who has been injected with the Green Goblin serum. At least it has to be increased to the speed of sound. In addition to improving the Green Goblin's equipment, Harry also thought that it was about time he acquired new technology. Counting the days, it seems like a month has passed since I ate the first fruit of knowledge. Thinking of this, Harry suddenly had a feeling that he could go to the dreamland of the Tree of Knowledge again. Needless to say, what Harry needs to do at this time. As Harry had been working overnight frequently during this period, he was already a little tired both physically and mentally. He went straight to the luxurious lounge on the rooftop and lay down on the bed. After a few minutes, my thoughts fell completely into sleep. I don't know how much time had passed. It felt like millions of years, but it also felt like only a brief moment. When Harry opened his eyes, the tiredness and sleepiness had been completely driven away. As expected, he came to the vast white void again, and the Tree of Knowledge containing infinite secrets stood in front of Harry. There was a fruit on each branch of the tree, except the one from which Harry ate the fruit. At this time, he picked the second fruit and took a bite. Then, a huge flood of information about the new technology was injected into Harry's brain. Just like last time, Harry understood all the information about the new technology very easily, as if he had designed and developed the technology from beginning to end. The first time he developed a bionic man with controlled life, and this time, he developed the intelligent weapons of Kang Tao Corporation in the world of Cyberpunk 2077. Chapter 27. The so-called smart weapons refer to firearms equipped with intelligent aiming systems and using special bullets with guidance capabilities, which can enable the fired bullets to automatically track the locked enemy. This weapon can turn an ordinary person who has never received professional training into a sharpshooter who can hit the target almost every time. However, this type of smart gun cannot be used directly because it cannot effectively distinguish between friend and foe in daily use, especially in scenarios where targets and non-targets are mixed together, such as when robbers take hostages. If the gun is allowed to attack automatically, it is very likely to cause accidental injuries. You have to know that even with a strong artificial intelligence like Jarvis, when Tony lets it automatically control the suit, it mostly performs protective actions. Unless the enemy's target is very clear, he will not let Jarvis launch an attack. Smart guns are products that are designed for large-scale popularization. In order to keep costs as low as possible, it is impossible to use a highly intelligent system from the beginning. At most, they are only responsible for aiming and locking the target. As for which target to lock onto, that of course depends on the gunner with the prosthetic body. If it is not connected to the prosthesis, no matter how powerful the intelligent system is, it will not be able to read the thoughts in the human brain out of thin air. Of course, it's not impossible to make it into a voice control system, but its practicality may not be that high. One fruit of knowledge can only allow Harry to obtain one technology, so the research and development information of intelligent weapons does not include the manufacturing technology of prosthetics. Fortunately, Harry has asked Dr. Octopus to start developing their own prosthetics, and they don't necessarily have to use 2077's prosthetics. Kang Tao's intelligent weapons have many advantages, such as low cost, durability, high accuracy, and great power. There are even individual heavy firepower weapons called smart shotguns that are actually smart rocket launchers. In the world of Cyberpunk 2077, it is the well-deserved king in the field of intelligent weapons. In the game, for the sake of gameplay, you must make trade-offs in gun values, which is not a realistic performance. The intelligent weapon design information that Harry obtained from the Tree of Knowledge can be used to create real intelligent guns. Even based on Kang Tao's original technology, Harry can also extend it to other smart firearms besides pistols, submachine guns, and shotguns. There was just one thing that was troubling Harry. It is not a good time for the Osborn Group to enter the arms market now. It is not difficult to obtain the authorization to legally sell arms, given the Osborn Group's current reputation and the connections it has accumulated. The biggest problem is that the Osborn Group does not have the extra energy to do this. Nowadays, most of the funds of the Osborn Group are used to develop the bionic human market, and factories for producing bionic human parts are being built in various places. Even though the Bionic Man has boosted the revenue of other industrial chains of Osborn after its popularity, it will still take time for funds to recover. Not to mention that we have to wait until Dr. Octopus's research and development is successful and prosthetics become popular before it is appropriate to sell smart guns as products. At this point in time, the most Harry can do is produce some samples, or simply use them internally first. Well, it's time to build my own private armed forces. The 300 grams of vibranium sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't been used yet. It will be no problem to use it to create a group of top-notch android warriors. Harry woke up from his dream and fell into deep thought. A few days later, in the live studio of the Daily Bugle building in Manhattan, New York. Ms. Chloe, thank you very much for agreeing to our interview. To be honest, we were worried at first that Osborn would refuse to let you come alone for the interview. A middle-aged man with a grey mustache on his temples laughed heartily. Opposite him, Chloe sat on the red sofa with an approachable smile on her face, behaved properly and gracefully. You worry too much. The Daily Bugle is one of the most influential media in the country. We are honored to cooperate with you. When the boss learned that it was you who applied, he readily agreed to this interview. Chloe smiled and shook her head, praising the Daily Bugle at the same time. Hearing her words, the middle-aged man with a small mustache's eyes lit up. Did the Bionic Man even learn to flatter? This is even more like a human than some people. I am J. Jonah Jameson, Editor-in-Chief of the Daily Bugle. People who know me call me JJJ. Jameson introduced himself. Oh, hello, Mr. Jameson. I always thought that the people who were in charge of interviews were reporters or something like that. Chloe showed a surprised expression after learning Jameson's identity. Usually, my subordinates are the ones who conduct interviews, but Ms. Chloe, you are the first android in the world to be interviewed in front of a live camera. Of course, I have to personally conduct such a historic moment. Jameson explained with a smile, but inwardly he was shocked by the change of emotions on Chloe's face. Watching a live video of the Expo or standing in the audience at the Expo to see the displays is completely different from talking to Chloe face to face. At such a close distance, Jameson could clearly see every detail of Chloe's face, including the dilation and contraction of her pupils, the shape and closure of her mouth when she spoke, and even the frequency and speed of her blinking. All of this gave Jameson the illusion that he was communicating with a human being at this moment. Is something wrong, Mr. Jameson? Seeing that Jameson was staring at her without saying anything, Chloe asked first. Ah, sorry, I was just too mesmerized by your beautiful face. Now let's get down to business. Jameson came back to his senses and joked with a smile. For the first question, let's continue with the previous topic. You are the first android created by Harry Osborn himself, and he chose an image like you, a young and beautiful female. We want to know if this appearance design has some meaning? Will all the androids launched by the Osborn Group in the future have the same image as you? Before answering this question, I must first clarify a fact. Bionic people have no gender. Maybe in the eyes of some people, I have an appearance that conforms to the image of a woman, but this is just a non-specific image chosen to ensure affinity. Chloe said with a serious expression. In the future, Osborn Group will launch various types of bionic people. In different application scenarios, the appearance of bionic people will be different, including gender characteristics, skin color, appearance, body shape, etc. Of course, we will also launch customized styles for advanced users, making exclusive androids according to the most suitable image in the user's mind. You can even get an android with blue skin and dual gender characteristics. Chapter 28. Wow, that's just amazing. Jameson was stunned as he didn't expect Chloe to give such an answer. Ahem, now let's move on to the next question. He cleared his throat, put on a straight face and asked, Bionics are almost identical to humans in every way. I want to know if you need to eat? Or how do you replenish your energy? Because in people's previous understanding, robots need to be charged, so what about androids? I don't see any charging sockets on you. I'm sorry that my statement may be a little wrong, Miss Chloe, but you should understand what I mean, right? I understand what you mean. The power for the androids is a new type of liquid energy called Theophene 310. Its function is to simulate the blood circulation of the human body, so it is also called blue blood. Chloe said after thinking for a second or two. So we don't need to eat or recharge. If we run out of power, we just need to replenish our blue blood. There are many ways to replenish it. It can be taken orally or injected intravenously. I mean, it can be injected from a subcutaneous circuit similar to a vein. You should understand what I mean, right? At the end, Chloe even improvised what Jameson had just said. Since blue blood is such a powerful energy source, will the Osborn Group apply it to other fields, such as electric vehicles, household appliances, or even weapon manufacturing? Jameson asked solemnly. In theory, this is impossible, because blue blood is not actually an ideal energy source. Its disadvantages are as obvious as its advantages. Chloe patiently explained the advantages and disadvantages of blue bloods, but whether Jameson opposite her and the countless viewers behind the camera could understand it was another matter. Fortunately, no matter whether you can understand the explanation in between or not, the final conclusion is simple and clear, that is, the magical blue blood is currently only suitable for use in bionic people. After talking about so many professional issues, I believe the audience is a little tired. Miss Chloe, let's talk about some light topics now. Jameson suggested. Okay. Chloe nodded in agreement. According to the information that the Osborn Group has disclosed so far, you are the first robot in the world to actually pass the Turing test. Can you just tell us about this? Well, actually I didn't do anything special. I just worked with people and communicated with them while hiding my identity as an android to see if anyone could tell the difference between me and a real human. It was actually quite interesting. Chloe smiled. I bet no one would believe that you are not human. Having said that, Jameson's face suddenly changed, and he asked the last question with an extremely serious expression. Ms. Chloe, you are a machine created by humans that is smarter than humans themselves. You have a computing power far stronger than humans, and you have physical strength and endurance that surpass humans. You don't feel hungry or tired. So how do you view humans whose abilities in all aspects are far weaker than those of androids? Indeed, from this perspective it seems that androids do have more functional advantages, but if the person who created me did not have a higher intelligence, then I would not have existed in the first place. Chloe replied seriously. And there is one thing about humans that I will never be able to obtain. Really? What is it? Jameson asked curiously. Soul. How does it feel to be interviewed for the first time? A few hours later, Chloe returned to Osborn Building from the Daily Bugle, and Harry asked her how she felt. In fact, Chloe's interview was broadcast live, but Harry was busy with another thing during this time and did not watch it. Moreover, he believed in Chloe's public relations ability. If he needed to keep an eye on even a small interview, then Harry should think about the purpose of creating this android. They tried their best to appear friendly, but often used language to induce me to say things that could easily lead to misunderstandings or be interpreted in multiple ways, which might cause some controversy for the Osborn Group. This was obviously to make the interview more topical and newsworthy. They are indeed studying journalism. Chloe gave her opinion very pertinently, although in the general human perception, Harry was asking about her own psychological feelings. But Chloe obviously couldn't understand this yet. Mr. Jameson of the Daily Bugle finally asked about the android's views on humans, and emphasized the gap in capabilities between the two. I think this may have the tendency to induce people to think about the artificial intelligence crisis. The debate on artificial intelligence has never stopped since the day the concept was born. This issue does not affect us. Harry said nonchalantly, then asked, did they ask you questions about your gender, race, political affiliation, etc.? Of course they asked, but I strictly followed your previous teachings. No matter what they asked, I emphasized that androids have no gender or race. They can be any gender or race. Chloe replied seriously. Well said. Harry praised with satisfaction. Just then, Harry's phone suddenly rang. But he didn't answer it, and didn't even bother to take out his cell phone to see who was calling. Because Chloe was there. Chloe's LED light flashed quickly a few times, and she said, it's the X-Men's angel, Mr. Warren Worthington calling. Hurry up and get through. These mutants finally have news. We've been waiting for them for days. Harry was delighted when he heard that, thinking that it was probably someone sent from Genosha. After receiving the command, Chloe opened her eyes and two beams of light shot out from her eyes, forming a virtual screen in the air, on which the face of an angel appeared. This function was not included in the original Android technology. It was a new function that Harry added specifically for Chloe. Mr. Osborn, regarding the Arctic exploration team we agreed on earlier, Professor X has already sent a team to New York, but before we officially set off for Greenland, we hope to purchase the first batch of medicines first. As soon as the connection was established, the angel got straight to the point. That's what I meant. You should come to Osborn building now. After a while, the angel led 5 people to Harry. Among these 5 people, except Beast and Qian Huan, whom Harry had met before, he didn't know the other 3. These are Iceman, Phantom Cat, and Night Walker. The angel introduced Harry. Chapter 29. These 5 people are the team heading to Greenland to explore resource collection points. After hearing the angel's introduction, Harry's eyes lit up. These characters were quite extraordinary. And their abilities are well suited for exploration missions. Robert Iceman Drake, a powerful mutant with Omega potential, has the ability to create cryogenics and control ice, which complements the extreme weather of the Arctic environment. Although Iceman uses very limited abilities most of the time, this does not prevent him from being one of the mutants with the greatest potential. Kurt Wagner, the Nightwalker, is the son of Mystique and Red Devil. He inherited his mother's blue skin and his father's spatial ability. He can teleport within a range of 5 kilometers. When exploring unknown areas deep in Greenland, it is common to encounter accidents. With the Nightwalkers, the team can easily escape from danger. Phantom Cat Kitty Pryde is a girl who can travel through objects. Unlike Nightwalker's space teleportation, she can only travel back and forth through objects that she can actually touch, and she can also travel with objects. Although seemingly unremarkable, in fact the most critical person in the entire exploration mission may be Phantom Cat, because she can freely shuttle through the ice layer to check whether there is arsenic or, the raw material of blue blood, there, without letting the Iceman frequently move the ice layer and waste unnecessary physical energy. Not to mention Beast and Li Qianhuan who were traveling with them. It would be ridiculous to carry out the exploration work without scientists. If Beast hadn't led the team, Harry doubted that even if all the information and pictures of the raw materials were shown to these mutant students, they might not be able to tell the difference between it and other minerals. Qianhuan's ability is to create energy explosions, which is also a very important part of exploration work. Harry was very satisfied with the 5 candidates for the exploration team. This showed that Genosha was serious about this cooperation. Otherwise, if they sent someone like Wolverine, Cyclops, or Rogue, the completion date of the exploration mission would probably be extended indefinitely. Dr. McCoy, let me give you the relevant information about the ore first. Harry knew who was the real commander of the exploration team. He had no intention of chatting with the others and directly pulled the Beast aside to start a detailed discussion. As for the Angel, he discussed with Chloe matters related to the transportation of medicines, food, and other supplies. Are you sure the android's blue blood is made of this? After looking at the information for a while, the beast suddenly asked in confusion. I really can't see what's so special about the ingredients of this thing. How did you find out that it can be turned into energy? Excuse me, Dr. McCoy, this is a trade secret. Harry smiled and shook his head. Beast also knew that this core technology could not be known to outsiders, but which scientist in the world would not be interested in blue blood? In short, from a geological point of view, the reserves of niobium ore are huge and should not be too difficult to find, but it is very difficult to mine. You are right, Dr. McCoy. Large niobium mines in particular are likely to be buried under thick ice. So I am very grateful to Professor X for sending out the Icemen. After discovering the niobium mine, I would like to trouble you to transform the mining environment on site. Harry agreed. In fact, the most ideal candidate in his mind was not Iceman, but Storm. Storm was also an Omega-level mutant and her abilities had matured for many years. Her strength was definitely not comparable to that of Iceman, who was always in the developmental stage. However, a mission of this level is not enough for Storm to take action, and Storm is the Queen of Wakanda and has a cooperative relationship with the X-Men, so no one can command her. Don't worry, Harry, I promise to bring you good news within half a month. The beast promised Harry. Pleasant to work with. Harry smiled and shook hands with the beast. On the other side, the Angel and Chloe had almost finished discussing the relevant matters. Boss, Mr. Worthington said he wanted to personally inspect the supplies we prepared in advance. Chloe pointed out the Angel's request to Harry. Take him there. This is how transactions should be. The materials provided to them by the Osborn Group are absolutely of the best quality. There is nothing we dare not show him. Harry nodded. Are you finally done talking? We should be able to go now, then. In the corner, Li Qianhuan and the other four, who had only shown their faces and hadn't said a word from the beginning until now, saw that they had almost finished talking, so they asked hurriedly. How many times have I taught you how to be so polite? Mr. Osborn is our partner. Kenosha's supply of materials will depend on him for a long time in the future. The Angel scolded unhappily. It's not that exaggerated. It's normal for children to dislike formal occasions. If they are bored, they can take a tour of the Osborn building. It happens to be open for visits in 2 days. Harry said in a stern manner. Kid? You look younger than us. Li Qianhuan muttered. The Angel glanced at her, and she immediately closed her mouth, coughed twice, and said against her will. Ahem, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Osborn, but no thanks. We won't leave here until the business is done. Just as Harry was discussing cooperation with the X-Men. On the other side of Manhattan, New York, in the northernmost district of Harlem, another discussion was taking place in a towering building marked Rahan Energy. However, compared to the equal cooperation between Harry and others, this conversation was absolutely based on hierarchy. Krieg, a few months ago, I gave you the task of acquiring the Osborn Group, and you promised me that you would complete this task. In an office as spacious as a palace, a burly man wearing a strange cow bone mask sat at the first seat, looking down at his subordinates and asked. The cow bone mask completely covered the man's face. Under the dim light in the room, the 2 long cow horns extended very long shadows on the wall behind him. He was clearly just wearing a cow bone mask, but for some reason, everyone who saw him always had the illusion that the pair of horns were really growing on his head. So tell me, why is it that now Osborn not only does not belong to Rahan, but also regains his reputation with androids? What on earth happened during the months I was on a business trip to Greece? Krieg bowed deeply, with beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Boss, please listen to my explanation. Chapter 30. You colluded with Donald Mencken, a former shareholder of the Osborn Corporation, and asked him to hire an assassin to kill Harry Osborn in the street. Is this the method you promised to successfully take down Osborn? Dario Ager, the current chairman of the Rahan Group, who was wearing a cow bone mask, asked expressionlessly after listening to Krieg's story below. Donald had already convinced the rest of the directors and shareholders of the Osborn Group, and Harry inexplicably fell into a coma. Everyone thought he might become a vegetable, and with a little effort, they could let Donald take over his shares. But this guy suddenly woke up and firmly opposed the acquisition. Krieger explained hurriedly. "Boss, I originally wanted to use legal means to take over the Osborn Group, but Harry was simply adamant. No matter how high our offer was, we couldn't impress him. In the end, we had to resort to some extraordinary means." "But you still failed," Dario said without any joy or sadness. "Whether it's legal or illegal, I don't care what means you use. I only care about success, and you haven't brought me success. This, no one expected Spider-Man to appear there by chance. If Spider-Man hadn't been there, they would have definitely killed Harry before Iron Man arrived." Krieger faltered in his defense. Dario said nothing, just looked at him calmly. At this moment, Krieg felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, with a bone-chilling chill running from his spine to the top of his head. If there really is a look in the world that can kill, it must be Dario's look. "Please give me another chance, boss," Krieger blurted out almost subconsciously. "What chance do you have?" Dario asked. Krieg had a vague feeling in his heart that if his next words did not satisfy Dario, he would probably encounter unimaginable terror. Because the person holding the same position as him has changed 5 times in just 3 years, and the first 4 pioneers all disappeared mysteriously after leaving office without exception, and no clues about any of them have been found so far. There is no need to say much about their common point, it's all due to failed decision-making. Osborn Group. Krieg gritted his teeth and said, "Give me one more chance, and I promise to offer you the Osborn Group. Then the androids will be ours. Why should I trust you? You've already failed once." Although the Osborn Group gained unprecedented popularity and heat through the display of bionic people and escaped from the dangerous situation, they did not take this opportunity to officially start production, but postponed it to a few months later. "I guess this is because they are lacking some key materials." In response to Dario's questions, Krieger directly gave his own solution. "Moreover, there is news that proves that the Osborn Group has been in frequent contact with the mutants in Kenosha recently. I suspect that the materials needed to produce androids are in Kenosha. As long as the bridge between the Osborn Group and the mutants in Kenosha is destroyed, it will deal a fatal blow to the Osborn Group. All parts have been debugged. Start assembly, RK800 prototype, Connor, start." In the laboratory, Harry looked at the new android that was quickly assembled by several mechanical arms in front of him with an expectant look. It had been quite a while since he started the Arctic exploration plan with the X-Men. During this time, Harry not only made several original samples of the 3 major intelligent weapons of Kong Tao, but also completed the manufacture of the second android prototype after Chloe. Connor is the name of this prototype. After all, this is an android that will work under Harry himself, so the performance, materials, craftsmanship, and other aspects must be refined, which is far beyond the reach of the models sold. It is worth mentioning that the several robotic arms used to assemble Connor were designed by Dr. Otto. He installed countless joints on the metal robotic arms, making the originally hard and bulky robotic arms as soft and flexible as octopus tentacles, which are getting closer and closer to the complete form of Dr. Octopus. However, with Harry watching, the outcome of Dr. Otto's chip being damaged and his mind merging with the robotic arm was basically unlikely to happen. Back to Connor, he is different from Chloe. He has male physical characteristics, a muscular but not particularly strong body, and wears a neat suit with the number RK800 engraved on his badge. The original RK800 was designed as a police detective bionic man. It has many special functions related to case investigation and is capable of both martial arts and firearms. It is the series with the strongest overall performance among all bionic models. The only one that is stronger than it is the upgraded model RK900 in the same series. However, the model and function settings in the original work could not limit Harry at all. He carried out an all-round upgrade on Connor, adding trace amounts of vibranium elements into the internal skeleton, which greatly improved the power and maneuverability of RK-800 and enhanced its combat capability to the maximum extent. Harry even wrote all 127 known fighting techniques in the world into Connor's chip. The investigative function was still retained, and anti-reconnaissance and espionage capabilities were also added. Harry used the best materials and technology of the Osborn Group to manufacture almost every component of Connor, and the cost was quite astonishing. The reason why he was willing to invest so much money in Connor was because Harry was going to make Connor the security director of the Osborn Group, fully responsible for the security of the group and himself. More importantly, Connor will serve as the commander-in-chief of the android armed forces that Harry will form in the future. Hello, I'm Connor, your newly appointed security director. I'm on call at all times. The moment Connor's body was assembled and the system activated, he began to introduce himself to Harry. Great, Connor, now let's do a real-life test. Harry took out a strange-looking pistol from the lab table next to him and handed it to Connor. This pistol is painted black all over, with a cylindrical barrel and a detachable structure. A small circular sight is installed on top of the barrel. This is the A22B Super Smart pistol. Its barrel is essentially a magazine. Each barrel contains 21 bullets. When the bullets are used up, you only need to replace the entire barrel. Once you become proficient in it, the speed of replacing bullets is much faster than with traditional magazines. The size of the barrel is also much smaller than traditional magazines, making it easier to carry. Connor is a bionic man, which means his entire body is made of prosthetics. He can use smart weapons directly without any other modifications. Harry took Connor to the combat test field next door, where many retired veterans and fighting champions were already waiting. They were specially hired by Harry today to test Connor's combat ability. By the way, we also test the actual combat performance of smart weapons. Of course, Harry had already replaced the bullets in the super pistol with non-lethal ammunition in advance. Chapter 31. The first test is a gun battle. Connor faced more than 20 retired veterans, each of whom had fought on a real battlefield and some had even made military achievements. Although no matter how rigorous the test is, it is still far from real combat, but what is the point of actual combat if you can't even pass the simulated test? The worst consequence of a test failure is that it will be sent back for redoing, but if something goes wrong in actual combat, the loss will be enormous. In order to maximize the effectiveness of the test results, Harry specially chose the explosion test site when the pumpkin bomb was developed before. He set up a considerable number of obstacles in the huge venue and let the veterans set up an ambush in advance. Connor only had a single super pistol, which was extremely accurate but had a limited striking area, and he only had 21 bullets in one barrel, so even if he shot one person at a time, there would still be a few people left. Unlike Connor, the 20-odd retired veterans used live ammunition, which of course could not cause any substantial damage to Connor, whose internal mechanical structure was made of vibranium, but it could easily penetrate the outermost layer of the bionic man's skin. Harry wondered if Connor and the Ultra Pistol could easily handle his opponent in this demanding situation. Some of you attack from the left wing, some of you attack from the right wing, you attract fire from the front, and the rest of you follow me to go around behind him and outflank him, giving this android a little tactical shock. Howlexy! He completely saw through our plan. And what kind of speed was that? Why didn't any of us hit him with a single bullet when so many of us fired at the same time? Fuck. Bob is screwed and Gary is out too. Be careful, he's using a smart gun. After the bullets are aimed at us, they will track and change direction. We have to use cover to dodge. Did anyone see where he went? He was right in front of us just now. Damn it! How come this android is so powerful? Is there anyone left? In less than 5 minutes, Connor had dealt with all the veterans. Then the second test, combat skills, began. Needless to say, even if Harry found every famous fighter in New York, Connor could easily defeat them without using force to crush them. With the action data of all martial arts in the world and Connor's supercomputing power, he can predict almost every move of his opponent in close combat and counterattack at a faster speed. Finally, there is Connor's extreme physical fitness test. His strength limit is about 2 tons, and his running speed limit is 36 meters per second, which is equivalent to 130 kilometers per hour. This data does not seem very high on the surface, and is even far less than Harry himself. After being injected with the Green Goblin serum, his strength is close to 10 tons. But Connor has actually almost pushed the mechanical structure of the Bionic Man to its limit. It is difficult for an ordinary Bionic Man to have a strength of more than 800 kilograms. If you want greater strength, you need to make it larger. With the force-generating skills that Connor has mastered from studying martial arts, the force of a punch generated by 2 tons of force can even exceed 5 tons, enough to knock a car away. Great job, Connor! After completing all the tests, Harry was very satisfied with Connor's performance. This means that Connor is absolutely capable of completing the next task that Harry will assign to him. Increase the speed by 2 times. Tony Stark, even I have to admit that you are indeed a genius. In a prison in Monaco, a strong Russian man lay in his cell, repeating what Tony said to him before he left. His name is Ivan Vanko. His father Anthony was once a researcher at Stark Industries. Together with Tony's father Howard, he developed the earliest arc reactor. But later they broke up, Anthony was repatriated, and without Stark Industries, the big money sponsor, Vank, and his son lived in poverty. So Ivan blamed his suffering on the Stark family and tried to take revenge. Ivan is also a scientific genius. He used the incomplete information left by his father to improve the arc reactor by himself, and successfully miniaturized it to make a battle suit similar to Iron Man but more simple. He called it Whiplash. A few days ago, Tony Stark had some unknown illness and had to replace the racing driver to participate in the car race in Morocco. Ivan took this opportunity to put on the Whiplash suit and wanted to kill Tony, but he was defeated and put into prison. Although the revenge attempt failed, Ivan was very happy because he saw that Tony was about to die even without being killed. For this, he was prepared to stay in prison for the rest of his life. Until this day. Ivan found that the prison food delivered to him was a little strange. There was actually a plastic bomb hidden in it. Could it be that someone wanted to harm him? To have him blown up while eating? It's obvious that this is impossible. Ivan used his clever brain to immediately figure out that someone wanted to save him. There was no need to think too much about the purpose of saving him, as there was only one valuable thing on his body. Boom! He stuck a bomb in the cell and detonated it. With the help of a group of prison guards who were bribed by someone unknown, he successfully escaped from the prison and found a scapegoat to pretend to be Ivan's body that was killed in the explosion. Currently, he is lying in a van with his head covered by a hood and he can't see anything. The reason why he knew it was a van was because there were not many cars that could accommodate him lying down, and the car compartment was a closed environment and he could not feel any wind, so it was definitely not a truck. Larger enclosed trucks are less likely to appear in a prison environment. With his vision completely blocked, Ivan's mind unconsciously began to think about some strange things. Who will save me? Rahan Energy Group? Hammer Industries? Maybe someone from the military. But no matter who this person is, if you think I will really hand over the reactor technology obediently, you are wrong. Ivan thought smugly in his heart. You will only become my tools of revenge, Tony. It seems that even God doesn't want you to die painfully from palladium poisoning. Let me give you a quick death. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded and the entire car body shook violently. What happened? Ivan, still wearing handcuffs and a hood, was startled by the sudden change and had no idea of the situation outside. I could only vaguely hear the curses and screams coming from the person in the driver's seat. Could it be that Stark planned this and wanted to kill me? Ivan guessed this angrily in his heart, and he moved his body desperately, trying to escape from this place. As a result, he had not moved a few centimeters when he felt a hand reaching out, grabbing his clothes and lifting him up. Immediately afterwards, Ivan felt a sense of weightlessness and a strong wind hurt his cheek, as if he was being carried into the sky. This made Ivan even more certain that this person was Iron Man. Chapter 32. As time went by, Ivan Vanko gradually began to feel that something was wrong. At least 20 minutes had passed since Iron Man took him away. With the speed of the Iron Man suit, he should have flown to some remote place long ago. If Iron Man wanted to kill himself, there would be no reason for him to live until now. Iron Man definitely had countless opportunities to kill him without leaving any evidence. Could it be that Iron Man had nothing to do with the prison break? But how did he know that the gang would come to rescue him today? No. At this moment, is this mysterious man holding me flying in the sky really Iron Man? Ivan thought doubtfully. The explosion just now happened too quickly. It happened almost right after those people took me out of the prison. This was definitely a premeditated ambush. No matter who the mysterious man who took him away was, at least he was sure that he was not here to kill him, and his life would not be in danger in the short term. After realizing this, Ivan felt much more at ease. It seems that the world's desire for small nuclear fusion reactors is far greater than I thought. I have only been in prison for a few days, and at least 2 forces have already wanted to kidnap me. This means that my plan is not impossible to achieve. After an unknown amount of time, Ivan felt the strong wind blowing in front of him becoming weaker and weaker, indicating that the flying speed began to slow down and they had reached their final destination. Come on, let me see who will be the winner in the end. His feet, which had been hanging in the air, finally landed on the ground. Ivan was taken to a place by a mysterious man and was made to sit on a chair. It is worth celebrating that this is not a torture chair and does not bind Ivan's hands and feet. Call. Suddenly, the hood covering Ivan's head was pulled away. The long period of darkness made it impossible for him to adapt to the light in the room for a while, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Ivan Vanko. At this moment, a figure appeared right in front of Ivan, called out his name, and also blocked the light from shining directly into his eyes. It was at this moment that Ivan saw this mysterious man for the first time. He was a man wearing gold and white armor all over his body, and a golden full-body helmet covered his face. It's already this late, why don't you take off your helmet? Sir? Ivan asked, looking at his surroundings. This is a fully enclosed room with no windows and only one main door for entry and exit. Obviously, he was transferred from one prison to another. Look at that! The mysterious man in golden armor pointed upwards and spoke without any emotion. Ivan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a huge screen hanging upside down from the ceiling. What was displayed on the screen was a bunch of meaningless wavy gibberish. I need the technology to build an arc reactor, Ivan Vanko. An unknown deep voice came from the screen. As long as you are willing to hand over your technology, I can provide you with all the resources you need to create equipment that is powerful enough to kill Iron Man. Who are you? Ivan's face darkened and he said that the other party seemed to know him very well. He started by offering to exchange technology for resources and even bluntly mentioned killing Iron Man. But there should be few people in this world who know about the old grudge between the Vank family and the Stark family. The words of the man on the screen almost made all of Ivan's plans along the way go to waste. He originally planned to play along and pretend to build the arc reactor or Iron Man suit for the other party, and then secretly embezzle resources to perfect the new generation of Whiplash suit and use this more powerful suit to kill Tony Stark. But now the other party directly stated that he was willing to provide resources to help him get revenge, which was completely beyond Ivan's expectations. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I only give you 2 choices now. The voice on the screen said coldly, first, you give me the technology for the arc reactor, and I'll give you the resources to avenge Tony Stark. We can win together. Second, death. The moment the word death fell, the mysterious man in golden armor beside Yvonne immediately held him up. His strength was so great that it was like a mountain pressing down on Yvonne, making him unable to move. It seemed that as long as the person on the other side of the screen gave the order, he would kill Yvonne without hesitation. Damn it! Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? How can you negotiate like this? Yvonne thought indignantly in his heart. His inner dignity prevented him from surrendering, but his deep hatred made him unwilling to die before Tony. Wait. I can give you the arc reactor technology, but how do I know you won't lie to me? So I asked you to let me make the necessary equipment first, and then I will give you the technology you want. Yvonne said urgently. The person on the other side of the screen fell silent. I can only advance a small portion of your needs, and my staff will be there to accompany you throughout the work. While Yvonne was waiting anxiously, the man finally agreed to Ivan's request, but gave a discount. No problem. There was a flash of surprise in Ivan's eyes, but he concealed it well. Hey, you should let me go now, we are partners now. The next second, the person behind him let Yvonne go and helped him break the handcuffs and leg shackles he had been wearing since prison. The moment he was freed from his restraints, an unprecedented sense of relief filled Ivan's heart. What should I call you? Yvonne turned and looked at the golden armor and asked. Golden Demon. The other side. Far across the Atlantic Ocean, in Manhattan, New York, in the top floor office of the Osborn building. Harry turned off the remote communication device. That's right, the person who just traded with Yvonne Vanko through the screen was Harry. He had seen on the news about Tony's assassination in Morocco about a week ago and knew that someone would soon try to rescue Yvonne. How could Harry give away such a good thing as the arc reactor to others? So he asked Connor to kidnap Yvonne from the prison breakers and be responsible for keeping an eye on him during Ivan's subsequent work. The prototype of the golden armor worn by Connor is actually the Green Goblin armor. After modifications to the appearance and upgrades to the materials, and a change of paint, it became the current Golden Demon armor. As for Connor and Ivan's current location, it is quite far away from New York, on an island in the Atlantic Ocean, about 500 kilometers away from Morocco where Yvonne is imprisoned. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is sorrow. Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer prepared a large banquet and waited for the good news with great anticipation. Suddenly, one of his men ran over in a hurry and whispered something in his ear. The smile on Hammer's face froze instantly. What? After our people kidnapped Yvonne Vanko, he was kidnapped by another person. Chapter 33. Check. Check for me. Who stole my arc reactor? Who stole my Iron Man suit? Hammer's face was so dark that it seemed like water could drip out of it, and he roared at his men who came to report the news. I'm going to make him pay. Once I find out who this person is, I'm going to use my ex-wife to teach them a lesson. Boss, what should we do with this table of food? Next to him, the servant who had just brought over a plate of bluefin tuna asked cautiously. Don't know what to do? Then don't do it. Hammer overturned the dining table, and all the expensive food on the table fell to the ground, which made the servant feel distressed. These were originally what he was planning to pack to take home. What a bunch of damn good-for-nothings. I spent so much money to support those mercenaries for so many years, and in the end they couldn't even keep an eye on a prisoner. Hammer cursed the people who were responsible for kidnapping Yvonne and left the place angrily. The servant who was arranging dinner was left alone, looking at the food on the floor in a dilemma. He didn't know whether to sweep it or not. Late at night, at the port of New York, two figures gathered stealthily among a pile of containers. One of them was Simon Krieger, the current head of strategic investment at Rahan Energy Group. The other was wearing the uniform of the port company. Are you sure? Is your information accurate? Krieger asked with a twinkle in his eyes. I don't know if it's accurate, Mr. Krieger, but I can guarantee that the mutants came as one group, but left in two groups. One group returned to Kenosha, and the other group went northeast. The port clerk answered affirmatively. I have been sailing on the sea for most of my life. I know from the route of the second wave of people that they are most likely heading north, either to Greenland or Iceland. In any case, they must be within the Arctic Circle. Otherwise, there is no need to take that route wherever they go. Greenland. Why would mutants go there? There's nothing of high value there. Genosha is in ruins right now, so there shouldn't be enough money for people to travel there at public expense. Krieger stroked his chin in thought. And the ship that's heading back to Kenosha is a freighter. It's very likely that the cargo on board is the goods traded between the Osborn Group and Kenosha. Why don't these mutants gather together to protect the goods, but instead split off a group to head to the Arctic Circle? Nothing seems right. Some time ago, after seeing the hot news about the bionic man of the Osborn Group, Dalio, the chairman of the Rahan Group, who was on a business trip in Greece, rushed back to New York and questioned why Krieger, who had boasted that he would take over the Osborn Group, had failed. Chairman Rahan is no ordinary person. He rarely shows up and very few people know his real appearance. But every time he shows up, the Rahan Group will experience some turmoil and may even face a major reshuffle. In order to save his position and his life, Krieger had to ask Dario to give him another chance to bring the Osborn Group under his control. Dario agreed to his request, but only gave him a 2-month deadline. To be honest, the time is a bit short, but the final say lies with Dario, so Krieg can only accept it reluctantly. Fortunately, he did not think this was an impossible task, and Krieg had found a breakthrough to defeat the Osborn Group. That was the mutants, or so he believed. So Krieg paid off the staff at every port in New York to monitor the comings and goings of mutants. Of course, although he said that the breakthrough was on the mutant side, Krieg never thought of doing anything to Genosha. He just used this to speculate on the plan of the Osborn Group and only took action against Osborn. Just kidding, the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants have reconciled in Genosha, and they have 2 deadly weapons in Professor X and Magneto. In terms of military strength alone, Genosha is the most powerful country in the world. It doesn't matter if they discriminate against mutants in their hearts, but if anyone dares to do anything to mutants. In short, the mutants definitely didn't go to Greenland for themselves. This means that this is part of the deal between Genosha and Osborn. The Osborn Group urgently needs something that exists in the polar regions. Krieger is certainly not a stupid person since he has been able to hold his current position in the world's largest energy company. He immediately thought of the key point. Such an important thing, I can't think of any other possibility except the key raw materials for producing bionic people. But how could the raw materials for bionic people be in the Arctic Circle? Although Greenland has a lot of resources stored, it doesn't seem to have any unique products. Roxxon didn't have the technology to create blue blood, and Krieg certainly couldn't figure out the reason. It doesn't matter if he can't figure it out, he can just go and take a look himself. Krieger made a crazy decision. He also wanted to go to Greenland and find out the truth about the raw materials of bionic people through the mutant exploration team. He knew it was dangerous to do so, but he had no choice at this point. The next day, Rahan Energy Building. Krieg stood in front of a team of fully armed Rahan private armed forces and mobilized them with a serious expression. Our mission this time is to explore new oil fields in Greenland. It is an extremely harsh land of ice and snow. Some of you may never come back once you go there, so if you want to quit the mission, get out now. Oil exploration was the apparent reason for Krieger's trip to Greenland. Oil was one of Rahan's main businesses, and this reason was perfect and no one could find fault with it. By then, it would be quite normal to get a little lost while exploring for oil and accidentally encounter a team of mutants. Very good, no one quits. You are all the strongest warriors. Rahan will not treat anyone unfairly. Anyone who participates in this mission will receive the most generous reward. And I will also set out with you and share the joys and sorrows with you. The Rahan Group's oil exploration team set out from the port of New York in a mighty manner. Instead of setting sail in a low-key manner, they made a loud noise with drums and gongs, as if they wanted to let everyone know that they were going to look for oil. It is worth mentioning that when the New York government learned of Rahan's oil plan, it immediately expressed strong support for Krieger's actions. After more than 10 days of sailing, Krieger and others finally arrived in Greenland. We're a little off course, but this place shouldn't be too far from the mutants' landing point. Krieger stood on the deck and looked through a telescope at the vast expanse of white glaciers and snow on Greenland. He suddenly felt regretful for the plan he had come up with on impulse. But now that we're here, can we go back? We're going to die anyway, so it's better to be buried here than to have no remains left. He could only comfort himself in this way. At this moment, the advance team that had just been sent out to explore the surrounding environment sent an urgent notice. Director Krieger, we found the wreckage of an airplane not far ahead. Chapter 34. This plane should be a model of the Nazi Air Force during World War II. It seems that an Axis pilot was shot down here. When Krieger arrived at the wreckage site, he admitted that he felt a little disappointed. Because his initial expectation was that they had discovered a spaceship from outer space. Isn't this often drawn in comics? The extremely cold and sparsely populated areas are always filled with the products of alien civilizations that secretly landed on Earth for various reasons. Then, countless years later, it was accidentally discovered by humans who set foot here. But it turns out that comics are comics and aliens don't exist. It's such a false alarm. Finding such an antique from World War II won't help us at all. Although we might be able to make some money by transporting the wreckage back to build a theme park or something. Krieger thought with little interest that he didn't believe anything valuable could be found from a plane that crashed more than 70 years ago. If Krieger had not seen his team members showing great curiosity in exploring the wreckage of the plane, and if he had not relied on these team members for protection throughout his entire trip to Greenland, he might have ignored the wreckage at first sight and led the team in other directions. Just think of it as a little fun for the boys. I'm the most caring boss in the world. Master, manager, you must come and see this. Not long after, one of the team members who had entered the cabin to search suddenly rushed out and shouted to Krieger excitedly. Young people are just ignorant. What great things could have happened decades ago? Krieger looked at the excited expressions of his teammates and thought with disdain. Come on, let me see what's got you so excited. A generous gift, thank you. When Krieg entered the depths of the cabin and saw the round shield frozen under a thick layer of ice, he realized that he was wrong, very wrong. Harry, I have good news for you. In Osborn building, Dr. Octopus found Harry with a happy face. The research and development of the prosthesis has been basically completed and can enter the clinical trial stage. So fast. Harry couldn't help but feel surprised when he heard the good news brought by Dr. Octopus. When he asked Otto to start the research and development of the new prosthetic body, he thought it would take at least half a year to enter the experimental stage. He didn't expect it to be done in less than 2 months. I didn't expect the progress to be so smooth at first. After I started the formal research, I found that the compatibility of the bionic man's biological component technology with the neural control system far exceeded my expectations. I completed the prosthetics of the limbs, eyes, ears, and vocal cords with almost no effort. Dr. Octopus said happily. It will take some time to make a prosthetic body with only internal organs and bones left, but it's already in the final stage. As expected of Dr. Otto, this job can only be done so well by you. Harry praised. This is not just my own achievement. 2 assistants also helped me a lot. Without them, I might have taken a lot of detours. Dr. Octopus shook his head modestly. Harry, there is something I have always wanted to tell you, but there has never been a good time, so I think now is the best time. Suddenly, the joy on Dr. Octopus's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. What happened? Seeing Dr. Octopus so serious, Harry also became serious. This matter is related to one of my assistants. His name is Max Dillon. His position is the lowest level electrical maintenance worker in the Osborn Group, but this position is seriously mismatched with his abilities. I can assure you that he is definitely one of the top electrical engineers in New York. Max Dillon? When Harry heard the name said by Dr. Octopus, his eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't believe that Dr. Octopus would say this name. One of Spider-Man's most famous nemeses, Electro, mutated and gained the superpower of storing and discharging electricity after falling into a pool full of electric eels during a maintenance accident. There are many versions of Electro's origin. The Electro in the main universe has nothing to do with the Osborn Group, while in some versions, Electro is an employee of the Osborn Group. It looks like the Electro in this universe is the latter. It is worth mentioning that as early as the first day Harry woke up from his sleep and returned to Osborn Group, he tried to look for familiar names on the employee roster to see if he could find a few talents who would become supervillains or superheroes in the future. As a result, apart from Gwen Stacy, who was an excellent intern and ranked relatively high, he didn't find any acquaintances. He thought that the Osborn Group didn't have those people at all, or that there were people but it was not time for them to join Osborn yet. Now Dr. Octopus mentioned Electro's name, which was really beyond Harry's expectation. If Max Dillon had been an employee of Osborn Corporation from the beginning, why didn't Harry see his name on the employee roster? I believe in your judgment of people, Dr. Otto, but why have I never known of such an outstanding scientific researcher? Where did you discover him? Harry asked seriously. Unexpectedly, Dr. Otto sneered upon hearing this and said, "Of course you don't know, because Max was deliberately hidden by the director of the electrical department because he did not graduate from a prestigious university and could not learn to please his superiors. The electrical director plagiarized countless plans from Max and shamefully claimed them as his own, taking credit for work that was actually Max's. In order to conceal Max's existence, he even deliberately changed the name on his work ID to Max Dillon. Oh my god! No wonder Harry didn't find Electro in the list at the beginning, it turns out that his name was changed. But this is too ridiculous. If it wasn't for Otto who told Harry this, he would never have believed that such an outrageous thing would happen right under his nose. No, Max had joined the Osborn Group a long time ago, or rather, under Norman's nose. It doesn't seem right. Norman's mental problems might be the cause of such incidents. Harry, similar situations are not uncommon in the Osborn Group. This is one of the key reasons why I broke up with Norman. He knew everything, but he allowed corruption among the top management of the group. I am telling you this now because I hope you can change these situations," Otto said with a serious expression. After hearing his words, Harry fell into deep thought. There were too many things to do during this period of time. He only focused on the top board of directors and shareholders of the Osborn Group, and indeed ignored the management within the group. Chapter 35. It's not that Harry doesn't know the importance of grassroots management to the group, but time is too limited. He has to gain supreme control of the Osborn Group as quickly as possible, and he is also busy replicating the technology in his mind in reality. After finally getting all the shares back, Harry was about to go to the Stark Expo to hold the first exhibition of androids in the world, and also reached a deal with mutants. All of which required Harry to do personally. Of course, Harry didn't intend to be a boss who had to do everything himself, but he was just troubled by the lack of good subordinates. Even if there were good generals, he didn't know whether they would be like the electrical director who plagiarized Max Dillon's research results, a complete dud. Each of these things was more important than the other, and they had to succeed and not fail. Harry simply couldn't trust the untrustworthy employees in the Osborn Group to do them. Originally, in Harry's plan, after finding large-scale niobium mines in Greenland, he would be able to mass-produce androids without any burden, and then he would allow a large number of androids to enter the Osborn Group to replace the original human employees. But now, Harry had to admit that this idea was a little too idealistic. The position that bionic people will replace first will always be labor rather than management. Bionic people who are just stronger but not too smart have the lowest manufacturing cost. If Harry changes the focus of Osborn Group and prioritizes replacing management with androids, this will cause two very serious problems. First of all, due to the manufacturing cost of managerial bionic men, it is difficult to produce a suitable number in a short period of time. The second point is even more fatal. How many human employees would be willing to let bionic people be leaders and control humans? So Harry has always chosen to bring in the bionic workforce normally, starting at the bottom and working his way up. If the corruption among the management of the Osborn Group was a rare, small-scale incident, then Harry could just eliminate this small-scale group and replace it with some androids, or with other people, and there wouldn't be any big problems. But judging from what Dr. Otto said, this is a historical problem that has been left over for more than 10 years. I'm afraid it will take a major change in the Osborn Group to solve it. This makes Harry's original plan less applicable. Why did you tell me this only now? You could have included this in the conditions for joining the Osborn Group. Harry took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked Dr. Otto. Because I know that if the Osborn Group suddenly undergoes a major change, the entire enterprise will come to a halt in an instant. You would not have agreed to such a big risk at the time, and I don't want the Osborn Group to really die out. Dr. Octopus said. I'm telling you this now because there is a way to prevent the worst from happening. The method you are talking about is an android? Harry asked, frowning. But Dr. Otto shook his head and said, no, I'm talking about the prosthesis. Prosthetic body, do you want to? Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up, and he seemed to know what method Otto was talking about. It seems you've thought of it, Harry. You're really a genius. Yes, brain prosthesis is also within our research scope. Although this is the most difficult of all our research projects, we have made a crucial breakthrough. Dr. Otto nodded, confirming Harry's guess. As long as a person receives brain neural prosthesis modification, then learning is no longer a task that requires effort for him, but a stream of data. When he wants to enter a certain industry, he only needs to input the corresponding data into the prosthesis, and he will immediately learn all the known knowledge in that field. For example, even if all the management personnel of the group are replaced, as long as they are replaced by those with prosthetic devices, and those who undergo prosthetic devices can all be selected from those neglected employees and relatively obedient managers within the group, the lack of management experience can be completely compensated by inputting data. In this way, the operation of the entire group will not have any problems, and it may even become more efficient overnight. More importantly, the biological components that make up the prosthesis are only part of the bionic man, which means that the cost of the brain neural prosthesis modified by humans is slightly lower than that of a complete bionic man, which perfectly solves the cost problem. At the same time, it will not cause resistance among grassroots human employees. I came to you today hoping to get approval to conduct brain neural prosthetic experiments. Dr. Otto expressed his biggest appeal this time. No problem, I approve. Harry naturally had no reason to refuse, so he simply waved his hand and told Otto to go ahead and do it boldly. As for whether Otto might be conducting illegal human experiments in secret, this is unlikely to happen unless he deliberately installs an imperfect robotic arm prosthesis on himself and then deliberately damages the neural control chip to make himself mentally ill. Besides, why would one need to conduct human experiments secretly when one can openly recruit volunteers and conduct clinical trials openly? After getting approval, Dr. Octopus left the office in a hurry. Harry was left sitting alone in the office, his calm face no longer able to suppress his inner excitement. He simply couldn't imagine that in the not-too-distant future, everyone walking on the street would have undergone prosthetic transformation to some extent, and bionic people would be everywhere in human society. This is cyberpunk. While Harry was looking forward to the new cyber society, another super genius in the scientific world, Tony Stark, lost all hope in life. Because he was dying, and he was being slowly killed by the round lump on his chest that had saved his life. Palladium poisoning. He tried every element known in the world, but none of them could replace the role of palladium in the arc reactor. So Tony could only try every possible way to delay his own death, including but not limited to drinking vegetable juice. He had tried to indulge himself, numbing himself with alcohol and women, but this could not make him forget the fact that he was going to die, it only made him feel more empty. To combat this emptiness, Tony decided to go to his favorite bakery and buy donuts today. Donuts are so delicious, ha 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 ha. As soon as Tony arrived at the bakery, he heard a giggle. I saw a ragged man holding a box of 6 donuts with a happy smile on his face. This box of donuts originally contained 5, but the boss gave me 1 extra. I am so happy, ha 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 ha. Tony looked at the man silently, feeling a little envious. Although I don't understand what he is saying, but seeing him smiling so happily, he must be full of hope for life. Tony retracted his gaze and walked to the ordering window, pointing to the donut menu that said buy 5 get 1 free. I want a chocolate one. Chapter 36. After getting the donuts, Tony flew to the roof of the bakery and sat down, enjoying the few quiet moments. However, just as he finished eating 2 donuts, a one-eyed boiled egg wearing a black leather windbreaker appeared in his field of vision. In an instant, Tony felt that the sweets in his hand suddenly became less delicious. Because this man's name is Nick Fury, the head agent of SHIELD, and because he once broke into Tony's house without permission. Iron Man, please come down from the roof right now, we need to talk. Although Fury was making a request, his tone implied an attitude of unquestionability. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Tony's response, but turned and left. It was as if Tony had no choice but to go with him. Tony didn't like Fury's attitude, but he followed him anyway. He was a little concerned about what Fury wanted to talk to him about. After a few minutes, Tony began to regret why he didn't just fly away. Because as soon as he and Fury sat down in the restaurant, he was ambushed by someone using a sharp needle and injecting some unknown liquid into his body. What made Tony even more upset was that the person who plotted against him turned out to be Natalie, his new assistant whom he had just hired not long ago. He trusted Natalie so much before, and even let her wear Iron Man's palm cannon to shoot wine bottles for fun. You know, even Pepper hasn't worn it yet. You're fired, Natalie. Tony said with a dark face. I don't work for you in the first place, Mr. Stark. Natalie didn't care. This is Agent Natasha Romanoff, Fury introduced Tony. First you sneaked into my house and waited to scare me, and then sent spies to infiltrate my company. What do you want from me? I remember I told you before that I'm not interested in your superhero team. Tony questioned impatiently. You have done too many stupid things in your recent self-destruction. You even gave your Iron Man suit to James Rhodes. Who knows when you will give something to whom next? Fury said solemnly. Do you know how many top-secret technologies that are ahead of their time are in Stark Industries? Once these things leak out to the outside world, how much impact will they have on the world? It is S.H.I.E.L.D's job to prevent that from happening. I didn't give it to Rod, he stole it. Tony argued stubbornly. You said James Rhodes stole your Iron Man suit. Who do you think would believe that nonsense? Fury said unhappily, anyway, we want to treat you so that you don't continue to engage in irrational behavior with self-destructive tendencies. No thanks. Just give me 2 more boxes of the injection you just gave me, what's it called? I'll be fine. Lithium dioxide can only temporarily alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning, but it cannot cure you. You still need to find a substitute for palladium. Tony's eyes flashed with disappointment. I have tried all combinations of all known elements, and none of them can replace palladium. No, I came here just to tell you that you haven't tried them all. Fury shook his head and thought to himself, if I save your life this time, Iron Man will be firmly tied to the chariot of S.H.I.E.L.D. I haven't tried them all. Tony frowned, trying to think of anything on the periodic table that he hadn't tried, but when he thought about it, he was pretty sure he had tried them all. Wait, the periodic table. Suddenly, Tony had an idea. He just needed to find an element outside the periodic table. A completely new element or combination of elements that has never been discovered by humans. Is there such a thing in the world? Do we need to create a new element artificially? It seems to be true. Blue blood. Ever since the Osborn Group announced the Bionic Man, this mysterious new liquid energy has caused an uproar. Since the Bionic Man has not yet been officially released and there are no samples available for testing, no one knows the specific composition of blue blood. But for Tony, who had tried all combinations of elements, he could at least be sure that he had not found any substance similar to blue blood. In other words, blue blood is indeed not on the periodic table. As the saying goes, a word of advice can awaken a dreamer. Tony now realized that he had been completely trapped in a misconception. In Tony's subconscious mind, he has already used up all the elements and has not found a solution to replace palladium, so it is even more impossible for others. Then he becomes self-destructive because he has exhausted all his life's knowledge but still cannot save his own life. To the extent that he unconsciously ignored the existence of blue blood. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Tony himself had never paid much attention to the news about bionic people. After all, while Harry was exhibiting Chloe at the Stark Expo, Tony had already been letting himself go, racing cars in Morocco. At this moment, the hope of living rekindled in Tony's eyes. Seeing his eyes, Fury knew that the time had come, so he prepared to tell Tony the relic left to him by his father Howard. Tony, there is a new unknown element. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, Tony stood up. Yes, I know, it's in the Osborn Group. What? No. I was talking about your father. Wait. Fury's face froze, and he instantly realized that Tony had misunderstood him, and hurriedly called him. Unfortunately, Tony, whose heart was full of blue blood at this time, had no intention of listening to what Fury had to say. He just put on the helmet without caring about anyone, and with a bang, he shattered the glass and flew into the sky. He left a message in the distance, please go to Pepper Potts for compensation for the glass. What should we do now, sir? Natasha asked, looking at Fury who had a dark face. Is there any need to ask? Go to Osborn Building. But sir, because of the last incident with the bionic bird, I'm afraid Harry Osborn won't welcome us. Natasha reminded, according to Coulson's prediction, if Harry finds our people again, it may cause unnecessary conflicts. Let's go to Stark's house and wait for him to come back. Fury said after a moment of silence. Osborn Building. So, that's why you're coming to me for blue blood now, Mr. Stark? Harry asked, looking at the dusty Iron Man. Yes, I know my request is not very reasonable, but your blue blood may be the only way for me to survive. No matter how much money you ask, I just hope you can sell me some blue blood, even just a drop of sample. Tony nodded and looked at Harry hopefully. It was hard to imagine that someone as proud as him would have such an expression. I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty, Mr. Stark. Harry waved his hand, signaling Tony to calm down first. Chapter 37. If you really want it, I can sell you blue blood, Mr. Stark, but I'm afraid it won't satisfy your requirements. Blue blood can't replace the role of palladium in the arc reactor. Facing Tony's expectant gaze, Harry shook his head slightly. Blue blood is one of the important accessories of the Bionic Man, and it was originally a product that would be sold regularly in the future. Although it is not yet time for it to be put on the market, it is not impossible to sell some to Iron Man in advance. How would you know if you haven't tried? Tony said with a determined look. He was now like a drowning man grabbing a rope, and perhaps the rope could not bear his weight and broke in two halfway through the climb. But if you don't even try, you can only wait for death. You just said that it was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who told you that there are new elements in the world. Harry hesitated for a moment and then asked. Yeah, you may not know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is, they are a group of secret spies who like to infiltrate people everywhere. I know what S.H.I.E.L.D. does. They once sent an agent to steal the secrets of the Osborn Group, and I caught him on the spot. Tony was a little surprised to hear that Harry had also dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D., did they also infiltrate the Osborn Group? It's all in the past, there's no need to bring it up again. Aren't you curious about what new element Nick Fury wants to tell you? Harry casually mentioned the capture of the Mockingbird. What does that mean? Isn't he talking about blue blood? Tony asked, confused. It's impossible that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., such an important person, came to you just to tell you this piece of news. He could have asked the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent lurking around you to do this task. Harry analyzed. Besides, even if blue blood could really save you, it was the Osborn Group that saved your life, not S.H.I.E.L.D., so they couldn't do you a favor and they wouldn't get any actual benefits. So why would Nick Fury come out to see you in person? Does he like you? So, Fury actually wanted to tell me that S.H.I.E.L.D. has mastered the new element themselves? In exchange for saving my life, he wanted me to agree to join their super team. Tony understood it immediately, but he didn't say the second half of the sentence out loud, he just thought about it in his heart. Of course he was not interested in Nick Fury's superhero team, but it was a secret after all, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Tony didn't know whether he said it or not, but Harry knew it all. To be honest, I don't think S.H.I.E.L.D. has the technical level to create new elements. Do you still remember the strategic science core that your father helped to establish? Harry asked. Even if I don't remember, Nick Fury told me once that S.H.I.E.L.D. inherited the original members of the strategic science core. The new element S.H.I.E.L.D. told you about might have been a research project of Dr. Howard during his lifetime. As soon as Harry finished speaking, Tony waved his hands and denied it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The infrastructure conditions at that time were not enough to support the research of new elements. You're right, so I want to show you something. Harry put his hand on the transparent desk, and then holographic images were projected out, forming a map in front of Tony. This is the floor plan of Stark Expo. Why are you showing this to me? Tony has always been confident in his thinking speed, but now he finds that he is increasingly unable to keep up with Harry's thinking. If you remove the trees and roads from the plan, as well as some of the new buildings that have been added in recent years, what will be left? As Harry spoke, he erased the above-mentioned parts from the floor plan. An atom. Tony looked at the remaining floor plan in shock. If he still couldn't understand it at this point, then all the physics he had learned over the years would have been in vain. Here's the nucleus, that's the neutron, and there's the proton. How did you discover this? When I was exhibiting at the Expo before, I liked the atmosphere there, so I took a panoramic aerial photo of the Expo. Then when I looked at the finished product, maybe it was because of my perspective at the time, I found that there was a certain pattern in the arrangement of the buildings in the Expo. After studying it for a while, I found that this was a new element. Harry narrated in all seriousness that he wasn't completely talking nonsense because he really had a panoramic aerial view of the Expo. After all, the original design drawings or models of the Stark Expo have not been made public, and the easiest and most direct way to get the floor plan is to take aerial photos. As for why Harry did all this, it was of course for this new element that could release greater energy than nuclear fusion. But after Harry got the plan, he just kept the information and didn't actually make it until now, because he couldn't be sure what this new element was. If it were in the movie universe, it would be an isotope of the cosmic cube without exception, there would be no problem at all. But the universe that Harry is in is definitely not the movie universe, so it is a question whether the cosmic cube really exists. It is even possible that the cosmic cube exists here. The cosmic cube is just a carrier of the space stone in the movie universe. There is nothing special about it. The cosmic cube has nothing to do with the space stone. It is a magic weapon forged using the energy of the transcendental realm and can connect with the endless energy in the transcendental realm. The cosmic cube has the powerful ability to change reality according to the user's inner desires. It is an ultimate wish-granting machine that can subvert the multiverse. Moreover, this thing can be mass-produced by humans, although the condition for its manufacture is to open a rift in the realm of transcendence. If what Howard discovered in this universe was not the isotope of the space gem, but the isotope of the cosmic cube, the energy released by this isotope can almost be regarded as stealing energy from the realm of transcendence. That means that the production of this isotope is likely to alert the transcendent gods in the transcendent realm. Although it was unlikely that an omnipotent cosmic being would do anything to Harry, the risk was too great. Not to mention that it is still unclear whether it is a Rubik's Cube or a cube. Unless he is 100% sure it is safe, Harry will not take the initiative to synthesize the isotope. As for how to ensure safety, of course, you should let others explore the way first, and then follow them after they have successfully passed. Originally, Harry was just planning to wait and see. After S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted Tony and Tony made the isotope himself and confirmed that there was no risk, Harry could then concentrate on making his own isotope. The advancement of energy will bring about major breakthroughs in all technologies of the Osborn Group, which will be 100 benefits with no harm. But Harry didn't expect that, while S.H.I.E.L.D. did contact Tony, Tony found him by accident. Now Harry tells Tony the secret of the isotope, which allows Tony to test the safety of the isotope on his behalf and also earns him the favor of saving Iron Man's life. If Harry doesn't do such a good deal, wouldn't he lose 100 million? The venue of this Stark Expo follows the design of Dr. Howard from the first Expo. In other words, this new element was first discovered by your father, Mr. Stark. Harry finally said, S.H.I.E.L.D. inherited all the research results of the Strategic Science Corps. Maybe this is what they want to tell you. Chapter 38. Sometime later, Iron Man flies away from the roof of Osborn Building. On a building in the distance, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in black uniforms saw this scene and immediately reported to Nick Fury. Sir, Iron Man has left Osborn Corporation and is now heading towards Stark Tower. I see. Is Coulson already waiting in Stark Tower? Okay, let him find a way to delay Tony. Fury ordered calmly. Turn around. Beside him, Natasha Romanoff, who was driving towards Stark's address, asked knowingly. Yes, now head to Stark Tower as fast as you can. A few minutes later, Tony landed at Stark Tower wearing the Iron Man suit. He originally wanted to go straight back to his laboratory and start working on synthesizing new elements as soon as possible. But when he saw Pepper had stood on the rooftop early in the morning, looking like she was waiting for someone, and a fat, bald, middle-aged agent standing next to her, Tony suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. When Harry told him that the Stark Expo was actually the structural diagram of some new element, he realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. was most likely trying to take his biological father's research results and give it to him as a life-saving medicine. He even wanted to thank S.H.I.E.L.D. for saving his life. Tony searched through all the databases of Stark Industries, but could not find any archival records of Howard's research on new elements. But if this was really a top-secret project that could not be leaked to the outside world, how could Howard have made an early model of the Stark Expo and built a park openly for everyone in the world to see? Howard's action was obviously to hope that one day a genius would discover the trick in the exhibition map and complete his unfinished research. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in contact with Tony for quite some time and could have pointed this matter out to Tony directly at any time, but they always concealed the existence of the new element and Howard's contribution, which obviously went against Howard's original intention. What does S.H.I.E.L.D. mean by doing this? Tony didn't know and didn't want to know. He only knew that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions were a disguised way of stealing his father's research results. Even though Tony spent very little time with his parents and didn't have a very deep affection for Howard, it didn't mean he didn't care about his parents' achievements. Of course, he might not admit it verbally. He was always proud and complacent in thinking that his talent had surpassed Howard. However, behind the appearance that he was proud of surpassing Howard, it proved that in Tony's mind, Howard's achievements were extremely brilliant. "Tony. Phil told me you were almost dead. What's going on?" As soon as Tony landed on the rooftop, Pepper ran over with a worried look on her face and asked, "Is all the ridiculous things you did before because of this? Why didn't you ever tell anyone about this? Phil? When did your relationship become so good?" Tony asked with a frown as he listened to Pepper calling Coulson's name affectionately. "He helped us with the aftermath of the Obadiah incident last time, and we have been friends ever since." Pepper didn't understand what was going on. She vaguely sensed hostility in Tony's eyes when he looked at Coulson. "What's wrong? What happened? Pepper, can you please go back to your office now? I have something important to say to Agent Coulson next." Tony didn't want Pepper to get involved in the troubles of S.H.I.E.L.D., so he pretended to be calm and asked her to avoid it. "No. You are dying now. Why didn't I know about such a serious thing until now? Do you know how worried I have been about you during this period? I just want to save your life and help you, but now you still don't want to let me know anything." Pepper suddenly burst into emotion. She was the person who knew Tony best in the world. Just by looking at his eyes, she knew that something big must have happened. "Well, if you want to listen, then let your good friend Mr. Phil Coulson explain first how S.H.I.E.L.D. took the new element that my father spent all his efforts to research for themselves. Now you want to use it to encourage me to join S.H.I.E.L.D., because this new element can just save my life." Tony looked at Coulson with a cold face. "What did you say?" Pepper was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Coulson in disbelief. "Is what Tony said true, Coulson? There must be a misunderstanding here. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. steal Dr. Howard's research results?" Facing Iron Man's angry glare, Coulson smiled bitterly. He was very surprised why Tony knew that the new element was discovered by Howard. It should be the only S.H.I.E.L.D. who knew about this. "Mr. Stark, I don't know where you heard this, but I guarantee it must be a rumor. So you do know about the new element my father was researching?" Tony asked, expressionless. "Yes, we know, but that's all we know. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have any technical information on synthesizing new elements, so how could they possibly steal Howard's research results?" At this time, Fury and Natasha suddenly came to the rooftop and responded to Tony's questions calmly. Tony noticed that Fury was carrying a suitcase he had never seen before. The style and material were very old, as if it was a product of the last century. "Perhaps you heard some bad things about S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Osborn Group. Since we had some unpleasant frictions in the past, it is not surprising that Osborn accused S.H.I.E.L.D. of stealing your father's research data," Fury said calmly, holding up the suitcase and flashing it at Tony. "You just have to look at this to understand everything." Tony took it doubtfully and found some yellowed letters and a videotape with unknown content inside. He picked up the videotape, and a slot in the armor on his arm automatically opened. Tony stuffed it in without saying a word. The Iron Man suit has more than just combat capabilities. Tony has also integrated a lot of daily entertainment functions into it, and reading discs is just the most basic one. Then, Tony put on the steel helmet and started watching the videotape. Not long after, Tony finished watching the last and only video recording Howard left for him. "Nick Fury, you're right, after watching this I figured everything out." At this moment, Tony did something that shocked everyone present. He raised his palm cannon and aimed it at Fury. "S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't steal my father's technology, they stole the only relic my father left me. It should have been handed over to me 20 years ago, otherwise I wouldn't have misunderstood my parents for so many years." Chapter 39. Lay down your weapon. Just as Tony raised his palm cannon and aimed at Fury, Natasha and Coulson immediately took out their pistols and stood in front of Fury. "Stark? What are you doing?" Fury asked with a grim expression. He didn't understand where Tony's hostility towards him came from at this moment. Could it be that the video Tony watched contained something unfavorable to S.H.I.E.L.D.? But this is impossible. Over the years since Howard's death, S.H.I.E.L.D. has analyzed the footage frame by frame countless times. Apart from giving Tony advice and hoping that he can eventually realize the research on new elements, no other information has been deciphered. Moreover, at that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had just begun to build its framework, and Howard would not have such a strong resentment towards S.H.I.E.L.D. that he would leave certain content in a way that perhaps only the Stark family could understand, thereby intensifying the conflict between Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. This is so unrealistic. Could it be that the video was taken by mistake? The one Tony saw was not Howard's? Countless speculations emerged in Fury's mind, but in the end they were all overturned one by one. "You ask me what I'm doing? This is the relic my father left me, and you hid it secretly. I didn't know about it until today." "Nick Fury, what do you think I'm doing now?" Tony said indignantly. "It is very likely that there is important information about a new element hidden in it, and no one has been able to decipher this information so far. If it is accidentally lost..." Fury was halfway through his sentence when Tony rudely interrupted him. "Stop talking about how this is to prevent people with ulterior motives from mastering the new element technology. It's obvious that it's you, S.H.I.E.L.D., who are trying to take the new element for yourself, but it's a pity that your scientists are too low-level to produce it." Tony sneered. "Why else would you be willing to return the things to me now? To save my life? That sounds better than anything else. If you really cared about Stark's life or death, you should have saved my parents in the first place. If you showed me this video without me knowing anything, I might really thank you from the bottom of my heart." "Oh no, not maybe, but definitely." Hearing this, Fury narrowed his eyes. What Tony said just now hit the point. He obviously knew in advance that Howard had discovered the new element, and had carefully thought about the details. At least he was very sure that Howard himself did not want the news of the new element to be buried, otherwise Tony would not have reacted the way he did now. Osborn. The point at which Tony's attitude changed was the short period of time when he went to Osborn Group. It could only be that Osborn told Tony about the new element. Even though Fury had just emphasized to Tony that Osborn was spreading rumors about S.H.I.E.L.D., he didn't think Harry really knew the inside story of the new element. After all, the connection between the strategic scientific core and S.H.I.E.L.D. is there. Since Harry has already dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. and even captured an agent, it is not difficult for him to find out that history. Deliberately inducing Tony to be hostile to S.H.I.E.L.D. can also be explained by the previous conflict with Mockingbird. Although this will make Harry appear to be a petty person, it is at least logical. Now, Fury realized that things were definitely not as simple as he thought. The information Harry knew was far beyond what he should know. "Stark, what did Harry Osborn tell you?" Fury asked Tony with a serious expression. He ignored the palm cannon aimed at him, as if he was sure that Tony would not really attack him. "Ha! I knew you would come up with a conspiracy theory, suspecting that a child under the age of 20 had learned the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. through some unknown means. I'm sorry, Harry was able to tell me about the new element only because he has a smart brain." Tony sneered disdainfully. "Now, get out of my building, and don't let me see anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. again, or I'll blow you to pieces right here." At this moment, the palm cannon raised by Tony began to glow, and Coulson and Natasha immediately tensed their bodies as if facing a great enemy. Coulson quietly glanced at the dumbfounded Pepper and gave her a look, wanting her to help speak. Unexpectedly, Pepper's face suddenly changed, and she stared at Coulson and the others seriously and said, "Although I don't quite understand what you were talking about just now, there is one thing that is absolutely correct, that is, you shouldn't have taken Tony's father's relics without permission, and you didn't let Tony know. So, philosophy. Agent Coulson, please get out of here. Natasha, Coulson, let's go. Fury said with a dark face as if he had eaten a fly, and left Stark Tower with two of his subordinates. After they left, Tony talked to Pepper for a while, and then began to prepare for the experiment of synthesizing new elements. Soon, several more days passed. While Tony was devoting himself to the new element, Harry was not idle either. While continuing to manufacture smart weapons on a small scale, he also made several RK-800s. However, compared to the effort poured into the prototype Connor, the performance of these RK-800s is slightly weaker, but of course they are still much stronger than the bionic people sold to the outside world. Since they are going to form an armed force of bionic men, it certainly cannot be just Connor, and it is even more impossible for every bionic man to be manufactured according to Connor's specifications. So Harry cut off some of Connor's performance and used him as a soldier in the army. Each soldier is equipped with a complete set of intelligent weapons, and their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. As for why Harry produced several RK-800s in succession and the blue blood resources, which have always been in short supply, have not been exhausted, it is naturally because good news from the X-Men has come from Greenland. Beast and other mutants discovered a large niobium mine in Greenland. Preliminary estimates show that it can meet at least 50 years of mining needs, and the actual reserves will only be more than expected. After receiving the news, Harry immediately sent people to build a mine. With the presence of Iceman and Qianhuan, the harsh local environment was improved a lot, making mining work much more convenient. Although the only issue that can be improved is the geographical environment, the temperature cannot be changed, and the mining efficiency is much lower than in a normal environment, but being able to mine in Greenland is already a victory. To date, apart from the Osborn Group, no mining activities of this magnitude have ever taken place within the Arctic Circle, at least not in public. It is worth mentioning that some time ago, when an exploration team was teleported back to the landing point by the Night Walker, due to a slight deviation in the distance estimation, they were teleported to another place not far from the landing point. What's more interesting is that they found that there was also a landing point there with many traces of human activities. Most of these traces were buried under the ice and snow. If it weren't for the mutants with extraordinary sensory abilities, they would definitely not be able to discover them. Based on these traces, Beast and others found the wreckage of an airplane that crashed here during World War II, which was also full of traces of human activities. There were even 2 large blocks of ice frozen in the cabin that were cut off and taken away, leaving only 2 huge gaps. Chapter 40. The X-Men had no idea what was in the plane, but shared it with Harry as a small episode in the operation. When Harry heard the keywords Greenland, plane wreckage, and World War II, he immediately understood what was hidden there. A World War II hero, a symbol of the spirit of freedom, and the world's first super soldier, Captain America. Harry felt that it was a little too early for Captain America to be unfrozen at this time. After all, according to the timeline in the comics, Captain America was not discovered until after the Avengers were formed. Even in the movie universe, Captain America should have been thought after Thor was banished to Earth. But Harry didn't care too much about this matter. Maybe the S.H.I.E.L.D. in this universe found Captain America in advance. In short, the X-Men's mission in Greenland has been successfully completed, the facilities of the mining site have all been built, and the mined resources are being continuously transported to the Osborn Group's bionic factory. Although a complete bionic man cannot be assembled without blue blood, other parts of the bionic man can be produced normally. After such a long period of continuous manufacturing, parts for thousands of bionic men have been stockpiled. It is expected that the first batch of mass-produced bionic humans will be fully assembled within 10 days. Harry will select 50 androids from this batch, make some minor improvements on them, and then put them to work in the Osborn Group. They will mainly serve as scientific research assistants in various laboratories, and secretly investigate and monitor corruption among employees at all levels. Speaking of corruption, we have to mention Dr. Octopus's prosthetic clinical experiments. After Harry authorized Otto to do it that day, Dr. Otto did not choose to immediately recruit disabled people in society to participate in the experiment. Instead, they chose to conduct a small-scale practice within the group first. Osborn Group has many employees, many of whom are disabled or have family members with disabilities. Dr. Otto gathered these employees together, installed prosthetics on them, and asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement. At first, he was a little worried that people might not believe this experiment, which sounded like a scam. But when Otto explained everything to these people with physical disabilities, they all agreed to the experiment without exception and actively expressed that they wanted to be the first to be fitted with prosthetics. The overall experimental results were very good, except for the minor programming bugs in the prostheses of 5 or 6 experimenters, such as the index and middle fingers of the prostheses being recognized reversed. The prosthetics installed by others all worked perfectly, as if they had real hands or feet. In fact, because Dr. Otto's neural control system transmits signals at a speed of nanoseconds, the flexibility of the prosthesis far exceeds that of real human limbs. The only drawback may be that the tactile feedback is relatively weak, and the perception of cold, heat, pain and itching cannot be comparable to real skin. However, this did not prevent the experimenters from having excitement on their faces as if they had been reborn, and they were grateful to Dr. Otto and Harry, the founder of the project. The prosthetics are progressing smoothly, the production of bionic humans is on track, and the entire Osborn Group is developing at a rapid pace. Another important matter at the moment is Ivan Vanko, who is far away on an island in the Atlantic Ocean. During this period, Connor has been guarding him closely and reporting Ivan's work progress to Harry every day. Harry's deal with Ivan was that he would provide Ivan with the materials to make a new Whiplash suit, and Ivan would give him the design drawings and a finished product for making the arc reactor. Ivan was very cunning and insisted on making the Whiplash battle suit first before he would hand over the design drawings. Naturally, Harry would not agree to such a request. To put it bluntly, in Ivan's view, the design drawings are equal to his own life. He would rather die than hand them over to Harry until the last moment. After that, it became a matter of first giving Ivan some materials to make some parts, and then Ivan would concentrate on building an arc reactor for Harry to show his sincerity, and finally hand over the design drawings after the Whiplash suit was completed. Harry didn't care about Ivan's little tricks, anyway, the final result was the same. With Connor, wearing the golden demon armor, there to monitor Ivan the whole time, Harry was not worried at all that he would refuse to hand over the design drawings in the end, because even if Ivan made a complete Whiplash armor and put it on in front of Connor by chance, Harry also believed that Ivan would not be a match for Connor, and the electric whip from the whip might not even cause any harm to Connor. In fact, Ivan had actually tried to do this one day before. He made an electric whip and wanted to use his back to block Connor's sight and secretly put the whip on his hand. As a result, Connor, who had input all the movement information of all mankind, saw through Ivan's plan at a glance through his joints, and broke Ivan's right hand on the spot as a small punishment. Since then, Ivan never dared to do anything tricky again, at least not in front of Connor. But he might never see the day when he is not in front of Connor, because androids don't need to sleep, eat or drink, and they won't be dazed even if they stare at the same thing for 24 hours a day. Therefore, no matter what Ivan wanted to do or where he wanted to go, Connor would follow him closely and monitor his every move. Ivan wanted to complain that this was an invasion of his personal privacy, but unfortunately as a prisoner he had no rights at all. Chloe. Harry called Chloe over and instructed. Inform all major media outlets that we will hold a formal product launch conference for the Bionic Man in 2 days. In addition to the specific Bionic Man models that will be released, we will also introduce a variety of derivative products at the conference. Okay, boss, will you host this press conference? Chloe asked after she nodded. No need. From now on, the task of hosting the press conference will be handed over to you and the people in the publicity department. Before, Harry personally went on stage to announce the birth of androids to the world because it was a historical event of great significance, and the status of the Stark Expo was there. It was the world's first technological event, and it was not qualified for ordinary people to take the stage. There is no need for Harry to personally attend subsequent product launches. Chloe took Harry's order and immediately went down to organize the staff, notifying major media outlets and making on-site arrangements for the press conference. Then we have to wait for Tony to successfully create a new element. If he succeeds, it means that SHIELD has the cosmic cube or the beyond realm and doesn't care about this little theft. Harry thought so, and then he looked at today's date. Time flies. Another month has passed. I have almost finished all the tasks that needed to be completed today. It's time to have a good sleep. Chapter 41. Under the tree of knowledge growing in the white void, Harry closed his eyes tightly, digesting the astronomical amount of information in his mind. He had been in this state for a long time, but he had only digested and absorbed half of it. The amount of information Harry obtained from the fruit of knowledge this time was almost more than the total of the previous 2 times. Such a huge amount of information naturally means that the technical level and manufacturing difficulty of this black technology will far exceed that of bionic humans and smart guns. After an unknown amount of time, Harry finally absorbed the information about the new technology and slowly opened his eyes. It's actually the Chrono Teleporter from Red Alert. The hyperspace teleporter can transport an object to any coordinate in the world. The principle is to convert the atoms that make up the object into electromagnetic waves that can be transmitted over ultra-long distances through light beams, and then transport the object to the destination at a speed close to the speed of light, and then reassemble it into the original object. However, this teleportation process is fatal to living things. Unless people ride in a vehicle equipped with a teleportation protection device or wear special protective clothing, they will be instantly shattered into atoms once exposed to the teleportation range. The hyperspace teleporter is a huge project. It cannot be built in just a few months. The energy required for transmission is an astronomical figure. Harry silently estimated in his heart that it might be a bit difficult to build a time-space transporter with the current manpower and resources of the Osborn Group. If we share the technology and work with other technology companies or even the government to build a hyperspace teleporter, the pressure will definitely be much less. But how could Harry give the technology of the Chrono Teleporter to others? Although strictly speaking he can collect patent fees and it cannot be considered as giving it away, but in Harry's mind, allowing outsiders to participate in the manufacturing process is no different from leaking core technology to others. You know, Samsung hides even a small mobile phone screen like a rare treasure, not to mention the manufacturing technology. Even the finished products are only used by itself or supplied to Apple, and all those sold are of inferior quality. The time-space teleporter is such a heavyweight super technology that just putting forward a theory would probably cause a huge wave, so it is better to manufacture it secretly. Once this thing is built, the development of the Osborn Group will usher in an explosive leap. In addition to its military use of transmitting armed forces to the enemy's home, transporting resources is its most strategically valuable use. It takes a full half-month to transport materials from the quarry in Greenland to the bionic factory in Manhattan and back. If a hyperspace teleporter is built on Greenland, the transportation process in the middle will be almost non-existent. The resources mined from the mine will immediately enter the factory for processing, and the production efficiency of bionic people will be increased exponentially. Similar situations are not limited to the production of androids. Any new technology manufactured by the Osborn Group will benefit from this, especially when Harry begins to mass-produce high-tech weapons. Raw materials from all over the world will be transmitted in a moment. Even though Harry's strategy on bionic humans and prosthetics is mainly deployed in the civilian market, it does not mean that he has no intention of expanding the military industry. On the contrary, all of Harry's current arrangements are aimed at laying the foundation for the Osborn Group to enter the military industry. Because what Harry wants to develop is a brand new future military industry or even a space military industry, rather than the modern military industry that has been formed for decades. The first step in development requires a comprehensive innovation from the most basic manufacturing industry. This kind of innovation would take too long to advance relying solely on human workers. Harry needed a large number of bionic people or humans with prosthetic bodies to speed up the process. It seems that we need to build a few more factories to expand the production scale of androids as soon as possible. We also need to urge Dr. Otto to speed up the progress. Harry woke up from his dream. Even though he stayed in the dream longer this time, his total sleep time did not increase and was still 8 hours. It seems that the time spent at the Tree of Knowledge will not affect reality. After getting up, Harry subconsciously prepared to call Chloe over to give instructions, but he immediately remembered that Chloe was preparing for tonight's product launch. One Chloe is still not enough. While thinking about whether he should make a few more android assistants, Harry walked towards the newly established android manufacturing department. At the same time, in the Daily Bugle building, the editor-in-chief's office, a young man approached Jameson with several close-up photos of Spider-Man and said that in addition to the cost of the photos, he also wanted to advance some of his salary. "Jameson, I really need an advance on some of my pay." Peter pleaded sincerely that he had lost his job as a research assistant since Dr. Otto joined the Osborn Group. In order to protect Spider-Man's secret work, he couldn't go to get off work and come home like a normal person. After all, not all bosses could tolerate their employees being late or leaving early like Otto. Of course, Peter knew that Harry would not blame him even if he just hung a workstation and did not go to work but just lay down and collected salary, but Peter's morals did not allow him to get something for nothing, and it was unfair to other hard-working employees of Osborn Group. So Peter fell into an economic crisis during this period, and he had to try many jobs that seemed to have more flexible working hours, such as delivering takeout and express delivery. However, after actually doing all these, Peter found that it was not free at all. If he delayed for just 1 minute, the order would be wasted and he might even face complaints and salary deductions. In this restless city, Peter often encounters thieves, pickpockets, and even swindlers on the way to deliver food, or workers working at heights who need help. These are indeed trivial matters, but how could good neighbors of New Yorkers turn a blind eye to people in need of help? As a result, Peter finally went back to his old profession when he first started out, selling his own photos. By this time, Peter was already living in extreme poverty and had no choice but to ask Jameson for an advance on his salary. "What did you say? You wanted an advance on your salary?" Jameson asked in surprise upon hearing Peter's request. "Yes." Peter nodded awkwardly. Jameson stared at him for a long time, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "Hee hee ha 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 ha." Halfway through his laughter, Jameson suddenly stopped laughing and said seriously, "I won't pay you a penny in advance." Then the subject changed. "But the Osborn Group is holding a product launch tonight. You should come with us. Remember to show off your Spider-Man skills." Chapter 42. In the evening, Osborn House was crowded with guests. Not only the news media, but also many celebrities and political and military figures came here to attend the press conference. No one would not be interested in the fantastic and advanced technology of bionic humans. There is a large flat in the middle of the Osborn building that is specifically used for press conferences. The space is very large and can accommodate thousands of people at the same time. Peter followed the Daily Bugle team into the press conference. He was surprised to find that every receptionist here wore a specific white uniform. Although their appearances were different, they all had exactly the same blue LED lights on their temples. Peter knew that was the symbol used to distinguish between androids and normal humans. Because the Osborn Group's bionic people are so real, if it weren't for the LED light that was always on, Peter would never believe that the receptionists coming and going in front of him were robots. "Kid. Concentrate and don't look around. Pay attention to what's going on the field at all times. I swear if you dare to miss a close-up of a wonderful moment, don't even think about getting a penny from me today." "Jameson, who was standing next to him, saw that Peter was so fascinated by the movie that he patted him on the shoulder and warned him. "Oh. Sorry, I see." Peter quickly picked up the camera and said seriously. Having said that, deep down he actually had no confidence in his photography skills. It's true that Peter has a hobby of taking photos, but he is not a professional after all. Everyone thinks that only Peter can take a clear close-up of Spider-Man moving at high speed, which is a proof of Peter's powerful photography skills. Even many paparazzi worship the mysterious man who can take pictures of Spider-Man as an idol. If he can take pictures of Spider-Man and every shot is accurate, then if he wants to take pictures of the dirty laundry of entertainment stars or political figures, wouldn't it be enough to have hands? But only Peter himself knew that what he had was not some photography skill at all. He just took the photo close to his face. It would be really unfair if the photo was not clear. Now Jameson asked Peter to take photos of the press conference, and to be honest he was a little nervous. "Welcome all guests to the Osborn Group's product launch event." At this time, Chloe walked onto the stage to welcome everyone with a friendly smile on her face and began her opening remarks. "I believe everyone has noticed that all the staff you saw on site today have an LED light on their heads." "That's right, every Osborn Group employee who attended this product launch is a bionic person. We have to thank our chairman, Mr. Harry Osborn, for agreeing to this press conference plan." Seeing Chloe come out, Jameson, who had interviewed her in person before, couldn't help but sigh quietly. "Chloe, no matter how many times I see her, I can't help but think that she is a real person. Harry Osborn's invention is simply a miracle." His voice was so quiet that basically only he could hear it, except Peter. Spider-Man's super senses allowed Peter to clearly hear every word Jameson said. He smirked in his mind and thought, "I never thought that JJJ would have the day to compliment others." At the same time, Peter himself also agreed with Jameson's words that the android invented by Harry could definitely be called a miracle. As a good friend who has known each other for such a long time, Peter has always known that Harry's intelligence is in no way inferior to his own. He just pretends to be a bad boy on the surface out of revenge against his father Norman for raising him but not teaching him. First Norman died, then he was assassinated. Harry went through so many things that he shouldn't have gone through at his age. He must have had to mature. Peter thought to himself, "Parker, what are you thinking about? Take a picture. I just told you not to be distracted." Suddenly, Jameson slapped Peter on the shoulder, expressing his disappointment. "Chloe is going to introduce the official model of the android." "Ouch! That hurts." Peter grumbled under his breath as he held up his camera. At this moment, even Peter himself did not notice that his spider sense was not working as usual. Maybe there was no malice in Jameson's slap, or maybe deep down in Peter's heart, he already regarded Jameson as one of the people he trusted most. "It's right that it hurts. If I hadn't told you to concentrate just now, and you were distracted now, I wouldn't blame you. But I've already told you, and you're still distracted. If I don't give you a good scolding, you won't learn your lesson." Jameson snorted. Although both of them restrained the noise they made, they still disturbed the nearby media. "Keep your voices down. It's not professional at all to make a scene in such an occasion. The Osborn Group is really something, they dare to invite any amateur small media." When Jameson heard the first two sentences, his face turned red. When he heard the words amateur small media, his face looked like Nick Fury wearing sunglasses, darker on darker. Unfortunately, he could only suppress his anger because Chloe had already brought 3 bionic people with different appearances, 2 women and 1 man, to the stage. Starting at 12 noon tomorrow, the first batch of bionic people from the Osborn Group will be available for order. At the same time, pre-orders for the second batch of bionic people will also be available. The first batch of bionic people will mainly be sold in 3 series, and each series is divided into 3 grades of models, high, medium and low. Chloe introduced everyone. The 3 series are the Personal Intelligent Assistant ST series, the basic model is ST200, the mid-range model is ST400 and the high-end model is ST700. The Engineering Research and Development Auxiliary TW series and the Advanced Intelligent Butler AX series also have 3 models, 200, 400, and 700. Of course, if some users don't like these models and want a customized Bionic Man, they can also order it on our official website. The price depends on the materials used in the customized model. Next, we come to the pricing phase that everyone is most concerned about. Among them, the 700 model Bionic Man is priced at $400 each, the 200 model Bionic Man is priced at $99,998 each, and the model Bionic Man is as low as $1 each. Don't worry about buying a dull doll at such a cheap price. Even for the most basic model, our bionic human technology is still far ahead of all our peers in the world. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Isn't this a bit too cheap? It's so cheap it feels like a scam. Although Chloe had said at the Stark Expo that the price of a basic model of a Bionic Man could be as low as tens of thousands of dollars, no one would believe that the Osborn Group would really set such a price. Don't they want to make money? It was not until Chloe actually announced the price of the Bionic Man at the press conference that everyone realized that Osborn was serious this time. Could it be that the Osborn Group thinks it makes too much money and plans to do charity to give back to society? If Harry knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be grinning from ear to ear. How should I put it? The total cost was $1,000 or $2,000, and he sold it for nearly $100,000, making a net profit of more than 50 times, and people still think he is doing charity. Chapter 43. Click. 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 Photographers in the stands kept pressing the shutter to record this crazy scene forever. Peter also joined in, holding up his camera. How many androids will be produced in the first batch? When will the second batch be ready? At this time, someone asked Chloe on the stage. This batch of more than 4,000 androids will enter the market, but we have added several new android production lines in Brooklyn, and the production capacity has been greatly increased. It is expected that the second batch of androids will be available for sale in a month, and the number and models will be much larger than now. Then, several people asked questions about the functional differences between different models of bionic humans, and Chloe answered them one by one. Well, I have finished introducing all the information I wanted to introduce. Thank you all for coming to this press conference. After saying that, Chloe retreated to the stage, and the guests in the venue left the scene one by one with excitement. Only a few people did not leave immediately. They sat quietly there and stood up only after almost everyone had left. The direction they were heading was not towards the exit of the venue, but towards Chloe, who was instructing other bionic employees to clean up the scene after stepping down from the stage. What can I do for you, sirs? Chloe noticed several figures walking towards her. She turned around and took a closer look, and found that they were all wearing military uniforms, led by a black colonel. Hello, Miss Chloe, I'm James Rhodes from the Weapons Development Department. May I ask if your boss, Mr. Harry Osborn, is available now? We want to talk to him. Rod introduced himself in a businesslike manner. Hello, Colonel Rhodes, please allow me to make a statement first. Chloe closed her eyes, her LED light flashed frequently, then she opened her eyes and made a please gesture. The boss agrees to meet with you. Please follow me. Rhodes looked at the people around him in surprise. They had never seen such a communication method before. It was both fast and secret. If it was used on the battlefield, it turned out to be the right decision this time. Rhodes nodded secretly in his heart and followed Chloe out of the venue. At the same time, the full video of the press conference was also released, which caused a huge uproar on the internet at the fastest speed. Oh my god! Is the price of this Bionic Man really a joke? It's several times cheaper than I thought. It will go on sale at noon tomorrow. That's great! I finally don't have to stay up late at 3 a.m. to buy it. The Osborn Group is really the most conscientious company in the world. Back then, some people doubted that Harry Osborn was so young and might not be able to run such a large group. Now it is proven that he not only has the ability, but also has a noble character worthy of admiration. He is completely different from those profit-seeking capitalists. Exactly. I can't help but think of a lipstick seller. The cost of a box is only a few dollars, but he dares to sell it for $79. His treasure is 10 times the profit. They don't make as much as robbing a bank. The cheapest bionic man of the Osborn Group is only sold for less than $. I'm afraid he is selling it at a loss. This is an entrepreneur who truly embodies the spirit of the American dream. Companies like Roxxon Stackhammer Industries should all learn from him. If you don't buy a bionic man, you don't deserve to be an American. Chairman Harry, we love you. Parker. Is that how you take pictures? As soon as the Daily Bugle team walked out of the Osborn building, Jameson couldn't wait to take Peter's camera to see what good shots he had taken. After just a few seconds of looking, Jameson gave Peter a dark look. Look at what you took pictures of? Well, you haven't taken many good pictures since you started taking Spider-Man, but today's pictures are worse than those. How do you want me to publish pictures like this in the newspaper? Facing the angry Jameson, Peter blushed in embarrassment. In fact, the photos taken by Peter are not as bad as Jameson said. Although he does not know professional techniques, at least his hands are steady enough and his reaction speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. He can often capture many fleeting close ups. Therefore, the photos he took were like those taken by a lucky amateur who accidentally captured some beautiful scenery. To put it in a good way, you can easily find a lot of problems with it. To put it in a bad way, this is really not something that most people can capture if they want to. But given Jameson's personality, how could he possibly say anything to praise Peter? Of course he would only find faults and not mention his strengths. I'm sorry, I will definitely take better pictures next time. Let's separate here. My home is in the other direction. Seeing Jameson's expression, he probably wouldn't pay Peter. He sighed in his heart, took back the camera and prepared to say goodbye to Jameson and others. Wait. If you don't give me the photo, what will happen to my front page article tomorrow? Jameson quickly stopped Peter and said with a straight face, the quality of your photos is too poor. Considering the large number of photos, I can only give you $200 as a reward. As he spoke, he pulled out 10 $20 bills from his wallet and handed them to Peter. Peter looked at Jameson, then looked down at the money in his hand, and the expression on his face turned from gloomy to bright. Thank you, Mr. Jameson, I'll have more pictures of Spider-Man for you. That depends on the quality of your photos. If they're still like the ones you took today, I won't give you a dime. Jameson snorted and led the team back to the Daily Bugle. They would not be able to rest until late today. J. Jonah Jameson, he's actually a good guy. He'd be perfect if he didn't fight Spider-Man every day. Peter looked at the backs of Jameson and others for a long time. What are you looking at so intently? Your new girlfriend. Just then, a female voice suddenly sounded behind Peter. Hearing this voice, Peter's whole body trembled and his pupils contracted suddenly. Hey, long time no see, Gwen. He turned around, smiled calmly, and greeted the blonde girl in front of him. I don't have a new girlfriend. Yes, I know, Peter, that was your boss, I saw him just now, although I don't know why you kept staring at him for so long after they left. Gwen smiled mischievously. I remember you went to London to recuperate. When did you come back? Peter asked. Some time ago, that doesn't matter anymore. You definitely don't know who I work with now. Gwen said mysteriously. Who? Dr. Otto Octavius. Chapter 44. Dr. Otto. Peter was stunned when he heard this, and immediately said with a smile, then you must not know that I was just fired by Dr. Otto. Well, actually I know, because he often complains that Max and I aren't as smart as you. Gwen shrugged. By the way, Max and I both work as assistants for Dr. Otto. Wow, you don't have to take this to heart. Once Otto gets into work mode, he will be very picky. If you deviate a little, he will fly into a rage. I was often complained about that when I worked under him. Peter smiled nostalgically. Picking? I prefer to call it perfectionism. Suddenly, another deep voice came from beside the two of them. Otto. When Peter saw the person coming, he went up to hug him in surprise. Hey, Peter, don't get so excited and act like a little boy. Otto patted Peter on the back. You and Gwen seem to have a good relationship, are you? No. Well, no, it's not what you think, but it's not completely what you think. Peter was shocked when he heard this and spoke incoherently. What? Dr. Otto didn't quite understand what he meant. That said, it's complicated. Peter and Gwen said in unison. Oh, it's complicated. Well, I'm old now and don't really understand the play of you young people. Dr. Otto shook his head in confusion. By the way, Peter, why are you here today? Have you also received an invitation to the press conference? Suddenly, Dr. Otto asked. I am indeed here for the press conference, but that's a long story. Anyway, I am here to be a photographer. Peter smiled bitterly. Being a photographer for a media outlet that only knows how to distort right and wrong? Peter, you're wasting your talent. Otto frowned tightly, very unhappy that Peter was now working for the Daily Bugle. And it's the Daily Bugle? What else can they do except discredit Spider-Man? I admit that the emergence of vigilantes essentially means trampling on the law, but this is a problem of the system rather than the vigilantes. Spider-Man is just actively helping others, that's all. Hearing his most respected mentor's recognition of Spider-Man, Peter felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. It feels good to be recognized. At this moment, Peter felt that all his poverty and misery during these days were worth it. Don't worry, Doc. I've got it figured out. Peter said sincerely. I believe you, but if you have any difficulties, I will always keep my door open for you. Harry is always thinking about you as his good friend, but he is too busy. If you have the chance, you should spend more time with him. Dr. Otto nodded, then suddenly showed a proud expression. By the way, Peter, why don't you come and see the research we are doing now? I promise you will be surprised. You really should come and see it. When I first saw the doctor's research project, I was so surprised that I was speechless. Gwen also said. It's been a while since I've seen you look like this, Doctor. It looks like you must have made something really amazing. It was rare for Peter to meet Otto and Gwen, so he didn't refuse and followed them to Otto's laboratory. Welcome, Colonel Rhodes. In the office, Harry smiled and welcomed Rhodes and others who were led in by Chloe. Please take a seat. Rhodes nodded and sat down on the sofa next to him, and the people he brought with him stood behind him. Chloe said you wanted to talk to me, what is it? Of course Harry knew why Rhodes and his companions came. After all, the military could only come to him for one thing, not to mention that the person who came was Rhodes. James Rhodes, Iron Man's best friend, is a young Air Force colonel, director of the U.S. Army's Weapons Development Department, and the pilot of the Mark II improved war machine. Each of the several identities is not simple when taken alone. Coming here must be to examine the feasibility of using bionic humans for military purposes. But even though you know it, you still have to ask. Mr. Osborn, I am here today mainly for two things, one is personal and the other is official. Rhodes came straight to the point and suddenly looked at Harry with a grateful look. I heard that you saved Tony's life. He is my best friend, but I misunderstood him some time ago and even had a fight with him. I want to thank you for helping him, otherwise I might have lost this friend. Hearing this, Harry's eyes moved slightly. Since even Rhodes knew about Tony's matter, it was likely that Tony had successfully made the new element. I didn't do anything substantial. I just gave Mr. Stark a few simple reminders. By the way, how is his health now? Harry asked calmly. He's still basically the same, but you can tell his mental state is completely different from when he was self-destructing. Rhodes smiled with relief. So now we have to talk about business, right? Harry reminded. Yes, sorry, I don't like beating around the bush. The military wants to know if you have any plans to create android soldiers. Rhodes asked bluntly. That depends on whether you have this need. Harry didn't answer yes or no, but gave an ambiguous answer. The military has been discussing this issue since you first announced the bionic human technology. Many people are inclined to order a batch of bionic human soldiers from you, but many more are full of doubts. I am here today to resolve these doubts. Rod was blunt. Each bionic man is produced by the Osborn Group, from every body part to their intelligent chips. So after you sell the bionic man to the user, does the Osborn Group still retain control over the bionic man? If the military buys a large number of android soldiers, how can we guarantee that you will not control our army through androids? Harry looked at Rhodes deeply. He actually asked such a sharp question right away. He really didn't know whether he came here to discuss business or to fail in the deal. I can promise that once the Osborn Group's androids are sold, the highest control rights will belong to the person who purchased them, and even I, the inventor, will not be able to mobilize them. Harry answered seriously. As for whether it was true or not, how could it be true? However, he had already prepared for this kind of doubt. Colonel Rhodes, if you don't believe it, we can try it now. But I have to admit that if another AI with a higher level of intelligence hacks into the chips of the androids, it is indeed possible to seize control of them. However, no one in the world understands AI better than me. Harry smiled proudly. Chapter 45. After a while, Harry and Rhodes came to an open laboratory, which was the one used to test Connor's performance before. Mr. Osborn, what are these? Rhodes looked at the 3 space hibernation chambers inside that looked like they had just been moved out of the set of a science fiction movie, and asked curiously. What's placed here is the bionic man that has just been assembled and has not yet been turned on. As Harry introduced, he walked over and operated the hatch a few times. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared, displaying the words "Please verify the purchaser's identity information." Colonel Rhodes, please come here. Hearing the sound, Rhodes walked up to Harry in confusion. Stand in the middle of the hatch. Rhodes adjusted his position according to Harry's instructions. The next second, a ray of light slowly swept across Rhodes' body from top to bottom. The identity of the purchaser has been confirmed, James Rhodes. Then the hatch opened automatically, revealing 3 bionic men inside. After going through this process, Rhodes became the master of these 3 bionic men. These androids seem to be different from all the models you have shown before. Rhodes keenly discovered that the 3 androids Harry showed him were different from Chloe and others who often appeared in public in many details. The first thing that comes to mind is the appearance. The one on the far left is extremely simple in appearance, and it even lacks the skin layer that every bionic man has. It doesn't even have a face, and is just a skeleton. The one in the middle is much stronger, at least it has a face. The overall image is a muscular man, 2 meters tall and with a strong physique. Just looking at him gives people a feeling of strong fighting power. As for the one on the far right, it is also a faceless one, with a well-proportioned body, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, a figure that is very appealing. The difference from the first one is that it actually has a skin layer, but it is not the normal human skin color, but a milky white, as if it has not yet turned on the human skin simulation function. Colonel Rhodes is right. These devices are indeed different from the androids that are mainly used for assisting daily work in the civilian market. Their design concept is more inclined towards combat. Harry said without hesitation. So you guys really plan to launch military androids from the beginning? Rhodes looked at Harry deeply and said. No, I said, it depends on the needs of your military. They can be soldiers galloping on the battlefield or security guards at the gate of a community. Harry waved his hand. And since you, Colonel Rhodes, are here at this moment, it means that the military does have this demand. Where there is demand, there is supply. This is the essence of business. There's no need to waste time on small talk, Colonel Rhodes, let's get straight to the point. He immediately began to introduce the advantages and disadvantages of the three bionic men. The three models are SQ200, SQ400, and SQ800. They each have their own advantages and application scenarios. They are not simply in a hierarchical relationship. The SQ200's actual combat performance is not strong, but it is cheap and can be used as cannon fodder on the front battlefield or launch suicide attacks on the enemy. The SQ400 has the strongest frontal combat capability and environmental adaptability. It is proficient in using all known weapons, armor, and vehicles. It is capable of withstanding rocket explosions without affecting its operations. It is the elite among the elite in any military branch. After introducing this, Harry paused and then told the final highlight. SQ800 is mainly used for espionage and special operations. Its comprehensive physical fitness and intelligence are at the pinnacle of the SQ series of bionic humans. It can also freely change the color of its skin and facial bones, and can perfectly disguise itself anytime and anywhere. Even its body shape can expand and contract. Once a bionic man is manufactured, his facial contours are completely fixed. The most that can be done is to cancel the simulation of human skin, but the appearance cannot be changed unless the man is sent back to the factory for a face transplant. Of course, such powerful functions also mean that the price of the SQ800 is the highest among the three. After saying that, Harry woke up the three androids one by one. The LED lights on their foreheads lit up instantly, and they introduced themselves in unison. Hello, Colonel Rhodes. I am an SQ200/400/800 model bionic man produced by the Osborn Group. I will be at your service from today on. Except for slight differences in the model suffixes, the three bionic men spoke almost completely synchronously. It is worth mentioning that when they were introducing themselves, their eyes were always focused on Rhodes, and they ignored Harry next to them. This detail made Rhodes relax a little bit on his vigilance about introducing androids into the army, but it was still far from completely dispelling his doubts. Now you can give them any command, and they will just obey you. Harry reminded Rhodes with a smile. You can take them back and verify them any way you like. Of course he has a way to control all the androids, but this method is not hidden in the androids' bodies. Even if Tony Stark disassembles the androids into countless parts for investigation, Harry can guarantee that he will not be able to find any backdoor programs. Really? What if I order them to attack you? Rhodes asked another sharp question. As long as the order comes from you. Harry remained calm. Rhodes stared at him for a while, then suddenly pointed at several of his men and said, SQ800, disguise yourself as one of them and find a way to blend in without being discovered by us, but don't hurt them. The moment the words fell, the SQ800 suddenly rose up and rushed towards Rhodes' men at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. Pfft! Before Rhodes could react, he heard several sounds of people falling to the ground beside him. In just a moment, the SQ800 crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and approached and knocked down several of his capable men. This performance alone made it difficult for Rhodes to doubt the combat ability of the bionic man. Thank you for the gift. How can that thing run so fast? At this point, several men came to their senses, got up from the ground, and complained in dissatisfaction. Wait, where's the android from before? Did anyone see where he ran off to? Suddenly, someone asked in surprise. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized that the SQ-800 that had just rushed over a second ago was gone. Logically speaking, the white-skinned bionic man should be very conspicuous, but looking throughout the entire laboratory, there was no trace of it, as if it had disappeared after knocking down Rhodes' men. No, there seems to be one more person among us. It's Todd. How come there are two Todds? Before we knew it, two identical people appeared in the team. Needless to say, one of them must be SQ-800 in disguise. No one noticed when it changed its disguise, from head to toe and even the clothes, every detail was exactly the same. It is impossible to tell who the real Todd is with the naked eye. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. Come on, you can't even recognize me, right? You can tell at a glance that he is an android in disguise. One of them, Todd, said helplessly. You fart. The other Todd was furious. I am Todd. Chapter 46. You're talking nonsense. You're an android pretending to be me, but you don't look like me at all. How dare you say you're me? Todd number 1 raised his eyebrows and said angrily. He turned to look at the rest of his companions. Okay, guys, I don't want to play this stupid game anymore. We have worked together for so many years, and this bionic human has only been born for less than a minute. You can definitely tell who is real and who is fake at a glance. You just stole my line. That line should have been said by me. Todd number 2 interrupted indignantly. The others watched the man and the machine with great interest. Both the tone of their voices and the expressions on their faces seemed to be cut from the same mold. It's hard to imagine how the SQ-800 could imitate even the facial expressions so closely. At the same time, they all knew that it was actually very simple to tell who was Todd and who was the android. Just as Todd number 800 said, they had worked together for so long, and if they just chatted about the past, SQ, without those memories, would definitely not be able to answer anything. However, they did not intend to ask proactively, because the order Rode gave to SQ-800 was an impossible task in itself. He just wanted to see what SQ-800 would do in this emergency and confirm how good its camouflage level was. I stole your line. That's bullshit. Do you know which unit we were transferred from to the weapons development department? Todd number 1 asked provocatively. It seems that you really treat yourself as myself. I will never forget this even if I die. I am from the XXTH company of the XXTH Army Corps, he is from the XXTH division of the XXTH Army Corps, and the Marine Corps. Air Force XXTH Commando. Todd number 2 was both angry and amused. Wasn't it self-exposure to bring up this topic? He asked back, what about you, android? What do you know? The others shook their heads in disappointment. SQ-800's best response now should be to try not to let anyone mention the past, so as to avoid being exposed. Now that Todd had named the unit each of them had enlisted in, the answer was obvious. Hey! At this moment, Todd number 1 suddenly smiled disdainfully. Although I don't know how you got our enlistment information, if you think this proves you are me, you are wrong. Jimmy, you went to hook up with your wife's cousin last week without telling her. You asked me to cover for you. Do you remember? Todd number 1 turned his head and looked at a companion and asked. What? Jimmy, you are such a person? Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Oh my god! Why are you bringing this up now? Okay, you win, you're the real Todd, okay. Jimmy was so anxious that he jumped up and down on the spot, and quickly suggested to terminate the test and stop any more trouble. Tommy. At this time, Todd number 2 also looked at his other companion. Do you remember when we were on a mission together in Harwood and were besieged by a group of terrorists? We were back to back at the time, and you killed 11 of their gunmen. Hey? Of course I remember that, but how could you know about that secret mission? If you are Todd, then how did he know about Jimmy? The expressions on everyone's faces froze instantly. Why was the current situation so different from what they had imagined? Both Todd actually know some little secrets that only they know to each other. How is this possible? If the enlistment information could be obtained by hacking into the military archives, how were these private matters obtained? Could it be that SQ-800 can also read people's memories? For a moment, everyone was shocked. This was simply unbelievable. Colonel Rhodes, I think this test is almost over. On the side, Harry smiled proudly. SQ-800, remove disguise. Rhodes nodded in admiration and asked SQ-800 to remove its disguise. The next second, Todd No. 1 took off his simulated skin in front of everyone and returned to his original white skin layer. Thank you for your kindness. How did you know about me and that thing? Jimmy asked in disbelief. When I pounced on you, I read the electronic devices on each of you. Based on the information in them and the frequency of your use of social media and your speaking habits, I made a preliminary assessment of your personalities. After comprehensive consideration, Todd is the best candidate for disguise. SQ-800 replied very politely. Information on electronic devices? But I clearly deleted all the chat records with Todd. Didn't he delete them? Suddenly, Jimmy glared at Todd with a gloomy look. No, Mr. Todd also deleted that record, but he told it to netizens in the form of a funny story on another social media. Although he started with "This is my friend's story," he did not replace Jimmy in the story with another name. Seeing that Jimmy misunderstood Todd, SQ-800 clarified. The camouflage capability of the SQ-800 is amazing. It can achieve this without any intelligence sources. If it were to carry out an infiltration mission under conditions of relatively sufficient intelligence. Rhodes looked at SQ-800 with burning eyes. This was definitely an ace spy. Colonel Rhodes, are you going to test the SQ-400 and SQ-200 next? As soon as Harry saw Rhodes's eyes, he knew that the military's order for android soldiers was almost a sure thing. No, this place is too narrow and can't simulate the environment of a real battlefield. Can I take them back to the troops for testing? If the results are satisfactory, we will have long-term cooperation with the Osborn Group. Rhodes asked. Of course, these prototypes are my gifts to you, Colonel Rhodes. They have already recognized you as their owner, so you can do anything with them. Harry naturally would not disagree with this request. For a long time, Harry will not use the last resort to control all androids, so that people from all walks of life will believe that androids are safe and harmless and can bring them huge benefits. Continuously expand the market share of bionic people and let bionic people gradually occupy the main body of all walks of life. Until one day in the future, Harry can actually control the entire world without anyone knowing. Afterwards, Harry, who has integrated most of the Earth's resources, can begin to show his true ambition and devote all his energy to building a fleet, developing the galaxy, and conquering the sea of stars. By the way, Colonel Rhodes, Osborn Group has 2 new products that can be widely used in the army. Are you interested? Harry suddenly mentioned. Is he also an android? Rhodes asked strangely. No, it's prosthetics and smart guns. Chapter 47. After witnessing the powerful functions of the SQ series bionic men, Rod thought he would no longer be surprised. But when Harry led him to a laboratory whose layout and facilities were very similar to a gym, and saw someone training inside, Rhod's eyes widened in disbelief. Jordan. He was a man who was about the same age as Rhodes, with a sturdy and strong build. He was walking back and forth on the floor carefully, looking like a baby who had just learned to walk. Rod? Why are you here? When Jordan heard Rhodes' voice, he stopped his reconstruction movements, turned around and looked at Rhodes, his eyes lit up. I'm here to discuss some business with the Osborn Group. What are you doing now? Can you stand up? Rod lowered his head and stared at Jordan's right leg, asking in surprise and joy. Jordan was once Rhodes' comrade in arms. They had carried out many missions together. Logically, he should have been transferred to the weapons development department with Rhodes. Unfortunately, during a bandit suppression operation in North Yankton 9 years ago, Jordan was shot in the knee and had to have his leg amputated. He was eventually forced to retire due to his disability. Rhodes hadn't seen this old comrade for a long time. To his surprise, Jordan's legs were intact when they met this time. That's right, not a wooden or mechanical prosthesis, but a real leg with muscle tissue. You said this. I have to thank the Osborn Group for giving me a second life. Jordan sat down on the spot, put his hands on his right leg and fiddled with it for a few times, and with a click, he removed the entire leg. This is... Rhodes looked at the prosthetic leg in surprise. This is the prosthesis. At this time, Harry came over and introduced with a smile. As you can see, Colonel Rhodes, the prosthetic body is different from all the prosthetic limbs currently on the market. Not only is it visually indistinguishable from real body parts, but it can also perform more dexterous movements than real flesh and blood, and its strength will also be stronger. Like the body parts of an android. In fact, this is derived from the technology of androids. Harry nodded. Mr. Jordan, could you please demonstrate this for Colonel Rhodes? Look at what you say, Mr. Osborn. You have given me a new lease of life. If you want anything, just tell me. There is no need to ask. Jordan waved his hands and put his leg back on without saying a word. But this leg is quite powerful. I haven't fully adapted to it yet. For safety reasons, you'd better stay away from me. Harry and Rhodes took a few steps back. Seeing this, Jordan bent his legs and squatted, then kicked hard with his right leg and soared into the sky. Rhodes stared in amazement at Jordan, who had jumped 7 or 8 meters high, and swallowed hard. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. 2 propulsion holes suddenly appeared under Jordan's right foot when he jumped to the highest point in the air. A strong shock wave gushed out from it, pushing Jordan's body up another 2 or 3 meters. No wonder the laboratory is over 15 meters high. At first, Rhodes didn't understand why it was built so high, but now he finally understands. If the ceiling was a little lower, Jordan's head would have hit the wall when he jumped. Looking again, besides Jordan, there were 3 other people in the laboratory who were adapting to prosthetics. Some of them had hand prosthetics and some had leg prosthetics. It was not difficult to imagine what powerful functions those prosthetics had. Colonel Rhodes, this is the second product I want to show you, a military-grade prosthesis. Are you satisfied with it? Harry smiled confidently. Don't worry, there's a third product. Needless to say, the shock that smart guns brought to Rhodes was beyond words. A veteran like him might not know anything, but he was an absolute expert when it came to guns. A-22B Super Pistol, G-58 Classic Submachine Gun and L-69 Classic Shotgun. Rhodes swore that these 3 types of smart guns were fully capable of subverting all conventional individual weapons. The value of hitting the target with all your shots is enough to drive all the gunmen in the world crazy. What's the use of the design skills that I have worked so hard to hone over the years? Not to mention its power, the existence of the Jo-style shotgun even made Rhodes almost forget what a shotgun was. 8-shot intelligent shotgun shells, each of which can lock onto an enemy and explode upon hitting the target, with considerable power. This is not a shotgun at all, it's an 8-round handheld howitzer. The only drawback may be that smart guns must be used in conjunction with prostheses, otherwise they can only be equipped to bionic people. SQ series bionic soldiers, military-grade prosthetics, and smart firearms. Rhodes didn't expect that he would get so many surprises just by coming to Osborn Group. Ever since Tony announced that he would no longer do arms business, his position in the weapons development department has been somewhat shaky. After all, everyone with a discerning eye knows that the most important reason why Rhodes could sit in such a lucrative position, in addition to his personal ability, is his good relationship with Tony. Through their relationship, you can get Stark Industries' cutting-edge weapons at the most suitable price. Now that Stark is gone, the military urgently needs a replacement. Previously, they were optimistic about Justin Hammer, and Hammer also promised that he would be able to create advanced equipment that is not inferior to Iron Man's suit. As a result, no good news has been heard until now. It was only at this point that Rhodes discovered that the Osborn Group, which had never entered the arms field and had never been favored by the military, might be the best candidate to replace Stark Industries. Just when Rhodes was taking a batch of samples provided by the Osborn Group back to the Weapons Development Department to let the military feel the shock of Osborn, on an isolated island far across the Atlantic Ocean. The manufacturing progress of Ivan Vanko's second-generation Whiplash battlesuit has entered the final stage. Not long ago, he had made the Vank version of the arc reactor and reluctantly handed it to Connor. Although Connor is a combat-focused android, he has the most additional features of all androids and is the one that Harry has spent the most money on so far. Therefore, Connor was able to conduct basic testing on the arc reactor directly on site. Not to mention being able to analyze the reactor's manufacturing technology, he could at least find out whether Ivan had tampered with it. Perhaps it was because the memory of having his hand broken by Connor last time was too unforgettable, or perhaps it was because an extremely sophisticated device like the arc reactor could not be tampered with. In any case, there was no problem with the reactor that Ivan handed over. This is not because Ivan surrendered, he never surrendered to anyone, he just recognized the fact. That means doing something under Connor's surveillance is tantamount to suicide. So Ivan chose another way to deal with it. According to the transaction process with the mysterious man, he handed over the reactor normally, and then concentrated on perfecting the second-generation Whiplash suit. And then hand over the design drawings? What an international joke! Chapter 48. What are you hesitating about? In the isolated laboratory, Connor looked at Ivan, who was in a daze, and asked. Nothing, I just feel a little sad about leaving here soon. After all, you have been here with me for such a long time, Golden Demon. Ivan said with a wry smile. He was under house arrest in this closed laboratory where not even sunlight could be seen. He had no access to any information from the outside world and didn't even know what day it was. And no matter what he did every day, Connor would watch him intently, 24 hours a day, and sometimes Ivan even wondered whether this Golden Demon was a human being. During such a long period of house arrest here, Ivan had never seen Connor sleep or eat once, and he had never even taken off his golden power armor. Could it be that he always took off his armor and went to sleep after Ivan fell asleep, and woke up just before Ivan woke up, put on his armor again, and stood in front of Ivan's bed waiting for him to wake up? This is not scientific at all. Ivan thought he was a carefree man, but he was stared at by an unidentified guy within a range of no more than 2 meters all day long. No matter how carefree he was, he felt like he was going crazy. It was not until he built the arc reactor that Connor took some time to test the reactor, giving Ivan a little breathing room. It was also because of this that Ivan had the opportunity to use that extremely short time to quietly improve his Whiplash battlesuit. To be specific, it should be called Whiplash Mecha. He even deliberately created several electromagnetic pulses when making the electric whip to paralyze the surveillance equipment in the laboratory. Although this would also prevent him from using high-tech tools for manufacturing, so what? Ivan thought about how Tony Stark had used a hammer to smash out the first generation of Iron Man armor and the arc reactor in the cave. Now he has so many advanced materials at hand. How could he still be inferior to Tony? He would never admit that he was worse than Tony. Fortunately, Ivan finally succeeded after going through untold hardships. No one could imagine how much pressure he was under during this period. Ivan looked with satisfaction at the humanoid armor in front of him. It was nearly 3 meters tall and had 2 electric whips more than 10 meters long connected to its hands. This was the work he was most proud of in his life. I have to say that the materials the mysterious man gave him were quite good. They were not junk that would break at the slightest touch. On the contrary, they were of world-class quality. It can be seen that the mysterious man is very wealthy, but when you think about the fact that what you paid for this is the manufacturing technology of the arc reactor, you suddenly feel that these materials are nothing. My mysterious kidnapper, I am very grateful that you have given me so many advanced materials. Unfortunately, it is impossible to get the design drawings you want. Not only that, I also want to get back the reactor that I handed over before. Ivan said fiercely in his heart. Golden Demon, can I sit in and try to see if the cockpit is the right size? He looked at Connor and asked with a deadpan expression on his face. Connor nodded calmly. Ivan was delighted and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but want to rise, but he used his willpower to suppress it. No, you can't laugh yet. You have to be patient. Another 40 seconds, no, another 30 seconds will be enough. Ivan suppressed his inner joy and climbed into the cockpit of the whiplash mech in front of Connor. The whole process took just about 30 seconds. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. The moment he sat in the cockpit, Ivan finally couldn't control the smile on his face and burst into laughter. He took out a slightly smaller than normal arc reactor and inserted it into the energy device in front of the cockpit while laughing. The whiplash mech started up instantly, and the cockpit was completely closed under the head armor cover, protecting Ivan inside. You didn't expect that. In fact, I secretly built a second reactor before. Do you know what I paid to build this reactor without telling you? Ivan showed a twisted and hideous smile on his face and said crazily. Of course you don't know this. When I made each reactor part, I secretly made 2 of them. In order to prevent you from noticing the excessive number of identical parts, I deliberately made the second reactor smaller. Although this will cause the power provided to the whip to decrease significantly, it is more than enough to crush you, Golden Demon. Ivan stared at Connor with murderous intent. After spending so much time with you, I have more or less figured out some of the details of your armor. Your power armor is made of high-quality materials and has strong defensive performance, but the energy it uses is not a nuclear fusion reactor, otherwise you wouldn't have to kidnap me. This also means that the power of your armor is far inferior to that of my whip. You broke my hand before, now it's time to pay back the debt. Ivan roared and drove the whip mecha towards Connor, while swinging the electric whip in his hand. The thick whip with electric arcs suddenly attacked Connor. Under the huge voltage, the temperature of the electric whip jumped to thousands of degrees Celsius. Almost any surface that came into contact with the electric whip would be melted instantly. Just when Ivan was expecting Connor to be completely cut off in the middle in the next second, Connor did something beyond his expectations. Connor not only did not dodge, but rushed straight towards the electric whip, and his speed was even faster than the speed of the electric whip. What? Under Ivan's shocked gaze, Connor grabbed the full-power electric whip as if it were nothing, and the electric current couldn't even leave a mark on Connor's golden demon armor. How is this possible? What material is that suit of armor made of? This level of defense is too inconsistent with material science. What is that? The sharp-eyed Ivan suddenly discovered that there was a faint golden light emanating from the armor that Connor used to hold the electric whip. Boom! The next moment, Connor pulled the electric whip violently, and an unimaginable force swung the whip rope mecha weighing more than 10 tons into the air. Connor grabbed one end of the electric whip and swung the whip to the other side like throwing a chain, smashing it heavily on the ground, creating a shallow pit on the floor. I know, it's vibranium. The moment the whip hit the ground, Ivan finally remembered what material Connor's armor was made of. Vibranium that can absorb energy and convert it into kinetic energy output. Connor's action of swinging the whip rope just now was probably achieved based on the power of the armor itself, combined with the impact force released after absorbing the electrical energy converted from the electric whip. But soon, Ivan discovered another problem. No. It's still not right. Even if we add them together, there shouldn't be such a strong motivation. His calculation was correct. It was indeed impossible to throw away the heavy whip rope just by relying on the power of the golden demon armor itself and the kinetic energy released by vibranium. But after accounting for Connor's own strength, it was a piece of cake. Chapter 49. Ivan Vanko, your attack has violated the agreement between us. According to the order, I will destroy you here. Connor stared at the whip rope that hit the floor and spoke meticulously. Really? It's still unclear who will eliminate whom. Ivan shouted stubbornly. He rode the whip rope back to his feet, and rushed towards Connor, brandishing the electric whip with both hands at the same time. Connor also came forward. But when Connor entered the attack range of the electric whip, Ivan suddenly changed the direction of the electric whip, not attacking Connor, but hitting a load-bearing column not far to the left front. After confirming that Connor's armor was made of vibranium, Ivan realized that his attacks would most likely have no effect on him. Therefore, his primary goal now is no longer to take revenge on Connor, but to escape from this unknown place as soon as possible. Ivan collapsing the building might not cause any harm to Connor, but it could at least stop him temporarily for a while, because vibranium absorbing energy and then releasing it requires a process of energy conversion, which is not real-time. Ivan was confident that with the power of the whip, he could break free faster than Connor even if he was buried in a collapsed building. However, Connor wasn't about to let him daydream. With a whoosh sound, a golden shadow flew over from somewhere and instantly cut off the electric whip that was hitting the load-bearing column. The golden shadow was so fast that even the whip's high-speed detector could only capture a blurry image. What? Ivan looked at the electric whip broken into two pieces on the ground in disbelief. His heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. The next second, the golden shadow flew in front of Connor. It was a golden flying vehicle. There was a sharp blade at the front of the aircraft, and it was it that cut off Ivan's electric whip just now. Connor stepped onto the aircraft and disappeared from Ivan's sight in a flash. Where did that guy go? Whiplash looked around in panic, but the aircraft was moving too fast. By the time Ivan could catch a trace, Connor had already moved to another location. Boom! Suddenly, the back armor of the Whiplash was hit hard, which directly caused the more than 3-meter-tall Whiplash mecha to stagger a few steps. Ivan immediately manipulated the whip and turned around to grab back, but unfortunately he saw nothing and Connor was no longer there. At this moment, Connor appeared behind Whiplash's head, and the pumpkin bomb in his hand was flashing yellow light, as if it would explode in the next second. Connor gently threw the pumpkin bomb towards the whip rope, while the aircraft drove him backwards quickly to gain distance. Boom! After a shocking explosion, the tall and burly whip mecha turned into a pile of charred fragments. Ahoy! Amidst the debris, Ivan Vanko, covered in blood, struggled to climb out of the cockpit. The next second, a pair of golden steel armored boots appeared in front of him. Ivan looked up and met Connor's gaze. Although Connor's face was completely blocked by the helmet, Ivan could still imagine his extremely cold eyes without a trace of emotion. Suddenly, Ivan noticed that Connor's hand moved, and he was so frightened that his hair stood on end. No, don't do it yet. I am willing to offer you the technology to build the arc reactor. We agreed before that I will give you the technology and you will let me out. I haven't killed Tony Stark yet, and I can't die now. Ivan looked at Connor and said anxiously. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble. Anyway, I don't know who you are, so you don't need to worry about my revenge. And if you kill me, you will never know how to build an arc reactor again. You were the first to violate the agreement between us, Ivan Vanko. Connor said unmoved. He squatted down and put his hands on Ivan's head. Also, you have told me the whole process of making the reactor. What did you say? Ivan's face froze and he asked in confusion. A slight clicking sound responded to him. Connor exerted a little force with both hands and broke Ivan's neck. Until that moment before the smoke, Ivan's face still retained a puzzled expression, his eyes wide open. He would never have imagined that the Connor in front of him was actually a bionic man, who was monitoring him and recording everything at the same time. All of Ivan's steps in making the arc reactor were saved in Connor's database and then transferred to Harry's computer. "Boss, Ivan Vanko tried to renege on the agreement and I have eliminated him." Connor reported to Harry what had just happened. "I already know the details. Clean up his body and the scene, then come back to New York. I have another mission for you." Harry, who was far away in Osborn building, was not too surprised to learn that Ivan attempted to attack Connor but was killed instead. In Harry's impression, Ivan Vanko was an ungrateful person who could never be tamed. The treatment given to him by Justin Hammer was really not bad. He rescued him from prison and tried his best to meet the requirements put forward by Ivan. Apart from necessary surveillance, basically nothing excessive was done to Ivan, and he was not even under house arrest. As long as he did not run away, Ivan was basically allowed to come and go freely within Hammer Industries. As a result, he was used by Ivan and became a tool for revenge against Iron Man. Harry is not as polite to Ivan as Hammer. Ivan has real hatred for him and Connor, so it is normal for him to play tricks and stab them in the back. Unfortunately, Ivan did not realize the huge gap in strength between them. From the very beginning, Ivan had only one choice, which was to honestly hand over the technology of the arc reactor without making any demands. Harry might even show mercy and let Connor let him go. Although this might cause Ivan to die faster, as he would definitely not be able to defeat Iron Man who has mastered the new element. Late at night, at a secret experimental base under the Rahan Group, a team of people wearing SHIELD agent uniforms, led by Krieger, entered the deepest level. "Are you sure you're telling the truth? Krieg, you should know what the price will be if you lie to us, right?" On the way, the bald agent in the lead asked with a cold face. "Don't worry, Agent Sitwell. We at Rahan Group have provided Hydra, no, SHIELD with so many new energy technologies. You should believe that we will never joke about such a big thing," Krieger said with a big smile on his face. "Humph." Sitwell snorted coldly and said no more. As they got closer to their destination, the temperature kept dropping, and finally they came to a freezer room containing a huge block of ice. And inside that block of ice, there was a person frozen. Chapter 50. It's really him. The moment Sitwell saw the man in the ice, an excited expression appeared on his face. "Captain America, the man who crushed our ambition to unify the world. He's the culprit who forced us to go underground now. Yes, he is the real Captain America." Krieger sighed. "You have no idea what I went through to get him back from the North Pole. To keep it secret, I even killed everyone who saw Captain America. They were all Rahan's bravest warriors." "Really? But how can I be sure that the person inside the ice is Captain America himself, and not just some random person you froze in there? You know, he has been gone for more than 70 years. Suddenly, the excited expression on Sitwell's face disappeared, replaced by extreme calmness. "I knew you would ask that, so I thought the other thing ahead of time," Krieger said with an expression that said, "It's just as I expected." He walked to the storage box not far behind Captain America's ice, opened it and took out the things inside. It was a round shield with red and white stripes around the outside and a white star in the middle. The diameter is less than 1 meter and the weight is a little over 5 kilograms. "That's Captain America's shield." Sitwell looked at the shield in Krieg's hand, with fear and ecstasy in his eyes. "Yes, we have conducted many tests on this shield and found that it is composed of adamantium, vibranium, and a variety of rare metals. The molecular structure is extremely complex and impossible to copy. There is no doubt that it is that shield." Krieg knocked on the shield twice, making a dull thud. "This shield is not only not heavy, but even lighter than expected. However, its defensive capabilities are terrifyingly strong. We used all means to attack it except for high-yield destructive weapons, but we couldn't even make a scratch on it." Hearing this, Sitwell frowned. "Who told you to conduct a shield destruction experiment without permission?" What if it gets damaged? Doesn't that prove it's a fake shield? Agent Sitwell, we couldn't be sure at first if this was the real Captain America, but we didn't dare to unfreeze him directly, so checking the shield is the best way to prove it. Krieger said as a matter of course. Captain America's shield is indestructible. It is impossible to damage it in any way, unless it is fake. Sitwell's brows relaxed, as if he accepted what Krieger said. This is the great gift I am going to give you. You can do whatever you want to this number one enemy, whether it is tearing him into pieces to vent your anger, or brainwashing him into becoming one of you and enjoying the pleasure of turning your enemy into a slave. Krieg put his shield against the ice that froze Captain America with one hand and smiled triumphantly. Rahan never does business for free. Tell me, what do you want? Sitwell asked calmly. It's easy to do business with smart people. It's not a big deal. It's just a small request from me. Krieger smiled sinisterly and said, I want you to help me kill Harry Osborn. Why? As far as I know, there is no obvious conflict of interest between you and the Osborn Group. Sitwell asked in confusion. That was true originally, but it's different now. In fact, the initial plan of Rahan Group to acquire Osborn Group was not the idea of its boss, Dalio, because Dalio mainly focuses on the energy industry and has no great interest in Osborn Group, which is famous for its biotechnology. The whole thing was a plan made by Krieger as the head of the Strategic Investment Department. He guaranteed to Dalio that as long as the Osborn Group was taken over, Rahan's strength could at least triple. At that time, the Osborn Group was under pressure from public opinion and was in a dangerous moment of collapse. Dalio also believed that it should not be difficult to deal with Osborn. Even if the result was not as bluffing as Krieger said, absorbing the Osborn Group would definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. So Dalio delegated the power to Krieger to accomplish this task. As a result, just when it seemed that the board of directors and shareholders meeting of the Osborn Group were leaning towards Rahan and that everything was certain to be foolproof, Harry Osborn suddenly showed up. Krieg's mission had failed. This is interesting. Although Dalio doesn't care about the Osborn Group, he cares about Krieger's failure. He was disappointed in Krieger's abilities, which was a dangerous sign for Krieger because every executive who had disappointed Dalio in the past had eventually disappeared. As for why Krieger still dares to take this position even though it is so dangerous to work under Dalio, it is naturally because the salary is too high and Dalio is very willing to delegate power. So Krieger asked Dario for a second chance to redeem his failure. What's even more interesting is that Krieger originally wanted to destroy the way Osborn Group obtained blue blood raw materials, forcing them to delay the launch of bionic humans, thereby causing a new round of public opinion blow to Osborn Group. As a result, he accidentally took the wrong path and found Captain America instead of Osborn's mine. Krieg, who was well aware of the long-standing feud between Hydra and Captain America, immediately changed his plan. In other words, we have returned to the simplest and most straightforward plan at the beginning. Kill Harry Osborn, who single-handedly saved Osborn Corporation. He had let that idiot Donald Mencken take action before, but not only did he fail to kill Harry, he was killed instead. This time, Krieg asked Hydra for help. They were a group of professional killers. To kill a little Harry Osborn, all they needed was their hands, right? It can be said that the current Osborn Group is supported purely by Harry alone. As long as Harry dies, will there be any worry about not being able to take over the Osborn Group? By then, the core technology of Bionic Man and the countless products derived from it will all belong to them, Roxanne. By that time, Dario will definitely look at Krieg differently, and even grant him higher power and status. In short, you Hydra just need to focus on killing Harry Osborn. We at Rahan Group will have a lot more things to consider during this period of time. Krieger said with a smile. Harry Osborn, right? No problem. You'll hear about his death soon enough. Sitwell agreed without much thought. Although he heard that a SHIELD agent was captured by Harry some time ago and his rank seemed to be quite high, few people knew the specific details. But after all, Harry was just a young boy. They even dared to kill Howard Stark, so why would they be afraid of a mere Osborn? At most, Harry inherited the Green Goblin serum and equipment from his father Norman, and then it would be enough to send out a Winter Soldier. Chapter 51. Osborn Building, New York. This month, we have sold a total of 14,281 bionic people, and the total number of pre-orders has exceeded 17. The number of orders is still increasing. Among them, the TW series bionic people account for 46%, the ST series bionic people account for 37%, and the AX series bionic people account for 4%. Chloe reported the group's financial report for this period to Harry in a serious manner. The above is the sales situation of bionic people in the civilian market. The military has also signed an order with us, ordering a total of 15,000 SQ200S, 3,000 SQ400S, and 10 SQ800S. We have made reservations for prosthetic reconstruction surgeries and supporting smart guns for tens of thousands of disabled soldiers. Over the past month, the Osborn Group has been continuously expanding the production scale of bionic humans. To date, nearly 2,000 bionic humans are shipped out of the factory almost every week, and production is still being increased continuously. Such a crazy production model not only did not cause overproduction, but on the contrary, the more supply there was, the more orders there were, and it has been in a state of supply exceeding demand. Of course, not all bionic humans produced are sold to the outside world. A large number of them are employed within the Osborn Group. Basically, all departments now have 5 to 10 bionic employees. The bionic man has powerful working ability and does not need to rest. He can work 24 hours a day without distinction between day and night, which has greatly improved the work efficiency of the entire group. However, this also caused another thing to happen. The bionic people were so capable that many employees, including higher-level managers, felt a sense of crisis that they might be replaced. For this situation, Harry came up with a perfect solution: prosthetic modification. All human organs such as the heart, lungs, bones, muscles, etc. have been made into prostheses. There is nothing that cannot be replaced. Those who are brave enough can even replace the brain. As for the consequences of brain replacement, even the developer Dr. Otto finds it difficult to explain clearly. The functions of humans who have undergone prosthetic modification have improved by leaps and bounds in all aspects. Although they still need rest and are not as durable as bionic people in terms of energy, the gap between the two will be greatly narrowed, and they can also create considerable value for the group. Moreover, Harry generously stated that the first batch of employees who voluntarily undergo prosthetic modifications will not have to pay for the prosthetics, but only need to sign a 50-year employment contract. Osborn Group's revenue and reputation have continued to soar due to the launch of the Bionic Man, driving the prosperity of thousands of industrial chains under its umbrella, which naturally makes its peers around the world jealous. Everyone wants to get a piece of the action, and many biotech companies are beginning to get involved in the field of artificial intelligence, and vice versa. Unfortunately, it is simply impossible to develop a bionic man from scratch that can rival the Osborn Group. So most people decide to buy a few bionic men, disassemble them, and do reverse engineering on them. However, it was not until they took it apart that they realized that it was easier said than done. Because at the moment they turned off the Bionic Man and prepared to dismantle it, the Bionic Man seemed to have turned on some kind of protective measures, and the blue blood inside his body began to vaporize rapidly, disappearing into the air in the blink of an eye. The Bionic Man's intelligent chip also activated the self-destruction program, deleting all data and leaving only an empty shell. The best we can do is try to figure out the materials and related structures of biological components. As for the process and specifications for manufacturing biological components, that is an unsolved mystery and we can only use the clumsy method to practice again and again. But even if they finally succeeded in understanding how the bio-components were made, they would not be able to make them work, because without the vital blue blood, without energy, the bio-component would be just a silicone model of a human organ. Without Dr. Otto's neural control technology, the biological components would be purely mechanical and could not be used on humans. Finally, it had the honor to become the OEM factory for mass production of biological components for the Osborn Group. Hammer Industries is one of the victims. Justin Hammer, whose Yvonne Vanko was hijacked by Harry, has been in a state of panic for the past 2 months. No matter how much money he spends and how many people he hires to investigate who kidnapped Yvonne, the result is always the same. Not found. Yvonne, who was so big, disappeared from this world like a stone sinking into the sea, and no one saw him alive or dead. As a result, the Hammer Iron Man project, which Hammer had spent a lot of time and energy preparing, was aborted before it even started. It would have been fine if the plan had failed, but this plan was made with the military. Hammer boasted to them that he could create a second Iron Man, and got a lot of funding from the military. As a result, something went wrong at the most critical link, Yvonne was gone, and the arc reactor was also lost. Without energy, no matter how many Iron Man suits Hammer Industries produces, they will not be able to move and are just a pile of scrap metal in every sense. The military was no fool. When they saw that Hammer had not made any move, they immediately realized that they had been fooled. They withdrew their funds directly and cancelled many orders with Hammer Industries as a punishment. Now that Hammer Industries has lost the favor of the military, its situation has suddenly become very difficult. Hammer makes a desperate attempt to reverse engineer the secret of bionic people and then devote all his energy to developing bionic soldiers. He definitely had no hope of getting the Iron Man suit, so he decided to change direction. Before long, Hammer watched in tears as the blue blood evaporated, all the data on the chip was destroyed, and only an empty shell of the bionic man remained. What's even more infuriating is that less than 10 minutes after he disassembled the android, a call came from someone claiming to be from the business department of Osborn Group. Ask Hammer if he wants to enter into a business cooperation with Osborn and manufacture cheap biological components for them. If he wants to do it, he can take some time to come to Osborn building to discuss it. If he doesn't want to do it, forget it. Hammer didn't believe that this call was a coincidence. He had just taken apart the android when someone from the Osborn Group came to discuss cooperation. Isn't this a naked humiliation? With the technology of your Hammer Industries, you are definitely not able to understand such advanced technology as bionic humans. We in the Osborn Group are so compassionate and kind that we see that you are so pitiful that we will let you do some OEM work. I will eat the meat and give you some soup. If you don't want to drink it, forget it. There are plenty of people waiting to drink the soup, and you won't make a difference. This was roughly what Hammer understood as the so-called cooperation on the phone. OEM is simply the name of exploitation. It has always been the case that others have done OEM for them, Hammer Industries. How could they have ever done OEM for others? There are not even a few companies in the entire United States that are engaged in manufacturing. Letting Hammer Industries do the manufacturing for Osborn is simply going against the grain. So should Hammer just pretend that this never happened and continue doing his original business? It seems that it really doesn't work. Hammer Industries is mainly engaged in military industry, and a large part of its income depends on military orders, but now the military has a tendency to neglect Hammer Industries. Apart from arms smuggling, Hammer really needed a new source of income. Chapter 52. Hammer finally accepted his fate. The android business was too big, and Osborn Group was the only company in the world that owned it. If they want to get some benefits from it, then they have no choice but to cooperate with the Osborn Group. Although cooperation is just a nice way of saying it, in reality it is just doing hard work for the Osborn Group. Hammer Industries is not the first company to provide OEM services to the Osborn Group, and it will definitely not be the last. It is also conceivable that these companies selected as OEM factories, in order to improve the efficiency of completing OEM and their own businesses, will themselves need a large number of bionic employees. They earn a fee by manufacturing bionic parts for the Osborn Group, and then use the money to buy bionic humans from the Osborn Group to increase production capacity, earn more fees, buy more bionic humans, and eventually form a closed loop. Hammer would never know that it was Osborn who had put him in his current dilemma. At this moment, Connor was rushing back to Osborn Building from the isolated island laboratory in the Atlantic Ocean with the arc reactor, which Hammer loved and hated. Is this the sample made by Ivan Vanko? Harry looked at the obviously crudely made sample reactor and casually placed it on the table. It goes without saying that this must be a product that Ivan Vanko rushed out to appease us. However, we have mastered the entire process of manufacturing a miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor and can make a reactor of better quality at any time. In addition, Harry can also upgrade the fuel into isotopes of the cosmic cube, enabling it to produce far greater energy than cold nuclear fusion. After learning from Rhodes that Iron Man had successfully recovered, Harry immediately set about working on synthesizing isotopes. This did seem like picking Tony's peach, but only a fool would reject such an advanced and efficient clean energy. Harry bought a relatively remote industrial park in the industrial area of Brooklyn, New York, and built a secret research and development base underground. This base is specially used to study those high-tech technologies that are not ready to be made public and are only used within the Osborn Group, such as the isotopes of the cosmic cube and the hyperspace teleporter. The construction of the entire underground base was completed by bionic people. No human has ever entered it. Once a bionic person enters the underground base, he will never come out again, eliminating any possibility of leaks. Boss, you said before that you had another task for me. What is it? Connor asked. I am going to set up a private armed guard team that belongs to me alone. I will name it the Terrorist Mobile Team, and you will be the commander of this team. Harry tapped twice on the table, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. On the screen was a sexy blonde woman wearing a black OL uniform. The flashing blue LED light on her forehead showed her bionic nature. The team members have assembled, boss. As soon as the screen turned on, the woman in the picture immediately reported to Harry. Maiswo, bring them up. Harry nodded and instructed the woman on the screen. Chloe had a heavy workload and was often unable to carry out all the instructions given by Harry. This made Harry realize that having only one assistant was not enough, so he created 2 more bionic female secretaries and named them Maiswo and Weiss. At this point, Chloe is mainly responsible for monitoring the group's finances and external publicity. Madison is responsible for handling daily paperwork and itinerary arrangements on behalf of Harry, and Weiss is responsible for completing miscellaneous matters other than this. Please wait, we will be there soon. Soon, Maiswo led a group of people to Harry and Connor. These were the first batch of members of the terrorist squad, a total of 8 people, 4 of whom were bionic people, and the other 4 were humans who had undergone prosthetic transformation. Jordan, who had previously demonstrated a double jump in front of Rhodes, was also among them, and was a core member with considerable combat effectiveness. Although he only showed Rod the leg prosthesis at that time, in fact Jordan's limbs, entire skeleton, and internal organs have all been transformed into prostheses, and even subcutaneous armor has been implanted to make the body bulletproof. Boss. Jordan and others saluted Harry respectfully. Each of these 4 people was once a veteran soldier, but fell to the bottom of their life because of injuries. On the surface, the government grants very high benefits to disabled soldiers, and they can receive a considerable pension every month. However, how much of that money can actually be paid to the soldiers themselves is only known to the parties involved. Anyway, when Harry sent people to find them, except for Jordan who could live a slightly better life by virtue of his identity as Rhodes' friend, the quality of life of others was not very good. Now, the Osborn Group has provided them with prosthetic modifications free of charge, which has not only turned them from a disabled person back into a normal person, but also allowed them to get a very high-paying job. Although the time limit on the contract is a little longer, so what? They are so grateful to Harry that they can't express enough gratitude, so how could they have any objection to working for him? Let me introduce you, this is Connor. He is the security director of the Osborn Group. He will also be the head of the terrorist squad, which means he will be your captain. Harry introduced them to everyone. Hi, I'm Connor. Connor greeted the players with a solemn expression. Team leader. Jordan and others did not have any objection because their captain was a cyborg. During the period after they transformed their prosthetic bodies, they had come into contact with various cyborgs within the Osborn Group, and they were very clear about how powerful cyborgs were. He accepted the identity of Captain Connor very naturally. Of course, this does not mean that they will unconditionally trust Connor's command ability. It will take some time for the tacit understanding between them to be cultivated. Although it is a bit strange that humans and androids can develop a tacit understanding, it is indeed possible. Connor, take your team to practice now. After receiving Harry's instructions, Connor took Jordan and others downstairs. At the same time, on the other side of the Earth, on the snow-capped plains of Siberia, an ancient base that has existed for more than half a century is hidden in an uninhabited ice and snow world. At this moment, a helicopter broke the silence here. Several Hydra agents got off the helicopter and walked into the base with cold eyes. They are going to launch Hydra's most deadly killer from here, which is also one of the secret weapons that Hydra has secretly created over the years. A super soldier who aims to rival Captain America. The Winter Soldier. Chapter 53. A few days later. Osborn's secret underground base in Brooklyn, New York. Harry stood behind the isolation chamber, observing the construction of a massive facility. This facility is the space-time teleporter. Currently, only a simple framework has been built, and the progress is about 30%. It will probably take another 2 months to be fully completed. This is based on the assumption that the workers building the teleporter are all bionic people who can work without sleep. If ordinary human workers were asked to build it, it would probably take less than half a year, and the possibility of mistakes would be very high. The biggest advantage of the black technology that Harry obtained from the Fruit of Knowledge is that it does not require any trial and error. As long as you strictly follow the data in the materials, there is basically no possibility of failure. The probability of a bionic man making a mistake, even if it is not zero, is far less than 1 in a billion. When the time-space teleporter is completed, I should be able to obtain at least 2 new technologies. Harry calculated the time silently in his mind. It had been quite a while since he obtained the chrono teleporter, and there were only a few days left before the next technology arrived. However, technology is something that requires massive accumulation to achieve real explosion, and Harry would never think that he has too much technology. As for the possibility that the technology in the dream may not be used for a while, or that the Osborn Group has already mastered similar Marvel native technology, it doesn't matter at all. Even if there may be some black technology that Harry may not be able to use itself, the technical principles and related derivatives used in it are definitely of great value. With continuous accumulation and iteration, Harry believes that Osborn will develop faster and faster. After inspecting the construction progress of the chrono teleporter, Harry came to another slightly smaller facility where a high-energy particle collider was being built and had already been completed. Of course, what Harry built was a simple version of the collider, which was very small in size. If one wanted to build a real large-scale particle collider, it would be impossible without investing tens of billions to hundreds of billions of dollars. Besides, there was no need to build a large collider, and Harry was not planning to do high-energy physics experiments. He built this small particle collider just to synthesize isotopes of the cosmic cube. Another laboratory not far from the particle collider is the manufacturing center of the new arc reactor. The synthesis of isotopes went very smoothly. Howard and Tony had already walked this path twice, so there was no way Harry would fail in this. However, Harry did not intend to make the arc reactor into a miniature reactor. He also planned to build a large reactor using isotopes as fuel to provide energy supply for the entire Osborn Group, including the bionic factory. Although the energy released by the microreactor is already large enough, the energy demand of the Osborn Group is extremely huge, and the microreactor is definitely unable to meet it. What's more, the existence of the microreactor itself is to provide energy in a small area. Harry used the microreactor to manufacture individual power armor and supersonic aircraft. In addition to using them for himself, the most important purpose was to equip the members of the terrorist mobile team. After all, they are the strongest armed force under Harry's command at present, so naturally they should choose the best equipment. Having said that, the cost of the new arc reactor and power armor is not low, and even if Harry is willing to spend money on it, it is impossible to mass produce it. Therefore, the first batch of terrorist mobile teams, including Connor who is already fully equipped, only has 9 candidates, half of whom are bionic people. The superspace teleporter, the small high-energy particle collider, and the isotope arc reactor are the 3 main manufacturing tasks currently underway in this base. These only occupy less than half of the space in the underground base, and a large number of laboratories and manufacturing plants are idle, reserved for the future development of some technologies that are not easy to see. Not long after, Harry finished inspecting all the work in the base and prepared to return to Osborn Building. Connor and 3 members of the terrorist squad were waiting at the door early, and followed Harry into the car. When Harry was attacked for the first time, he did not bring bodyguards with him. It was not because he was careless or felt that the world was too safe and he did not need protection. It was because Harry didn't trust anyone in Osborn Building at that time. It was later proved that the attack was indeed planned by the group's directors. If Harry had really let bodyguards follow him at that time, he might have died long ago. As for now, Harry has been injected with serum and has various equipment ready at all times. In fact, he no longer needs a bodyguard. But with his current status, it would not look good if he had to do everything by himself. Harry doesn't intend to be a superhero like Iron Man. Of course, he won't do anything himself that can be done by others. As Connor drove out of the industrial park, he saw a tall building in the distance. A man with a black mask and disheveled hair withdrew his gaze. He held a sniper rifle in his hand and kept aiming at the window of Harry's car. The most eye-catching thing is that the man's left arm is actually a silver metal arm. Do you want to do it? Behind the man with the metal arm, several people in SHIELD agent uniforms asked, all holding the same sniper rifles in their hands. I've already aimed at the driver's head. I can blow his head off in the next second. The Winter Soldier didn't say anything, but just raised his hand calmly, signaling them to stop arguing. According to his judgment, now is far from the best time to shoot. This sniper team is the killer team sent by Hydra to assassinate Harry, but they are not the only members of the killer team. There are 2 other locations equipped with snipers on the route that Harry and others must take to return to Osborn Building. In addition to snipers, there are naturally ambushes on the ground. The Winter Soldier kept watching the progress of Harry's vehicle through the scope, trying to find an angle to hit Harry directly in the head. But both Connor and other members of the terrorist squad had already considered the possibility of facing sniper threats, and their sitting positions were specially adjusted to prevent snipers in any position from having the opportunity to directly threaten Harry in the car. Even if they were shot, they must have been shot before Harry. Soon, the Winter Soldier discovered that no matter how he adjusted his sniper angle, he could not find a position that would guarantee killing Harry with one shot. But by this time, Harry's car was about to be out of the sniper range. Get started. Send the ground ambush team out at the same time. Upon seeing this, the Winter Soldier immediately gave the order to open fire in a cold tone. Chapter 54. Boom. The moment the Winter Soldier gave the order, a Hydra sniper took aim at Connor in the driver's seat and fired a shot. The bullet went straight towards Connor's face accurately, and finally got stuck in the center of the car window with a bang. The front glass was instantly covered with spider-web-like cracks. Such tough bulletproof glass. I have used the piercing bullet specially made by SHIELD. Normal bulletproof glass should be easily pierced. Is it Osborn technology? When the Hydra sniper saw his bullet was blocked by the glass, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Since he was trained as an elite sniper while lurking in SHIELD, this was the first time he encountered a situation where his bullets could not penetrate the target's defense. Boom! 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 At the same time, several other snipers also fired at their respective targets, some aimed at people and some at fuel tanks, but the results were the same as the former, either the bullets were blocked by the bulletproof glass or bounced off the car's outer armor. Enemy attack. Be careful of snipers, the enemy is located on a building 724 meters away at 10 o'clock. Everyone, be alert and protect the boss. In less than 0.1 second after the shooting, Connor, who had super high reaction speed, calculated the trajectory through the position and angle of the bullet stuck on the bulletproof glass, and immediately deduced the location of the Hydra sniper. As soon as Connor finished speaking, the two terrorists in the back seat immediately used their bodies to block Harry in the middle. Then he pressed the emergency button on the driver's seat, and then the seats of everyone in the car, including Harry, began to deform automatically. Countless small mechanical arms carrying pieces of metal parts popped out from behind the chairs and assembled these parts on the people at an extremely fast speed. Soon, everyone was wearing new armor that was improved based on the Green Goblin armor. In order to make it easier to distinguish, each piece had a different color and paint scheme, including gold, silver, red, and green. Captain, let me go out and eliminate the enemy directly. In the passenger seat, Jordan looked at Connor with sharp eyes and volunteered. Watch the front. At this moment, Connor suddenly braked and stopped the car, while reminding Jordan to be alert. Suddenly, several black vans rushed out from the fork in the road ahead and blocked Harry's car with bad intentions. At least 6 killers rushed down from each van, totaling more than 20 people. Each of them was well equipped and fired at Harry's car in unison. Although the armor of a bulletproof vehicle is strong, it is not absolutely invincible after all. It will be breached sooner or later under the continuous output of bullets and shells. However, no one in the car was worried about this. Team leader. Jordan stared coldly at the large group of assassins emerging from the front and asked again. You are responsible for clearing the enemies on the ground, and the rest of you are responsible for protecting the boss. I'll go kill those snipers. At Connor's command, Jordan kicked open the bullet-riddled car door and jumped out, jumping 7 or 8 meters high before landing on the ground. Do we need to keep him alive for interrogation? Just leave one. Clear. Jordan couldn't help but draw a bloodthirsty arc at the corner of his mouth when he heard this. He retired from the army at an age when he should not have, and he hasn't felt the excitement of the battlefield for many years. A normal person should not be obsessed with the battlefield, but he could never forget the feeling of blood boiling. Although dealing with a group of killers was far different from the battlefields he had experienced before, it was still a small training session to help him regain his touch. Connor did not kick the door open like Jordan did, but quickly opened it with his hands and then jumped out of the car as well. Swish! Just as Connor jumped out of the car, a shadow suddenly flew out from the trunk and caught Connor safely. It was his flying machine. Connor glanced at Jordan calmly, completely ignoring the Hydra killer on the ground, and flew directly to the location of the Winter Soldier. Is there anyone getting off the bus? On the opposite side, Hydra agents were stunned when they saw 2 people suddenly jump out of a car, both wearing full coverage armor that they had never seen before. But the next second, they turned their guns towards Jordan and Connor, who had just flown away without hesitation, without a trace of hesitation in their eyes. Dang 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 dang! Countless bullets swept onto Jordan's armor, making a series of noises, but not even a shallow mark could be left. It's quite interesting. I like this kind of spirit of facing death head-on. Jordan looked at the Hydra killers opposite him, all of whom had extremely determined expressions. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he reached behind his back and took out an extremely exaggerated shotgun. It is the most powerful smart shotgun among all smart firearms. The muzzle of this shotgun is a rectangular block, which is very different from all common firearms. It can fire 8 powerful smart shotgun shells at the same time. I've been using this to shoot targets and dummies for a long time, and I'm tired of it. This time I can finally test the power of this big guy in actual combat. Jordan pointed his gun at the Hydra killers on the opposite side, without aiming at any particular place. Virtual crosshairs like those in a shooting game automatically appeared in his sight, and he could lock onto the target at will according to his thoughts. In an instant, 8 shotgun shells were automatically fired and accurately hit the 8 targets locked on by Jordan. Boom! 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 The shotgun shell exploded instantly after hitting the target, and the scattered shrapnel affected all enemies within a few meters around it, leaving countless scratches and shallow pits on the ground. One wave of attacks directly killed more than half of the Hydra killers. That won't do. The captain has ordered that one person be left alive. Jordan put away his shotgun, pushed his feet hard on the ground, and rushed towards the remaining Hydra killers like a cannonball. It's just that, judging from their looks, it seems unlikely that they will confess. Even when faced with such a hopeless gap in strength, these killers still did not reveal the slightest fear in their eyes, and not one of them made an attempt to escape. On the other side, the building where the Hydra sniper is located. Winter Soldier and others saw 2 armored men jumping out of the car through the sniper rifle's scope. One of them launched a counterattack against the Hydra team on the ground, while the other drove a flying vehicle towards them. Is that Osborn's Green Goblin? But why is it completely different from the image in the intelligence? Did Harry Osborn modify the Green Goblin's equipment? Looking at Connor's golden armor, which was completely different from the Green Goblin's, the Winter Soldier realized that their estimation of Osborn's combat power was wrong. Despite this, the Winter Soldier remains unafraid, as he believes his strength is no worse than anyone else's. Countless assassination missions over the decades have proven this. Whoosh! While the Winter Soldier was thinking, Connor had already arrived in front of him. A mechanical arm, a cyborg. Chapter 55. Connor looked at the Winter Soldier's left arm inquiringly, turned on the detection function, and analyzed the mechanical arm. At the same time, he asked, "Who are you and why are you attacking us?" Boom! He was answered by a gunshot. Moreover, this shot was not fired by the Winter Soldier, but by one of the Hydra snipers nearby. This shot seemed to sound a clarion call, and all the snipers began shooting at Connor. Connor turned his attention to them and found something intriguing. Something is wrong. The fanaticism and determination in these humans' eyes, as well as the micro-expressions on their faces, are clearly inconsistent with normal human emotions. They are like some kind of brainwashed fanatics. In Connor's eyes, even from a long distance, looking at these people's faces was like looking at an enlarged ultra-high-definition picture, with every pore on the skin clearly visible. He could clearly see the details in the expressions of everyone present. Kill him! Several Hydra snipers dropped their sniper rifles, raised their secondary weapons, submachine guns, and madly poured fire at Connor. Connor ignored all the bullets fired at him, raised the smart pistol in his hand like lightning, and fired several shots, killing all the snipers on the field in an instant. In fact, these snipers were all wearing bulletproof vests, but unfortunately the target areas that Connor locked on were all vulnerable areas that were not well protected by the bulletproof vests. After the gunshot, blood splattered all over the rooftop. Several bodies lay in a pool of blood, and only one person was still standing. The Winter Soldier, who just blocked a bullet from a smart pistol with his robotic arm. It seems that this person's transformation is not limited to his arms. He raised his arm to block the smart bullet a split second before it hit him. This reaction ability has exceeded the limits of human beings. Connor thought to himself as he watched the Winter Soldier shielding his head with his arms. At this moment, the Winter Soldier suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Connor, his speed far exceeding that of the cheetah that was chasing its prey at full speed. With a flash of a figure, the Winter Soldier rushed to a position more than 10 meters between the two men, then jumped high, instantly crossed more than 10 meters, and crashed into Connor in mid-air. The silver-white mechanical left hand clenched into a fist and swung at Connor with all its strength, carrying an irresistible momentum, as if a solid wall standing in front of it would be smashed into pieces by this punch. In the past 70 years, no one has ever taken the Winter Soldier's fist, not before, and he believes that no one will ever take the Winter Soldier's fist. After a moment, the Winter Soldier's pupils suddenly dilated. Pang! Connor gently raised his other hand and blocked the Winter Soldier's mechanical fist with his palm. When the fists collided, there was a loud bang like an explosion, and the strong wind that swept out even blew up the tiny stones on the rooftop. Both of them flew backwards under the effect of the recoil force. Boom! The aircraft under Connor's feet instantly increased its thrust, allowing him to float back only 1 or 2 meters before he could stabilize his body. The Winter Soldier was knocked more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. What power is this? He stood up again from the ground and looked at Connor in disbelief. The other party took his full-strength attack so easily. What the Winter Soldier didn't know was that Connor on the other side was also surprised. According to the analysis just now, the material manufacturing process of the mechanical arm is not advanced. It is even so crude that it looks like a product of the last century. It can actually burst out more than 8 tons of force. The organization that transformed him must be a very powerful organization. But unlike the Winter Soldier, no matter how deep the brainwashing and body transformation he has received, he is still a human being in essence. Once he falls into a certain emotion, he will definitely have a brief hesitation. Connor can multitask and perform multiple processes at the same time, and thinking will not affect any of Connor's actions. Connor started the aircraft and accelerated, then rushed in front of the Winter Soldier. The latter only reacted when he was close to him and was ready to swing his mechanical arm again. It's a pity it's too late. Connor lowered the altitude of the aircraft until it was almost close to the rooftop floor, and slid at high speed like a skateboard. With a slight twist of his body, he avoided the mechanical arm shot by the Winter Soldier. The moment Connor passed by the side of the Winter Soldier, his hands stretched out like lightning, and he pressed and twisted the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm several times at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! As the two figures intertwined, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm fell vertically to the ground with a heavy landing sound. The Winter Soldier lowered his head, staring in amazement at the mechanical arm that was instantly removed by the enemy, and then a burst of sharp pain hit his head without warning. This was not because he was mentally stimulated, but because Connor removed the mechanical arm and then turned back and punched the Winter Soldier in the back of the head. The Winter Soldier lost consciousness on the spot and fell to the ground. Connor picked up the unconscious Winter Soldier and the removed mechanical arm and flew back to Harry's car. When he came back, Jordan had already wiped out all the Hydra killers on the ground. The battlefield was extremely bloody, with the killers' broken arms and limbs scattered all over the ground, blood and brains splattered everywhere. There were no more than 2 complete corpses in total. An ordinary person would probably not be able to sleep well all night after seeing this. Captain, I didn't want to do this in the beginning, but these people are too fragile, like a balloon, they will burst at the slightest touch. Jordan, covered in blood, smiled sheepishly. Didn't I tell you to leave the killer alive? We still don't know who sent these killers and why they wanted to murder the boss. Connor showed no discomfort at the bloody scene. He just glanced around to see if any killer survived. If it's unclear who is behind this, it means the next attack will be more covered and more deadly. I left 2 alive, the 2 bodies that were still intact. I didn't intend to kill them. They committed suicide through the poison in their molars. Jordan explained. They are not ordinary killers or mercenaries who kill on orders. They are more like professionally trained agents with strong wills and no fear of life or death. By the way, Captain, didn't you bring back a live person? It will be enough to pry the information out of him. It doesn't matter whether I keep a live person or not." As he spoke, Jordan looked at the Winter Soldier that Connor was carrying. "No need to bother. I already know who attacked us." At this moment, Harry suddenly walked out of the car, looked at the Winter Soldier and said, "Boss, please be careful, there may be other enemies hiding nearby." Seeing Harry coming out, Connor immediately reminded, "Don't worry, they are the ones who should be afraid now." Chapter 56. The Winter Soldier, a super soldier who received Hydra's human body enhancement agent and mechanical arm transformation, has extremely distinctive appearance features. Harry recognized his identity at a glance. Since the Winter Soldier is among the killers, is there any need to tell us who planned this attack? The infamous Hydra. For the time being, Harry didn't quite understand why Hydra wanted to kill him. They had no conflict of interest, nor did they pose a threat to each other, at least from Hydra's perspective. If Hydra wants to create a large army of Hydra androids for the technology of androids, then they should try every means to win me over and brainwash me into becoming a Hydra scientist. Hydra has always done this. There is no reason for them to suddenly change their approach in front of me. But no matter what, it was an established fact that Hydra had tried to kill him. There was no way Harry would just pretend that nothing had happened, and he wouldn't care about the reasons behind it. If Hydra wants to kill Harry, it must be prepared to be retaliated by him. Woo woo. A siren sounded from a distance. These police officers are as punctual as ever. Harry shook his head in his heart. Every time something happened, it would appear almost after it was over. Could it be that the New York police had mastered some kind of causal technology? Don't move. Put down your weapons, take off your armor, and squat down with your hands on your head. Soon, several police cars stopped in front of Harry and others, and 7 or 8 policemen pointed their pistols at them and warned them. The shouts of these policemen were loud and impressive, if you ignore their shaking legs and pale faces. There are so many pieces of meat and broken arms and legs at the scene. What on earth just happened? The policemen suppressed the churning in their stomachs and tried hard not to vomit. Oh my God, please help me soon, Iron Man or Spider-Man, anyone will do. Really, usually these superheroes always rush to deal with danger before us, why are they nowhere to be seen now? They prayed madly in their hearts that the people opposite them wearing strange high-tech armor were not impulsive and irritable super-criminals. Don't bother with them, let's go. Harry was too lazy to contact the police and directly summoned the aircraft in the trunk. He equipped himself and everyone in the terrorist mobile team with full sets of armor and flying vehicles, and he usually drove when traveling simply because he didn't want to expose his strength too early. There are too many unknown forces hidden in this world, so Harry naturally hopes to develop secretly in secret. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the dull gazes of several policemen, Harry, Connor, and the others boarded the aircraft and disappeared into the horizon in a flash. Before leaving, Harry did not forget to activate the self-destruct function of the Osborn bulletproof car to destroy all clues of the Osborn Group that could be found at the scene. Of course, he knew that this method could only deceive the police and the media, but that was enough. Harry just didn't want to waste his time on a pointless legal process, even though he could win the case very easily. They're gone, what should we do now? A policeman asked cautiously as he looked at the hellish massacre scene in front of him. We are no longer able to handle the situation here. Please notify Captain Watanabe to come over. The next day, at the headquarters of SHIELD, located in the Triskelion building in Washington, D.C. In the virtual conference room, an old blonde man was reporting to 5 virtual projections. He was all smiles and his expression was gentle, even humble. Because the people who report to him are the 5 permanent representatives of the World Security Council, who symbolize the highest power on the planet. More importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D's funding depends on them. The blonde old man is named Alexander Pierce. He is the former director of SHIELD and now its deputy director, who is specifically responsible for liaising with the Security Council. No one knows that he has another hidden identity, one of the current senior leaders of Hydra. My report ends here. Thanks to the efforts of all SHIELD agents, the world is very safe. It didn't take long for Pierce to complete this routine report. I beg to differ. A Security Council representative said coldly. Genosha has gathered more than 10 million mutants, and among their leaders there are dangerous elements like Magneto. Who can guarantee that Magneto will not become the next Hitler? In his eyes, we are all Jews. When will SHIELD be able to solve the hidden dangers of mutants? Then we can talk about world peace. I can't guarantee that Magneto will start World War III, but I can guarantee that if that day really comes, SHIELD will be the first to get the intelligence and take action to stop him. As he said this, Pierce's expression suddenly became extremely serious, and his eyes seemed to be shining with the light of justice. After a while, Pierce walked out of the virtual conference room and prepared to return to his office. When passing by the Secret Service Hall, a bald man suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Sir, I have a very urgent matter to report." Agent Sitwell said this with forced calmness, but Pierce clearly saw a hint of panic in his eyes and couldn't help feeling a little angry. No matter how urgent the situation is, Hydra agents should not show their emotions, especially when they are inside SHIELD. If they accidentally reveal their true colors, then their long-planned cause will fail. "Come with me." But at this time and place, Pierce couldn't get angry, so he took Sitwell to an empty corner. "What happened? You look so panicked, you don't behave like a secret agent at all." Pierce asked with a straight face. "Sir, all members of the team we sent to assassinate Harry Osborn last night were killed. Almost everyone was dismembered and died in a very miserable way." Sitwell lowered his head and spoke carefully. "What did you say?" As soon as he finished speaking, Pierce's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly asked. "What about the Winter Soldier?" "I don't know. The Winter Soldier's body was not found at the scene. He was most likely captured." At this point, Sitwell paused and said with an unpleasant expression, "What's more troublesome is that because the team was killed too quickly, when we confirmed that they had lost contact, the police had already blocked the scene in advance, and the body of the agent is now in the hands of the police." At this moment, Pierce only felt his head buzzing. "Sir, are you okay?" Sitwell saw that his leader looked bad and asked quickly. "I'm fine. What kind of storms have I not seen over the years?" Pierce took a few deep breaths and regained his composure. "The agents we send out have no identification, so they can't find anything. We also have people in the police system, so there's no need to worry about that. But Harry Osborn has seen our killer with his own eyes and captured the Winter Soldier. He poses a serious threat to the safety of the organization and must be eliminated as soon as possible." Chapter 57. "But sir, Osborn was able to wipe out our entire assassin team in such a short time. Even the strongest Winter Soldier was captured alive by the other side. We no longer have any trump card that can kill Harry Osborn," Sitwell said with a heavy face. "To ensure that he is eliminated, I'm afraid we will have to use the secret weapons of SHIELD, but this will likely expose us to Nick Fury's sight, and our Insight project may be aborted. Just because we don't have it doesn't mean others don't have it," Pierce said with a twinkle in his eyes. "You mean, seek help from other snakeheads?" Sitwell asked uncertainly. "Hydra is a huge force with numerous factions. They rarely contact each other, and even confrontations are common. Even they themselves cannot count how many heads of the snake they have. Pierce, who is hiding in SHIELD, seems to have the highest power on the surface, but in fact his faction is the weakest among the known Hydra branches. After all, Pierce has bet all his assets on Project Insight. Before the plan is realized, they must hide their identities within SHIELD and cannot take any actions that may lead to exposure. This also means that Pierce cannot use the extremely dangerous alien weapons or supernatural equipment in the possession of SHIELD at will. Moreover, even if he can, he dare not use them. Those things are too unstable, and it would be too stupid to shoot himself in the foot. If Captain America had not meant so much to Hydra, Pierce would never have agreed to kill Harry Osborn, a public figure who had no conflict of interest and posed no threat to him. But Creek just happened to bring out Captain America to make a deal with them. For the New Age Hydra faction like Pierce that was deeply influenced by the Red Skull and whose ultimate goal was to conquer the world, Captain America was the nightmare that had been hanging over their heads for more than half a century. Now, Captain America fell into their hands, unconscious and frozen, leaving them at their mercy. Not to mention killing Harry Osborn, they would not hesitate to kill US President Pierce. It's not like they haven't killed before. It was them who asked the Winter Soldier to kill Kennedy. It was expected that killing Harry would not be too difficult, even if he inherited the Green Goblin. Back then, the old Green Goblin Norman had just appeared for a few days, and Hydra had not had time to study him in depth before he was killed. It was not much better to leave him alone. As a result, the combat power was seriously miscalculated, and Harry's strength was completely beyond Pierce's expectations. Unfortunately, the feud has already been formed, and it is absolutely impossible to prevent anything from happening. The only option is to ask for external help. Sir, even though we are all Hydra, the other heads may not help us. Who do you plan to ask for help? Sitwell asked with a worried look on his face. Of course it's that old immortal thing called Strucker. Baron Strucker, as Pierce mentioned, is the most powerful of the known Hydra branches. He was born into a Prussian aristocratic family in the late 19th century and is over 100 years old. He joined Hydra before Red Skull established New Hydra. The power accumulated over the years should certainly not be underestimated. Baron Stark? Sir, are you sure he will help us? When Sitwell heard Pierce say this name, his face changed drastically, not because he didn't know Baron Strucker, but because Strucker and Red Skull were not on good terms. As one of the extensions of the Red Skull faction, Pierce happens to be on the opposite side of Baron Strucker. Isn't it a joke to ask him for help? It's good enough if you don't add insult to injury. Compared to Sitwell, Pierce is full of confidence. Don't worry, I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. Inside the Osborn building, in a laboratory filled with sophisticated instruments, a long-haired man with a broken arm was tied to an operating table, with more than a dozen different instruments scanning his brain. Red marks could be seen on his other intact arm and legs where they were bound. The marks were not too deep, and it was obvious that he had woken up several times before and tried to struggle, but he soon fainted again each time. Next to them, Harry and Dr. Otto were observing the various data detected. The man lying on the bed was naturally the Winter Soldier who was captured alive by Connor before. Harry knows that the Winter Soldier is essentially Bucky, Captain America's henchman, who was brainwashed by Hydra. During World War II, they were the most active heroic team in the world, and their popularity was as great as that of Batman and Robin. The brainwashed Winter Soldier is just an emotionless killing machine, and it is impossible to get any useful information from him. So Harry found Dr. Otto and asked him to find a way to remove Bucky's brainwashing. Even though Dr. Otto is best at nuclear physics and mechanical engineering, it doesn't mean that he only knows these. As one of the smartest people on Earth, the subjects in which Otto is least good are achievements that ordinary people can hardly achieve in their lifetime. Not to mention that in the comics, Otto once created the technology to upload consciousness into other people's bodies, and exchanged bodies with Spider-Man to become the famous John Parker. It would definitely not be a difficult task for him to solve the brainwashing of the Winter Soldier. I have never seen anything so weird and cruel. Looking at the Winter Soldier's test data, Dr. Otto frowned. Someone has engraved several neural instructions in his brain. Through a few specific secret phrases, all his actions can be controlled. This brainwashing technique is quite crude and can easily cause a person to suffer from memory disorder. Harry, you just said that this man tried to assassinate you, but you captured him alive. The person who sent him to kill you must have mastered advanced technology. At this point, Otto turned to look at Harry worriedly and said, "Are you sure we don't need to call the police? It might be better to hand him over to the police." "Dr. Otto, if you really think calling the police will work, then call now," Harry said lightly. A few days ago, a new masked vigilante appeared in Hell's Kitchen. "Can you count how many masked vigilantes there are in New York now? Asking the police to deal with matters beyond their capabilities will only harm them." Dr. Otto suddenly fell silent. What Harry said was obviously against common sense, but when he thought about the increasing number of masked vigilantes on the streets of New York and their increasing frequency, he had to admit that Harry was right. The world is changing very fast, Doctor, and it will change even faster in the future. You have spent half your life doing research. It is time for you to get to know the world again. Harry looked seriously at Dr. Otto. "Now, our task is to wake up the person in front of us." Hearing this, Otto put aside those irrelevant thoughts and devoted himself to his work. After several days and nights of research, Otto finally found a way to cure the Winter Soldier. Chapter 58. My name is James Barnes, but I'm Bucky to everyone who knows me. When I was 16, World War II entered its white-hot stage. Like all my peers, I joined the army with full of enthusiasm and without hesitation. I was lucky enough to be selected for military training in the British Special Air Service, the world's first formal special forces, where I was promoted to the rank of sergeant. Most fortunately, I met a great mentor there who gave me guidance in life, Steve Rogers. Of course, people are more familiar with his other name, Captain America. During training, I accidentally discovered his true identity and we became each other's most trusted partners. We have been through so many battles together and made so many friends, including the Human Torch, Namor, Toro, and the Howling Commandos. Until the final battle with the Red Skull, Steve lost me, and I lost Steve at the same time. When I fell to the bottom of the sea, I had no regrets in my heart, because I believed that Steve would defeat the Red Skull and peace would soon return to the world. My sacrifice was worth it. But what I never expected was that the war that was supposed to end everything ended nothing. Scare. On the operating table, Bucky suddenly opened his eyes and screamed as if he had been greatly shocked. He tried to sit up from the bed, but found that his hands and feet were bound. Hands? Bucky was surprised to find that he actually had a left arm, and it was an arm with flesh and blood and normal touch, completely different from the mechanical arm installed on him by Hydra. Yes, he had now recalled everything that had happened, while also retaining all of his memories from his time as the Winter Soldier. "You're finally awake, Sergeant Bucky Barnes." A strange voice sounded from the side. Bucky turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was a young man who looked no more than 20 years old. "You are Harry Osborn?" he asked uncertainly, vaguely remembering the mission objective information Hydra had given him not long ago. "It seems that our treatment of you was very successful. You have been freed from Hydra's brainwashing." Seeing Bucky's confused mental state, Harry knew that the brainwashing must have been reversed, because there was no way the Winter Soldier could be confused. I tried to murder you, but you helped me." "Why?" Bucky asked in confusion with an apologetic look in his eyes. He did not doubt whether what Harry said was true or not, nor did he need to doubt it, because his current memory had already confirmed what the other party said. "Because I'm not trying to help you, Bucky. I'm trying to help myself. I need intelligence on Hydra. The more detailed the better, regardless of whether it seems useful on the surface." Harry shook his head calmly. "Why do you know my name?" Bucky asked confused. "In fact, there are very few people in this world who don't know you. Captain America and Bucky are the most well-known hero duo. Although you have grown a lot older than the image people are familiar with, you are still very easy to recognize. More importantly, we have tested your DNA." Harry briefly talked about how over the past few decades, several generations have experienced various animated and film educational works about Captain America and Bucky, and they have long become a symbol of American culture. I don't know what to say, this is just so unbelievable. Bucky said with a complicated expression. If you don't know what to say, then tell me why Hydra wants to kill me, who gave you the order, and what Hydra bases do you know? Harry smiled slightly. You want revenge on Hydra? Isn't this natural? Have you been brainwashed by Hydra for so many years that you have developed a sense of belonging to this organization? Harry asked back. There is no way I would belong to Hydra. Upon hearing this, Bucky seemed to be stimulated by something, and denied it with red eyes. I don't know why Hydra wants your life. They always tell me who the target is and let me kill the target. There is no need to think about anything extra. After a while, Bucky regained control of his emotions and spoke again. But you must know who the one who woke you up is. Harry said with certainty. Bucky was silent for a moment, then suddenly said in a serious tone, You don't understand. Hydra's influence is spread all over the world. If you think you can easily deal with them after defeating me, then you are wrong. This is not something you should consider. Harry said in a tone that left no room for doubt. Of course he knew that the real Hydra was not as weak as the Hydra in the movie universe. He also knew that there were many powerful old monsters and various artifacts hidden in Hydra, and it was even vaguely related to the multiverse-level evil god set. But that wasn't the reason why Harry tolerated the assassination attempt on him. Bucky, cooperate with me. I have a way to deal with Hydra. Harry suddenly mentioned. How is it possible? Bucky has seen too many horrifying secrets of Hydra in the decades since he became the Winter Soldier, and he doesn't believe that Harry has a way to defeat Hydra. To be honest, in his opinion, Hydra is now very close to ruling the world. I need you to return to Hydra and continue to serve as the Winter Soldier. Harry said shockingly. What? For a moment, Bucky thought he had misheard. I said, I want you to be my undercover agent in Hydra. Harry repeated calmly. Don't worry about Hydra brainwashing you, because we have implanted a chip in your brain. It can keep you true to yourself and block all kinds of scans. Unless they want to perform a craniotomy on you, there is nothing we can do. Bucky was about to speak when Harry asked back bluntly. Bucky, you didn't think I rescued you from Hydra's control for free, did you? You set me free, and I will repay the favor, but making an enemy of Hydra will likely get you killed in the end. Bucky said seriously. Pfft, Harry laughed amusedly. Bucky, have you been brainwashed? Do you really think that if I don't become an enemy of Hydra, they won't become my enemy? You fought with Captain America and Hydra for so long. Don't you understand that Hydra and I are now at war to the death? Bucky's face froze, he knew Harry was right. But deep down in Bucky's heart, he was really tired of all the fighting and killing, and he just wanted to be an ordinary person again. Harry knew what he wanted, so he wanted to break the illusion in Bucky's mind. Don't think that the murders committed by the Winter Soldier over the years have nothing to do with you. Harry's face turned cold in an instant. Those are sins you must bear for the rest of your life. If you want to atone for your sins, then devote your body and soul to the battle to destroy Hydra. You have no other choice. In addition, the chip in your brain, in addition to protecting your sanity, is also a miniature bomb. If you make any abnormal move, it will explode. Remember, this is not a means for me to control your freedom, but a shackle for all the crimes you have committed. Chapter 59. In the Pacific Ocean, a submarine is continuously diving to the bottom of the sea. Inside the cabin, Pierce looked deeply at the submarine's external monitor. Sir, you don't have to come here in person. Sidwell said beside him. Just let us handle the things here. No, you are not qualified enough to negotiate with Baron Stark. Pierce shook his head, then turned around and asked, What has Harry Osborn done recently? Can you find out the whereabouts of the Winter Soldier? I'm sorry sir, but our spies planted in the Osborn Group have not been able to find any information on the Winter Soldier. He must have been hidden by Harry Osborn. Sitwell's face darkened. What about other information? Osborn's super serum, the core technology of androids, or those exoskeleton armor technologies? Pierce demanded. In fact, our spy was discovered shortly after infiltrating the Osborn Group. Now every corner of the Osborn building is equipped with bionic security guards who can easily see through the spy's disguise. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, infiltrating the Osborn Group may be more difficult than infiltrating SHIELD. Sitwell smiled bitterly. Pierce stopped talking and the court fell into silence for a moment. Sir, we are almost reaching the I-Core. At this time, a Hydra agent came over to report, breaking the silence between the two. Gods don't have blood. The golden, ethereal liquid flowing in their bodies is called spiritual fluid, which is the source of life for the gods and all things in the world. Humph, Baron Strucker has great ambitions to name his base after the blood of the gods in Greek mythology. Pierce snorted. The city of I-Core, a Hydra base located in the deep sea, the headquarters of Baron Strucker. As the submarine reached the bottom of the sea, a huge underwater city appeared on the monitor. Hundreds of buildings were connected together. From the outside, each building was completely enclosed and isolated from the sea water. On the tallest and largest building, there is a huge skull connected to 6 curled tentacles, which is the symbol of Hydra. Signal. As Pierce's submarine arrived at the entrance of the building, a communications signal was connected to their channel. Long live Hydra! Pierce responded in a reverent tone. Long live Hydra, you can pass. The next second, a passage opened in the building ahead, and after the submarine entered, the passage was closed. After moving forward for some distance along the passage and reaching the end of the passage, a huge mechanical arm reached out and grabbed Pierce's submarine, then automatically rose up. Not long after, the submarine surfaced, but what appeared before Pierce and others was not the underwater city they had imagined, but metal walls and countless mechanical facilities that were no different from the experimental base on land. Wherever you look, you can see complex electronic devices and flashing screens, as if countless pairs of eyes are silently watching those who come. Follow me, the Baron is waiting for you. A soldier wearing pure green Hydra combat uniform was waiting at the entrance in advance and announced to Pierce and others who had just boarded the submarine. Pierce nodded and walked into the huge underwater base under the guidance of the Hydra soldiers. Sitwell and several Serpent Shield agents followed behind Pierce, looking serious and alert. The few of them were silent all the way until they reached a spacious palace at the highest point of the base. Sitting on the throne was a burly middle-aged man, who was Baron Stark, whom Pierce wanted to meet. Baron Strucker, like Sitwell, has no hair. He has a red mechanical eye installed in his right eye, and a noticeable scar can be seen from his right eye to the right side of his head. His right hand is also a red mechanical hand. It is not difficult to infer that the right half of his body must have suffered serious injuries. Baron Stark is over 100 years old, but he looks much younger than Pierce, who is only in his 60s. This is because he was infected with the death spore virus and gained the ability to live forever. Alexander Pierce, Red Skull's disciple. Lord Strucker regarded Pierce and Sitwell coldly. I'm surprised you would come here to see me in person. Pierce smiled slightly, his tone calm and confident. Baron Strucker, I came here to discuss a cooperation with you, in order to achieve the great cause of Hydra. Strucker was indifferent to his words and didn't even blink. Hydra's great cause? What a joke! The spiritual leader of your faith, the Red Skull, has long since betrayed Hydra's goals, just like he betrayed the Führer. What qualifications do you have to talk about Hydra's great cause? Speaking of Red Skull, Strucker's tone was full of disdain. Please allow me to remind you, Baron Strucker, that it was you who first betrayed the Führer, joined Hydra, and seized power by bloody means. Pierce's face darkened. So? Stark asked back with a cold look in his eyes. So let's be frank. Harry Osborn has information that is very detrimental to Hydra. If he doesn't die, all of us will be threatened. Pierce put away his smile and said seriously. Baron Strucker sneered, "You have gone to great lengths to infiltrate the world's largest intelligence organization, S.H.I.E.L.D., but in the end, someone else got hold of the intelligence you should have kept hidden the most." If Schmidt knew that his successors were all such rubbish, I wonder what his expression would be. The Winter Soldier you sent out was completely defeated. It will cost me a lot to help you deal with him. The question is, what can I get in return? Baron Strucker stared at Pierce. Don't tell me he might be a threat to Hydra. Even if he really destroys you, it won't have any impact on me. Pierce took a deep breath. He knew it was not easy to convince Baron Stark. He had to come up with strong bargaining chips. He raised his head, locked eyes with Baron Strucker, and said slowly, "I have another proposal. If you are willing to cooperate, I will hand Captain America over to you. A real, living Captain America." The Baron's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he was obviously interested in this proposal. Captain America? Are you teasing me? As soon as he heard Captain America's name, he felt the scar on the right side of his face ache slightly, and countless memories flooded into his mind. Chapter 60. The Rahan Group discovered Captain America, who had been frozen in Greenland. After listening to Pierce's brief narration, Baron Stark touched his chin in disbelief. It's incredible that Captain America is still alive today, and because of cryostasis, he still retains his appearance and posture from more than 70 years ago. Baron Strucker did not believe the story told by Pierce at first, but then he thought about the fact that Captain America's former follower was not dead and had been frozen until today, so it seemed not completely impossible that Captain America was still alive. Not to mention that it's unlikely that Pierce would joke about this. Captain America. Baron Strucker recalled that during World War II, Captain America had hindered his plans countless times. He was able to defeat him in various ways in every battle and even left him with unforgettable injuries that would last him a lifetime. He both hates and fears Captain America. Although the latter is an emotion he would never admit or show openly. Baron Strucker, you have personally faced Captain America. You should know better than me what Captain America means to Hydra. He is like Baba Yaga, a mother who threatens her child that she will eat him. He is an indelible nightmare that haunts every Hydra in the world. When Pierce saw the change in expression on Baron Stark's face, he knew that the purpose of this trip had basically been achieved. If there was no Captain America, would Hydra still be like a rat crossing the street and everyone would shout and kill it? If it weren't for Captain America, you wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to hide your base under the sea and face the threat of the underwater people all the time. Just imagine, if we can brainwash Captain America into becoming our man and turn him into the captain of Hydra, what kind of scene would that be? After saying this, Pierce looked at Baron Stark with a smile on his face. He believed that the other party would give him the response he wanted. Interesting. In order to kill Harry Osborn, you were willing to hand over Captain America to me. Why don't you brainwash Captain America yourself? You can obviously make a deal with me using some artifact kept by S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Baron Stark was tempted, he still asked cautiously. Because all confidential items in S.H.I.E.L.D. are strictly controlled, any loss of any one of them may lead to our exposure. For us, completing the Insight project is the top priority under any circumstances. Pierce explained calmly. What's more, our brainwashing technology can only make Captain America a killing machine like the Winter Soldier. It just creates a new Winter Soldier. It is not valuable. I believe that you, Lord Baron, must have more powerful means than us. We are all Hydra. Although we may have differences in philosophy, I believe that we are all a family after all. As he spoke, Pierce raised the corners of his mouth into a kind smile. Well, if you can really hand over Captain America to me, then I will help you get rid of Harry Osborn. After a moment's hesitation, Baron Stark agreed to Pierce's deal. He doesn't believe in that bullshit that all Hydras are one family. He only cares about whether what happened to Captain America is true. But how can I confirm whether what you said is true or not? After all, I haven't seen Captain America with my own eyes. I knew you would say that, so we brought this. Pierce had anticipated this and looked back at Sitwell, who immediately understood and took out a round shield from behind. Lord Starker, you must know that this is. Pierce took the shield and showed it to Baron Stark. I will never forget that shield even if I go to hell. The moment he saw the shield, Baron Stark could no longer sit still. He stood up from his seat and rushed to Pierce in the blink of an eye and forcibly snatched the shield. What? At this time, Pierce had just finished his last word. What a fast speed! Even the Winter Soldier can't do this. I've heard that Strucker was infected with the magical death spore virus and became stronger, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. He looked at Baron Strucker, who was carefully observing the shield, and thought in shock, then looked at the latter's red mechanical arm. Legend has it that the arm is called Satan's Claw. If he has the intention to kill, I'm afraid all of us will stay here. Thinking of this, a few beads of sweat broke out on Pierce's forehead. Of course, he dared to come here with a trump card. If Baron Stark intended to attack them, they had to be prepared to die together. Boom! At this moment, Baron Stark suddenly threw his shield to the ground, and then hammered the shield hard with the claw of Satan. A powerful force poured out, followed by a deafening explosion. After the punch, Captain America's shield was intact, but the alloy floor below, which was strong enough to withstand the water pressure on the seabed, was hit by Baron Strucker, leaving a shocking small hole. It didn't even get a dent from my full-strength attack, and it feels exactly the same as it did 70 years ago. This shield is the real deal. After verifying the authenticity of the shield, Baron Stark was in a good mood. He threw the shield casually, embedding it into the wall behind his seat. So, Lord Strucker, now is the time to discuss how to get rid of Harry Osborn. Pierce was also in a good mood. Get rid of Harry Osborn? That's your business. I didn't say I was going to get rid of him. Unexpectedly, Baron Stark raised his eyebrows. My Lord Baron, didn't you just agree to our request? Pierce's smile disappeared instantly and he asked word by word. I just said I would help you. Lord Stark smiled. So how are you going to help us? Moral encouragement? Pierce asked through gritted teeth, suppressing his anger. Pierce, you are a believer of the new Hydra created by Red Skull. Do you know what the ultimate purpose of Hydra's original establishment was? At this moment, Baron Stark suddenly turned his back and looked at the Hydra logo printed on the wall, which occupied half of the wall. Of course I know that it is to welcome back the so-called god of Hydra, but this god does not exist in any mythological system. He has no name, no image, and even no legend. He is just a god made up by the early Hydra to brainwash believers. When mentioning the god of Hydra, Pierce's eyes were full of disdain. Red Skull thinks the same as you, so what if I tell you that this is true? Baron Stark smiled mysteriously. What did you say? Pierce showed an expression of disbelief, just like Baron Strucker, who had just heard Captain America. The history of Hydra is far beyond your imagination, Pierce. For countless years, they have been committed to welcoming back their gods, but I am different. Baron Strucker turned around with a crazy smile on his face. I created the god of Hydra. There is also a secret base similar to this one at the bottom of the Indian Ocean. Go there and tell it what you want, and it will help you get rid of Harry Osborn. Who is it? Pierce asked, frowning. Honeycomb. Chapter 61. Is this Times Square? Bucky stared blankly at the towering buildings and dazzling neon lights in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. It's completely different from before. Didn't you come to Times Square when you were doing the Winter Soldier? Next to him, Harry looked at him strangely and asked. No, I will only be awakened when I am on an assassination mission. In order to avoid being discovered, the mission location is usually chosen in a relatively desolate place. After completing the mission, I will return to freezing immediately and have no chance to observe changes in the outside world. Bucky shook his head. Besides, given my mental state at that time, I would not be interested in anything other than the mission objective. That's why I brought you out to see the world now, Bucky. You've become yourself again. You should take a good look at the results of your desperate fight for this country decades ago. Harry patted his shoulder in comfort. Believe me, America today will definitely surprise you. But for some reason, even though he said warm words, there was always an indescribable meaning in his tone. Bucky had a feeling that Harry was hiding something, but he didn't dwell on it. He was immersed in the earth-shaking changes that were taking place in New York. The busy commercial streets, the towering skyscrapers all around, and the large electronic display screens that always broadcast clear images, which seemed like alien technology in the 1940s. Looking at this extremely prosperous scene, Bucky felt that the countless bloody battles he had experienced with Steve in the past were all worth it at this moment. Isn't this the peace they dreamed of during the war? Boom! At this moment, an explosion was heard from the other end of the street, accompanied by screams from the surrounding crowd. What's interesting is that although the faces of the people around were filled with undisguised fear, their movements as they fled were extremely orderly, and in the blink of an eye the entire street was deserted. Why do you always have to ruin my life, Spider-Man? A man wearing a yellow tight uniform and a pair of mechanical gloves on his hands rushed out of a department store. While roaring angrily, he continuously emitted shock waves with his gloves, wantonly destroying the surrounding environment. Because you tried to shatter a jewelry store's glass case and steal their jewelry? Horror, I won't let you do whatever you want. At this moment, a red and blue figure swung out from the department store. It was Spider-Man. Immediately afterwards, the two men started a fierce fight. The terrifying shock wave was powerful, and the huge Times Square became bumpy in an instant. Harry and Bucky are far away from the two people fighting and will not be affected. For a moment, Bucky felt as if he was back on the battlefield with the roar of artillery fire. What's going on? Where are the police? Bucky looked at this inexplicable battle with a puzzled look on his face. Once the fight is over, the police will show up, Harry said with a normal expression. Don't worry, similar incidents happen almost every week and people are used to it. Once a week? Bucky looked at Harry in disbelief. Oh, sorry, my words may be a little exaggerated. Harry corrected, it should happen at least 3 times a week, and each time different faces appear, and both sides change. In the past decade or so, superpower criminals and high-tech criminals have appeared more and more frequently. The police are unable to fight them, so a large number of superheroes have been born, just like the masked man in a tights who swings with spider silk. He is Spider-Man. I'm going to go over and help. Bucky looked at the battlefield where the destruction was getting bigger and bigger, and he couldn't sit still anymore. The sense of justice in his heart made him unable to turn a blind eye to what was happening before his eyes. Don't worry, do you know who the person who is destroying the surroundings crazily is? Harry stopped Bucky. I don't care who he is. Listen to what I have to say before you make any judgment. Harry pointed at Thriller and introduced him. The man in the yellow uniform calls himself Thriller. His real name is Herman Schultz. He has a history of thefts. The pair of gloves that can release powerful shock waves were made by him alone after he escaped from prison. You want to say he's a tech genius? He has a smart mind, but he always wants to infringe on the interests of others. He's just a rotten person. After listening to this, Bucky said that he still wasn't very interested. No, what I want to say is that he obviously has a smart mind, but no company is willing to hire him, so he was eventually forced to take the path of crime. Harry shook his head calmly. He dropped out of high school because his family was not well off and he couldn't even get a letter of recommendation, so he could only do the lowest level of work. He didn't want his abilities to be buried, so he could only use crime as a way to show himself. That can't be true. Even in our time, technical talents were the most valued, regardless of whether they had diplomas or certificates. Bucky didn't believe it. "Oh, you know nothing about this era, Bucky." Harry let out a chuckle. "The horror fist can release a shockwave powerful enough to collapse a house, but he has never hurt anyone during his criminal activities. That is not a coincidence. He is consciously reducing the output power of the shockwave. He does not want to hurt others from the bottom of his heart." Hearing this, Bucky suddenly remembered that the horrific destruction only began after the crowd around had dispersed, and no one was injured in the previously shattered wall. At this moment, he fell into deep thought. Is today's society unable to accommodate even one truly talented person? What kind of American dream is this? Bucky thought it was ridiculous that the man who could develop the shockwave gloves couldn't even find a decent job. No, this may just be a special case. Bucky couldn't believe that he had risked his life and fought with all his might to realize the American dream of a society where all men are created equal, but now he had become a joke. Do you really think that horror is just that special case? No, he is just a small microcosm of it. Harry said calmly. Even within the Osborn Group, we have experienced the tragedy of Dr. Connors and the oppression of Max Dillon. Although I have prevented these things from happening again since I took over, the facts that have already happened will not change. Bucky, what I want to tell you is that class stratification is just the most acceptable change in America today. Racial discrimination, legalization of marijuana, school shootings, political coercion of LGBT, and continuous foreign wars. More than 70 years ago, when you risked your life on the battlefield, did you ever imagine that this country would become what it is today? Chapter 62. So, the so-called American dream has become a joke. Bucky looked up at the sky with a dull gaze, as if he saw a handsome face with blonde hair and blue eyes on the horizon. "Steve, is everything we once believed in just a complete scam? If you saw this place become like this, I wonder what you would think." In fact, during the time as the Winter Soldier, Bucky had already been exposed to a lot of the dark side of the United States. Brainwashing only turned him into a cold machine that would do anything to achieve its goals, rather than turning him into a blind or stupid person. He still has the ability to think. It's just that things other than the mission cannot arouse the Winter Soldier's interest. But even if he has no interest, after performing various confidential missions around the world for decades, he will more or less inadvertently discover some secrets that have not been made public. Now that he has returned to Bucky's personality and heard too much negative news from Harry, he suddenly recalled those dirty things that the Winter Soldier didn't care about but had already remembered them firmly in his mind. In an instant, Bucky's faith, already shaken by the bloody experience of the Winter Soldier, completely collapsed. "Why are you telling me this?" Bucky's eyes were red and he asked Harry with a complicated expression. "You brought me out and let me see with my own eyes the collapse of the ideal society in our minds. You made me confused about my past life. Why? If you want to control my thoughts, there is no need to go through so much trouble. You can just brainwash me like Hydra. Besides, you have already put a micro bomb in my head." Hearing this, Harry simply shook his head calmly and said, "I've told you long ago that the bomb in your head is not a means of controlling you, but a shackle on your soul and a punishment for the crimes you've committed. Its existence is a constant reminder to you not to forget the blood on your hands. I brought you out today to let you know that your battle is not over, but has just begun." Harry stretched out his hand and pointed at the entire city, saying coldly, "The enemies you defeated more than 70 years ago have not perished, but have been reborn on this land. It's not that your beliefs are wrong, but that the people who rule this land have betrayed your beliefs." Bucky's expression changed, and his dead eyes became lively again. "Yes, Hydra has infiltrated the top levels of the government. They have subtly changed this country. I must complete the unfinished battle, not only for myself, but also for Steve. Thinking of this, a long-lost look of determination appeared on Bucky's face. Harry, from now on, I will obey your orders and do my best to help you destroy Hydra. Very well, we need to come up with a plan to get you back into Hydra without arousing suspicion. Harry nodded and left with Bucky. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk about it somewhere else. As soon as the two of them left, the battle between Spider-Man and Thrillist in the distance came to an end. The energy of Thrillist's impact glove was almost exhausted, and Spider-Man's victory was already a foregone conclusion. Just as Harry had said before, the first police car didn't arrive on the scene until the battle was almost over. Shocker was taken away in a police car, while Spider-Man continued his daily patrol. As for the damage caused on the scene, compensation will of course be paid by the Disaster Control Bureau headed by Stark Industries. The Disaster Control Agency is a non-profit organization funded by Iron Man. Its main responsibility is to provide compensation for the damage caused by superheroes when they participate in battles, so as to avoid things like the heroes smashed my car that I paid for in installments in order to defeat the villains. It is worth mentioning that Iron Man only holds half of the shares of the Disaster Control Bureau, while the other half is owned by an investor named Wilson Fisk. He has another more well-known name, Kingpin. In the Indian Ocean, a submarine approaches a secret experimental base deep under the sea. I hope Baron Stark didn't cheat us, Sidwell said worriedly. To be honest, he still thinks that the deal between Pierce and Baron Stark is not appropriate. No one knows what this crazy old man Stark is planning. The god who created the Hydra? How could humans create God? And how could something that can be created be God? If what Baron Strucker says is true, then the Hive is inside. Pierce's voice sounded from above Sidwell's head. Sidwell looked up at the monitor above, which showed Pierce's face. Looking at the background behind him, he had obviously returned to the SHIELD office. That's right, Pierce did not come along to find the Hive this time. The previous meeting with Baron Stark was a talk between the two snakeheads, and Pierce had to be present in person, otherwise no one else would be qualified to let Baron Stark come forward. Now that the deal has been done, Pierce naturally no longer needs to do the inspection work. Of course, more importantly, Pierce had a vague feeling that this trip might not be so safe. We have entered the Hive's experimental base. Soon, Sidwell's submarine entered the base and reported to Pierce. Put on your helmet and report the situation in real time. Sidwell nodded and put on a helmet with a hidden camera that could transmit images to Pierce in real time. Why is there no one here? Sidwell took several agents deep into the base, but found that there was no one inside. All the facilities were intact and the air system was circulating normally, but there was not a single living person to be seen. It looks like a huge base from the outside, but it is empty inside, which is really creepy. As Sidwell and others advanced, they came to the control room of the experimental base and found the map of the base. Hive, our destination is not far away. Sidwell saw a laboratory with the word Hive on it on the map, which was very close to the control room. Without further ado, he immediately led the team to the laboratory. Soon, a cold and narrow passage appeared in front of everyone. When they stepped into the passage, they smelled a faint smell of blood. Sidwell's face changed and he perked up instantly, and the other agents also became alert. At the end of the passage, there is a gate that has been violently damaged and distorted. The moment the door was opened, a strong and sickening smell of blood and stench rushed into the nostrils of Sidwell and others. Under the flickering light, dozens of hideous and strange human-shaped flesh masses were constantly wriggling, and each flesh mass was covered with densely packed eyes. When they sensed the intrusion of Sidwell and others, dozens of flesh balls exploded instantly, dispersing into thousands of tentacle-like parasites with eyes, and rushed towards Sidwell and others like crazy. At this point, Sidwell finally understood why he didn't see a single living person in the laboratory. Because they are all here. Chapter 63. Open fire. Don't let those things get close. Sitwell looked with a tingling scalp as he looked at the densely packed parasites on the floor that were madly gathering towards him, and hurriedly ordered his men to open fire and fight back. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Several Hydra agents raised their rifles and fired bullets like crazy. These parasites look hideous and ugly, but their bodies are very fragile and they explode into pieces when hit by bullets. But there were too many of them, and even if all the bullets were used up, it would not be enough. "Sir, we have been tricked by Baron Stark." At the same time, Sitwell stepped back and reported to Pierce. "There is no Hydra god here, only a group of disgusting bugs that feed on human flesh. We need to evacuate this place immediately." However, Pierce's answer made Sitwell stand still for a moment, and his heart sank to the bottom. "No. Sitwell, I order you to stay where you are." "What? Sir, what did you say?" Sitwell couldn't believe it. "In fact, you can't escape even if you want to, because I have installed a remote-controlled bomb in your submarine in advance." As Pierce finished his words, the floor and walls of the base suddenly shook violently. A dull explosion could be faintly heard in the distance. Apparently, Pierce blew up Sitwell ETAL's submarine. "Why?" Sitwell asked in a look of despair, looking ashen. "Because the hive that Baron Strucker mentioned is the group of parasites you saw. They also need some nutrients in a host." There was no trace of emotion in Pierce's tone. At this moment, in front of Pierce, in addition to the live footage captured by the hidden camera on Sitwell's helmet, there is another screen. Baron Stark's face was clearly visible on it. "You've just used your loyal subordinates as fodder for the parasites, Pierce. Aren't you afraid that your subordinates will become insecure and have thoughts that they shouldn't have? You've turned an entire experimental base into food for parasites, and you're no better than them." Pierce snorted coldly. On the other side, in the underwater hive base, a busy tone came from Sitwell's headset, and Pierce forcibly disconnected the two. "He has become a discarded pawn." "Ah ah 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 ah." At this moment, Sitwell heard the screams of several agents. He was shocked to find that the parasites that had just been shot into pieces by bullets were not dead, but kept wriggling and regrouping together, and attacked the Hydra agents at a faster speed. The floor, walls, ceiling, every corner in sight was crawling with densely packed parasites. Even if the Hydra agents kept pulling the trigger, they still couldn't stop the approaching tide of parasites. In the blink of an eye, the first parasite crawled onto the body of an agent. The parasite, which was originally very fragile and seemed to be crushed by a pinch, suddenly became extremely tough at this moment, and tightly wrapped around the agent's ankle, and could not be pulled off no matter what. The parasite's body squirmed and tightened, and the agent's brain was struck by a piercing pain. More and more parasites crawled onto his body, his hands, feet, neck, waist, genitals, and mouth. In an instant, several Hydra agents were drowned by countless parasites, and only the rough outline of a human figure could be seen. The parasites that parasitized several agents only accounted for a small part, and the massive tide of insects continued to rush towards Sitwell. Faced with the situation of certain death, Sitwell's heart suddenly became calm. He did not resist and did not intend to escape, because that would only delay the arrival of death. "If my sacrifice can achieve the great revival of Hydra, I am willing to give up my life." Sitwell raised his hands at a 45-degree angle, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "Long live Hydra!" The next second, countless parasites crawled onto his body. Sitwell gradually lost his vitality. Dense parasites were moving in and out of his body, wriggling continuously. The strange thing is that they don't seem to simply eat Sitwell as food, but rather follow some kind of pattern to roam around in his body, invading his motor system, circulatory system, and nervous system, and eventually occupying Sitwell's brain. It was unknown how long it had been, but the lifeless Sitwell suddenly stood up. His face was covered with a tangled mass of parasites, with many of their tails exposed, looking like human beards and hair. Not only Sitwell, but also several other Hydra agents and even dozens of laboratory researchers who had died long ago all came back to life. At number and percent, dollar number, asterisk and percent UN and at 34% number. The awakened Sitwell suddenly spoke a string of completely incomprehensible language. Success. The Hive has finally developed self-awareness. At this moment, a screen suddenly dropped from the ceiling, showing two figures, Baron Stark and Pierce. Baron Stark looked at Sitwell, who was controlled by the Hive parasite, with excitement. Hive parasites can seize control of the host's body through parasitism and can also assimilate with the host's brain. But before today, the hosts they parasitized always acted according to unconscious instincts. They had no thoughts and no consciousness. So I guessed that as long as the Hive is assimilated with enough brains and allows it to absorb human thinking patterns, perhaps one day they will be able to evolve a highly intelligent consciousness. And unlike humans, they share the same Hive consciousness and do not have any individual meaning. At percent omega and. At this moment, the Hive that parasitized Sitwell stared at the display that suddenly appeared and uttered another meaningless word. What is it saying? Pierce asked, puzzled. That's the language of the Hive. I've studied it for a long time. The general meaning after translation is, I am the Hive. Baron Strucker explained. So it's introducing itself to us. You can understand it that way, but I prefer that it is establishing a temporary entity equipped with a Hive consciousness. I don't care what body it wants to live in, I just want to know, how is this thing going to kill Harry Osborn? Pierce asked suspiciously, looking the Hive up and down. If such a large group of parasites were allowed to invade the Osborn Corporation, not to mention parasitizing Harry, the whole world would know about it before they even see him, and then everyone would do everything they could to destroy the Hive. Chapter 64. Who told you that you must attack the Osborn Group? Baron Stark sneered. Hive, show him what you can do. As soon as he finished speaking, the parasites wrapped around Sitwell's body began to wriggle violently and drilled into Sitwell's body frantically. Soon all the parasites were hidden under the skin. Sitwell's face reappeared, his complexion was ruddy and full of life, and it was completely impossible to tell that he was dead. Can it understand our language? There was a flash of surprise in Pierce's eyes. The Hive can obtain all the memories of the person it parasitizes, so it is very easy for it to understand our language. So it can actually speak human language. Yes, I speak your language. The person who said this was not Baron Strucker, but Sitwell. To be precise, it is a Hive that is parasitic on Sitwell's body. Hearing Sitwell's voice, Pierce almost had the illusion that he was not dead yet. I understand your idea. You can use the parasitic ability of the Hive to sneak into the Osborn Group and assassinate Harry, but the Osborn Group uses a large number of bionic security guards, and they will scan the human body. Pierce rubbed his chin in thought. Even if you can think of it, do you think I can't think of it? Baron Strucker said proudly. The Hive can assimilate its own tissues with human organs. No detection equipment can detect its existence, unless the Osborn Group is so cruel as to perform full-body dissections on its employees every day. After hearing what Stark said, Pierce's doubts disappeared and he didn't care at all about the other party's contempt for him. When can I get Captain America? Baron Stark asked. Soon, when Hive comes to me, you will meet Captain America. In Osborn Building, Harry sat in his office, listening to Chloe's routine financial report. To date, the Osborn Group has launched 17 different models of bionic people, covering all walks of life, including the most high-end financial planning assistants, the most basic general labor force, and even a partner model that focuses on emotional companionship. The prices range from millions of dollars to $20,000 per unit. If there are customized requirements, such as appearance, shape, sound, etc., additional processing fees will be required. If you want to customize the same appearance as a celebrity, you not only need to pay the processing fee, but also a high portrait licensing fee. According to statistics on the sales of all models of androids, 230,000 units have been sold, and the number of pre-orders has exceeded 700,000, and these numbers are increasing every minute. The production capacity of androids has increased dramatically compared to 2 months ago. In addition to Harry's continuous expansion of production scale, the fourth new technology he obtained last month also played a big role. The SCV engineering mecha from the world of StarCraft is a mecha that can operate perfectly in all known environments. It combines various engineering capabilities such as construction, maintenance, mining, and transportation. It is more than 4 meters tall and equipped with various construction tools such as mechanical claws and power drills. It can also serve as a combat force when necessary. Even with the existence of bionic humans, the improvement in efficiency of engineering operations brought by SCV is obvious. Although the technology was acquired in a short period of time and mass production was not possible, it was not a problem to temporarily build a batch of SCVs and transport them to the mining base in Greenland. The improved efficiency of material acquisition naturally promoted the surge in the production capacity of bionic humans. The production of bionic people has increased, the models have become more numerous, and sales have also begun to surge. There are more and more bionic employees in the Osborn Group, the company's operating efficiency has increased, and the profits of major industrial chains other than bionic people have also increased significantly. The dramatically increased funds every day can be invested in the research and development and improvement of various technologies, achieving a virtuous circle. Not only that, the addition of SCV also greatly accelerated the construction of the superdimensional teleporter, and the estimated completion time was reduced by a full month. In addition to bionic humans, Osborn Cyber Prosthesis also held a product launch conference not long ago. It is mainly used in the medical field. Military-grade prosthesis is temporarily only supplied to the military and its own people, and has not opened up the civilian market. Taking into account that disabled people who have demand for medical prostheses are generally not wealthy, the price of the prostheses is not set too high. Although it is certainly not affordable, it is at least affordable enough for people to buy it after selling their belongings. It's not the case that a prosthetic hand is sold for 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, but few people buy it throughout the year, and you end up not making any money. Anyway, Harry's technology has almost no R&D costs, and it is naturally better than all similar competitors. Even if others set the price dozens of times higher than Harry's, the actual profit earned from each order may not be as much as Harry's. So when the Osborn Group announced the price of the prosthesis, the order volume exploded overnight, and the company that previously focused on high-tech prosthetics also exploded. Their product quality is better than yours, and they sell it cheaper than yours. Their profit margin is also higher than yours. The profit from one order is more than 10 orders from you. The number of orders far exceeds yours. What can you use to compete with them? The introduction of medical prostheses further enhanced the reputation of the Osborn Group, and disabled people all over the world regarded Harry Osborn as a living Jesus. Naturally, many people began to envy the huge success of the Osborn Group and used various means to discredit and defame Osborn, and some even wanted to do something shady. Unfortunately, in the face of the ironclad bionic security system of the Osborn building, all conspiracies will be exposed. Not to mention threatening Harry, there are not many people who are qualified to require the terrorist squad to take action. Originally, the high-tech prosthetics project was not taken seriously by major financial groups due to its high cost and low returns. With the move by the Osborn Group, all research on this thing was basically declared doomed. Their desperate counterattack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they could only watch Osborn snatch away their original market. Unknowingly, Harry had taken the Osborn Group beyond its former peak. According to current intelligence, there are at least 3,000 bionic security guards in Osborn building. These security guards do not belong to any model on the market. The specific data is unknown. They also have a force called the Terrorist Mobile Team, but very few people have actually seen the terrorist team members. There is a serious lack of intelligence. In a secret base in New York that nominally belongs to SHIELD but is actually Hydra, Pierce spoke to Sitwell opposite him with a serious face. Hive, although it is highly unlikely, I still want to ask, can you parasitize a bionic human? What is a android? Hive tilted his head in confusion. Chapter 65. Bionic Man is a robot that uses a bionic organ structure. In response to Hive's doubts, Pierce gave a brief introduction. Who is Robert? Hive then asked. I said robot, not Robert. You pronounced it wrong. Pierce explained speechlessly. Your human language is too complicated. If these two words have completely unrelated meanings, why do they have such similar pronunciations? Beehive said in a proud tone, our language is simple and effective. At *UN and UN %number. That's what you should have said just now. Forget it. I find that communicating with you is an extremely inefficient thing. Let's just do the test directly. Pierce shook his head helplessly and gestured to the Hydra agent next to him. After receiving the order, the latter nodded immediately, turned around and walked into the secret room behind him, and pushed out a stretcher. There is a TW700 model bionic man lying on the stretcher. The LED light on his head is off and not lit, indicating that the bionic man has not been turned on yet. Try to parasite on it. Pierce pointed at TW700 and said to Hive. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Hive raised his hand and aimed it at TW700. The skin on his palm automatically cracked open, and several curled-up parasites instantly spurted out and shot towards the bionic man. As soon as they came into contact with the bionic man's skin, the parasites began to crawl frantically on it, looking for holes through which they could invade. It quickly drilled into the bionic man's mouth, ears, and nose. Then, more than 10 seconds passed like this, dozens of seconds, a minute. Nothing strange happened. The android was not controlled by the Hive's parasites to stand up. No, this thing is not a living thing. It doesn't have a nervous system. The best I can do is hide inside it. I can't control its movements. The Hive waved, and the parasites that had burrowed into the bionic body crawled back onto its body. Well, it really isn't possible. Pierce also knew that it was unrealistic to let a parasite control a machine, so he just let the Hive test it out as a try. If you succeed, that would be the best, but if you don't, that's normal too. There is nothing unacceptable. You just released the parasites in your body, which means that you only need a few parasites to control a human being. How many people can you parasitize at one time? Pierce asked, resting his hand on his chin. About 527. The Hive quickly gave an answer. Hearing this, Pierce showed a sinister smile on his face. That's more than enough. He pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. Then a virtual projection appeared between him and the Hive, with a map of a warehouse and its surroundings and actual images of the warehouse. Harry Osborn's schedule is easy to control. Unlike Tony Stark, he doesn't travel around the world every day. He is basically either in Osborn building or at home. Occasionally, he visits various android factories or other project research bases. Having introduced this, Pierce suddenly changed the subject. But recently, since the last assassination team was wiped out, Harry has set aside 3 hours every week to go to the warehouse on the map. The date is not fixed. Sometimes it is Thursday, sometimes Friday, and sometimes Wednesday. We have reason to suspect that the Winter Soldier is most likely imprisoned here, and Harry Osborn is trying to undo his brainwashing. At this point, Pierce's eyes flashed with mockery. This warehouse has nothing to do with the Osborn Group, so there are not many androids guarding it. Every time we go to the warehouse, we try to avoid being seen. Harry thought he could hide it from us in this way, but he obviously underestimated Hydra's intelligence network. Honeycomb. Pierce stared at Hive Road with a vicious look. Your mission is to sneak into the warehouse, rescue the Winter Soldier, and parasite everyone in the warehouse. When Harry goes to the warehouse next time, you will kill him. What if the Winter Soldier has been brainwashed? Hive asked. Don't worry about that. If we can brainwash him once, we can brainwash him countless times. You only need to recite 10 secret phrases to control the behavior and thoughts of the Winter Soldier. Pierce narrowed his eyes and emphasized, no matter what, I will not allow you to parasitize the Winter Soldier. He knew very well that the Hive was just a temporary weapon lent to him by Baron Strucker to kill Harry Osborn, and that his control over the Hive would only last until the moment of Harry's death. In fact, even Baron Strucker may not be able to completely control the Hive. The Hive already has its own consciousness. The reason why it has decided to stand on the side of Hydra now is probably because the hundreds of people absorbed as nutrients by it are all loyal Hydra members. The Hive has absorbed too much consciousness of infinite loyalty to Hydra, so it naturally has a favorable impression of Hydra. But once it begins to parasitize humans in large numbers and absorbs more and more complex memories, the final outcome is uncertain. No matter how powerful the Hive is, it has nothing to do with Pierce. The Winter Soldier is the strongest weapon he can rely on. So did Pierce sacrifice the loyal Agent Sitwell and several of his subordinates, and hand over Captain America to someone else, only to get nothing in the end? In his opinion, this was not the case. Giving Captain America to Baron Strucker seemed to be a losing deal, and in fact, he did not make any profit, but Pierce did have other plans. Sneak into the warehouse, rescue the Winter Soldier, parasite everyone except the Winter Soldier, kill Harry Osborn, no problem. Hive repeated the task Pierce had given him, and the latter nodded. The next day, night. A figure with a dull look in his eyes came to a block between 8th and 11th Avenues in Manhattan, spanning 34th to 59th Streets. In New York, a typical city that never sleeps, this neighborhood is obviously very close to bustling nightclubs such as Broadway, so there should be no shortage of pedestrians even at midnight. But at this time, which was not too late, large areas of the streets were empty, which was extremely weird. And if you knew the name of this neighborhood, you might understand this abnormal situation. Its name is Hell's Kitchen. The warehouse that Harry used as a prison for the Winter Soldier was hidden on a street in Hell's Kitchen. Hive controlled a ferocious-looking woman and walked towards the warehouse step by step. Chapter 66. By the way, does anyone know what's in here? Inside the warehouse, a dozen guards in uniform gathered around a cylindrical enclosed freezer compartment. One of the guards asked. Who cares? Anyway, the boss has given instructions. We just need to guard here and not let anyone in. We don't need to worry about anything else. It's just a gloomy and shabby old warehouse. Who would go here for no reason? The other guards answered one after another. I advise you not to be curious. No matter what is hidden in here, it has nothing to do with us. The guard who had asked the question just now waved his hand in boredom and continued to stand guard. At that time, no one noticed that just outside the ventilation vent of the warehouse, several slender fleshy worms with eyes squirmed their bodies and crawled in silently. The consciousness of the Hive observed the internal structure of the warehouse through these flesh worms. They are small in size and crawl very fast, able to move easily and quickly in the narrow ventilation ducts. It won't take long for them to understand the environment and defense situation in the warehouse. The warehouse is divided into 3 layers. The outer layer is the largest, with 30 guards patrolling on the move, and a dozen guards standing guard in the middle. The Winter Soldier should be in the freezer. As for the innermost space, it is where the monitoring room and the power room are located. The Hive constructed the overall structure of the warehouse in its mind and quickly worked out an infiltration route. On a building not far behind the warehouse, a woman suddenly collapsed to the ground as if all the bones in her body had gone limp, and countless flesh worms rushed out of her body. Crawl madly towards the warehouse. In the monitoring room, 2 monitors stared at the monitoring screen intently. Ha! The monitor on the left yawned, stretched, and complained tiredly. Why hasn't the shift change come yet? I'm almost dying of exhaustion. Why do we have to stay here? Wouldn't it be better to just let the androids watch over it? They'll stare at the surveillance cameras 24 hours a day without blinking an eye anyway. Who said it wasn't? Unfortunately, the boss made it very clear that our mission is to prevent outsiders from knowing that this warehouse is related to the Osborn Group. Even if the possibility of being discovered is very small, we cannot let the androids guard it here. Next to him, another monitor sighed, patted his shoulder and consoled him, "It's almost time to change shifts, hold on a little longer." Really? We are not in this line of work, but we have to wear this kind of awkward uniform every day. If this continues, I will die here sooner or later. The monitor on the left said unhappily. He suddenly stood up and left his chair. What do you want to do? I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee. I'm going to die without caffeine. As he answered, he walked to the tea room next to him, picked up the cup and put it on the coffee machine. The coffee machine automatically sensed the flow and dark brown liquid flowed into the cup. What the monitor didn't see was that there were a few tiny black spots flowing into the cup along with the coffee. After the coffee was filled, he picked up the cup and took a sip. Suddenly, the monitor felt something foreign entering his mouth. It turned out that those tiny black dots were parasite eggs laid by the beehive. They hatched the moment they entered the mouth, and quickly divided and began to invade the monitor's central nervous system. Something's wrong. It feels like something. An indescribable strange feeling spread from the monitor's body, accompanied by waves of strange whispers in his mind. Then, without warning, this feeling turned into an intense pain, the most fatal pain he had ever felt in his life. Gah! The monitor fell to the ground involuntarily. He wanted to scream, but was horrified to find that he could no longer make a sound. The monitor who fell to the ground wanted to struggle to get up, but his body did not obey him at all. Even moving a finger became a luxury. As he was twisting and struggling on the floor, he caught a glimpse of the bottom of the table where the coffee machine was placed out of the corner of his eye. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, he was almost scared to death. I saw countless flesh worms hiding under the table, perfectly avoiding all surveillance equipment. Each flesh worm had 1 or 2 eyeballs on its body, and they were densely packed together, which was a blessing for people with trypophobia. What happened? Did you get so sleepy while pouring the coffee that you lost consciousness and fell to the ground? Another monitor heard the noise in the pantry and walked in to ask. You guessed it right, I really need a good rest. At this time, the monitor on the ground stood up as if nothing had happened and answered with a dull look in his eyes. If you really can't hold on any longer, just lie down here and take a nap. Your shift is about to change, and it's unlikely that someone would invade the warehouse at this time. No, I can still hold on. My shift is about to change. Wouldn't it be more comfortable for me to go back to my own house and sleep instead of lying on the floor here? The monitor shook his head and went straight back to his workstation in the monitoring room. Monitor number 2 didn't think much about it and followed him back to the monitoring room. But soon he realized something was wrong because his companion did not continue his monitoring work after returning to his post, but instead put his hand on the switch to turn off the automatic alarm. Hey! What are you doing? If you turn off the automatic alarm, we won't be able to issue a warning if an unexpected situation occurs. Monitor number 2 hurried forward to stop his companion's dangerous action. However, at this moment, Monitor number 1 turned around and stared at him, grinning. Yes, that's exactly what we want. Monitor number 2 suddenly stood still with a look of extreme horror, because the mouth of his companion in front of him opened to an alarming degree, and tentacles covered with eyeballs and fangs poured out of his mouth like flowers. What is that? Monitor number 2 had just uttered 2 words when several tentacles extending from his companion's mouth quickly wrapped around his brain. Countless tiny parasites burrowed from the tentacles into his body. In just a few seconds, both monitors were turned into puppets of the Hive. Well, that's interesting. These people in the warehouse are not employees of the Osborn Group, but a group of mercenaries. After absorbing the memories of the two monitors, the Hive learned that all the guards here were hired. Not only is the warehouse not under Osborn's name, but even the people inside are not Osborn's. Ordinary people really cannot connect this place with Harry Osborn. Recalling the intelligence Pierce had introduced before, Hive thought contemptuously, unfortunately, in front of Hydra's huge intelligence network, this little trick can't be concealed from us at all. The surveillance system has been disabled, and a full-scale invasion can begin. There is no need for contact or communication, the Hive consciousness is instantly conveyed to every Hive parasite. The next moment, the insect swarm launched its tsunami-like attack on the warehouse. Doors, windows, vents, garbage chutes, almost all holes that allow air to pass through are entrances for beehive infiltration. What is that? Is the ceiling leaking? No. It's a bug. Where did the bug come from? Holy Yeti! There are too many of these bugs, they are crawling on me, damn. They want to get into my body. Fire. This must be some kind of biological weapon, fire quickly. Why wasn't there any warning? Are the people in the monitoring room blind? Can't they even see such a large group of insects? Oh my god! Am I seeing things? The bugs we smashed have recovered again. Micah! What are you doing? Why are you shooting at us? Are you being controlled? Some time passed, and the warehouse, which had been filled with gunfire and screams not long ago, was now completely silent. The bullet shells and bloodstains on the ground showed how fierce the conflict just now was, but what was abnormal was that there was not a single dead body lying on the ground in the entire warehouse. 40 or 50 guards were all gathered in front of the freezer. Everyone's expression was surprisingly the same, their eyes were dull and their faces were stiff. A guard stepped forward, countless tentacles covering his scalp and face, which meant that at this moment, the consciousness of the Hive was inside his body. Hive operated the operating panel of the freezer skillfully. It possessed the memories of dozens of Hydra researchers and all the guards in the warehouse, and had an extraordinary proficiency in the operation of various technological products. It is not difficult for it to crack open a cryo chamber. Phew! The cryo chamber opened, revealing the sleeping person inside. A long-haired man equipped with a silver mechanical left arm is the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. Looking at Bucky with his eyes closed, Hive slowly recited 10 secret words. ZHLA with Macron N, longing, ZHA with Macron V, rust, 17, dawn, furnace, 9, kindness, amo, home, Auden, 1, Grove, truck, oldat, soldier. When the third code was recited, Bucky's eyes opened, with a painful expression on his face. As the secret words were read out one by one, Bucky's face became more and more hideous, until the last sentence, he lost all facial expressions and turned into a cold and ruthless killing machine. At least, that's how it seems. Inside his brain, a chip quietly activated, forcing the awakened Winter Soldier personality to switch back to Bucky's main personality. What kind of monster is this? Bucky thought in amazement as he looked at Hive, whose face was covered with tentacles. He knew that he would definitely be found by Hydra's people, because this entire warehouse was a scam set up by Harry and him from the beginning, a scam to lure Hydra into rescuing Bucky. The purpose is to let Bucky return to Hydra as an undercover agent. Harry was well aware that spy organizations like Hydra and SHIELD in the other world had intelligence networks that were far more terrifying than ordinary people could imagine. They might not be that powerful, but they definitely knew a lot of secrets. Therefore, Harry was not worried that Hydra would not be able to find Bucky's hiding place. On the contrary, the more means he used to conceal the existence of the warehouse, the more Hydra would believe that there must be something wrong. In fact, he did let Bucky hide in the warehouse. The result was just as Harry thought. Hydra really sent people to the warehouse to rescue the Winter Soldier. Chapter 67. Winter Soldier, what did the Osborn Group do to you? What did you tell them? Hive asked, staring into Bucky's eyes. I don't know. They seem to be trying to do some kind of experiment on me. I haven't woken up since I was put in the cryostat. Bucky replied expressionlessly. Well, it's clear that they are trying every possible way to brainwash you and turn you from a loyal and honorable Hydra warrior into a sinister and evil traitor. Not far away, a guard who was parasitized by the Hive said while looking at the computer screen behind the cryo chamber. In fact, the information in the computer is relevant data of Dr. Otto's research on how to solve the brainwashing of the Winter Soldier. Harry deliberately placed it here. Of course, this is a carefully castrated version, in order to make Hydra think that their research has made some progress, but has not been completed. Harry quietly came to the warehouse every once in a while, and actually entered the data into the warehouse's computer in batches in the form of periodic records, creating the illusion that they were really studying the Winter Soldier. In the eyes of Hydra, all these signs indicate that the brainwashing effect of the Winter Soldier is still there, and his reaction when reciting the secret words is also normal, so their vigilance against Bucky will be greatly reduced. Drip drip. Just as Bucky was talking to Hive, an alarm suddenly sounded in the empty freezer. It has been detected that the freezing chamber has been opened without authorization. The self-destruct device has been activated. The explosion countdown is 5 seconds. Hearing the alarm, Hive's eyes were startled. I was careless. I didn't expect they would install an early warning device in the freezer. My consciousness can be connected to parasites all over the world at any time, so even if the me in the warehouse dies, it will not affect the real me, but the Winter Soldier will probably die in the explosion. Hive thought to himself that Hydra's experimental base on the bottom of the Indian Ocean has now been turned into a nest, which is home to hundreds of parasites. No matter how it roams in the outside world, it will never truly die. It won't suffer any substantial damage from the warehouse explosion, but it's different for Bucky. The Winter Soldier's human enhancement technology is not invincible. He can't even protect his body from bullets, let alone explosions. I promised Pierce to rescue the Winter Soldier. Hive remembered Pierce's instructions, and the memory of Sitwell in its mind unconsciously emerged, making Hive immediately determined to rescue Bucky. It happened in a flash. The Hive's thinking speed is much faster than that of ordinary humans. Within a few tenths of a second after the alarm sounded, it had already made a decision. All the parasites that were originally attached to the warehouse guards rushed out and gathered together at the fastest speed to form a huge tentacle. The tentacles rushed towards Bucky and wrapped tightly around his waist in front of the latter's astonished gaze, easily lifting up Bucky and the dozens of kilograms of mechanical arms. Then, the tentacle made a throwing motion and threw the Winter Soldier out of the warehouse door with all its strength. The tentacle was so powerful that Bucky crashed into the door like a cannonball, knocking a big hole in it and rushing out of the warehouse. Fortunately, the Winter Soldier's body was strengthened by Hydra's super serum, and he had an indestructible mechanical arm to block his head. Otherwise, if a normal person were to do this, he would probably be stuck to the door panel. As for the tentacle itself, it remained in the warehouse. Thump! In the open space outside the warehouse, Bucky flew a long distance and then rolled to the ground. His bones were aching all over his body, and even though he had been through many battles, he couldn't help but grimace. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion inside the warehouse. The explosion affected a large area and the entire warehouse collapsed. The ground within a radius of several thousand meters shook for a long time before it calmed down. The beehive in the warehouse and the bodies of dozens of guards were all burned in the explosion. Bucky resisted the severe pain in his body and got up from the ground, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. It was not because of the seemingly sudden explosion, but because of Hive's act of saving him. Did that weird monster just now sacrifice himself to save me? Bucky thought incredulously. But the next second, he realized that he was overthinking. Don't just stand there. The explosion in the warehouse will soon attract the police and people from the Osborn Group. A woman with a ferocious face suddenly appeared in front of Bucky, reminding him that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Who are you? Bucky asked warily. Hive then remembered that he had not yet had the chance to introduce himself to the Winter Soldier. I am Hive. Baron Strucker created me, and Pierce made a deal with Baron Strucker. Saving you was part of the deal. Tiny tentacles emerged from nowhere and enveloped the woman's entire head, just like the guard that Bucky had seen not long ago. Honeycomb. Bucky secretly noted the name, and was also shocked that Baron Stark was still alive. Steve and I clearly saw Strucker's body with our own eyes. Could it be that he faked his death? As a secret killer of Pierce's faction, Bucky had no contact or understanding of the other heads of Hydra, so he was unaware of the fact that Baron Strucker was still alive. Hive pulled Bucky up from the ground, and the two quickly left the explosion site. Just after the two left, a black device the size of a fingernail quietly lit up at the place where Bucky had just rolled. A few minutes later, several figures riding individual flying vehicles landed here. They were none other than the terrorist mobile team. The leader of the team was Connor. He was not at all surprised by the explosion in the warehouse. He picked up the device on the ground as soon as he landed, as if he had known about the existence of this device. That's exactly what happened. Connor picked up the device and led the team back to Osborn building. Hive. I didn't expect Hydra to have created the Hive so early. And looking at its parasitic ability, it's obviously not the version from the movie universe. Harry sat in the office, watching the images playing on a virtual screen in front of him. The content of the image was all the processes that Bucky saw after coming out of the cryo chamber, including Hive's self-introduction. The source of this virtual screen was naturally the device that Connor had just brought back. In Harry's impression, the most difficult thing about the Hive is its ability to survive. As long as there is a parasite alive in the world, it can be reborn infinitely. In the comics, the Hive is killed only when countless people commit suicide by invading the Hive's underwater nest and blowing it up in a mutually destructive way. As for the parasitic ability that seems troublesome on the surface, the android army is naturally able to restrain the Hive, and poses little threat to Harry. It was indeed the right decision to let the Winter Soldier go undercover in Hydra. He got such important information at the very beginning. Harry's eyes flashed. The next plan is Alexander Pierce. Chapter 68. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Harry did not put away the imaging device in front of him because he knew who was coming here. A female android secretary with short red hair and a high V-neck walked in. Her name was Weiss. She was a secretary-type android created by Harry together with Madraco. Behind her was a woman with long silver-gray hair and two pistols hanging from her waist. Silver Sablenova, also known as Silver Sable, is the leader of Silver Sable International, the world's most famous mercenary company. They are known for their extremely high degree of mission completion and can usually complete the task successfully no matter how demanding the employer's requirements are. Even if the mission fails in the end, as long as the responsibility lies with them, Silver Sable International will refund the commission in full. So far, it has never defaulted on a debt, which is in stark contrast to other mercenary organizations and is widely acclaimed internationally. The company that was previously hired by Harry to protect the safety of the warehouse was Silver Sable International. Boss, Ms. Sablenova is here. Weiss had just finished speaking when the Silver Sable apologized to Harry. Mr. Osborn, the bomb in the warehouse has been detonated, which means someone has broken through the protection of my men and opened the cryo chamber. The failure of this mission is our fault, and I will return the commission soon. When she said this, her face was not very good. After all, this mission not only killed dozens of mercenaries, but also required her to return a considerable commission. She didn't know that this hiring mission was doomed to fail from the very beginning. Harry didn't intend to let her know. I have said everything I need to say, Mr. Osborn. I will go back now. After saying this, the Silver Sable girl prepared to turn around and leave. Wait a minute, Silver Sable, don't you want to know who killed your men and how? Harry suddenly called her. Although you are mercenaries living on the edge of a knife, I believe that you have some feelings of comradeship. Don't you want to avenge them? The Silver Sable girl paused, turned back to look at Harry, and responded calmly, do you want to use Silver Sable International to help you eliminate your opponent? Sorry, we will not help others without payment. How about this be a continuation of our last deal? You don't have to return the commission, and I'll pay you more. Harry smiled slightly and pushed the virtual imaging device left by Bucky forward, motioning Silver Sable to come over and take a look. You can take a look at this first, and then make a decision. The Silver Sable girl was interested in what she heard and walked forward to check the video content. What was that monster? Were the ones attacking the warehouse mutants? After watching some of the video records of the Hive, the Silver Sable girl was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Not sure. According to the intelligence we have, it seems to be some kind of experimental organism from a secret laboratory on the bottom of the Indian Ocean. Harry said with a normal expression. Indian Ocean? No more detailed location? The area is too large. We can't take this job. The Silver Sable girl waved her hands repeatedly to indicate that this was beyond her ability. And I'm very skeptical. Where did you get this information from? If you knew that something like this would attack the warehouse, why didn't you warn us in advance? She asked with a wary look in her eyes. Before today, I didn't know about this thing just like you. As for the current information, it was just passed to me by my informant not long ago. In addition, he will tell me the location of the underwater laboratory in a short time. There is no need for you to look for a needle in a haystack. Harry spread his hands. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The Silver Sable girl's eyes flickered continuously, and finally she nodded and agreed to Harry's proposal. New York, Hydra's secret base. Pierce paced back and forth in the secret room with a gloomy look on his face. It's been 2 hours since the warehouse exploded, and there's still no news about Hive and the Winter Soldier. He turned and asked the Hydra agent beside him. No, sir, they are nowhere to be found. The agent replied seriously. Did they really die in that explosion? Damn Harry Osborn, I should have realized that it was a trap. He used the Winter Soldier as bait to lure us into the trap. He had no intention of doing anything to the Winter Soldier. Pierce thought angrily. Report, sir. Just then, another Hydra agent came over and reported to Pierce. Hive is back with the Winter Soldier. Hearing this, Pierce's expression improved a lot, and he urged, tell them to come see me quickly. Soon after, the disheveled Winter Soldier and the unharmed Hive came in front of Pierce. The two told Pierce the details of the warehouse explosion, which naturally included the part where Hive used secret codes to further deepen the brainwashing of the Winter Soldier. Well, Harry Osborn should think that you have all been killed in the explosion. They don't know about the existence of the Hive yet, so the advantage is still on our side. Pierce said, clenching his chin. Although the plan to have Hive ambush Harry in the warehouse failed this time, it doesn't matter. The Winter Soldier was successfully rescued, and they will definitely find a chance to kill Harry next time. Sir, why are you so obsessed with killing Harry Osborn? A young Hydra agent in the room asked doubtfully. Pierce looked at the young agent who spoke boldly and discovered that it was Grant Ward, the adopted son of his right-hand man John Garrett, a second-generation snake. So he explained patiently. Ward, killing Harry is a deal between us and the Rahan Group. Giving up on assassinating Harry will create a rift with Rahan. 35% of the world's energy resources are related to Rahan. In fact, it's 40%, because 5% of the energy is secretly supplied to Hydra. Rahan knows too many of our secrets. It is definitely not a wise choice to make enemies with them. In fact, there is another point that Pierce did not mention, that is, the strength of Rahan owner Dario Ager is not simple. He once saw a very brief video of Dario fighting someone, and the destructive power of the fight was still unforgettable to Pierce. In his mind, Dario is even as dangerous as Hulk. The other snakeheads are not only powerful in themselves but also have a lot of hidden cards. They are not afraid of Rahan. Pierce only has 2 or 3 big cats and small cats under his command. All his efforts are put into the Insight plan. Naturally, he will not risk offending the Rahan Group and give up on killing Harry. The speaker has no intention, the listener has the heart. Pierce didn't know that his words had leaked the most important information. Rahan Group, it turns out that Hydra assassinated Harry Osborn because of Rahan. In the corner, Bucky, with a stern face pretending to be the Winter Soldier, said to himself. Chapter 69. I understand, sir. After Pierce finished talking about the interests involved with the Rahan Group, Agent Ward, who had just asked the question, suddenly realized. Then he saluted Pierce solemnly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted your decision. Pierce waved his hand nonchalantly and asked, how is your adoptive father, Garrett, doing? I have rarely seen him since he was promoted to a level 8 agent. I heard that he is carrying out a secret mission, but I believe he will cover himself well. Ward replied seriously. Pierce nodded. Garrett and I have worked together for many years. I believe that with his ability, he will not let me down. At this moment, Pierce suddenly turned to Bucky, looked at him with a scrutinizing look and asked, Winter Soldier, how did the assassination team you led get wiped out? And after you were captured by Harry Osborn, what did they do to you? Hearing this, Bucky's heart sank, but his face remained expressionless. That night, Osborn only sent 2 of his men to completely defeat us. They were wearing armor very similar to Iron Man's suit and were very powerful. It's the terrorist mobile team. There was a flash of shock in Pierce's eyes. Ever since the Winter Soldier was captured, they had never stopped spying on the Osborn Group. Even though the Osborn Group's defenses were almost airtight, they still managed to get some intelligence. It contained a small amount of information about the terrorist mobile team, but Pierce only knew that this team was a bodyguard team that Harry had just formed not long ago. Each member was equipped with the most advanced individual equipment of the Osborn Group, and there were about 10 people in total. As for how strong the actual combat capability of the terrorist mobile team is and who exactly are among them, Pierce has no idea. All members of the Winter Soldier assassination team were killed in just a few minutes. Pierce thought that at least the entire terrorist squad would have to be mobilized to do it, but in the end, only 2 members of the terrorist squad took action. With this calculation, I'm afraid they have to treat every member of the terrorist squad as having the same combat power as Iron Man. The only difference may be that the Osborn Group is relatively lacking in heavy firepower weapons, and its equipment iteration speed is not as fast as Iron Man's. While Pierce was re-evaluating the strength of the Osborn Group in his mind, Bucky continued his story. After I was captured, they tried to torture me for information about the mastermind behind the incident. When that failed, they locked me in a cryostat. I lost all consciousness until I was released by the Hive. Pierce was silent for a while, then his expression regained its composure and he said, I understand everything, Winter Soldier. Now I need to test your body. Sure enough, it came anyway. At this moment, Bucky was extremely alert. Whether he could gain Pierce's complete trust in him depended on whether he could pass this test. He didn't say anything, his face didn't show any emotion, he just nodded obediently. So far, Bucky has behaved like the former Winter Soldier, absolutely obeying Pierce's control, answering every question and following every order. Obviously, this is not enough to completely dispel Pierce's doubts. After all, even if the Osborn Group does not have enough ability to crack Bucky's brainwashing, it is possible that they will do something else to Bucky, such as installing a bug on his mechanical arm. Ward, take the Winter Soldier for a full body scan. Pierce ordered Ward. Yes, sir. Under Ward's guidance, Bucky came to a room full of precision instruments, including an operating table and 2 Hydra experimenters. When Bucky saw the operating table, many bad memories suddenly came back to him. He suppressed his inner impulse and lay on the operating table calmly. The experimenter started the scanner, and several machines slowly swept over Bucky's body, starting from the solace of his feet and slowly moving towards the top of his head. Harry said that the chip in my head can block all detection methods. I hope he didn't lie to me. Bucky was thinking anxiously in his heart that he was ready to be exposed. Once the scanner showed any abnormal changes, Bucky would kill Ward here and there immediately. Fortunately, nothing abnormal occurred after the scanner completed the test. Bucky secretly breathed a sigh of relief that Harry didn't fool him. The two experimenters repeatedly confirmed the scan data and nodded to Ward to indicate that Bucky was fine. Then, Ward brought Bucky back to Pierce. Seeing the two of them coming back together, it went without saying that Pierce already knew that Bucky had passed the body scan. The mission to ambush Harry in the warehouse has failed. We need to create a new opportunity to kill Harry. Pierce looked at Ward and ordered, "Ward, have our people at the TV station release a piece of negative news against the Osborn Group. The content is that the emergence of androids will lead to a rise in social unemployment and the possible rebellion crisis of artificial intelligence, forcing Harry Osborn to come forward and explain himself." Then he looked back toward the Hive. "Hive, on the day Harry was interviewed by the TV station, you parasitized all the people in the broadcasting building in advance and planted bombs in every key location I marked for you." Pierce said with a sinister look, "It will be useless even if Harry is always accompanied by the terrorist squad. They will be buried along with the entire broadcasting building." Finally, he looked at Bucky and said, "Winter Soldier, you are in charge of the bomb's detonator. You must press the detonation switch at the most appropriate time and leave no chance for Harry Osborn to escape." Among all the people present, only Bucky had been on the battlefield himself and had the most combat experience, so the task of judging the timing of detonation naturally fell to him. "I understand, sir." Bucky answered with a firm expression, and so did Ward. Only the Hive hummed lazily, but Pierce had never expected its attitude to be positive. After all, they were just a group of parasites. "Very good. I can't leave Washington for too long, otherwise Nick Fury will definitely become suspicious of me, so this mission must be completed as soon as possible." Pierce nodded to Bucky and Ward with satisfaction. "Without further delay, Ward, go contact the TV station now." Soon, a huge wave of public opinion surged towards the Osborn Group after a certain influential TV station mentioned in a prime-time news program that when many companies introduce bionic employees, they always lay off human employees. After the recent unemployment rate showed a clear upward trend, a huge wave of public opinion surged towards the Osborn Group. This wave of public opinion not only caused a storm on the internet, but also attracted large crowds of people to gather in front of Osborn's Bionic Man stores, holding signs and protesting loudly. "Boycott the androids and give our jobs back." Chapter 70. Chapter 71. Shut down Osborn and disable the androids. Shut down Osborn and disable the androids. Shut down Osborn and disable the androids. A large group of people held protest banners and waved and cheered in front of the Bionic Man store. With them blocking the door, many consumers who wanted to choose the Bionic Man did not dare to step forward and were so scared that they turned around and left the scene. The same scene can be seen in almost every sales point of the Osborn Group. This has caused offline sales of Bionic Men to come to a temporary standstill. However, in this era, online channels are the biggest contributor to sales, and these people's protests will not directly affect Osborn Group's revenue. But it will seriously affect Osborn's image and reputation. "Boss, people's protests are getting more and more intense." The Public Relations Department has issued several statements, but the effect is very limited. In Osborn Building, Chloe said to Harry worriedly. "If this continues, the reputation of the Osborn Group will be severely damaged." Many online comments against us were released almost at the same time. "I suspect this is a premeditated public opinion attack." I think we can now use extraordinary measures to directly delete all the information on the internet that deliberately criticizes the Osborn Group. With our artificial intelligence technology, we can do this without leaving any traces. Chloe suggested. But doing so is likely to cause a new wave of public opinion, and it may be even more troublesome than it is now. Harry shook his head. Even if we can technically leave no evidence, in many cases, people can make judgments without evidence. Then we can identify those who deliberately guide negative public opinion and tell people the truth. Chloe suggested again. Chloe, you don't understand humans, Harry said with a light smile. People who are swayed by public opinion don't care about the truth at all. Are we not going to do anything about it? Chloe asked doubtfully. Of course not. Harry leaned back in his chair calmly. It won't be long before someone from a TV station comes to us. I will then make a formal response to this matter live on the global broadcast. He had already known the whole story through secret contact with Bucky, as well as Pierce's real purpose in guiding public opinion. And Harry already had a way to deal with it. Although Chloe was very curious about why her boss could be so calm and not anxious at all in the face of such a huge public opinion crisis. But since Harry had made his decision, she would just stick to it and not ask any unnecessary questions. Things turned out just as Harry said. In less than 2 hours, people from the TV station came to Chloe, who was in charge of external affairs, and expressed their request to invite Harry to participate in the talk show. No problem, I agree to participate in your interview. When Chloe brought the TV station people to Harry, Harry readily accepted the invitation. This news also spread throughout the entire network in a very short time. Harry Osborn will participate in a TV interview tomorrow night and prepare to make a formal response to recent negative events. Everyone was curious about what Harry was going to say. Some people liked to think positively, while others tended to believe in conspiracy theories. The quarrel between the two sides has never stopped. I've always felt that something was wrong with what happened in the past few days. Although many companies have started to buy bionic people as employees, the number is currently small. How could so many people suddenly become unemployed because of bionic people? Idiot. There are few bionic people now, but what about in the future? When the streets are full of bionic people, all humans will be replaced. If you don't stand up and protest now, it will be too late later. Amidst the constant quarrels, it was already 9 o'clock the next evening. Harry arrived as promised and personally came to the TV station's broadcasting building, followed by a bodyguard who was wearing a mask and a hat and whose appearance could not be seen clearly. At the same time, on the top of a building several kilometers away from the broadcasting house, Pierce was looking at Harry's back as he walked into the broadcasting house with a telescope, and smiled with a look of success. Sir, to kill Harry, we have to blow up the entire broadcasting building. Isn't that too much noise? Beside him, Serpent 2 Agent Ward asked with a frown. That's why I asked you to find the TV station in advance. If Harry died in the broadcasting building now, everyone would think that the murderer was an extremist who opposed androids. No one would believe that the organization that did this was believed to have been destroyed as early as World War II. Pierce patted Ward's shoulder proudly and said, Ward, if you want to inherit Garrett's position, you still have a lot to learn. After that, he took out his communicator and contacted the Winter Soldier. At this moment, in the building directly opposite the radio studio, Bucky received the call and answered immediately. Sir, I'm ready. Where's the Hive? Bucky looked back at Hive, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He didn't know whether he was asleep or using his consciousness to control the other parasites. No problem. Bucky reported directly without waking up Hive. Very good, wait for the right moment and destroy Harry Osborn in one fell swoop. On the other side, in the studio, Harry had already taken his seat, and the host of the interview was a woman with brown curly hair. The two sat opposite each other, with several cameras around them filming and uploading the footage for real-time broadcast to viewers around the world. Hello, Mr. Osborn, welcome to today's interview. The host smiled and gave Harry his opening remarks. I know you all have a lot of questions that need answers, and I'm here today to talk about them. Harry also gave a polite smile. Mr. Osborn, we would like to know what your original intention was in inventing the android. The host asked. My original intention was actually very simple. I wanted to create a technology that could help humans complete those boring, tedious, and repetitive tasks, so that people would have more time to enjoy life. But have you ever thought that this might lead to androids taking up human jobs and causing the unemployment rate in society to rise? As soon as this question was asked, all the viewers who were watching the live broadcast perked up. When the steam engine was invented, it caused unemployment to soar. But would you want to go back to life without steam engines? This happens with every technological advancement. Harry smiled faintly. The development of artificial intelligence is the trend of the times. My bionic people are not more advanced than robots developed by other technology companies. They just look more like humans. Chapter 72. But nowadays, the only company that can sell civilian robots on a large scale is Osborn Group. Faced with the argument that Harry the android is no more advanced than his counterparts, the host expressed a different opinion. Osborn may not be the cause of the great leap forward in artificial intelligence technology, but it is definitely the most important leader. The biggest concern people have right now is that artificial intelligence may bring about changes to society that are more likely to surpass those brought about by the steam engine. The host said with a serious expression. Because every industrial revolution in the past, while causing the collapse of the old industrial system, also provided more emerging industries and created more jobs for people. However, the large-scale application of bionic people will do the exact opposite. They will gradually encroach on human jobs until humans completely lose the opportunity to work. What do you think of such concerns, Mr. Osborn? Regarding this question, Harry put away his smile and his eyes gradually became serious. Why don't we think about it? Why do humans lose their jobs? The host was stunned for a moment after hearing this, not quite understanding what Harry wanted to express. Because bionic people are smarter and more capable than humans, any company would tend to let bionic people replace humans. She said as a matter of course. No, that's not the case. Harry shook his head. The greatest value of a bionic man to a company is that it will continuously generate revenue for the company, and at the same time, there is no need to pay it a salary, and labor costs are greatly reduced. To be more specific, there is no labor cost anymore, because it is very easy to make the bionic man generate more revenue than the purchase cost. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this, the host asked uncertainly. The problem is that even if we don't lay off any employees, the profits created by androids will definitely be far greater than before. Harry suddenly put on a mocking smile and said, Osborn Group is the first company to allow androids and humans to work together. It is also the company with the largest number of android employees to date, but we have never laid off any employees. So now, you still insist that it was the androids who made people lose their jobs? Who exactly is it that made them lose their jobs? As soon as these words were spoken, they exploded like thunder in the hearts of the female host and countless live viewers. Is it okay to say that? Can this show really continue to air? At the entrance of the Android store, hundreds of protesters who were watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones were suddenly awakened by Harry's final question. Yes, it was my boss who fired me from the company and made me lose my job. Why didn't I go to protest to them, but instead blamed the Osborn Group? You're right. We should protest in front of the company that laid us off. In an instant, this huge group of people turned their guns around and went back to their former company to protest. In fact, I think it is biased to say that everyone has lost their jobs. I would rather say that no one has to work anymore. Inside the studio, Harry continued speaking. Shit. We can't let him continue talking. Detonate the bomb right now. In the distance, Pierce anxiously gave orders to Bucky using the communicator. When Buggy heard the order, he immediately turned his head to look at Hive and shouted. "Hive, have you installed the bomb?" Hive suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Bucky in confusion and asked, "It has been installed a long time ago. Didn't I tell you before? I need to reconfirm. There is no room for carelessness in carrying out the mission." Bucky said coldly, then took out the detonator without hesitation and pressed the detonation button. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire radio building exploded from bottom to top, on every floor. The entire building shook violently and collapsed in an instant. From the first explosion, the power supply to the entire building was cut off, the lights in the studio went out instantly, and then there was a violent shaking like an earthquake. Harry was startled and subconsciously stood up from his seat, wanting to escape. "Wait, Harry Osborn!" However, the female host on the opposite side rushed behind him at some point and stopped Harry. "You want to do?" Before Harry could say anything, the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. "Come die with me, Harry Osborn." A crazy grin appeared on the female host's face, and she used her other hand to pull open her collar, almost tearing off her upper body clothes. And on her exposed white chest, the Hydra tattoo instantly caught Harry's eyes. It turned out that she was the Hydra person who infiltrated the TV station. Long live Hydra! Boom! Thump! Gunshots rang out and bodies fell to the ground. The female host's expression suddenly froze, her eyes full of surprise. "Harry Osborn's blood, how come it's blue? I saw the corpse with a big hole in its head lying on the ground, and the blood spurting out of the wound was actually blue. How can human blood be blue? This is a bionic man. A bionic man without the LED lights." She was actually talking to a bionic man from beginning to end, and she didn't notice anything unusual at all. No, why did Harry send a stand-in to participate in the interview, and even removed the android's logo LED light? Did he know from the beginning that there would be danger here? Thinking of this, the female host's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "There's a traitor in the sacred Hydra organization." The female host looked horrified. "I must warn Chief Pierce." The first thing that came to her mind was to use the Hive's ability to switch consciousness carriers at will to convey the news that there was a traitor in the organization seamlessly and at the fastest speed. "Hive! Where are you? Come out quickly, what are you doing?" The female host shouted loudly, but no one answered. She didn't know that the Hive's consciousness had been called back outside by Bucky. Fake. After calling the beehive several times without any response, the female host had no choice but to give up the quickest method and use the most traditional way to contact. "Take out your cell phone." She frantically touched herself, trying to get out her phone and send a message as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, the explosion reached the studio floor. The hostess body was instantly engulfed in the sea of fire, leaving no trace. Boom! 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 Amid a series of explosions, the entire radio building collapsed, and the falling building debris caused another round of damage on the surrounding roads. "I don't believe that Harry Osborn won't be killed this time." Pierce looked at the collapse of the broadcasting building through the telescope and thought viciously in his heart. On a building not far away across from the radio building, Buggy and Hive were slightly affected by the explosion, but of course this impact did not cause any harm to them. Chapter 73. Where are you going? Bucky asked, looking at Hive curiously as he was about to walk towards the ruins of the broadcasting building. "Go find Harry Osborn's body. If he dies, my mission will be completed and I won't have to stay in this place." Hive replied without turning around. "We didn't see Harry escape just now. No one can survive the explosion just now. He must be dead." Buggy said as he looked at Hive's back, wondering in his mind if he could kill Hive here and now. At this moment, Hive was not very wary of Buggy and had its back to him. If he suddenly attacked at this time, he might be able to kill Hive in front of him. But how much significance would it have in killing just a shell of a beehive? The power of the Hive consciousness is too difficult to deal with. If I cannot ensure that this body is the only carrier of the Hive in the outside world, acting rashly will only expose myself. After thinking for a while, Bucky finally gave up fighting with Hive here. Anyway, he is not the only one here, and he has more important tasks to complete. Whenever he thought of this task, he couldn't help but sigh at how bold Harry's idea was. Bucky stood up and walked in the opposite direction of the Hive. Not long after, Bucky arrived at the building where Pierce and Ward were. "Winter Soldier, you're back, where's Hive?" Pierce frowned slightly when he saw that only Bucky had returned but Hive was missing. "The Hive is searching for the body of Harry Osborn." Bucky told the truth. "That's good. Although it's impossible for Harry to survive the explosion just now, seeing the body will indeed make people feel more at ease." Pierce nodded in understanding. At this time, Bucky looked around and found that only Pierce and Ward were there. "Agent Ward, your duty is to protect the safety of the commander, but why do I only see you here?" Bucky's face turned cold and he quickly walked towards Ward and questioned him. "I'm sorry. I failed in my duty," Ward said apologetically. "Don't worry about such a small matter. I specifically told Ward not to bring too many people with me. My departure from Washington is a secret operation. The fewer people who know about my itinerary, the safer I will be." Pierce subconsciously waved his hand, telling Bucky not to take it to heart. The next second after he blurted it out, Pierce's eyes suddenly widened, and a sense of warning rose from the bottom of his heart. When did the Winter Soldier ever question someone else's duty? "Stop, Winter Soldier, I tell you to stop." Pierce, realizing something was wrong, immediately ordered Bucky to stop, but it was too late. Bucky was already very close to Ward. Pierce's reaction made Ward realize that there was something wrong with the Winter Soldier, and he immediately wanted to take out his weapon to attack Bucky. But with the distance between them, how could he be a match for Bucky? "I'm not the Winter Soldier, I'm Bucky Barnes." Puff! There was a flash of silver light, and Bucky's mechanical arm instantly pierced through Ward's chest, with his fist protruding from his back. "Why, you, Scan!" Ward stared at Bucky in disbelief, wanting to ask something, but he only said a few halting words before unwillingly taking his last breath. Bucky swung his arm, threw Ward's body away, and walked towards Pierce with murderous intent. "Desire, Rust, 17. He trembled as he muttered the 10 brainwashing secret words to Bucky, trying to regain control of Bucky. The imagined scene of Bucky holding his head and howling in pain, and then turning back into the Winter Soldier after a struggle, did not happen. Bucky did not even blink. Pierce was so frightened that he retreated again and again until he reached the edge of the rooftop and stopped when he had nowhere to retreat. "Winter Soldier. No. Bucky Barnes. What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Bucky walked up to Pierce and stopped, glaring at him angrily. "Over the years, you have manipulated my mind and made me help you kill so many people? How much innocent blood is stained on my hands? Now you ask me what I want to do." In a rage, Bucky grabbed Pierce by the collar, lifted him up with one hand, and placed him on the outer edge of the roof. "I didn't have a choice before, now I just want to be myself." The broadcasting house, once the headquarters of one of the largest television stations in New York, is a very famous landmark building on Manhattan Island. Unfortunately, it has now become a ruin. The Hive controlled dozens of parasites to search for Harry's body in the ruins. It has been searching here for a while, but still has no results. After all, it was not Harry who died here, but Harry's bionic substitute. "Are you the Hive?" Suddenly, a voice came from above the Hive. Hive looked up and saw a stranger wearing red armor and riding a flying vehicle appear in front of him. The person who came was Jordan, a member of the terrorist squad. Each terrorist member's standard armor was painted in a different color, and Jordan's armor was red. The black-clad bodyguard who followed Harry's stand-in into the broadcasting building was actually Jordan. His task was to try his best to cover Bucky and help him by the way. Bucky gave up attacking the Hive just now because he knew that Jordan was hiding in the dark and would help him solve the Hive's problem. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Hive asked, staring at Jordan curiously. "I'm not obliged to answer your questions. All you need to know is that you're the Hive. But seeing how ugly you are, it's unlikely that I'd be mistaken." As soon as he finished speaking, Jordan threw 2 pumpkin bombs at the beehive. Seeing this thing, Hive immediately understood who the mysterious man was. He was from the Osborn Group's terrorist squad. Pierce had told the Hive some information about the pumpkin bomb. It knew that this thing looked small but was extremely powerful, so it quickly controlled the tentacle parasites all over its body to spread out. It even knows how to hide. This bug is quite smart. Jordan grinned. "Sorry, I didn't bring anything with me today to deal with you. I only have pumpkin bombs." Jordan just moved his hands towards both ends of the aircraft, and a small cover at the front of the aircraft opened automatically. A pumpkin bomb popped out from it, with just enough elasticity for Jordan to hold it easily. Immediately afterwards, Jordan seemed to have turned into a bomber, throwing pumpkin bombs like crazy. Boom! 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 The high temperature and shock waves caused by the simultaneous explosion of multiple pumpkin bombs instantly made the already fragmented ruins even more fragmented, and there were even vague signs of a secondary collapse. The Hive originally wanted to disperse itself and hide under the fragments of the ruins, sneaking away through the cracks, but there were too many pumpkin bombs and the explosion range was too wide, so the parasites were burned to ashes before they could escape. At least 2/3 of the parasites died in the explosion, and Jordan continued to throw pumpkin bombs. What a difficult fellow! He opened fire on me as soon as he saw me, not giving me any chance to get close to him. There were no humans around that I could parasitize. Hive thought for a moment and realized that even if he could escape from here, he would be seriously injured and only 1 in 10 parasites would survive. Forget it. Harry Osborn is unlikely to be alive anyway. There's no need for me to stay here any longer. I might as well just go back to the underwater lair. With a change of thought, the consciousness of the Hive separated from the parasites in the ruins and moved to a nest far under the Indian Ocean. Hey! All of these reptiles suddenly stopped moving. Jordan was shocked to find that the group of parasites that were fleeing frantically suddenly stopped moving, as if they were dead. It seems that I have forced the Hive consciousness back. My mission is accomplished. Tisk, the Hive's vitality is really tenacious. If it escapes later, my pumpkin bombs will be used up. After burning all the parasites in the ruins, Jordan flew away from the scene in a flying vehicle. Chapter 74. I didn't have a choice before, now I just want to be myself. On the rooftop, Bucky glared at Pierce with anger in his eyes. Go to hell, Alexander Pierce. Bucky pushed Pierce out of the rooftop and gently loosened his grip. A sense of weightlessness instantly enveloped Pierce's entire body. Ah! In the dark secret room, Pierce woke up from his memories with a scream, his body already soaked with cold sweat. He kept breathing heavily and touching his face and body with his trembling hands. I'm not dead. It took Pierce a long time to regain some composure from the memory of falling from the building. He looked at his hands, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. A feeling of joy at surviving a disaster surged into Pierce's heart, so much so that he completely ignored his surroundings and the 2 pairs of eyes staring at him not far away. Alexander Pierce, you have tried to kill me several times. I thought you were very brave, but I didn't expect you to be a coward. Without any warning, a voice full of mockery came into Pierce's ears. Pierce, who was completely immersed in escaping death, suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice and was so frightened that he trembled all over. Who's there? Pierce turned sharply and questioned. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pierce. You should know who I am. Harry stepped out from the shadows, Bucky standing beside him. Harry Osborn. After seeing the person's face clearly, Pierce said hatefully. I didn't expect you to cure the Winter Soldier's brainwashing in such a short time, and I didn't expect my people to fail to find out that he was not brainwashed. This only shows that your men are useless. Harry said calmly. Although the leader's abilities aren't that great either. Why didn't you kill me? Pierce asked. This question was addressed to both Harry and Bucky beside him. All the crimes you have committed are simply disgusting. It would be too easy for you to die. Bucky said coldly. My reason is much simpler. I want to know how much information you have about Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Tell me all the secrets you know, and I won't kill you. Harry suddenly seemed to remember something and said, Oh, by the way, I especially want to know the information about the Cosmic Cube and the Serpent's Crown. If you cooperate, I will be very grateful to you. How do you know about the Serpent's Crown? When Pierce heard Harry say those two words, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Pierce's reaction shows at least two things. First, the Snake Crown really exists in this universe. Second, Pierce knows some information about the Snake Crown. The Serpent Crown is a container of the power of Set, the evil god who was born 4 billion years ago. Set can grant power to mortals through the Serpent Crown. The strength of the power depends on the firmness of one's faith and the price paid. Set appears to mortals in the form of a snake. It is said that his body is as large as the entire multiverse. The ultimate goal of the Hydra to bring back the gods is actually Set. Although the number of Hydra who know the name of Set may not be enough on one hand, the Serpent Crown is widely circulated among the high-ranking members of the Hydra. Many serpent heads regard it as an omnipotent artifact and spare no effort to find the whereabouts of the Serpent Crown around the world. But those who knew about the existence of the Serpent's Crown were all core members of Hydra. Could it be that Harry was also a Hydra leader? This was impossible. Incredible. Why? Why on earth do you know about the Serpent Crown? Pierce muttered to himself with a look of doubt on his face. How should I know this? This is not your concern. Whether or not to confess is what you should consider. Harry smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, really? Then let me tell you something you should consider. Pierce suddenly laughed and said sinisterly, You seem to have misjudged the importance of my identity. In addition to being the leader of Hydra, I am also the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the spokesperson for the World Security Council. If I disappear for too long, they will know that I am imprisoned. Guess how long you can hide me? You don't think that because you captured an insignificant field agent and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't pose any threat to you, you have figured out the true strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., do you? I don't deny that S.H.I.E.L.D. has the potential to destroy the world, but what will happen if I expose your identity as Hydra? Harry asked back. Do you have evidence? Pierce said confidently, I can also say that you are the Hydra. I have worked in S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. I trained Nick Fury as my apprentice. I am also the agent who has worked diligently and never slacked off in front of the World Security Council for decades. You accuse me of being Hydra. Do you think they will believe you or me? Harry pondered for a moment and nodded, that makes sense, I thought so too. So I prepared this ahead of time. Harry clapped his hands twice, and a figure suddenly walked out of the darkness. This is... The moment he saw this figure, Pierce's face suddenly changed. Because this figure was actually himself. How is it? Even if I look at it myself, I can't tell the difference. Harry stood between the two peers and smiled. Since you are so important and powerful, I guess no one would arrest you every now and then and cut open your skin to see what's inside, right? You can't let an android pretend to be me for long. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will easily find his flaws. Pierce managed to say. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. will easily notice the difference between your behavior and speech between the android substitute and you, because the principle of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents is to prioritize suspicion. But Hydra is different. You prioritize obedience. Harry smiled like a fox and said, Hydra will obey their superiors unconditionally, so I just need to let Bucky take your android double back to Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and they will never question their supreme leader. Every time Harry said a word, Pierce's heart skipped a beat. Even if a few smart people can see that something is wrong, it won't affect the overall situation. Think about it, if I let your double give orders to Hydra, even to launch a violent attack on S.H.I.E.L.D., is it possible that they will not obey? And by then, will it matter whether the double is discovered or not? Finally, what will be the outcome of the Insight project that you have devoted your entire life to? When Harry finished his last sentence, Pierce's face turned pale. No. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Chapter 75. No one knows the exact whereabouts of the Serpent Crown. I only know that Lady Hydra may have some clues. She should be the one closest to the Serpent Crown among all the serpent heads. Pierce lowered his head and told Harry the information he knew in a lifeless tone. Where's the Tesseract? Harry continued to ask. The Cosmic Cube is hidden in a secret research center called the Pegasus Project. The Pegasus Project is not located in a fixed location, and it changes locations every once in a while. Now only Nick Fury is qualified to view the specific location. Pierce shook his head. During the decades you served as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., didn't you research the Cosmic Cube? Harry asked inquiringly. The Cosmic Cube, the universal wish-granting machine, how could I not have studied it? Pierce sneered, in the eyes of you who know nothing, as long as you hold the Cosmic Cube and imagine what you want in your mind, the Cosmic Cube will automatically help you realize this wish, but the truth is far from that simple. If the Cosmic Cube is not used in the correct way, it will not only fail to fulfill wishes, but will cost people their lives and may even lead to the collapse of the entire world. Back then, the great leader Red Skull tried to use the power of the Cosmic Cube to directly modify reality and make Hydra the only winner in the war. But we all know the final result very well. Not only was Red Skull defeated by Captain America, but he was also attacked by the Cosmic Cube and ended up with nothing left. Hearing this, Harry's eyes moved slightly. The Red Skull once used cosmic power to rewrite the outcome of World War II, but was backfired and left with no remains? Why does this sound so wrong? In his impression, failure in using the Cosmic Cube or poor results were not uncommon, but being killed by the backlash of the Cosmic Cube's power was unlikely unless it was planned by someone with ulterior motives. Just looking at Pierce's expression, he seemed to believe this statement. Harry asked some more secrets about Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Pierce did not answer every question, he still told Harry most of them. He must have made a choice in his mind, and told Harry some information that would not have such a big impact even if he knew it. Okay, that's all for today, Bucky. Let's go and give the old man some private space. Harry knew that it was not easy to completely pry open the mouth of Old Man Pierce, and there was no need to rush to make him tell everything right away, as that was unrealistic. It would be much more convenient if there was a mind controller or a memory extraction device. Wait. What do you mean we're done for today? I've been very cooperative. I've told you everything I know about what you want to ask. Shouldn't you let me go? Pierce became anxious when he saw Harry preparing to leave. Mr. Osborn, we have no real conflict of interest. The actions against you were all because of the Rahan Group. They are the mastermind. We can cooperate. I can mobilize the intelligence network and various resources of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. for you, and you don't have to pay anything. Just forget about what happened today. There is no benefit in imprisoning me here. I promise you that after Project Insight is completed and Hydra takes control of the world, we will give the Osborn Group a large piece of land. You can even establish your own country. Harry paused as he was leaving. Pierce's eyes lit up with joy when he saw this, thinking that there was hope. He knew that his expression just now was extremely ugly, but in order to survive and unify the world, Pierce was willing to endure the humiliation. Sometimes I just can't figure out whether you are really not smart enough or just pretending to be confused. Harry sighed in boredom and turned to look at Pierce. Let me believe that Hydra will give Osborn Group a piece of land to build a country. Why don't you believe that I am the resurrection of the Red Skull? How dare you? How can you compare yourself to the great leader Red Skull? Pierce wanted to point his finger at Harry and curse him, but he had to keep his anger to himself. What do you want in exchange for letting me go? Pierce asked with a wry smile. When did I say I would let you go? Harry calmly asked back, I told you that as long as you cooperate and speak, I will spare your life, so you are still alive today. Of course, if you don't want to live anymore, you can also ask me to kill you. Pierce's face turned pale and blue, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he suppressed his anger. In his entire life, he had never suffered such humiliation. Unfortunately, neither Harry nor Bucky had any intention of paying any attention to Pierce and locked him alone in a dark cell of only 20 square meters. Pierce is right. Imprisoning him here will sooner or later attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and the Security Council. In the passage, Bucky asked Harry seriously. That's why I created a substitute android for Pierce. Your next task is to take it to the Hydra base and let it replace Pierce's position in Hydra. Bucky was stunned when he heard this. I thought your android was just used to scare Pierce. That's true, it did scare him, didn't it? Harry asked back with a smile. Bucky then returns to Hydra's New York base with his stand-in Pierce. And Harry returned to Osborn building. The problem with Hydra has been solved for the time being. Now we should think about how to deal with the Rahan Group. Long before Harry inherited the company, Roxxon had been secretly planning to acquire the Osborn Group. But because the Rahan Group did not openly become an enemy of Harry after Harry came to power, he did not care too much about Rahan. Unexpectedly, the Rahan Group secretly colluded with Hydra and let Hydra deal with them. From beginning to end, Rahan was always hidden behind the scenes and let others do all the physical work. It was not until Bucky went undercover with Pierce that he realized that the Rahan Group had been doing a lot of things in secret. But Harry still couldn't quite figure out why Roxxon was so persistent in targeting him. If I remember correctly, Dario, the boss of Rahan Group, seems to be a Minotaur. He has the blessing of the Minotaur in the Greek pantheon, and his fighting power should not be underestimated. Harry searched for information about the Rahan Group. Not counting the mysterious Minotaur, Rahan's exoskeleton armor technology should not be underestimated. Although it has not yet been made into a full coverage model, it is easier to mass produce. Rahan Group almost has an exoskeleton army. There seems to be no advantage in confronting the Rahan Group head-on. At this moment, Harry suddenly remembered a news report he saw last week about a hammer-shaped meteorite suspected to have fallen in New Mexico. Chapter 76. There is a strange meteorite that fell from the sky in New Mexico. It looks like an ordinary hammer, but it is incredibly heavy and cannot be moved no matter what method is used. Some people tied a rope to the hammer handle and drove a car to pull it at maximum horsepower. Some people used excavators and cranes, but the hammer did not move at all. The news soon spread from the local area, and many people who heard the news rushed there to check in and participate in the challenge of moving the hammer. Some time ago, Harry accidentally saw a news report about someone driving an excavator to dig for a hammer but ended up in complete failure. He was 100% or even 90% sure that this hammer was Mjolnir, the weapon of Asgard prince Thor. The great god of thunder, Thor, led his troops to fight against the frost giants without authorization and did not repent afterwards but acted arrogantly. In anger, Odin demoted Thor to a mortal and carved a rune ban on Mjolnir. On the surface, this was a test carefully arranged by Odin for Thor to reflect on himself. I'm afraid even Odin's bedmate, the Queen of Gods Frigga, thinks so. Only Harry knew that there were deeper reasons hidden in it. This was not a test for Thor at all, but Odin's one, or perhaps another, struggle against fate and the eternal reincarnation of the gods of the World Tree. The gods of the Nine Realms system of the World Tree have existed for millions of years. Due to some unknown reasons, they are destined to experience an infinite cycle of Ragnarok, dying and being reborn again and again. That's right, Ragnarok is not the end of the gods of the 9 realms, but a reincarnation that comes every thousands or tens of thousands of years. Just like Odin is only a few thousand years old now, but he existed millions of years ago. Why do the Aesir become more powerful the longer they live, and even increase exponentially to the point where even their bodies cannot withstand such a huge force? This is because as they age, they will gradually recover the strength accumulated from countless reincarnations, but the body's ability to withstand the accumulation cannot be accumulated. In every reincarnation of Ragnarok, the names and images of the gods will not change, only their memories will be refreshed. No one can remember the experiences of the previous life, but this time there are changes in the reincarnation. Odin somehow learned the truth about Ragnarok, and he wanted to put an end to this never-ending cycle. However, he found that even he, who was omnipotent, could not do it. No matter what he did or how he did it, the result was repeating the previous cycle, so Odin placed his hope on his eldest son Thor. He used various methods to forcibly change Thor's destined trajectory, first allowing Thor himself to break out of the cycle, and then leading the entire Asgard to break out of the cycle. This includes, but is not limited to, kicking Gaia out after having Thor, marrying Frigga, adopting Loki, who was supposed to be his sworn brother, and banishing Thor to Earth to be influenced by mortals. All these actions are subtly changing Thor's character and thoughts, making Thor no longer like Thor. This is Odin's ultimate goal. Asking Thor to reflect on himself was just an excuse Odin made up. Of course, his blind arrogance should be corrected, but this was only a secondary reason. Harry didn't want to get involved in the New Mexico incident. Even if he had a chance to get the remains of the destroyer and analyze the URU metal from it, its real value was just that. The strength of URU metal lies in its unparalleled adaptability to magic and divine power. There is nothing special about its physical properties. If the destroyer armor is not blessed with magic, it is just a large-sized Iron Man suit. Harry didn't see the need to make a trip to New Mexico just for this thing. But now, Harry, who was preparing to take revenge on the Rahan Group, came up with some new ideas. However, he still did not intend to get involved personally, but just wanted to use this incident to make the Rahan Group suffer a great loss. Anyway, as long as this kind of plot that goes beyond the script does not endanger Thor's life, Odin would probably be happy to see it. There is no news about Thor's hammer now. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has already sealed off the scene. Harry browsed around the internet and discovered that the hammer lifting challenges that had popped up so frequently not long ago were no longer seen. All the photos of Mjolnir were also deleted. There's no doubt that it must have been done by S.H.I.E.L.D. Connor, I have a new mission for you. Harry called Connor to his office and instructed him, go to a small town in New Mexico and find an area blocked by S.H.I.E.L.D., then send back the coordinates of that location. Don't do anything unnecessary and try not to be noticed. Remember, the coordinate information must be accurate. After explaining the task, he emphasized one more sentence. Connor received the order and immediately set off for New Mexico. The distance from New York to New Mexico is long, with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers. Even if traveling at the speed of sound, it would take about 3 hours to get there. It's neither fast nor slow. Connor set out under the cover of night. If there were no accidents along the way, he should be able to find a location before dawn. In the desert outside a small town in New Mexico, in a quarantine area marked no entry. Coulson and a man carrying a quiver stood on a makeshift observation deck, looking at Thor's hammer not far below. Around Thor's hammer, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents wearing isolation suits used various high-tech detection instruments to collect data on the hammer. Is this the hammer that no one can lift in the legend? It doesn't look anything special. The man carrying the quiver complained. Don't underestimate this thing, Hawkeye. Our researchers have detected an unprecedented magnetic field on it. The energy level is so high that it is unfathomable. Coulson said solemnly. Magnetic field? Could this thing be related to Magneto? Hawkeye proposed a hypothesis. It's unlikely. The magnetic field of this hammer is completely different from the magnetic field of Magneto, and he has no motive to create this hammer and leave it here. Coulson shook his head. Okay, is it true that no one can lift this thing? Hawkeye then asked. I don't know, but a crane that can lift 500 tons can't lift it. Maybe Hulk can do it. While Coulson and Hawkeye were talking, Connor turned on the anti-radar system and quietly flew here hundreds of meters in the air. The area blocked by shield is quite large. After reaching the town, Connor found it without much effort. There is a strange magnetic field reaction there. Mission accomplished. The coordinates here are. Connor used his electronic eyes to detect the magnetic field emitted by Mjolnir and remotely transmitted the coordinates to Harry in New York. On the other side, Harry, who came to the underground base, received the data, smiled with satisfaction, and turned to look at a huge machine behind him. It is the time-space teleporter that was just completed not long ago. This is not only a retaliation against the Rahan Group, but also a test of the actual combat application of the chrono teleporter. Harry entered the coordinate information of the teleportation point and the teleport point on the control terminal of the supertime teleporter, and then pressed the start button. Transdimensional teleporter, start. Chapter 77. New Mexico, SHIELD Quarantine Zone. You said that we repeatedly test this hammer every day. Is it really meaningful? A SHIELD agent who was scanning the hammer handle with an instrument asked his companion. Of course it makes sense. This thing can't be moved no matter what method is used. If its own weight is really that heavy, it should have sunk into the ground long ago, but it didn't, which means that its own weight is actually very limited. His companion replied very positively. The hammer has a limited weight, but we can't move it. Isn't that strange? In my opinion, this hammer is most likely a product of alien technology. So? It's not that I don't believe you, but there's so much alien technology in SHIELD that I've become numb to it. The agent said with little interest, every time we find something like this, we have to use various devices to scan it day and night. Every time we detect it, we get a bunch of similar data, which is then handed over to the scientists who are hiding in isolated laboratories for research because they are afraid of the possibility of alien radiation. In the end, the result is nothing. Either it's impossible to analyze it with the current technology, or it can be analyzed but it's too unstable. Once it gets out of control, it may destroy all of humanity. I've worked at SHIELD for so many years, and I've hardly seen any situation other than these two. His companion shook his head and expressed a different opinion. Think about it, this hammer releases a special magnetic field. Is it possible that it is actually a super magnet made by aliens? Super magnet? The agent raised his eyebrows and repeated with a strange look in his eyes. It's just a hypothesis. I guess the hammer may be tightly attached to the Earth's land by releasing its magnetic field, which can explain why we can't move the hammer because it is already connected to the Earth. The companion expressed his thoughts with a serious face. Aren't magnets usually in pairs? Then where is the other half of the hammer? It must be with the aliens. They are very likely trying to use the super magnet to pull the two planets together and then invade us. So it is very important for us to decipher the magnetic field of this hammer now. Maybe we can become the hero who prevents an interstellar war. Are you sure you're serious? The agent stared at his companion blankly. For the first time, he felt that this colleague, with whom he had worked for many years, was a little strange. When did this guy's imagination become so big? Hiss. Could it be that after being in the magnetic field of the hammer for so long, my brain has changed? Will I become like this too? Thinking of this, the agent suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, as if bugs were crawling on him. Of course I'm serious. Don't you think my guess makes sense? His companion had clear ideas. He couldn't be said to be very firm in his ideas, but he was very confident. At this moment, a circle of strange blue-white light fog suddenly enveloped the area of several meters in radius centered on Thor's hammer. The light fog appeared without warning, causing the two agents who were scanning Thor's hammer to become stunned on the spot. It also stunned Coulson and Hawkeye on the observation deck. "What's going on? What is this?" The agent who started to complain looked at Guanggu in amazement, then looked at his companion beside him. Could it be that he really guessed it right? Is he really a genius? Just as the agent was about to speak to his companion, the blue-white light mist burst out with a blindingly bright light, forcing everyone to temporarily close their eyes. The strong light came and went quickly, disappearing in less than half a second. Also disappearing along with it were Thor's hammer, the two agents, and part of the soil under the hammer. Only a shallow pit was left in the field. All the SHIELD agents who witnessed this spectacle froze in their places, their eyes wide open in disbelief. "Quick, search the scene." Coulson was the first to come to his senses and immediately rushed downstairs to the shallow pit. Hawkeye followed closely behind, looking shocked and asking, "What on earth just happened? What is that circle of light fog? Why is the hammer gone? Where are the two agents? I don't know. Maybe they accidentally triggered some function of the hammer. Maybe the owner of the hammer wanted to find the lost hammer back. Who knows what happened?" Coulson looked at the scene with a grim expression, where nothing was left except a shallow pit, and gave orders to all the SHIELD agents present. "Everyone be careful, the mysterious light fog may appear again. If you see the light fog, flee immediately." Just then, an agent hurried over and found Coulson to report. "Sir, a civilian who calls himself Thor tried to break in by force. He knocked down several of us and has now been subdued. What should we do with him?" "What? Civilians breaking in?" Upon hearing the news, Coulson's already gloomy face became even uglier. As soon as hammer disappeared, a madman who thought he was a god came to challenge the level. It has been a long time since he had such an unsuccessful mission. Is God making things difficult for Coulson? Bring him here. Coulson forced himself to calm down. Soon, several agents brought a burly man with long hair to Coulson. The sturdy man was very uncooperative. He struggled desperately on the way here, and kept shouting something like Thor, son of Odin and other words that no one else could understand. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Coulson asked, staring at the burly man expressionlessly. "I am Thor, son of the great Odin. I have come to take back my hammer, and how dare you mortals attack me? Do you want to claim Mjolnir for yourselves?" Thor first stated his identity with his nose in the air, then asked back angrily. "Oh," Thor said, "yes, I am still Zeus." But from Thor's eyes, Coulson could tell that he was serious. This guy's delusion was so serious that he firmly believed that he was a god. The light fog that mysteriously appeared and took away the hammer just now obviously could not be related to this delusional patient. So Coulson moved aside, allowing Thor to see the shallow crater left behind by the disappearance of Mjolnir. "If you mean to say that the hammer belongs to you, I'm sorry, it's gone." Coulson pointed to the shallow pit and said, "It was right there 2 minutes ago." "What did you say?" Thor stared blankly at the shallow pit. "Is that where Thor's hammer fell? But where is the hammer? Where is the hammer? How can I be as big as Mjolnir?" Chapter 78. At the same time that Thor's hammer disappeared from New Mexico, in Harlem, New York, the Rahan Group headquarters building, a circle of blue light mist emitting strange light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the building, and a square hammer emerged from the light mist, blocking the center of the entrance. Two strange-looking people appeared at the same time as the hammer. "Who?" When the Roxxon guard at the door saw the two people suddenly appear, he felt his scalp tingling instantly. Because the appearance of these two people is too terrifying, just looking at them for a second will give people goosebumps. The faces of these two people are almost identical, but they are completely different from twins. Their faces are divided in the middle, and the left and right sides are obviously inconsistent, as if two different faces were spliced together. What is even more terrifying is that the first person's left face is more similar to the second person's right face, and similarly, the former's right face also matches the latter's left face. It was as if the skin of these two people was peeled off and mixed together and sewn back together. Not only the faces, but also the hands and feet had several similar features. These two people were the SHIELD agents who had used instruments to detect Thor's hammer not long ago. Because they were too close to Thor's hammer, they were drawn into the range of hyperspace transmission. The working principle of the hypersonic teleporter is to transmit the atoms of an object in the form of waves at the speed of light to the target location, and then reassemble them. Since it is transmitted at the speed of light, its use has basically no range restrictions, and it can transmit objects at any coordinates on the Earth to another arbitrary coordinates. However, due to the complex structure of the human body, it is difficult to perfectly restore the teleport to human body. Moreover, the human body's various systems are extremely sensitive. The slightest mistake may cause the teleport person to die on the spot. To some extent, the hypersonic teleporter itself can be considered a powerful weapon of destruction. The physical carrier of Thor's hammer is just a combination of URU metal and some conventional metal materials. The structure is not complicated and can even be called simple. It is not difficult to analyze the hyperspace teleporter, but the two agents of SHIELD are in trouble. In fact, they are not too unlucky. Although the combined body is not the original body, at least it still retains a relatively complete body and consciousness. Most people were covered by the hyperspace teleportation without any protection, and were directly merged with the floor or other objects, ending up with no complete body. What the hell is this? Why is it so heavy? Guard Rahan dragged the two unconscious SHIELD agents aside from the door, and then prepared to move the hammer that they had ignored just now. They were shocked to find that the hammer seemed to be welded to the ground and they couldn't lift it no matter how hard they tried. This hammer is blocking the middle of the door. If we don't get rid of it quickly, when the company leader comes. The entrance to the company was blocked by a hammer, but it didn't seem like a big deal. After all, Thor's hammer was not big and it was easy to get past it by just taking 2 steps. It was impossible for it to block the way. The problem is that the Rahan Group is a public company, and the Rahan building is one of the landmark buildings in Harlem. Many tourists come here to check in, and the inexplicable addition of a hammer at the door may affect the company's image. If there is a problem at the door, the responsibility will most likely fall on the gatekeeper. A sense of crisis arose, and the Roxanne gatekeeper looked around to see if he could find some tools to assist. More than 10 minutes later, the gate guard gave up his nth attempt with sweat all over his forehead. He had tried all the methods he could think of, but he was helpless with this inexplicable hammer. There's nothing I can do. I can only inform the higher UPS. I hope this won't be blamed on me. Soon, Krieger, an executive of the Rahan Group, arrived. Is this the hammer you were talking about that you couldn't lift? He looked down at the unremarkable hammer standing upside down at the main entrance of the company and asked doubtfully. Without waiting for the guard to answer, Krieger grabbed the handle of the hammer and lifted it up with force. The hammer didn't budge. Krieg discovered that this thing seemed to be unusually heavy. He doesn't consider himself a strongman, but at least he works out regularly and is stronger than many young people who don't like to go out. The hammer does not look very big, so even if it is made of high-density material, it should not be so heavy. Moreover, there is currently no known high-density material that will have this color and texture after molding. How did this hammer appear? Your report said it appeared suddenly. Krieg asked, looking at the guard at the gate. Yes, Mr. Krieger. It just suddenly appeared here with the 2 people over there. There was no sign of anything except a glowing blue mist. The guard at the gate nodded and pointed to the shield agent not far away. It was then that Krieger noticed that there were 2 unconscious people at the scene. Oh my god! How could these 2 people? When he saw the appearance of the 2 people clearly, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was not only because the body parts of the 2 people were intertwined, but also because he recognized the clothes they were wearing. That's the uniform of the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of the mysterious blue mist that appeared from the guard's mouth, Krieger suddenly realized that something was wrong. We have to tell the boss about this. Krieger turned back into the building and headed for the office on the top floor. This is the palace of Dario Aguirre, the ruler of the Rahan Group. Dario was still sitting on the high throne, still wearing the cow bone mask on his face, looking at Krieg with a majestic gaze. Boss, something unusual happened at the main entrance at the bottom of the building. Krieger recounted what the gate guard had just witnessed. A mysterious cloud of blue light transported 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and a hammer to my front door, and the hammer was so heavy that it couldn't be moved by any means. Dario asked, staring at Krieger expressionlessly. Yes, it does sound ridiculous, but I promise it is true. Krieg swallowed. He could always feel nervous whenever he stood in front of Dario. What did Pierce say? Dario then asked. He is currently taking action against Harry Osborn and cannot be free for the time being, so I asked some other Hydra agents, but they said they knew nothing about it. I guess Pierce doesn't know either. Krieger explained. Interesting. Krieger, clear everyone from the door. I'll go check out the mysterious hammer. Dario showed a hint of interest. Chapter 79. Soon, the Rahan building closed its campus. Not only were outsiders unable to enter, but even the patrolling security guards and gatekeepers of the Rahan Group were ordered not to approach the entrance for the time being. The open space in front of the main entrance suddenly became deserted, with no one in sight. At this time, Dario, wearing a cow bone mask, slowly came to the door and looked down at the Thor's hammer standing in the middle of the door. Boss, are you coming down here in person to prepare? Beside him, Krieg asked doubtfully. Who asked you to stay here? Dario turned his head slightly and glanced at Krieg. I'm sorry, I understand what you mean, I'll leave now. Krieg understood instantly and ran away from there. Dario waited quietly for a while, and after making sure that no one was watching here, he took off the ox-bone mask he had been wearing and reached out to grab the handle of the hammer. Strangely, even though the mask was removed, the horns on Dario's head did not disappear. In New Mexico, Thor sat in a chair with his eyes blank, his hands and feet tied. Mjolnir is gone. Did father take it back because he felt I was no longer qualified to lift it? Thor thought desperately in his heart. Only then did he truly believe that Odin had really exiled him to Earth, and was not simply trying to scare him. Thor had to accept the fact that he had now lost all his divine powers and had become a complete mortal. Hey, you said your name was Thor, right? At this time, Coulson came in and moved a chair to sit opposite Thor. Thor remained unmoved, staring ahead with dull eyes. I've watched the surveillance video. You knocked down several of my men with your bare hands. Your attacks were not random street fights. It's clear that you have a lot of combat experience. You must have received professional training. Coulson came close to Thor and asked, Tell me, where did you receive your training? Who told you to come here and get the hammer? Are you really a delusional person? Thor still said nothing. Don't want to tell? That's okay, we'll know who you are. We're pretty good at it. Seeing that Thor still maintained a dazed expression, Coulson raised his tone slightly. At that moment, a figure that concealed all aura and appearance quietly approached the two of them. Tisk, tisk, look at my poor brother. He was struggling and desperate because he couldn't lift Mjolnir. He didn't even notice my arrival. It was the first time Loki saw Thor so distraught, and he was in a good mood. My father entered Odin's sleep not long ago and asked me to take over the throne. I wanted to share this good news with you, although all this was originally in my plan. You will live in Midgard forever as a stray dog, my good brother. This will be good for all of us, because... Loki walked up behind Thor and looked down at him. I really don't want to kill you. Thor vaguely sensed something and shook his head left and right with a puzzled look. But he found nothing in the end. Loki used magic to completely shield himself, and Thor could not sense Loki's presence at all, nor could he hear what he said. Coulson immediately caught Thor's rare change in expression and started a new round of questioning. Looking at Thor's expression, there's probably no need to warn him not to try to fight back. However, Mjolnir being here is still a hidden danger. What if he suddenly raises Mjolnir again one day? As Loki pondered, he turned his gaze toward the place where Mjolnir fell. His sight penetrated the barriers of several walls and reached the final location, the shallow pit. Hey! Mjolnir is gone! Seeing the shallow hammer-shaped pit left, Loki's eyes flashed with shock. Did I remember the wrong location? No, that's where Mjolnir crashed. Could it be that someone lifted Mjolnir? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No mortal from Midgard is qualified to lift Thor's hammer. At this moment, the shock Loki felt was no less than that felt by Thor. Perhaps my father took Mjolnir back to Asgard before he fell into deep sleep? He has completely lost faith in Thor and wants to pass the throne to me. Loki dismissed the idea without even a second thought. From childhood to adulthood, his father had obviously devoted more energy and time to Thor than himself. How could he suddenly give up on Thor? The next moment, his figure disappeared from the room and appeared high in the sky. I want to see who took Mjolnir. Loki closed his eyes and tried his best to sense the magic power of the runes on Thor's hammer. Found it. Soon, Loki opened his eyes and looked far away in the direction of New York. His sight seemed to cross thousands of kilometers in an instant and reached the Roxxon building in Harlem, Manhattan. Then, Loki saw a monster with a minotaur's head and a human body reaching out to grab the handle of Mjolnir's hammer. Who? In an instant, Dario felt that someone was watching him, and immediately turned his gaze to Loki in the distance. The two people's eyes met in the air, and each of them felt that the other had hidden powerful strength. Unlike Loki, although Dario was blessed by the Minotaur to transform into a Minotaur and was considered a member of the mysterious side, he had not systematically studied magic, so he could not see Loki's appearance across such a long distance. He detected Loki's spying through his extremely sharp instincts, and sensed a dangerous aura from the other party's spying. Interesting, there are such ugly monsters among mortals. Loki withdrew his spying magic and thought with a twinkling look in his eyes. Although it is a little unpleasant to see one of Asgard's most powerful weapons being tainted by an ugly monster, it is much more pleasing to the eye if we regard it as a magical beast guarding a treasure. That monster is quite powerful. Thor, who is now only a mortal, will never be able to compete with it. In other words, Thor will never be able to lift that damn hammer again. Thinking of this, Loki suddenly showed a sly smile on his face. Maybe I can tell Thor this news and deliberately instigate him to challenge the Minotaur. The feeling of being pried into his mind suddenly disappeared, and Dario's mood became extremely serious. Someone must have been watching me just now. Was it the owner of the hammer? Or the person who threw the hammer here? Or maybe these two people are the same person? Dario lowered his hand from Thor's hammer. He had just tried it briefly and found that he couldn't lift it. He put on the oxbone mask again and left Thor's hammer standing at the door. At the same time, in New York, Osborn's secret underground base. Harry looked at the time-space teleporter behind him with satisfaction. It worked very well, and the error in the teleportation coordinates was so small that it could be completely ignored. No one knows that it was Harry's doing that Thor's hammer was suddenly teleported to the Rahan building. Perhaps Odin, who was sleeping, could see the reasons behind these things, but given Odin's temperament and ultimate goal, he would not have intervened even if he knew. He might even have to thank Harry for adding variables to Thor's journey on Earth. The moment Mjolnir landed at Rahan's door, they were bound to be in trouble. Thor, Loki, Odin, Shield, Hydra, all those involved or who know the inside story will focus their attention on the Rahan Group. Harry didn't have to do anything but wait for the storm to come. As for now, he wanted to have a good sleep. Chapter 80. In the boundless void, Harry sat on a branch, holding a fruit of knowledge in his hand and taking bites of it. This was the 5th fruit of knowledge he had eaten, which meant that it had been his 5th month in charge of the Osborn Group. In just half a year, Harry transformed the Osborn Group from a half-dead sunset enterprise into a world-leading giant in both biomedicine and artificial intelligence. Based on various black technologies, there are countless product lines that have been subdivided into various other fields, creating huge profits for the Osborn Group. The technologies Harry obtained from the Fruit of Knowledge were different, including civilian technological products such as androids, as well as strategic-level time-space teleporters. Every time new technology is acquired, the overall strength of the Osborn Group will take a leap forward. Harry is looking forward to what kind of black technology he will be able to understand this time. When he finished eating the Fruit of Knowledge, a huge amount of data flooded into Harry's brain in an instant. This is the hovercraft in Cyberpunk 2077, the Atris manufactured by Zeta Technologies. After being baptized by the hypersonic teleporter, Harry's ability to digest and absorb new scientific and technological information has made great progress. Whether it was the SCV engineering mecha last time or the hovercraft this time, it didn't take Harry too long to receive them all. Then, he began to think about how to maximize the value of this technology. In the Marvel world, flying cars have actually existed for a long time, and the selling point of flying technology is not that big. However, these flying cars are generally expensive, have poor stability, and have a high failure rate, so they have not become popular. Even the rich who like to show off do not dare to ride in it often because they value their lives. At most, they buy one and keep it at home. For daily travel, they still take a ground car. Zeta Technologies' hovercraft may seem to be nothing special, but because of its stable and mature propulsion engine and relatively low price, it has strong market competitiveness. After it is launched, as long as its stability and safety are guaranteed, it will definitely lead the trend. The target group of people who fly cars are the wealthy class who have plenty of money, so there is no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Not to mention that Harry can also use the technology of the Osborn Group to modify the original hovercraft, so it is no problem to create a small fortress that moves in the air. It should not be difficult to use this to fleece the military. If you are willing to spend a lot of money, you may even be able to build a simplified version of the aerospace carrier. Of course, if you really do this, the cost will be completely disproportionate to the final benefit. Harry woke up from his dream and returned to the office to call his second android secretary. "Boss, what are your orders?" Mai Zhou asked as he entered the office. "Get the plane ready. I'm going to Arizona for a layover. The sooner the better." Harry instructed that the reason he had to take a plane instead of just putting on his gear and flying there was because he was going to Arizona to negotiate a big deal. By land. The black technology in Harry's hands will only become more and more advanced, and secret technologies that are not convenient to make public are definitely indispensable. Simply building a secret base underground in New York or buying an isolated island overseas are not good options. No, the price is too expensive. There is no need to say much about the land prices in New York. Even slightly larger islands are not much cheaper. Harry will definitely expand the arsenal in the future, so he needs a vast piece of private land that is sparsely populated and preferably cheap enough. In the United States, there are not many states that can meet these conditions. They are either covered in ice and snow, tropical rainforests, or canyon deserts. In the end, Harry chose the desert area of Arizona, where the desert area is very large and there are many uninhabited areas with harsh environments. It is difficult to build anything in an extremely hot desert environment like this. Not only is there a severe shortage of resources and the entire supply depends on the outside world, the biggest problem is transporting all kinds of materials. However, in front of the super-time teleporter, this most difficult problem no longer exists. The average land price in Arizona is already at the bottom in the United States, and what Harry wants to buy is a desert barren area that a normal person would basically not want, the kind that doesn't even have an oasis. I guess the Arizona government will probably ask Harry to buy it by then. Harry had this plan a long time ago, but it was put on hold because there were too many things to deal with in New York and the Chrono teleporter was still under construction. Now that the things that needed to be dealt with had basically been dealt with, the most critical superspace teleportation device had just been completed, so naturally it was time to get down to business. Got it, boss. Your private jet is ready to go. The LED light on Maijo's head flashed a few times, and the information was transmitted to the bionic man who maintained Osborn's private plane and the pilot of the plane. There is no need to take out your mobile phone to make a call, nor do you need to make any sound, and you don't have to worry about misunderstandings caused by language communication problems. It is extremely efficient. When Harry arrived at his private airfield, the plane was ready to take off at any time. At the same time, New Mexico is not far from Arizona. The place where Thor's hammer fell, inside the SHIELD quarantine area. A white-haired old professor came to the door and asked SHIELD to release Thor. He claimed that Thor was his nephew, who suffered from severe mental illness and had entered the quarantine area by accident. Dr. Eric Selvig, you said your nephew's name is Chris Hemsworth. Coulson asked suspiciously as he negotiated with Selvig at the entrance. Why did he say his name was Thor? Ahem, I told you, he has very serious delusions. He often imagines himself as a virtual being, like a god in mythology or even a cartoon character. Selvig was talking nonsense in all seriousness. In fact, he didn't have a very good impression of Thor at first, because he didn't believe that Thor was the god of thunder from Asgard, nor did he believe that gods really existed. Even if Selvig really wanted to believe that there were gods in the world, Thor was an impulsive and sloppy guy who didn't look like a god at all. Well, the description of Thor in mythology is indeed a bad guy, but this cannot change Selvig's first impression of Thor, that is, he is just a bad boy. If it weren't for the request of good student Jane Foster, he would never have come here to save Thor. Coulson fell into deep thought. He was considering whether it would be better to arrest Selvig and put him in jail now, or to pretend to release Thor and then send someone to closely monitor them. Chapter 81. Well, I have a general understanding of the situation, Dr. Selvig. I personally sympathize with your nephew's illness, but it is also true that he rashly barged in here and injured my men. Coulson pretended to be thoughtful. I apologize to you on his behalf. That was definitely not his intention. He was simply having a seizure and couldn't control his words and actions. His mental age is that of a child who hasn't grown up yet. Selvig did his best to excuse Thor. I sincerely ask you to show some mercy. I promise to keep him under control and make sure he never gets close to this place again. Coulson didn't believe a word of what he said. Thor's battle-hardened performance when fighting against the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and his terrifying ability to respond when facing counterattacks cannot be explained away by a simple mental illness attack. But after thinking about it, Coulson finally decided to release Thor temporarily. After all, given Thor's current mental state, it was difficult to get any useful information from him. Well, I'll make an exception this time, Dr. Selvig. Take your nephew away. Be sure to keep an eye on him when you get back. Coulson gave Selvig a kind smile. Come with me, he is in the innermost room. Selvig followed Coulson to the interrogation room. Thor was still sitting lifelessly in the chair with dull eyes. Chris. I'm here to pick you up. You've really gotten into big trouble this time. As soon as he saw Thor, Selvig immediately started acting, running over and hugging Thor familiarly. Selvig. Thor turned his head and looked at Selvig dully, the arrogance and conceit that the latter had in his eyes no longer existing. Come on, let's go back now, Jane is still waiting for you. Selvig pulled Thor up from his chair and prepared to take him out of the quarantine area. Coulson. At this time, Hawkeye suddenly walked quickly into the interrogation room and said a few words in Coulson's ear. That strange hammer disappeared and then reappeared in the Roxxon building, along with the two agents? Are you sure this news is true? Coulson asked in surprise. Could it be that the hammer was some kind of space teleportation technology experiment created by the Rahan Group? Did the two agents accidentally trigger the device on the hammer, causing it to be teleported back? The news came from headquarters. It can't be fake news. As soon as Hawkeye finished speaking, Coulson suddenly moved and blocked Selvig and the other man. I'm sorry, you two can't leave now. Didn't you just promise to release him? Selvig frowned. Things have changed now. Coulson turned his gaze towards Thor and asked, Chris? Thor? Whatever your real name is, you came here for the hammer, right? When Thor heard the word hammer, his eyes regained a little clarity. Mjolnir has disappeared. Father has taken it back to Asgard. I will never see it again. He said with a frustrated look. What if I told you that you still had a chance to see it? Coulson smiled slightly. What? What did you just say? Thor looked at Coulson in disbelief, and for a moment he suspected that he had heard it wrong. Not long ago, the hammer, Mjolnir as you called it, appeared in New York. Someone must have transported it there in some way. Coulson suggested, since you claim the hammer as yours, you should be able to lift it. Do you want to try? No, of course not. Selvig looked at Thor seriously, don't listen to their lies, they just want to use you, things here are not your business, come back with me. Just a reminder, Dr. Selvig, I'm not asking you. Please don't answer for him or say anything that might cause him to misunderstand. Although Coulson still had a smile on his face, his eyes suddenly became much colder. He turned to Thor, we can take you with us now. If you fail, we can send you back soon. You don't have to worry so much. We are a formal department and will never cheat you. Mjolnir was teleported to a place called New York? Is it still in Midgard? Could it be that my father hasn't given up on me and his test of me is still continuing? Thor couldn't help but think in his mind. Thank you, Selvig. I understand your good intentions, but I don't belong here. I need Mjolnir. He said to Selvig and Coulson with a serious look on his face. Please take me to New York. Roxxon Building in Harlem, New York. 2 days ago, a mysterious cloud of light appeared at the door of the building without warning, bringing with it 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents whose bodies were fused together and Thor's hammer Mjolnir. The 2 poor agents were taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. shortly after they were teleported here. The strange phenomena that happened to them will probably have to be studied in the laboratory for a long time. As for Thor's hammer, the Rahan Group tried many ways to get rid of it but failed, so they had to leave it blocking the middle of the door. This story quickly spread throughout Harlem, attracting many people to come and see this hammer that no one can lift, and the Roxxon building was almost turned into a tourist attraction. This is not good news for them. For some reason, Rahan building never opens some areas to tourists regularly like other companies, and rarely holds press conferences. Therefore, although Rahan influences society in all aspects, they are very mysterious in society. In just 2 days, more than 30 people have tried to challenge the hammer and were driven away by the Rahan Group's guards. Dario has been having a headache recently because of this hammer that appeared out of nowhere. S.H.I.E.L.D. should have information about this thing. Maybe I should ask Pierce about the situation. I don't know how he dealt with Osburn. In the office, Dario thought to himself. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded from the air. Mortal, you're fretting about that hammer down there, aren't you? A young man wearing a green robe and a golden goat-horned helmet appeared out of thin air in front of Dario. Who are you? Dario looked at the newcomer with a wary look. I am Loki Odinson, Asgard's god of trickery and now the acting god king. Loki introduced himself with a proud look in his eyes. You are a god from Asgard, so? Dario has no doubt that Asgard really exists, and he himself is the agent of the Minotaur. Since the Minotaur in Greek mythology existed, it is not surprising that the Norse gods were real. The point is, no one comes to see me for no reason. What is Loki's purpose in suddenly coming to a mortal like me? Chapter 82. Loki's eyes flashed with displeasure at Dario's cold attitude. He knew that there was a powerful force hidden in the other party's body, but mortals were just mortals after all, and when seeing a true god like him, they should be respectful. Even if his identity was questioned first and he had to use a little trick to prove his identity before kneeling down, Loki could barely accept it. But what is the situation now? Dario didn't seem to doubt Loki's identity, but he didn't show any fear of God either. This made Loki feel unhappy from the bottom of his heart. However, when he thought about the purpose of his coming here, he did not show his displeasure too obviously. Mortal, I can help you get rid of the hammer below, but you have to fulfill one of my conditions. Loki suggested with a smile. What conditions? Kill someone for me. Loki waved his hand lightly, and a green mist drew a circle in the air, forming a mirror, on which Thor's face appeared. It won't be long before this man comes here and tries to lift the hammer. Stop him, then kill him. I'll take care of the rest for you. Interesting. A god is looking for a mortal to help him kill someone. Why doesn't you do it yourself? Dario asked warily. Because he is my brother. Having said this, Loki showed a slightly sad look. Thor committed the crime of treason and was banished to the mortal world by the great god Odin, and was deprived of all his divine powers. However, he did not give up and still wanted to regain his power through Mjolnir. Loki said sincerely, I can't let Thor harm Asgard, and I don't want to kill my brother who I have known for thousands of years, so I want to make a deal with you. Mortal, I can sense that you have a power that is very different from that of the gods of the 9 realms. Thor, who has been demoted to a mortal, is definitely not your opponent. As long as you kill him on my behalf, Mjolnir will no longer stay in the world, and I can also meet one of your conditions. Dario looked at Loki for a long time. Although the latter spoke very sincerely, as if killing Thor was to rid the 9 realms of harm, he instinctively felt that the guy in front of him was not telling the truth. If Thor really committed an unforgivable crime, how could he throw Mjolnir, who could help him regain his power, to earth? Wouldn't it be simpler to lock him up in Asgard's treasury? Even if what Loki said was true and he himself was unwilling to kill Thor, is there no other god in Asgard? It was most likely Loki's own decision to kill Thor. As for the reason, Dario could not think of any other reason except the struggle for power. But so what? Dario doesn't care about the palace fighting in Asgard. He only cares about one thing. What can you offer, Asgard's god of tricksters? That depends on how greedy you are. Loki replied. Let a group of scientists from the Rahan Group enter Asgard and hold an exchange meeting with scholars from the gods' realm. At this exchange meeting, Asgard will share the real gods' realm technology. Dario said with burning eyes. Mortal, I have to say that your greed has exceeded my expectations. Loki's face suddenly became solemn, and it seemed that he was about to refuse, but in the end he agreed to Dario's conditions. But I agree to your terms only if Thor is definitely dead. As long as Thor dies, Loki will be the only heir to the throne of Asgard. Odin is getting old and will not live long, so he will be the god king Loki at that time. If Thor is allowed to live, if he regains Mjolnir's recognition one day in the future, he will be the biggest threat to Loki. Before that, he had to get rid of Thor first. Compared to the power and status that Loki is about to obtain, Dario's conditions are just a drop in the bucket. Even if he regretted it right then and there, what could be wrong? In New Mexico, Selvig returned alone to his portable astronomical observation experimental base. Commonly known as RV. An adult woman in her 20s and a teenage girl were inside, awaiting Selvig's return. These two people are Selvig's favorite student Jane Foster and his student Daisy. "You're the only one back. Don't they agree to release Thor?" Jane asked disappointedly when she saw that there was no one else around Selvig. "Yes, but not completely. I have already persuaded their leader to release Thor, and I have even met Thor." Selvig sighed and said, but then someone suddenly came up to him and said something about a hammer, and the guy changed his mind on the spot and wanted to take Thor to New York. "Jane, the hammer they are talking about could be." Daisy, the girl next to her, looked at Jane and asked. "It must be Mjolnir." Jane nodded, and then she suddenly seemed to remember something and took out her mobile phone and opened the browser. "Jane, do you really believe what Thor said is true? All the myths in the world are artificially fabricated. They don't really exist, and they can't really exist." Selvig looked at Jane helplessly. She was his most talented disciple and she should make outstanding contributions to human astrophysics instead of indulging in studying Norse mythology. "Look at this, can you still insist on saying this, my dear mentor?" Jane showed Selvig her cell phone, which contained a piece of news from New York. The content is exactly the magic hammer at the entrance of the Rahan Group building. "What is this?" Selvig, who had never paid attention to these things from the beginning to the end, did not recognize the hammer in time. "Mjolnir. It was still here the evening before yesterday. The quarantine area for the secret agents was built for it, but now, it has moved from New Mexico to New York without any warning." There was a flash of excitement in Jane's eyes. The group of secret agents who captured Thor only found out about this today. This means that Mjolnir was not moved by them, but disappeared automatically under their noses, and then teleported to New York in some way. How is this possible? There is no stable and mature space teleportation technology in the world. Selvig asked suspiciously. "That's right. Humans don't have this technology yet, but Asgard does." Jane's mood became more and more excited. Bifrost. Those agents must have triggered some mechanism or device when they were studying Mjolnir, which opened the Bifrost and then transferred it to New York through Asgard's time travel technology. My thoughts were correct, Thor is not human, he really is from Asgard. Having said that, Jane immediately got in the driver's seat and greeted everyone. From now on, our trip is cancelled. We will leave for New York immediately. You can't be serious. Selvig complained, but he still got into the car quickly. It doesn't matter. As long as I can pass the internship assessment, I can go anywhere. Daisy said nonchalantly. Just as Jane and the other two were rushing to New York, Arizona was adjacent to New Mexico. Phoenix, State Capitol Building. Governor Frank Underwood smiled broadly and shook Harry's hand. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Osborn. If the Osborn Group has any further investment plans, Arizona welcomes you at any time. Thank you for your willingness to offer such a low price, too, Mr. Underwood. Not long ago, Harry spent more than $80 million to buy a piece of land of more than 200 square kilometers in a barren desert area. The entire Manhattan Island is less than 60 square kilometers, so this piece of land is very large. If you're willing to spend money, building a city on it wouldn't be a problem. In this way, Harry got a large piece of land to build his own secret base. Arizona received a large amount of financial revenue, which was almost like pie in the sky. It was a win-win situation. And from both sides' perspectives, they are the ones who have gained the most. Chapter 83. The Sonoran Desert in Arizona. Harry got off his private helicopter, followed by a terrorist squad led by Connor and Jordan. Looking at the barren sea of sand around me, I imagined in my mind what it would look like in the future. It can be predicted that this will be his base camp on Earth for a long time. The headquarters of the Osborn Group in New York will be moved here sooner or later. Boss, the superdimensional transmission is ready. The construction team and building materials can be sent over at any time. Connor reported to Harry. Very good, start the hyperspace transmission. Without further ado, Harry immediately started the teleporter in New York. In order to avoid attracting attention, Harry had already gathered the materials and manpower needed to develop the desert base in many large warehouses under the Osborn Group. Soon, the hyperspace teleporter started operating, and a blue mist of light enveloped dozens of SCVs in the first warehouse. The next second, the ball of light mist moved in front of Harry and the others, and dozens of engineering mechas more than 4 meters high turned from virtual to real and condensed again. Unlike the game where only 9 units can be converted at a time, the real teleporter selects a range and teleports things within the range to the coordinate location. The range can be large or small, and a single transmission can transmit everything within the area of a basketball court. The time-space teleporter cannot be opened continuously, otherwise it will explode due to overheating. It must be cooled for more than 15 minutes before the second teleportation can be performed. However, compared with the time saved by teleporting, this cooling time seems insignificant. When Harry first arrived here, the sun was still very scorching. By the time all the teleportations were completed, the sky had been dark for quite some time. A total of more than 8,000 bionic humans and more than 400 SCVs were transported, as well as mountains of various materials and engineering equipment. As soon as they were teleported here, they started working according to Harry's orders without a moment's rest. Harry believed that the desert base would be completed much sooner than expected. Working 24 hours a day is already 2 to 3 times faster than normal construction, not to mention that the physical indicators of bionic people exceed those of humans and the error rate is infinitely close to zero. They don't even need a foreman to command, because AI has perfectly assigned tasks to each bionic person. In addition, the existence of SCV will increase this speed by at least 10 times. After all, according to the day and night system in the game, after converting it into real time, 1 SCV is enough to build a fully equipped arsenal in less than 2 hours. Of course, the SCV that Harry made based on real technology was far from that exaggerated, but it was more than enough to speed up the progress of the entire project by more than 10 times. Even so, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to fill up these 200 square kilometers of land. At this stage, Harry is mainly focusing on building factory production lines. SCV, bionic men, military-grade prostheses, intelligent weapons, cold nuclear fusion reactors, power armor, and the recently acquired hovercraft technology all require a large number of factories for production. Time flies. Just as Harry is busy with infrastructure construction in Arizona, New York has been a little uneasy recently. The Roxxon building suddenly and urgently announced a blockade of the campus, clearing all streets within 1 kilometer of the center of the building, and dispatched hundreds of fully armed Roxxon guards to patrol the streets. The reason why the distance is 1 kilometer is not due to any consideration. It is simply because the land beyond 1 kilometer does not belong to the Roxxon Group. It is all their private land. Therefore, the Roxxon Group issued a very clear announcement that private property is sacred and inviolable. If they find someone trying to force their way into the blockade area, don't blame them for being blind. This does not apply even if the person is a police officer, a judge, or even a member of Congress. What's even more bizarre is that there is a small square in front of the entrance of the Roxxon building, which is off-limits even to their employees and guards. Only their boss Dario Aguirre can enter and exit freely. The sudden changes caused panic among the citizens living in Harlem. The last time the Rahan Group made such a big fuss was more than half a year ago when Hulk and Abomination were wreaking havoc on Broadway. Is there going to be another superhuman war? But there haven't been any serious incidents in this period of time. The closer one lives to the Roxxon building, the more panicked people become, and many have already started planning to move to Queens. In the sky, a small optically invisible transport plane flew into the airspace near the Rahan building. This is the Quinjet secretly developed by SHIELD. There are various models including fighters, transport planes, and bombers, all of which use optical stealth technology. The hammer is indeed at the entrance of the Roxxon building. They have sealed off the entire campus. Could it be that they have discovered some information from the hammer? Hawkeye looked at the image of Mjolnir taken from high altitude on the display screen, stroking his chin and thinking. It's very possible, otherwise there's no explanation why they would impose a lockdown at this time. Coulson beside him nodded in agreement. Have our people negotiated with Dario Aguirre? Hawkeye asked. Director Fury even went to him personally, but he was not going to give in at all. He said there was no evidence to prove that the hammer belonged to SHIELD, so he would not let us get access to the hammer as we wished. Coulson shook his head helplessly. But even if we can get our hands on the hammer, we can't take it away. Do we have to engage in armed conflict with the Rahan Group? Hawkeye's eyes narrowed as he said, I don't mind doing this, but even I don't think it's a wise choice. That's why I brought him here. Coulson secretly glanced at Thor, who was sitting in the cabin looking around like a curious baby. Do you really believe what he said? He is the god of thunder in Asgard, and that hammer is his weapon Mjolnir. Hawkeye frowned slightly. If you put him down but he can't lift the hammer, what if he is discovered by the Rahan Group? Wouldn't that mean he will die? Coulson, if that's what you're thinking, I'm afraid I won't agree. Coulson waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. How could I let him go and die? Look, Rahan's guards are only patrolling the outermost circle, and there is no one guarding the entrance to the building. We can let the Quinjet land in stealth mode and let him try to bring the hammer back. Whether he succeeds or fails, he will be able to return to the cabin safely under our cover. Chapter 84. Inside the Rahan Group campus, hundreds of Rahan guards wearing exoskeleton armor patrolled back and forth in an orderly manner. In the sky, the completely invisible Quinjet transport slowly flew over the heads of the guards and moved towards the location of Thor's hammer. Soon, they approached the entrance of Roxxon building. The Quinjet landed to a height of about 2 meters from the ground, several meters away from Mjolnir. We can only land here. If we go any further, we'll easily hit the wall of the Roxxon building. The pilot reported to Coulson and Hawkeye. No problem. This is enough. Even if Rahan's guards rush here at their fastest speed, it will take at least 1 minute and 45 seconds. Besides, the possibility of Thor being discovered as soon as he lands is very small. Coulson said calmly. Although it is a bit unusual that there is no one around the core building after Rahan sealed off the campus, we have scanned the surrounding environment repeatedly and there is indeed no threat in the Rahan building. Having said that, Coulson turned to look at Thor in the corner. Hey, young man, when you hear my order, you will immediately jump down and get the hammer. Don't think about anything else. Remember, he emphasized, regardless of whether you get it or not, you must run back here as soon as possible. Hawkeye and I will cover you. Hearing this, Thor smiled mysteriously and confidently and said, Mjolnir is a good brother who has fought with me for thousands of years. There is no way I cannot lift it. As soon as I touch it, I will regain all my strength. By then, no one in the entire Midgard will be able to hurt me. Coulson looked at him silently, and before he regretted bringing Thor here, he quickly had the hatch opened. Go, Thor, speed up. Thor jumped out of the hatch and rolled directly in front of Thor's hammer. I'm here, Mjolnir, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Looking at the hammer on the ground, Thor's eyes showed infinite tenderness, and he reached out for the handle of the hammer as if caressing the face of his lover. Okay. As Thor's hand tightened around the hammer's handle, he hummed in surprise. Why does it feel wrong? When did Mjolnir become so heavy? Has he gained weight recently? An illusion, definitely an illusion. On the Quinjet, Hawkeye keenly noticed Thor's situation. What that kid said before was all wishful thinking. He can't lift that damn hammer. Coulson, get him back. No hurry, wait a little longer, give him one more chance. Coulson waved his hand. Humph. Thor used all his strength, using both hands at the same time. His action was more like pulling than lifting. How could this happen? Why? Mjolnir, you can't do this to me. Even with all his strength, Thor's hammer remained motionless. The confidence that Thor had finally regained was shattered once again. It turns out that Mjolnir being teleported here was not a test from Odin, but just a coincidence. You have indeed lost your power, Prince of Asgard. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the building. This was a man wearing an expensive suit, his clothes were spotlessly clean, and his face was completely covered by a cow bone mask, so his face could not be seen clearly. Dario glanced at Thor, who was doubting his life, with contempt, and then cast his eyes on Coulson and others. And the lackeys of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the stealth function of the Quinjet was not turned off, the hatch was kept open to ensure that Thor could return as soon as possible. From Dario's perspective, he could just see Coulson and others in the cabin. Of course, with Dario's extraordinary perception, even if the cabin door was closed, he could still sense the presence of other people at the scene. Someone is coming out, Thor, come back quickly. The moment Dario appeared, Hawkeye shouted at Thor and drew his bow and aimed the arrow at Dario, but the arrow he used was a specially made non-lethal anesthetic arrow. Unfortunately, Thor now stood there motionless as if he had lost his soul. The mental trauma he suffered was even more severe than the time in New Mexico. Come back? You broke into the private cordoned-off area of the Rahan Group and pointed weapons at me, and now you want to leave. Dario's eyes turned cold, and he took off the cow bone mask on his face and threw it behind him. His whole body swelled instantly, and the expensive suit worth $20,000 turned into a pile of rags in an instant. Damn it! There's a Minotaur in the Rahan Group. Coulson looked at the transformed Dario in shock. Dario has been hiding his true identity and seldom appears in public. No one in the Rahan Group knows his abilities. Even Hydra, which secretly cooperates with him, only knows that he has a hidden power that cannot be underestimated, but is not sure of the details. Even with this vague information, Dario asked Pierce to help him cover it up in S.H.I.E.L.D., so S.H.I.E.L.D. always believed that there were no people with superpowers in the Rahan Group. Boom! The nearly 3-meter-tall Minotaur rushed towards the Quinjet at an astonishing speed. He kicked with his right foot and his huge body slammed into the fuselage. The sturdy outer armor of the Quinjet was like a piece of cardboard and was easily torn apart by Dario. Hawkeye and Coulson were quick-witted and jumped out of the severely damaged fuselage a moment before it fell. As for the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. pilots and several agents, they all died in the wreckage of the Quinjet. Thor, why are you just standing there? Run! Coulson and Hawkeye, who escaped from the transport plane, rushed towards the Rahan building immediately. On the way, they reminded Thor to escape quickly, but it was just a reminder. Compared to breaking out from the large number of Rahan guards outside, is it more likely to win in a complex building? This is a meaningless trick. Dario looked at the backs of Coulson and the other man and did not chase them. Instead, he walked straight towards Thor, who was kneeling in front of Thor's hammer and had not yet recovered from the sudden situation. He had to complete the deal with Loki first, and then deal with Coulson and Hawkeye who had seen his true identity. There seemed to be an explosion coming from the direction of the building. The noise here immediately alarmed the Roxxon guards patrolling the periphery, and they subconsciously wanted to rush over there. Listen to my orders, everyone stay at your posts. No matter what happens, do not approach the building. Even if it means death. However, Krieger suddenly came to the front line in person and gave orders to everyone. It wasn't because he wanted to defect. The order was actually given by Dario. Before the blockade began, he told Krieg that even if the entire Rahan building collapsed, no one could be allowed to pass, and he even had to monitor the scene personally. Krieger had no idea why Dario gave such an order, but he had no choice but to execute it. Boom! Suddenly, the temporary wall next to Krieg that was built to block the area exploded with a loud bang without any warning and collapsed in an instant. Krieg was crushed under the wall before he could even blink. At the same time, a huge black shadow rushed over the fallen wall at lightning speed and crashed straight into another wall on the opposite side. Chapter 85. The dump truck running at full power instantly broke through the second wall and rushed into the park. Its target was the Roxxon building. The Roxxon guard nearby stared at the collapsed wall in amazement, and hurried forward to move the bricks and tiles away. Then, they saw Krieg being crushed into a pulp. The guards looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Want to chase?" a guard asked, breaking the silence. "This Supervisor Krieger just said that he would never let us get close to the building, even if we die. Now that dump truck has passed by," another guard said uncertainly. "Forget it, just follow the order. We are only responsible for stopping those who want to break in. Those who have already entered are no longer our responsibility." At this time, an older guard stood up. "You all probably know about the mysterious hammer that suddenly appeared at the entrance of the building. I guess the closure of the park is related to that hammer. It's probably because of some radiation or something, so people are not allowed to get close." Upon hearing this, the other guards nodded as if they had suddenly understood something. It seemed that Krieg had saved them by not letting them go to check the entrance of the building. Poor Director Krieger, he sacrificed himself to save them. At the same time, at the entrance of Roxxon building, a figure rolled uncontrollably on the ground for a long distance, covered in blood. "You are so weak after losing your divine power, Prince of Asgard. I can trample you with just one finger." Dario looked down with lack of interest at Thor, the god of thunder who was seriously injured after just a slight touch from him. Legend has it that after a warrior from Asgard dies heroically in battle, his soul will ascend to Valhalla. I'm curious, do you have the qualifications to do so after being easily slaughtered by the enemy? Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Thor struggled to get up from the ground and asked in confusion. "I'll let you die with a clear conscience. Someone wants to kill you, and he made a deal with me. As for who this person is, I can't tell you in order to protect the privacy of my business partners. You can figure it out in hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Dario clasped his hands together, clenched them into fists, and smashed them down on Thor's head. Boom! At this moment, a dump truck suddenly broke through the wall and hit Dario. The huge impact knocked Dario to the side and he staggered a few steps. In addition, several strangely shaped arrows were suddenly shot out from the upper floor of the building, stuck to Dario's chest, and then exploded with a bang. The power of these bomb arrows was no less than that of rockets, forcing Dario to involuntarily take a few steps back. The person who shot these arrows was naturally Hawkeye, who had just rushed into the building with Coulson. Thor. The door of the dump truck opened, a hand stretched out from inside and faced Thor, and at the same time a familiar voice was heard. "Jane? Why are you here? Who is he?" Thor looked in surprise at the woman in the car who was reaching out to him, and he also noticed that Jane was sitting in the passenger seat, and the person driving was neither Dr. Selvig nor Jane's student Daisy, but a long-haired man he had never seen before. The long-haired man was wearing a black mask and had a silver glowing mechanical arm on his left arm. He was none other than the Winter Soldier Bucky. As for why Bucky appeared here and drove Jane Foster to rescue Thor. "No time to explain, get in the car quickly!" Jane yelled at Thor. "No! Jane, jump out of the car! You don't know how strong he is!" However, Thor anxiously told Jane to jump out of the car, because he saw from the corner of his eye that Dario had already gained a foothold and started to move towards him. He wanted to sacrifice himself to stop Dario's actions, but his serious injuries made him collapse to the ground as soon as he took a step. Almost as soon as he said this, Dario sprinted to the front of the dump truck and punched it, instantly lifting the heavy dump truck upside down. The truck flew backwards for more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Simple. Thor's eyes were bloodshot and he howled heartbreakingly. Although they had only been together for a few days, he had unknowingly regarded Jane as one of the most important people in his life. And now, this person whom he cherished was about to die in front of him. He looked at Thor's hammer not far away with sorrow, closed his eyes and prayed in his heart. Mjolnir, Father, during these days on Earth, I have realized how arrogant and foolish I was. I naively believed that strength was everything and that I could defeat all enemies with strength. As a result, I forgot the original meaning of strength. As if sensing Thor's awakening, Mjolnir's hammer began to tremble slightly. Okay. Dario keenly sensed the changes in Thor's hammer and turned his head to look over. The hammer that no one could lift automatically floated up and flew into Thor's hands. During this process, dark clouds gathered above the Rahan Group. All signs indicate that Thor has regained his strength. Dario thinks this is not good and rushes towards Thor as fast as he can, trying to kill him before Thor grabs Mjolnir. Boom! In an instant, a loud thunder exploded from the sky, followed by a dazzling lightning that struck Dario accurately. After the attack, many of Dario's hairs were charred. This is the attack of the Asgardian god of thunder? It's not painful at all. Dusting himself off, Dario sneered as he looked at Thor, who was floating in the air in front of him and holding Mjolnir, who had somehow transformed into a suit of armor. Why are you killing innocent people? You inhuman monster, I will make you pay the price. Thor angrily lifted Mjolnir above his head, causing thunder from the sky to strike down. He really got back the power of Thunder God. On the other side, not far behind the crash site of the dump truck, Jane looked at the shocking scene in front of her and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands. You really didn't lie to me, but who are you and why do you know so much about it? She asked, looking at Bucky who had a blank expression on his face. Do you remember our agreement? I will help you find Thor and restore his strength, and no matter what you see, don't ask any questions. I won't answer any of your questions, including my name. Bucky said coldly. He simply held the robotic arm horizontally, pointed it at the battle scene between Dario and Thor, and activated the built-in image recording function of the robotic arm. The scene was synchronously transmitted to Hydra's secret base in New York. The Winter Soldier has sent the video over. Let's start the action. We must make sure everyone in the world knows what happened here. In the conference room, the person who appeared to be Pierce but was actually a bionic man created by Harry, gave orders to the 20 or so Hydra codders below with a stern look in his eyes. After tonight, the whole world will know that the CEO of Rahan Group is actually an ugly and terrifying minotaur. Oh, and spread the word that he might be a mutant and that he once made discriminatory remarks against sexual minorities. Yes, sir. Under the order of the snakehead Pierce, none of the Hydra codders raised any objections and carried out the tasks assigned by him without hesitation. Chapter 86. A few days ago, after capturing the real Pierce, Harry created a bionic substitute that was exactly like Pierce, and asked Bucky to take it with him to infiltrate the Hydra faction hidden within SHIELD, in order to secretly control the Hydra branch under Pierce. This is actually a very risky plan. Although the appearance of the bionic man is exactly the same as that of a human after the LED indicator light is removed, and even the fingerprints can be copied one-to-one, the mechanical structure inside the bionic man is ultimately different from that of a human. Even a simple routine physical examination could expose the fact that Pierce was replaced, and it would probably not be concealed for long in S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra doesn't have to worry too much, because as the head of a branch, Pierce is the absolute master in his territory. He is the only one who can check on others, and there is no reason for others to check on him. As long as you don't go to other snakeheads' territories, you can basically take over S.H.I.E.L.D's Hydra branch unconditionally. It has to be said that Hydra's brainwashing hierarchy system helped the stand-in Pierce a lot here. The Rahan Group had been eyeing the Osborn Group for a long time, and later made several attempts on Harry, and even colluded with Hydra to assassinate him. No matter how many funny coincidences happened in between, it could not change the fact of hostility. Harry knew that Dario was very powerful after transforming into a Minotaur. In the comics, his skin and flesh were just as thick as the normal Hulk, and he was even slightly stronger. But this doesn't mean that Harry has no way to deal with him. He won't gain any advantage by doing it himself, and even if he wins, he will suffer heavy losses, which will seriously slow down the development of the Osborn Group. So why not let others do it for him? Teleporting Thor's hammer to the entrance of Rahan Tower is the first step to driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Harry knows that Loki is now determined to kill Thor in order to consolidate his position as the ruler of Asgard. In order to ensure that Thor was killed, Loki was willing to throw away even the destroyer armor. Now Mjolnir fell in front of Dario. With Loki's level of magic, it is impossible for him not to discover Dario's power. Instead of wasting a precious destroyer armor, wouldn't it be a better deal to just let Dario, the Minotaur, kill Thor? If Loki had a sound mind, he would definitely make this choice. But if Thor really ran over alone to get the hammer and was then killed by Dario with one punch, it would mean that all of Harry's plans were in vain. Although Odin is most likely watching Thor from outer space and would not let Thor really die, and Gaia, the goddess of the earth, is Thor's biological mother, so normally it is impossible for her to watch Thor die. But Harry knew that this was Marvel after all, and common sense could be equated with jokes. Not to mention that this was not the main world. Even if it was the main world, the entire universe would still die, and it was not impossible for Thor to be killed. So Harry had to take out an insurance policy to ensure that Thor would not be killed, and he also had to be able to burst out his energy to fight a big battle with Dario, preferably to beat Dario to death directly. By then, Thor, who knows nothing about it, will return to his Asgard to play out his family ethics drama, and Harry will take over the leaderless Rahan Group. Didn't they try every possible means to acquire Osborn? This time, Harry is acquiring Rahan. As for what this insurance is, who else but Jane Foster? The second step of the plan was for Bucky to bring Jane to the Roxxon building. Jane was eager to see Thor. As long as Bucky showed some unusual behavior and told some secrets that ordinary people couldn't understand, it wouldn't be a big problem for Jane to take the bait. Given Jane's stubbornness, Selvig and Daisy would never be able to persuade her. If Loki hadn't asked Dario to kill Thor, or if their deal hadn't been concluded, then let Bucky send Jane over and deliberately lure Dario out. There are too many ways to choose, whether it is threatening to expose the Minotaur's secret or exposing his cooperation with Hydra, it will inevitably arouse Dario's murderous intention. The final outcome is similar to the current situation. Dario's casual attacks can affect the innocent Jane, and then Thor suddenly wakes up and regains his divine power. Everything was going according to Harry's script. Next comes the third step of the plan, which is also the step that will deal a real heavy blow to the Rahan Group. The exposure of Dario's monster identity, as well as the many dark secrets and criminal records that Hydra and Rahan had acquired during their years of cooperation, as well as all kinds of messy and slanderous rumors, spread across the internet in an instant through artificial intelligence technology. Under the orders of the stand-in Pierce, Hydra worked together and launched an unswerving public opinion offensive against the Rahan Group, causing its stock price to plummet in a very short period of time and severely damaging the Rahan Group. In the whole plan, no link involved the Osborn Group. Dario would never have thought that Pierce was already Harry's man. He would only wonder why Hydra suddenly stabbed him in the back. Boom! In Harlem, thick dark clouds gathered over the Roxxon building. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the clouds, making people feel extremely depressed when they looked up. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning struck straight towards the entrance of the Rahan building, hitting the Minotaur opposite Thor as if it were precisely guided. The powerful energy and high temperature of the lightning instantly charred the ground, but Dario, who was the main target, did not seem to be seriously injured. "Is this the extent of your attack, Thor?" Dario roared and leaped towards Thor, who was floating in the air, slamming into him like a cannonball. Bump! Thor was instantly knocked backwards by the powerful force and crashed straight into the Rahan building. He broke through dozens of walls and rushed out from the other side of the building, then flew backwards for thousands of meters before stopping. The next second, Thor spun Mjolnir like a slingshot and swung it towards Dario. Thor's hammer flew out of his hand and turned into a flash of lightning that pierced through the main body of the building in the blink of an eye and hit Dario straight on the body. An unstoppable force burst out from the hammer, and Dario was pushed backwards by Mjolnir. Just as Thor and Dario were fighting fiercely, the video of their fight began to go viral on the internet, along with a large amount of negative news about the Rahan Group. Such as shock. Rahan's boss is actually a minotaur. Look carefully, this mutant with a minotaur's head and a human body is actually Rahan's boss. Did you know? In fact, Rahan's boss openly expressed his hatred of homosexuality. Rahan Group never recruits transgender people as employees. This is naked discrimination. Chapter 87. Washington, D.C., SHIELD Triskelion Building, Cyber Information Monitoring Center. All technicians were operating computers frantically, trying to clear out the videos and rumors that suddenly emerged on the internet. Nick Fury stood at the command podium with a serious look on his face, as if he was facing a great enemy. "Director, there are too many video records circulating online. Every time we delete a batch, more will pop up immediately. We can't delete them all. We can't delete them all." The chief agent here reported to Fury with sweat on his forehead. The video recording he was talking about was the battle footage between Thor and Dario, the Minotaur. It appeared on the internet on a large scale without any warning more than 10 minutes ago. S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately noticed something was wrong and began deleting all related video information in an attempt to suppress the matter, but the more they deleted, the more video information they deleted. "We can no longer suppress this incident. Someone must be deliberately spreading these videos. Can we trace the identity and location of the publisher?" Fury asked solemnly. "We tracked every video record posted online and found that they all came from different locations around the world, at least more than 100,000 information sources, and then we couldn't go any further." The agent in charge shook his head helplessly. "Either their technology is far superior to ours and they can completely hide their address, or their power is so huge that they can mobilize at least 100,000 hackers to spread data around the world. But no matter which possibility it is too incredible and too hard to believe. No matter whether we can suppress it in the end or not, we must not relax. We must reduce the impact of the incident at all costs." Fury took a deep breath and gave the order. Then he shifted his gaze to the female agent with short black hair beside him. "Hill, has the Alpha Team set out to support Coulson and Hawkeye?" Alpha Team is a special operations team composed of 7 superpowered people under SHIELD and is the backbone of SHIELD in dealing with supernatural threats. The captain of this team is the third and last agent with level 10 authority in SHIELD, besides Nick Fury and Black Widow. She is codenamed Shockwave and once had a fierce record of shaking Magneto's head, causing him to suffer a concussion and faint and lose. She is Nick Fury's most trusted right-hand man, no doubt about it. Even Fury's deputy Maria Hill, who is always by his side, and his old partner Coulson are slightly inferior. "We set out 12 minutes ago, but it will take some time to get from Washington to New York. Coulson and Hawkeye lost contact after sending the distress signal, so we cannot determine their current status for the time being." Hill replied with a serious expression. "Hurry up, the battle between Dario and the mysterious man is spreading outside the Rahan campus. We must not let the incident between Hulk and Abomination happen again." "Okay, sir, why this hour?" As soon as Fury finished speaking, Hill was about to contact Alpha Team, but found that someone else was contacting him at this time. What? What did you just say? Hill connected to the communicator, and within 2 seconds, her face changed drastically, attracting Fury's attention. Hill, what's going on? Sir, there has been a major discovery in the Arctic Circle. At this moment, Hill's eyes suddenly became extremely serious. Not long ago we received a tip that an Inuit tribe living in northern Alaska found an ice floe while out hunting. Ice floe? Fury frowned slightly. The Arctic Ocean was full of floating ice. This was obviously not a major discovery. There must be something more to come. There's a man in a round star-spangled shield in that ice floe. As soon as Hill said this, Fury's eyes suddenly changed. Is the news accurate? Hill nodded. Our branch stationed in Alaska sent people to check it out immediately. They just contacted me after confirming that it was correct. Now the ice floe has been taken over by the branch. Tell them to send the ice floes over as soon as possible. Boom. 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 In Harlem, New York, on the hundreds-meter-high Rahan building, 2 black shadows, one large and one small, kept moving back and forth in the building, from the front to the back, and from the bottom to the top. The high-strength wall that was strong enough to withstand the explosion of common air-to-ground missiles was like tofu in front of the 2 black shadows and was destroyed and riddled with holes. Thor held the hammer in both hands and swung it upward with all his strength. Mjolnir burst into dazzling lightning and instantly knocked Dario, whose body was several times larger than Thor's, from the bottom to the top floor of the building, breaking through the rooftop and flying high into the sky. Even though Dario can't fly, it doesn't mean that you're helpless if you throw him into the air. Dario stretched out his hands towards the sky and suddenly clapped them hard. A strong shock wave was generated between Dario's hands. With this reaction force, Dario not only stopped his body from moving upwards, but also fell back to the ground at a faster speed. At this moment, Dario fell from the sky like a high-speed cannonball, falling heavily towards Thor on the ground. Boom! The moment Dario fell to the ground, a huge deep pit appeared in Rahan's park, and the smoke and dust almost covered the entire park. When the dust cleared, Thor and Dario were both standing at the bottom of the pit. They couldn't be said to be unscathed, but they were barely covered in wounds. I didn't expect that there is a mortal in Midgard with such powerful strength. Even the frost giants of Jotunheim are far inferior to him. Staring at Dario opposite him, Thor admired him sincerely in his heart. Asgard is a place where martial spirit prevails, and Thor respects every powerful opponent. It has been a long time since he met an enemy who could wrestle with him. Even the frost giants, who are famous for their strength in the 9 realms, do not have such strong power as Dario. There is even a very obvious gap between them. Just when Thor felt the passion in battle for the first time in a long time and was about to have a serious fight with Dario. Dario on the other side was muttering in his heart, Thor is more powerful than expected. It's not easy to kill him. There's no point in fighting here. At this moment, Dario suddenly felt something and looked up. Another SHIELD Quinjet just appeared in the air and parked at a height of about the 18th floor of the building. 2 figures jumped into the cabin from the building. It was Coulson and Hawkeye who started hiding in the building, carefully avoiding Thor and Dario who were running around frantically. Some people got on the plane and some got off the plane. Thor Odinson, Dario Ager, stop fighting immediately. I saw a slender figure jumping out of the cabin, with strange waves in his hands. The moment it fell to the ground, the vibrations instantly transformed into shocks that radiated out in all directions, triggering a small earthquake of magnitude 3 or 4. An earthquake of this magnitude would not have caused any damage to the Rahan campus, but the previous battle between Thor and Dario had left the Rahan building riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. The earthquake was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the hundreds of meters high Roxxon building began to collapse. Chapter 88. Dario Ager, you are suspected of murder, arson, environmental pollution, securities fraud, tax evasion, energy smuggling, organizing terrorist activities and many other crimes. Come with us. In front of the collapsed ruins of the Rahan building, Shockwave stared at the huge minotaur in front of her and warned. At the same time, the remaining 6 members of Alpha Team jumped out of the cabin and surrounded Dario. I advise you to surrender obediently, so you can suffer less. One of the red-haired men holding a chain in his hand said arrogantly, and red flames spurted out from his hand and wrapped around the entire chain. Dario only took one look at the chain and felt an uncomfortable feeling as if his soul was burning. Pierce mentioned before that S.H.I.E.L.D. has an Alpha Team that only obeys Nick Fury's orders. All members are people with superpowers. Even Pierce doesn't know who they are. This should be them. Tisk, they're here really quickly. Looking around at the 7 people who surrounded him, and then looking at Thor floating above his head, Dario began to have the idea of retreating. Thor alone is difficult enough to deal with, and now a group of superpowered agents with unknown strength have arrived. If we don't leave now, when will we leave? However, there was one thing that Dario was very concerned about. It was okay that these people from S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized the Minotaur as him at a glance. After all, Coulson and Hawkeye had seen Dario's transformation. Although Dario had blocked the signals in the Rahan campus in order to conceal his true identity, Coulson and his companions finally lost contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. after sending a distress signal to it, and could never get in touch again. But Coulson and Hawkeye were not dead after all. The encounter when they jumped into the cabin just now was more than enough for them to say that the Minotaur was Dario. What really made Dario suspicious was that the Shockwave girl actually accused him of crimes and described them in such detail. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. dared to send out the ACE team to deal with him openly, it meant that they must have evidence that could completely defeat Dario, otherwise it would be impossible for them to take action against the president of the Rahan Group. That's the problem. Dario was sure that he had never left any trace that could be traced, unless someone sold him out. There is only one person who has cooperated with Dario for many years and has the most leverage over the Rahan Group, both openly and secretly. Hydra. No one except Hydra knows so much evidence. It can only be that Pierce was the one who stabbed me. Dario thought through gritted teeth. Who are you? At this time, Thor in the air looked down at Shockwave and others and asked. We are Coulson's companions, the Prince of Asgard, and the monster you are fighting is the criminal we want to arrest. Quake simply explained her position and didn't reveal much information to Thor. Thor, we don't want to be your enemy, but we also don't want you to interfere too much in our internal affairs. Please forgive us, and leave Dario to us. I respect your duty to catch criminals, but this monster killed my friend and I must avenge her. Thor said righteously, and prepared to swing his hammer to continue attacking Dario. Wait. Who said I killed your friend? However, Dario suddenly changed his attitude and spoke urgently to Thor who was rushing towards him. That woman just now, she is still alive. As soon as these words came out, Thor's figure suddenly stopped in the air. What did you say? Jane is still alive. She's been hiding in that corner since the beginning. Dario pointed to a pile of wreckage in the distance. Thor flew over there without thinking. Then he found Jane hiding behind a broken wall, not daring to move. Thor. Hearing the sound of Thor flying over, Jane looked up nervously, and was relieved when she saw that it was Thor. Jane, you're still alive. Where's the man who came with you just now? Thor asked when he noticed that only Jane was there and not Bucky. I don't know. He left. Jane shook her head. Bucky hadn't told her anything. The other side. It would be a bad move for you to send Thor away, Dario. If the Prince of Asgard were here, we would have to consider whether there would be any diplomatic incidents. If he is not here, we only need to consider how to beat you. Shockwave waved her hand, and the Alpha team gathered around Dario. He, that sounds really nice. You don't really think S.H.I.E.L.D. is a good organization? It's just an empty shell that's been parasitized. Dario suddenly sneered. It's ridiculous that you don't even know who you are working for. Speaking of such meaningless rubbish will not mitigate your sentence, Mr. Ager. The shockwave girl was not moved at all. Waves of translucent wave energy gathered on her body, which was much stronger than the energy that had just caused a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake. Before, she only released a little bit of energy to protect herself from getting hurt when she fell from a high altitude to the ground, not that she could only trigger such a small earthquake. As long as Shockwave Girl is willing, she can create vibration waves comparable to a magnitude 10 earthquake to destroy everything. Pierce, you do have a lot of leverage over me, but don't forget, I have more leverage over Hydra. There was a gleam of ferocity in Dario's eyes. If you want to take advantage of my misfortune, don't blame me for dragging you to death with me. Hydra still exists in this world, and it's within your shield. He raised his voice so that Alpha Team and Coulson and Hawkeye in the Quinjet in the sky could hear him clearly. Including Nick Fury and others in the SHIELD headquarters who have been reconnected after the signal blocking was lifted after the collapse of the Rahan building, they can hear what he is going to say next. Hydra has not disappeared. It has been lurking in your shield for many years. All your efforts and contributions over the years have helped Hydra. Ha 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 ha. The mocking words reached the ears of every SHIELD agent present, and everyone's face changed drastically. Hydra was destroyed decades ago with the end of World War II. Shockwave Girl said in a deep voice. Really? Do you know what Project Paperclip is? Do you know how many former Hydra scientists were recruited by SHIELD when it was first established? Do you know what missions some of SHIELD's particularly mysterious agents carry out? Dario said disdainfully. You don't know, of course you don't know, because these secrets have long been erased by Hydra, who has been hiding in SHIELD for many years. Hearing this, Shockwave couldn't help but recall in her mind the suspicious incidents she had occasionally encountered in the police station over the years. Because they were all trivial matters, she didn't pay much attention to them at the time. But now that I think about it carefully, I do find that there are quite a few things in it that are terrifying. Call. Just when everyone at the scene was briefly shocked by the news that Hydra is S.H.I.E.L.D., Dario took this opportunity, bent his legs and jumped hundreds of meters, leaped over the encirclement of Alpha Team, and fled at the fastest speed. Come on! Shockwave came to her senses immediately and ordered the 2 flying team members to catch up first, while the rest followed closely in the Quinjet transport. Chapter 89. Welcome to today's Daily Bugle News Radio. I'm J. Jonah Jameson. I'm sure you're all aware of the horrific events that took place in Harlem a few days ago. A monster with horns and a mysterious man with a hammer fought on the campus of the Rahan Group. The fight eventually led to the collapse of the Rahan building. An eyewitness took a video and boldly exposed it. We still don't know the identity of the witness or his current situation, but we can be sure that he must have risked his life greatly to shoot the video. If it weren't for this mysterious man, we would never know that Dario Aguirre, the once highly respected president of the Rahan Group, was actually a monster. He might even be a mutant. We would not know how many criminal activities he has been involved in over the years. Every time I think of the witness who may have suffered retaliation, I can't help but feel sad. No matter who this person is, he is a true hero. He dedicated himself to a just cause. At this point, Jameson suddenly changed the subject and criticized righteously, not like some masked man who wears strange clothes and crawls on the wall every day. Yes, I'm talking about Spider-Man. He is not a hero. Almost a week has passed since the Rahan building collapsed and Dario began his escape. During this period, SHIELD still did not give up on suppressing the heat of the incident and concealed as much information as possible. Thanks to Dario clearing out all the people in the Rahan park in advance and the Quinjet's stealth technology, only the few people at the scene saw Alpha Team from their appearance to their departure. Therefore, basically, apart from the videos and criminal evidence that the stand-in Pierce ordered Hydra to spread on the internet, and the actual collapse of the Rahan building, other secret information related to Asgard, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hydra is unknown to the outside world. All news media that reported this incident only focused on Dario and did not pay much attention to the unidentified Thor. As for the Osborn Group, which was hiding behind the scenes and directing everything, even the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra knew nothing about it. At first, S.H.I.E.L.D. may have more or less suspected that it was the Osborn Group that spread the video footage. After all, Osborn's artificial intelligence technology was obvious to all, and it was not shameful for S.H.I.E.L.D. to be unable to compete with it. Of course, Tony Stark, who invented Jarvis a long time ago, is also within the suspicion of S.H.I.E.L.D. To be honest, if we only count those who have the ability to do it, the list is actually quite long. But after Dario said the word Hydra in an angry tone, even the most suspicious Fury turned all his attention to Hydra without hesitation. Especially when Fury suddenly remembered his dearest mentor, Pierce, who seemed to have not been seen for a long time, and after thinking about the various strange details carefully, he believed 70% of what Dario said, that Hydra was hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. It is worth mentioning that when rumors that Thor and Dario were suspected to be mutants were spreading, Genosha was the first to come out to clarify that neither of them were mutants. However, the result was the same as before. People never cared whether they were really mutants or not. In this series of events, the one that suffered the most was undoubtedly the Rahan Group itself. The headquarters campus in New York was reduced to ruins, the company's boss became a criminal and his accounts were frozen, the group's top executives were forced to accept investigation, and a host of financial crimes were implicated. The stock price was plummeting every minute. In just a few days, Roxxon's stock price fell from its historical high to its historical low, and it was still breaking new records. This is far beyond the description of broken bones. To make matters worse, too many forces are jealous of Rahan's energy industry. Usually, few people dare to go against Rahan because they can't find any evidence against it. Now Rahan is facing the most serious crisis in history. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is at the end of its strength. Those who didn't dare to come out before naturally all came out and began to frantically grab the cake that Rahan originally occupied. The force that grabbed the most cake was the Osborn Group. Harry took advantage of the low stock price of Rahan Group and directly acquired more than a dozen Rahan subsidiaries, covering many fields such as oil extraction, mineral collection, bioenergy research and development, weapons manufacturing, digital products, and even an officially licensed nuclear waste treatment plant. The Rahan Group is a giant enterprise after all. Energy is their main business, but not the only one. They also have many other very profitable industries. Roughly speaking, the cost for Harry to acquire these businesses was at least twice as cheap as starting over on his own. Even if he did nothing, he could still make a fortune by reselling them to other companies. After this incident, the Rahan Group was severely damaged, the company's assets shrunk by more than half, and the shares were reshuffled. Harry became the largest shareholder with 34% of the shares. Ekan, a venture capital company, held 18% of the shares and was the second largest shareholder. The third largest shareholder was Rand Industries, which held a 15% stake. The former was a venture capital company headquartered in Connecticut that had invested in many companies. Harry didn't know much about this company, but he was more familiar with the latter, Rand Industries. The company of the famous street hero Iron Fist is Rand Industries, but now it belongs to Harold, the murderer of Iron Fist's father. Iron Fist has not returned from Kunlun yet. All in all, although the Rahan Group still exists, it is no longer the same Rahan it once was. All members of the board of directors were replaced and reorganized, all important positions throughout the group had to be replaced, and there was a mountain of miscellaneous tasks that needed to be dealt with in a timely manner. Fortunately, these tasks have little to do with Harry and are handled by employees of the Osborn Group. Washington, SHIELD Headquarters, Triskelion Building. Ever since Hydra was exposed, the atmosphere in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. has become particularly solemn in the past few days, and everyone is looking at their colleagues with scrutiny. Everyone consciously kept a distance from each other and kept their nerves tense at all times. Fury looks like everyone looks like Hydra. Haven't you found out where Pierce is yet? In the director's office, Fury asked Hill with a grim expression. I'm sorry, Director. No one has seen Deputy Director Pierce since last month. He hasn't even made the routine report to the World Security Council. Hill shook his head. Neither the surveillance records nor the mission files provide any clues to Pierce's whereabouts. Chapter 90. Hearing that there were no clues about Pierce, Fury felt more and more uneasy. Where are Thor and Dario? He asked. Thor was sent away by a beam of colored light and is suspected to have returned to Asgard. As for Dario, he escaped. An Alpha team is still trying to hunt him down. Hill hesitated for a moment before answering. Fury was silent for a while, then suddenly his face became serious. Let Daisy lead the team back. Don't worry about Dario for now. We have more urgent things to do now. Director, do you really believe that Hydra is hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Maybe Dario just wants us to fight among ourselves so that he can get away easily. As soon as Hill heard Fury's arrangement, he understood what he wanted to do and frowned slightly. Hydra is the largest criminal organization in human history. It even promoted the outbreak of World War II. It is the source of all evil in every country. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an international secret organization created to protect humanity from supernatural threats. It can be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are two naturally antagonistic forces. How could Hydra be in S.H.I.E.L.D.? It's certainly not ruled out, but Dalio mentioned Project Paperclip. Paperclip? Hill looked puzzled. You don't know very well, because this plan was a top-secret operation proposed and implemented by the Science Strategy Group, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., decades ago. They released a large number of Hydra's top scientists to form a team, and successively overcame many scientific research difficulties, including the hydrogen bomb, the first electronic computer, and Apollo 11, etc., all of which were participated by Hydra scientists. Fury said solemnly. The plan was not documented in any form, so only a very small number of people knew about it. After listening to Fury's explanation, Hilton's expression changed. Hasn't anyone ever thought that Hydra might take this opportunity to revive? Of course someone has thought about it, so every Hydra scientist is under strict control. They are forbidden to communicate or meet with anyone, and are not allowed to marry and have children. Normally speaking, all of them should have died before this century. Fury frowned and said, not many people know about the Paperclip project. Only the director and deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. know this secret. Dario should not have told anyone about this plan anyway. I see. It seems that what Dario said really needs to be considered carefully. Hill put his hand on his chin and thought. No matter what, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. must undergo strict scrutiny, including you and me, but we must be cautious before conducting an investigation. The only team in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. that Fury can trust right now is the Alpha team, because everyone in this team is a non-staff member carefully selected by Fury himself, and they are not from within S.H.I.E.L.D. They are equivalent to his private soldiers. In addition, even towards his loyal old subordinates such as Coulson, Hill, Hawkeye, and Natasha, Fury was somewhat wary. There were thousands of agents in the Triskelion building alone, and no one could tell who could be trusted and who were spies. Without Alpha Team present, Fury would not dare to act rashly. If even Alpha Team has Hydra's people infiltrated, it means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been completely compromised, and there is no need for any investigation. By the way, what's the current status of the ice floe discovered by the Alaska branch? At this time, Fury suddenly asked Hill. It's still in transit and is expected to arrive here tomorrow. After it is transported here, no one is allowed to touch the ice floe. Daisy and I will personally take over the goods. Yes, Chief. There are undercurrents within S.H.I.E.L.D., and the battle of wits and courage between Fury and Hydra will become more and more intense. 2 days ago, Pierce's substitute android copied all the data in the Hydra branch base, and then walked out of the base openly with the Winter Soldier Bucky, and let the clairvoyant John Garrett temporarily take over the leadership of Hydra. As for what happens next, it has nothing to do with them. Osborn Desert Base, Arizona. Half a month ago, it was a barren land of yellow sand, but now more than a dozen large factories have been built there, and the production facilities inside have been fully prepared and normal manufacturing work has begun. While the factory was operating on its own, construction work outside was still progressing, constantly expanding the scale of the base. In one of the factories filled with mechanical claw assembly lines, Harry looked at the rectangular cabin in front of him that was being assembled. The polished parts were installed onto the cabin one by mechanical claws, giving it the outline of a car gradually. It was silver in color and as smooth as a mirror, able to reflect the surrounding objects. The design of the entire car is very technological. At first glance, it seems that there are no windows. This is because the car uses environmental holographic projection technology. The driver can clearly see the 360-degree scene around the car body in the car. The four wheels that a normal car has have all been replaced with propellers to provide sufficient power for the car to fly. This is the new technology Harry obtained before, the hovercraft in Cyberpunk 2077. Although Harry only obtained the hovercraft technology from Zeta Technology, it does not mean that he can only manufacture this type of hovercraft. After all, the principle of the hovercraft is no different from the core engine, it is just a matter of changing the outer shell. The one currently produced is the Redfield Excalibur modified by Harry based on the Atlas hovercraft. This is also a car that Harry built for himself, and all the materials used are the best. Nuclear-powered engine, high-strength alloy body, most advanced shock-absorbing technology, even more than a dozen milligrams of vibranium are added to the outer shell. Such a luxurious configuration is naturally not for sale. When the hovercraft was completed, Harry took out his cell phone and called James Rhodes. "Mr. Osborn, what can I do for you?" In the Weapons Development Department, Rhodes asked after receiving the call. "Colonel Rhodes, there is something I need to remind you of." Harry looked at the hovercraft that opened its hatch automatically in front of him and said, "Wait a minute. The Air Force may detect an unidentified flying object. Don't pay attention to it. It's the latest experiment of the Osborn Group." Some time later, New York, Manhattan. Although the collapse of the Rahan building occurred in Harlem, the northernmost district of Manhattan Island, it was like two completely different worlds to the residents of Midtown, which was only a dozen kilometers away. The people here did not panic at all. It's time to eat and play every day, and the streets are crowded with people, which forms a sharp contrast with the empty Harlem. "Mom, what's that in the sky?" A woman who was shopping with her baby suddenly heard the child's question. The young mother looked up and froze in place.